Asterisk family times. His relatives had all perished on the battlefield, and since then, the Jun family could only rely on its sole heir, Jun Moxie. However, this young master Jun Moxie was nothing but a good-for-nothing, a lost cause whose favorite pastimes were carousing and troublemaking, both gluttonous and lazy, and famously known throughout the Tianxiang Empire as the disgrace of the Jun family. Having to process so much information at once, Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel a headache and dizziness coming on. But the best news was that he was still alive, and moreover, he had been reborn in another world. It seemed that despite being a master thief in his past life, he had accumulated a fair bit of good karma. Jun Moxie got out of bed and looked at himself in the mirror, relieved that his new body was still male. A moment ago, hearing his own voice so soft and weak, he had thought he'd transmigrated into the body of some lady. Furthermore, this young master's appearance wasn't bad, it was just that his features were so refined that he looked a bit effeminate. Although this body's meridians were stagnant, its muscles and tendons were soft, and its bones were stiff, being alive was good enough. As long as his meridians weren't shattered, Jun Moxie was confident that in just 3 to 7 years, he would once again stand proudly at the peak of the world. Then, he suddenly discovered a glowing tattoo on his right wrist. Jun Moxie immediately guessed that this was the object that had brought him here, the very national treasure he had risked his life to steal in his previous life. Fortunately, it was still in his possession. If it had fallen into someone else's hands, then the life Jun Moxie had sacrificed for it would have been a complete waste. Just as he was thinking this, a servant came to announce that the old master summoned Jun Moxie for a talk. The old master they referred to was Jun Jiantian, the grandfather of this body. The current Jun Moxie, at 16 years old, was the youngest grandson of the Jun family in the Tianxiang Empire, a complete dandy who spent his days in debauchery, utterly worthless. It made sense why Jun Moxie would transmigrate into this body. His name in his past life was Jun Xie. Wasn't that a fated clash with the name Jun Moxie? Perhaps changing Jun Moxie's life was his destiny. Jun Moxie arrived at the study, where Jun Jiantian was already waiting. The old master, despite his advanced age, still had an incredibly commanding presence. The old man came from a poor background, and in his youth, he was a general who dominated the world, striking fear into the hearts of all nations. Not only was he skilled in both literary and martial arts, but he was also one of the few Xuan-level masters in the country. Jun Jiantian's personality was calm and resolute, never revealing his joy or anger. "I heard you fell from your bed last night and were unconscious. Is that right?" Jun Jiantian began, breaking the silence. Jun Moxie let out a soft, Waking up this morning, he had found it strange. If there was nothing wrong with this body, how could he have transmigrated into it? Hearing Jun Jiantian's question, he finally realized that the original young master had died from falling off his bed. How utterly embarrassing. "What are you ming about?" Jun Jiantian's voice was sharp, sounding incredibly furious. "You insolent brat. You don't even know that someone tried to assassinate you. If this old man hadn't taken precautions beforehand, you would be meeting your maker by now." Hearing this, Jun Moxie couldn't help but frown. So that's how it was. There was someone pulling the strings to make a fatal move. But even if this old man had been on guard, it would have been useless, because his grandson had truly gone to see King Yama. Seeing Jun Moxie remain silent, Jun Jiantian was a bit confused, feeling that this kid was somewhat different today. Normally, if he heard someone wanted to harm him, he would have already flown into a rage. Yet today, he appeared so calm, even a bit cold. Jun Jiantian let out a sigh, temporarily setting aside the poisoning issue because there was another problem. It was the matter of the annulled engagement between Jun Moxie and Princess Ling Meng. After hearing this, he simply lowered his head and replied that he already knew. This surprised Jun Jiantian even more. In just a few days, how could Jun Moxie's personality have changed so drastically? Wasn't he the one who had clung to the princess for dear life before? Despite his many questions, the old man had nothing more to say to his grandson and told him to go back to his room and rest. He then instructed his subordinates to dispatch several more masters to stand guard and protect the young master day and night, allowing no more mistakes. Although Jun Moxie was a despicable playboy, he was still the only beloved grandson Jun Jiantian had left, so he naturally wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on him. After the short conversation with his grandfather, Jun Moxie could only sigh and then mutter, "What a pity. In this kind of family, I'm just a useless bastard who only knows how to eat like a pig and sleep like a pig, a good-for-nothing second-generation scion." Wrong. You're not a second-generation scion. I am. You're merely a third-generation scion. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Jun Moxie turned his head and recognized the person as his third uncle, Jun Wuyi, who, as mentioned, was once a renowned general but was injured 10 years ago, leaving his lower body paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair. "Third uncle," Jun Moxie greeted politely. "It's rare to hear you call me third uncle. You seem very different today. Moxie, are you interested in being a second-generation scion?" Jun Wuyi replied, his expression somewhat gloomy. "Third uncle, you must be joking. You are the real second-generation scion. At most, I'm just a third-generation scion. Being a peaceful and happy third-generation scion is already quite satisfying, Jun Moxie calmly replied. Just like his father, Jun Wuyi immediately sensed something was off. Jun Moxie's tone today was completely different from usual. Although his words were still teasing, they completely lacked the arrogance and stubbornness of before. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Jun Moxie continue. But if third uncle is willing to be the great tree that supports me, then I might still have a chance to be a second-generation scion, right? He even intentionally emphasized the words great tree, which instantly caused Jun Wuyi's anger to erupt. Moxie, you know full well that my legs are. Are you intentionally mocking me right now? Jun Moxie was adapting to his new body very quickly. Based on the original owner's memories, he knew that this third uncle was a cripple, destined to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, yet he always harbored a deep-seated blood feud. The very first thing Jun Moxie said to him was to bring up that grudge. Third uncle, after all these years, haven't you thought about getting revenge? If I had the ability to make you stand again, would you seek revenge? These words from Jun Xie had a powerful effect on Jun Wuyi, agitating him so much that he nearly lunged out of his wheelchair, gripping the boy's shoulders tightly, squeezing them hard as he asked repeatedly, do you really have a way to heal these legs of mine? The chances aren't high, but it's well worth a try, Jun Xie replied calmly. Jun Wuyi noticed beads of sweat forming on the boy's forehead and realized he had been too agitated and had gripped him too tightly. He then asked, doesn't it hurt? Why didn't you cry out? It hurts, but would crying out make it hurt any less? Jun Xie's calm demeanor and nonchalant words were completely different from his previous self, so much so that Jun Wuyi immediately realized his nephew seemed different. At the same time, he began to harbor hope that Jun Xie truly had the ability to heal his injuries. With his third uncle's consent, Jun Xie began to lay out his treatment plan, the key of which was acupressure. He requested that Jun Wuyi find a servant with a strong martial arts foundation to perform a full-body massage along his meridians every day, followed by a hot bath every evening for a full shichen, without interruption. To be absolutely sure, Jun Xie also took it upon himself to oversee the preparations. All right, Xie, third uncle will trust you. Even if it fails, I will accept it, he replied with a sigh. After so many years, he wanted to cling to even the slimmest sliver of hope. Finding this odd, Jun Xie asked in return, third uncle, in all these years, have you never once tried to seek treatment? He asked this because he had noticed that the meridians around his third uncle's hips were completely blocked, and they seemed to have been corroded by some kind of malevolent poison. With this condition, even a highly skilled physician couldn't cure it, and even if they could diagnose it, it would be difficult to intervene. Jun Wuyi explained that he had traveled far and wide, visiting every famous physician in the empire. He later learned that an enemy had used a vicious technique to block his meridians, and had also afflicted him with a strange and potent unknown poison, which left him in a state where he could neither truly live nor die. The only way to cure it was to use extremely powerful Xuan Qi to expel it. It sounds simple, but that's precisely the most difficult part, because the person who attacked him back then was a Sky Xuan expert, and to break his seal, one would need to be a supreme divine Xuan expert, and such experts are extremely rare. Furthermore, after healing his third uncle's injuries, this person would also be poisoned and lose half of their power, never to recover. You don't need a genius to figure out that no expert would be willing to make such a sacrifice. Cultivating to the supreme divine Xuan level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, so who would willingly lose half of their life's cultivation for someone else? Truly vicious, Jun Xie clicked his tongue and replied, letting you know there's a hope for a cure is no different from telling you it's hopeless. That person must really hate you. Is he an old enemy of the Jun family? Jun Wuyi became even more puzzled, because Jun Xie was acting very strangely today. Not only did he offer a plan to save his legs, but he also grew curious about matters he had never paid attention to before. Jun Moxie, fearing he'd be exposed, had to spout some nonsense to prevent his third uncle from becoming suspicious. Third uncle's illness. I've actually been thinking about it day and night. I just happened to figure out a method today. Honestly, I hope third uncle can get back on his feet soon. That way, I can go back to being a useless young master hiding in your shadow. These words sounded very much like the original owner of the body, so his third uncle no longer suspected anything. But taking this opportunity, Jun Moxie continued to ask, third uncle, you've been injured for so many years and haven't mentioned cultivation. You must have reached the Earth Xuan realm, right? I just entered that realm this year and haven't stabilized it yet, his third uncle replied. But the perceptive Jun Moxie noticed a great deal of humility in his words. His cultivation level was likely even higher than Earth Xuan. Furthermore, on this continent, people cultivate based on a foundation called Xuan Qi. Xuan Qi is divided into many levels, the lowest being the 9th grade, followed by Silver grade, Gold grade, Jade grade, Earth Xuan, Sky Xuan, and finally, Supreme Divine Xuan. When cultivating to the 3rd grade, Xuan Qi manifests as light red, pink, and deep red. Progressing to the 6th grade, the color is purple, which is also divided into 3 stages like the ones before. And from the 7th to the 9th grade, the color will be black. If you go out there and misjudge the color, you might provoke a powerful expert and get into big trouble. The third uncle explained all at once, and June Moxie absorbed a massive amount of information. After all, the original owner of this body was just a useless young master, with hardly any valuable information in his memories. But the current June Moxie was different. He wanted to become strong, no matter which world he was in. So right now, the first thing he needed was to find a powerful expert to teach him how to use the power of this world and to act as a backer for his comeback. After finishing his discussion with his third uncle, June Moxie slowly took his leave, not forgetting to leave behind a promise that he would definitely cure his legs. Jun Wuyi watched the determined back of his nephew, still not understanding why he had changed into a completely new person overnight. However, he didn't care what the reason was. After all, the current June Moxie was the one who gave him faith that hope had been rekindled for the June family. The conversation between the two was overheard by a family servant named Lao Pang. Afterwards, Lao Pang went and told Jun Zhantian about it. When Jun Zhantian heard that his debauched young master had locked himself in the library pavilion after leaving the third master's courtyard, he was extremely surprised and asked again, "Lao Pang, are you saying that brat went to the library pavilion? What for? He isn't planning to burn the place down, is he?" "The young master is reading, very quietly. It was because he hadn't left that I felt at ease to come back and report to you, old master," Lao Pang replied. Jun Zhantian fell into deep thought, wondering if Jun Moxie had suddenly seen the light, if the prodigal son had finally returned. If that was true, then he would have to burn incense and thank the ancestors for their blessings. As for Jun Moxie, after locking himself in the library pavilion for a long time, he felt truly miserable. This was because the mind of the original third young master, Jun Moxie, was completely devoid of knowledge, containing nothing aside from gambling, womanizing, and drinking. And to gain a foothold in this world, he had to rely on himself, so he had to learn many things from scratch. Just as he was thinking this, Jun Moxie was suddenly struck by a severe headache. The pain was so intense, like needles piercing his head, that he couldn't even stand steady. At the same time, many strange images flashed through his mind. Jun Moxie saw a large pagoda with 3 words written on the outside. Hongjun Pagoda. That name, Hongjun, sounds so familiar. From the faint memories of the original owner, Jun Moxie remembered that Patriarch Hongjun seemed to be the master of the 3 great deities, the Supreme Elder Lord, the Primordial Heaven Sovereign, and the Grand Master of Heaven. This tower is named after him, so it must be something extraordinary. Without a second thought, he immediately stepped inside. A blinding flash of light appeared, causing Jun Moxie to stumble forward, but instead of pain or anger, his eyes lit up as if he had struck gold, because Jun Moxie recognized that the light just now came from the heaven-opening creation art. This cultivation art is revered as the #1 ancient technique due to its mysterious and unpredictable nature, and its effects are naturally far from ordinary. If he could master it, then returning to the pinnacle of his glory would no longer be a distant dream. Jun Moxie crawled forward and discovered a lake. Based on his experience reading Shanxia novels in his past life, he figured this must be a purification lake, meant for washing the muscles and cleansing the marrow to expel impurities from the body. Then his body could finally shed its mortal shell and truly begin the path of cultivation. Thinking this, Jun Moxie immediately lunged forward. But suddenly, a few servants rushed out from somewhere, looking panicked when they saw someone about to jump into the lake. Jun Moxie put on a grim expression and shouted coldly, "It's me! This young master wants to bathe. None of you are to disturb me." As he spoke, Jun Moxie had already jumped into the lake. But the most crucial thing was that his feet hovered just above the water's surface, his whole body as steady as if he were standing on solid ground. The 2 servants were utterly astonished. One of them asked, "What kind of divine art is the young master cultivating? How can he walk on water?" "If we explain it in terms of Xuan Qi cultivation, one must at least reach the Jade Profound Realm to do something like that," the other one replied. After playing in the water, Jun Moxie immediately returned to his room to strike while the iron was hot with his cultivation, because with that cultivation art, he could finally stand firm in this strange new world. However, a problem quickly arose, because no matter how hard he tried, Jun Moxie couldn't feel anything. In other words, he had no sense of qi whatsoever. The heaven-opening creation art was indeed not easy to grasp, but Jun Moxie didn't get discouraged by this. He continued to cultivate again from the beginning. But just like that, Jun Moxie failed time and time again. Nearly 200 days later, he was still stuck at the starting line. Until one day, while pushing himself to his limits to cultivate, Jun Moxie coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing this, a servant rushed in, panicking. When Jun Moxie woke up, he found himself soaking in a wooden tub full of hot water, his body feeling refreshed. Behind him, a servant was performing acupressure on him, and before his eyes was the extremely worried Jun Jantian. "Moxie, you're awake." "What happened?" the old man asked. "Your grandson is fine. My body feels great now. Really great," Jun Moxie replied. But of course his grandfather didn't believe him. He kept asking who did this, his tone extremely furious. It turns out Jun Jantian thought this was the work of an assassin again, just like last time. 2 direct slaps to the face of the Jun family. Jun Moxie quickly guessed his grandfather's thoughts and replied accordingly. Your grandson didn't get a clear look at who did it." Jun Jantian grew angry, called him a good-for-nothing, then flicked his sleeves and left. In any case, Jun Moxie was fine. The most important thing now was to find the culprit. Jun Jantian wasn't so old and senile that he couldn't wield a blade anymore, but the attendant advised him to be cautious and not to show his face personally. Because if word of this got out, outsiders would see him personally protecting Jun Moxie, realize how much Jun Jantian valued him, and it would only cause more trouble. Jun Jantian actually understood that reasoning well. The Jun family now was not what it used to be, with only him left to support the clan. If Jun Jantian were to fall now, then his enemies would certainly not spare his descendants. Since it's come to this, why hold back any longer? It's better to make a big scene this time. So, Jun Jantian and Old Pang mounted their horses. The next morning, during the early court session, Jun Jantian used his status as an old duke to cause a scene right up to the emperor's golden throne. The civil and military officials in the hall all whispered amongst themselves, and even the current emperor had to humble himself to placate him. Of course, there were some who didn't know their place. For example, the imperial censor Song Shi Yi, who had no particular relationship with Jun Jantian. He stepped out and said a couple of provocative words to him, and as a result, he was beaten until his face was swollen right there in the court. The current Grand Preceptor, Li Shang, observed the entire process without saying a word. Only when Jun Jantian was leaving did he frown slightly. Meanwhile, Grand Preceptor Li and the Guardian General Meng Rufei exchanged a look, a mysterious smile playing on their lips. It seemed as though everyone had their own calculations. Meanwhile, at the Jun residence, Jun Moxie was still diligently soaking in medicinal herbs to help his injuries heal faster. Standing not far away was his personal maidservant, a look of fear still lingering on her face. Jun Moxie noticed this and asked, "Are you very afraid of me?" "This servant is not afraid," she replied immediately, but the furtive expression on her face betrayed her. Jun Moxie sighed. This young lady had clearly helped bathe him last night when he was unconscious. Now, he had only moved a little, and she was already showing such fear. He had no idea what that third young master had done to her in the past. After Jun Moxie finished changing, he approached the maidservant. In this world, or in his past life, he had only ever met materialistic people who chased fame and fortune, or those with their own hidden agendas. He had never met anyone with such pure eyes. Suddenly, he felt that it would be nice to have a cute little sister like this, so he unconsciously reached out and patted the maidservant's head. Across from him, the girl was somewhat surprised by Jun Moxie's action, then felt that the young master now seemed much more pleasant to the eye. But right after, she dismissed that thought herself. Because all this time, her impression of Jun Moxie was just that of a lecherous and hedonistic young master. She had even already planned that if Jun Moxie ever dared to force himself on her, she would use her own death to protect her chastity. Unexpectedly, Jun Moxie only patted her head, then told the maid to leave, saying her services were no longer needed. Alone again, he began to let his thoughts wander. His cultivation technique was still incomplete, but after waking from his coma, Jun Moxie noticed many differences in his body. Not only could he see more clearly, but he could even count all the legs on an insect 3 inches away. He could clearly hear insects crawling through the grass, and even the slightest movements of earthworms in the soil. To change so drastically in just one night. Perhaps this was the miraculous power of the heaven-splitting and earth-creating art. This further fueled Jun Moxie's motivation to cultivate. Over the next month, Jun Moxie cultivated diligently, and finally mastered the first introductory stage of the technique, slightly solidifying his realm. People in the manor started whispering, wondering why the third young master Jun had stayed in his room for a whole month without causing any trouble. No women were seen near his quarters, and he stopped tormenting the servants. As strange as it was, they all agreed that their young master had truly turned over a new leaf. With his enhanced senses, Jun Moxie could hear the gossip about him even from within his room. He truly despised the original owner of this body. That scoundrel was capable of any evil, and now he was stuck with his terrible reputation. The peace in the Jun manor that day was shattered when someone suddenly burst through the door and rushed into Jun Moxie's study. The man immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for help. "Third young master, Brother Moxie, please, you have to save me, it's all over." Jun Moxie recognized him. It was the eldest young master of the Tang family, Tang Yuan. For the esteemed eldest young master of a major family to behave this way was utterly disgraceful. "Brother, you have to listen to me," Tang Yuan cried, clutching the hem of Jun Moxie's robe and starting his sob story. These past few days at the 1,000 gold hall, I was cheated out of 150,000 liang of silver by Liza's and Max's men. June Moxie's expression turned grim. 150,000 liang of silver was a colossal sum, setting aside why Tang Yuan was so addicted to gambling, where he would even get that kind of money was a major issue. At first, I was winning. I won up to 500,000, Tang Yuan stammered. June Moxie understood. It was a classic trap, win big at first, then lose it all later. Driven by the desire to recoup his losses, he ended up 150,000 liang in debt, but he had no intention of getting his hands on this hot potato, so he said, "It's just 150,000 liang of silver. Surely the great eldest young master Tang can afford that. Is it really so serious that you need me to save your life?" Hearing this, Tang Yuan confessed that he hadn't just lost the 150,000 liang, he had also gambled away his jade pendant and his treasured sword. He bet so much, thinking he was on the verge of winning, but who could have known he'd end up losing everything so completely? June Moxie vaguely recalled that Tang Yuan's treasured sword had been acquired by his father at an auction for an astronomical price. It was an incredibly sharp divine weapon named Blowing Snow, and his pendant was carved from the finest top-grade warm jade. Compared to that 150,000 liang, these two items were the truly priceless treasures. I had no other choice at the time, and I don't even know why I was so foolish, Tang Yuan mumbled. But unbelievably, that wasn't the worst of it. He then confessed that he had also bet his own wife for 1 million liang. Upon hearing this, June Moxie completely lost it. Tang Yuan was nothing but a pig, the dignified daughter of the Minister of Justice, and the son-in-law of the Minister of Revenue, yet you dared to gamble her away? And for a mere 1 million taels, no less. Tang Yuan cried his eyes out, desperately clinging to June Moxie's thigh and wailing about his misfortune. He said those people demanded he bring 1,500,000 talas of silver within 3 watches to redeem his wife, precious sword, and jade pendant. Otherwise, they would announce this shameful affair to the entire world. "Young Master Ji, you have to save me," Tang Yuan begged. "How am I supposed to save you now? Where would I get that much money?" June Moxie replied through gritted teeth. "Help you? A gambling addict like you? I try to stay as far away from your kind as possible. Why would I waste money saving you?" Not to mention he didn't have the money, and even if he did, he wouldn't lend it. Li Feng and Meng Haizhu had set a condition, saying that young Master Xie hadn't come by to gamble in a long time. "As long as I bring you there a few times, they'll return my IOU, Tang Yuan said through his tears. June Moxie paused for a few seconds. So that's how it was. It seemed the matter wasn't so simple. They had deliberately set this trap just to lure him there. But the more it was like this, the more June Moxie wanted to see what those people were ultimately after. He called for his maid, Care, to bring his cloak, and then went with Tang Yuan for a trip to the casino. The two rode their horses to the casino. When he heard June Moxie say that he had only brought a 50,000 tael banknote, Tang Yuan looked horrified. "This isn't even a fraction of what we need. Are you trying to get me killed? All right, we just need to win back your things and your wife. Why would we need to bring so much money? Could it be that you don't trust my gambling skills?" June Moxie replied calmly, but was met with a look of utter disbelief from the other man. The reason Tang Yuan looked at him that way was because, until now, June Moxie had never won a single game of chance. In fact, when it came to losing money, he could truly be called the undisputed champion of the world. Tang Yuan, watch the road. Tang Yuan was lost in his chaotic thoughts, and only when he heard June Moxie's warning did he hurriedly rein in his horse. Just now, he had almost crashed into a young lady. Despite such a frightening experience, the other party showed no sign of panic on her face. In fact, she even looked a little arrogant. "Are you blind? If our young miss gets hurt, do you think you could afford to compensate?" June Moxie sighed, as he recognized this girl was likely the famously arrogant eldest young miss, Dugu Xiaoyi, of the Tianxiang Empire. Running into her here was just their terrible luck. Seeing June Moxie staring intently at her, Dugu Xiaoyi put her hands on her hips and asked aggressively, "Hey, you little brat! What are you looking at, huh?" "Miss Dugu, this little brother truly has an important matter to attend to today. Please allow me to take my leave first. I will make it up to you the next time we meet." June Moxie didn't want to cause a scene, so he prepared to leave, but who would have thought that she wouldn't let them go so easily? Dugu Xiaoyi thought they were up to something nefarious, so she was determined to detain them. If they didn't let her vent all her anger today, there was absolutely no way the two of them were leaving. Tang Yuan looked at June Moxie, and June Moxie let out another long sigh. "Miss Dugu, we have to go somewhere, and it's not a suitable place for a young lady like you. Are you guys going to a brothel, you shameless scoundrels?" Dugu Xiaoyi cursed. Being called a shameless scoundrel, Jun Mosier's pride was wounded, and he blurted out the truth. "Who said we're going to a pleasure house? We're just going to the 1,000 gold pavilion to play a few rounds." Realizing what he'd just said, he knew he had slipped up, but it was already too late. Dugu Xiaoyi had never gambled before, so she was incredibly excited, especially since her two older brothers at home often mentioned the 1,000 gold pavilion, making her even more curious about the place. And so, Junmo Xie and Tang Yuan had no choice but to bring this tag along with them. Seeing Tang Yuan return, and with Junmo Xie in tow, Meng Haizhou, who came to greet them, rejoiced inwardly. Because he knew that compared to Tang Yuan, Junmo Xie's pockets were much, much deeper. However, when he saw Dugu Xiaoyi peeking out from behind them, his expression immediately changed. Miss Dugu, why are you here? What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Or do you think this young lady doesn't have money? Let me tell you, this young lady has plenty of money, Dugu Xiaoyi said indignantly. Just then, a frail-looking scholar emerged from the hall and said in a welcoming tone, Miss Dugu, your esteemed presence graces our establishment. We couldn't be more delighted to welcome you. Please, come in, come in. This pale-faced man was Li Feng, one of the two who had previously cheated Tang Yuan out of all his money. The group then headed inside together. Junmo Xie knew from the start that this group was intentionally targeting him, so he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I'll play around. Tell me, what's the game? The third young master is indeed generous. Earlier, we were just playing dice with young master Tang, but he couldn't keep up. So, how about we stick to rolling dice to determine the winner? Li Feng replied. With a straight face, Junmo Xie agreed. He knew his opponent was trying to provoke him, but he decided to play along and see what they were up to. After they sat down at the table, Meng Haizhou ordered a servant to pour fresh tea for the distinguished guests. Junmo Xie picked up the teacup and took a small sip. The tea's flavor wasn't bad, but upon tasting it, he felt something was off. It seemed to contain a very potent illusion herb. Moreover, the room was already filled with a fragrance, likely a mixed illusion herb blend. No wonder Tang Yuan's mind became muddled, causing him to lose so badly. He put the teacup down and said in an arrogant tone, You dare serve this low-grade tea to guests? Your standards are far too low. Meng Haizhou wasn't offended by the criticism. He even ordered a servant to bring a different kind of tea for Junmo Xie, but was refused. Forget it, don't bother with the hassle. I came here to gamble, not to drink tea. Let's start. I don't want to wait any longer. With that, he took another sip of tea, confident that this substance wouldn't be enough to affect him. As the game began, Junmo Xie proposed a bet of 10,000 per round, claiming he didn't have much time. Seeing him act so generously, Meng Haizhou was overjoyed. Young Master Jun is truly generous. This is my favorite way to play. Everyone relies on luck, winner takes all, nice and fair. So, let's keep it simple. How about a game of big or small? What do you think, young Master Jun? Our MC nodded in agreement, then turned to Dugu Xiaoyi and said, Miss Dugu, as a lady, you of course cannot play with us. In my opinion, how about Miss Dugu tries placing a side bet instead? What's a side bet? Dugu Xiaoyi asked curiously. Our MC explained that a side bet means betting from the sidelines. She wouldn't participate in the game, but she could still place a wager. For example, if Dugu Xiaoyi bets 5 tails on our MC to win, and he actually wins, she rides on his luck and would receive 10 tails back. Conversely, if our MC were to lose, Dugu Xiaoyi would also lose her 5 tails. After hearing this, Dugu Xiaoyi nodded enthusiastically and immediately agreed to bet on our MC. He then flashed a provocative smile at Meng Haizhou. With a beauty betting on me, my luck is soaring. I'm sure to win this round. Meng Haizhou also sneered inwardly, thinking to himself that our MC would be crying tears of blood soon enough. The game began, with each person lost in their own thoughts. Our MC realized that not only had they put a knockout drug in the tea and burned intoxicating incense in the room, but even the dice had been tampered with by these two scoundrels. They must have been injected with mercury, causing their movements to be unpredictable, and only someone familiar with the sound could guess the score. However, the luck of Li Feng and Meng Haizhou had truly run out, because our MC was no longer the same person he used to be. With his experience as the #1 assassin in his previous life, he was already all too familiar with these cheating tricks. So, while the two scoundrels were still basking in the feeling of victory, their faces turned pale when they saw the dice didn't land according to their plan at all. Our MC's 3 dice rolled a total of 17 points, just 1 point higher than the others, winning by a hair's breadth. Tang Yuan was overjoyed, while Li Feng and Meng Haizhou were red-eyed with rage. Our MC, however, showed no exaggerated expression, merely saying that he won this round thanks to the good luck he received from Dugu Xiaoyi. In the second round, our MC maintained that irritatingly calm demeanor. He was the one rolling the dice, while Li Feng and Meng Haizhou bet on big. But when the dice cup was opened, the 3 dice totaled only 4 points, which was small. Our MC won again. Li Feng was completely baffled. He was sure he had just heard at least one of the 3 dice showing a 6, making the probability of getting big much higher. But when they were revealed, not a single one landed on 6. Was there a problem with the dice? Or did he really mishear it? Miss Dugu, congratulations on your winnings. Thank you for your luck. As long as I win big, I'll share 1,000 taels with you. Our MC said this, and Dugu Xiaoyi, overjoyed, continued to bet on him. Tang Yuan, watching them talk and laugh happily from the side, was a bit pensive. Didn't this Miss Dugu used to despise our MC? Yet now the two of them could be so close. The power of money is truly great. As for those two scoundrels, they were starting to get anxious. Although they verbally congratulated our MC on his successful start, they were actually fuming on the inside. However, they were certain that he was still dazed and that they had already tampered with the dice, so Jun Moxie winning the last 2 rounds was just a coincidence. Who would have thought, for the next 5 consecutive rounds, Jun Moxie kept winning. Dugu Xiaoyi was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling, helping him count the money on the side. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was utterly astonished, because previously, Jun Moxie was known for his terrible luck, losing every game he played, yet today he hadn't lost a single round. You. Li Feng and Meng Haizhou were so furious they stuttered, accusing Jun Moxie of cheating, but he immediately shot back. If you're out of money, then get lost. If you can't afford to play, then don't. Which one of your eyes saw me cheat, huh? Miss Dugu here is an expert herself, and she's sitting right beside me. You tell me, how could I possibly have cheated? How shameless. When you win, you laugh your heads off. But the moment you lose, you accuse people of cheating. You guys will really say anything, won't you? Dugu Xiaoyi agreed. It turned out that, even though no one told her, she had seen from the start that Tang Yuan was losing, which is why she ran to find Jun Moxie. She also knew that the famous playboy, third young master Jun, could never stay away from such matters, and that the real goal of Li Feng and his cronies was to fleece the Jun family of all their wealth. Meanwhile, at the Grand Tutor's pavilion, a servant from the 1,000 Gold Pavilion ran over breathlessly to report that Jun Moxie had arrived, but he had brought the young miss of the Dugu family along. The person he was reporting to was Li Yuran, another member of the Li family who, at a single glance, was clearly no good doer. Dugu Xiaoyi? Why is she at the 1,000 Gold Pavilion? Li Yuran asked. The servant shook his head, saying he wasn't sure, only that they had coincidentally met on the street. Jun Moxie was even hassled by Dugu Xiaoyi and forced to bring her to the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, so it's unlikely he planned this, Li Yuran muttered to himself after hearing the report. Jun Moxie, consider yourself lucky. After speaking, he ordered his subordinate to go back and inform Li Feng and Meng Haizhou to temporarily call off today's plan, telling them to make their escape first, and they would plot against Jun Moxie again later. Beside him, a man named Haoran also chimed in, making Li Yuran start to wonder if Jun Moxie had brought Dugu Xiaoyi there on purpose. But how could he have known that the current Jun Moxie was a transmigrator from the modern era? That's why he didn't think he was the type to be so cunning. Meanwhile, back at the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, Jun Moxie had already won every last coin from those two scoundrels. Dugu Xiaoyi was even more overjoyed to see this, and the two began to divide their winnings. Jun Moxie, you won today entirely thanks to this young lady's good luck. So, I'll be taking a larger share, hope you don't mind, said Dugu Xiaoyi. If it weren't for Miss Dugu's amazing luck, how could I have possibly swept the floor with them? Take as much as you want, Jun Moxie said generously, before turning to taunt the two scoundrels again. Do you have any silver left to play? If not, we're heading home for a nap. Li Feng and Meng Haizhou's faces turned as pale as a sheet. Their plan to lure Jun Moxie here today had been set from the beginning and was supposed to go smoothly, but in the end, it had come to this. Both of them could already imagine how terrifying Li Yuran's furious expression would be. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and put up their personal belongings to continue gambling, refusing to let Jun Moxie walk away. Meng Haizhou took out 2 jade pendants, but Jun Moye showed a disdainful expression without holding back. Do you think I collect scrap? Bringing this worthless junk out to bet against me? I'd rather have gone home earlier to sleep. Being pressured like this, Meng Haizhou had no choice but to take out the jade pendant and sword that Tang Yuan had lost in the previous bet. Even Dugu Xiaoyi knew these 2 items had extraordinary origins, but Jun Moye still showed no desire for them whatsoever. Tang Yuan is Tang Yuan, and I am me. What do his things have to do with my bet? If I win, it will become my prize. Young Master Meng, do you think the logic I just presented is correct? Meng Haizhou was so angry he gritted his teeth, and although he didn't want to give up these 2 treasures, he had to bite the bullet and take them out, even adding the Ruyi jade scepter gifted to his family by the emperor. The treasured sword his uncle cherished most, plus the luminous pearl that Grand Preceptor Li gifted to Li Feng, all were priceless treasures meant to raise the stakes. However, they demanded that Jun Moye not bet with money this time. Finally, those 2 bastards couldn't hide their true intentions any longer. Seeing that they had revealed their true purpose, Jun Moye also laid his cards on the table. Speak. What is it you want me to bet? It's very simple. If I lose, everything here will belong to young Master Jun. But if I win, the 3rd young master must agree to one condition. How about it? Furthermore, This is a condition the third young master can certainly fulfill, so there's no need to be so tense. Jun Moye knew this would be an extremely dangerous condition, but he continued to act the part of a brainless, hedonistic playboy and agreed immediately after hearing Meng Haiju's proposal. This time, both sides would bet on a dice roll, still playing high-low, but with no house. Whoever rolled the higher score would be the winner. Jun Moye generously agreed, even taunting his opponent for being a defeated general who still dared to challenge him. Meng Haizhou went first and rolled the dice. Looking at him, Dugu Xiaoyi felt something was off and whispered a question. Do you think he summoned the spirits of his ancestors to help him? I find his aura strange, dark and sinister. It feels like something is very wrong. At this moment, the 3 dice in Meng Haiju's hand landed on the table. Everyone around, including Li Feng, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Xiaoyi, swallowed nervously. Only Jun Moye remained completely calm. As the 3 dice began to slow down, 2 of them landed on 6, while the last one was still spinning like a top. Then Jun Moye suddenly broke into a sinister smile, because he knew this round was his for the taking. The group watched the die intently as it spun in the air, and even though they were staring without blinking, Moye was still able to trick their eyes, making the die land exactly as he had planned. The other 2's faces instantly paled as they stammered. How? How is this possible? That scared the daylights out of me. Tang Yuan, standing beside them, immediately started celebrating. Third young master, your luck is truly second to none. The god of wealth must be on your side. Hearing this, Moy smiled and replied sarcastically, So, Brother Meng, you prepared all of this just for this difficult maneuver. I'm truly impressed. Haiju, still unconvinced, shouted, Stop your nonsense. You haven't won yet. What if you roll a lower score? Moy, completely unfazed, picked up the dice and declared confidently, Then allow me to demonstrate an unparalleled gambling technique and open your eyes. After a while, the 3 of them finally left, with Tang Yuan and Xiao Yi hugging 2 large bags of money. He exclaimed excitedly, We've hit the jackpot, third young master. This time, brother, I'm completely in awe of you. Oh, right, brother. Shouldn't you return the pendant sword and jade pendant to me? I immediately questioned him. Tang Yuan, why the hesitation? Tang Yuan only then realized that those items were won by the third young master, and the third young master never said he would return them. He hurriedly pleaded, Third young master, you know if I go back with nothing, the old patriarch will not spare me. I nonchalantly replied, That's your problem, but considering our brotherhood, I suppose I could sell them to you. A joyful Tang Yuan rushed to hug me, exclaiming what a good brother I was, but I immediately pushed him away. Hey fatty, watch your weight. Just then, Xiao Yi also walked over and said, Jun Mo Ye, today was fun. This young lady will forgive you, but next time you go out, you must invite me. All right, whatever Miss Dugu says, goes. As soon as I finished speaking, Tang Yuan cut in. Brother, let's discuss the price. I ran a hand through my hair in exasperation. Young Master Tang, you really are something else. You even gambled away your wife. I corrected him with a serious tone. Tang Yuan, it's fine to gamble, but don't take it too far. Do you have any idea how strange today was? You lost both the pendant sword and the jade pendant, and you even gambled away your fiancé. Are you that foolish? This concerns the reputation of 2 great families. Don't you feel that something is wrong here? He naively replied, It's because I fell for their trap. I immediately took out a teacup and continued speaking. From the incense to this teacup, it was all part of the trap they set. Tang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Brother, how did you get this? Then, I suddenly reached out my hand, a sinister smile on my face, and said, I'm going home now. To tell your old man every detail of what happened. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and you are the victim here. The proof is in this cup. I'm sure your old patriarch won't blame you too harshly. Tang Yuan nodded blankly. All right, I'll listen to you, brother. So, third young master, about my pendant sword. I cut him off again. What's the rush? Leave it with me for now. Later, you'll go to them with a banknote to buy it back, and they won't be able to produce the item. Do you get my meaning? Tang Yuan finally relented, praising me profusely. Damn, that's a brilliant move. I'll listen to you, brother. I'll listen to you. I'm going to see the old patriarch right now. After saying this, he immediately mounted his horse and headed home. Watching his retreating figure, I thought to myself, you want to settle scores with me? Fine, I'll settle the score with all of you first. The scene shifts back to the Li family's grand courtyard, where the master was dealing with the 2 men from earlier. Things have come to this. There's no use saying more. Just drop it. This time, we'll consider Jun Mo Ye lucky. As for you 2, you will each receive 40 strikes of family discipline. You will also forfeit half a year's salary. Starting tomorrow, you know what you must do. Is that clear? The 2 men didn't dare to resist in the slightest. The one named Hai Zhou could only think to himself, although it's 40 strikes of family discipline. Even if it doesn't kill us, our flesh will be torn and bones shattered. He is already being merciful. The master then gave another sinister order. Men, investigate Jun Mo-ye more thoroughly. Find out how he won the money and why the knockout drug had no effect. Also, find out if Dugu Xiaoyi's appearance was a coincidence. 2 shadow guards appeared, received their orders, and then vanished. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Young Master! Marquise Tang is leading Young Master Tang and 100 men this way. They are marching towards the Li residence, full of fury." Meanwhile, I had also returned home with my spoils of war. I handed the items to Care and then left. Hearing the news, Jean Tien became furious. He stormed in, bursting through the door. "Mo Ye, you scoundrel! You snuck out to gamble again." But as soon as he stepped inside, the blinding sight of gold and money immediately stopped him in his tracks. "Where did all this come from?" Care immediately replied, "Old master, these treasures are from the young master's winnings at the gambling den." Jean Tien asked doubtfully, "Winnings? He brought them back from winning? He actually won money?" Care firmly insisted. "Yes, I heard he won it all from the Heavenly Capital Pavilion. After coming back, the young master told me to tidy up, and then he went to the library to read a book." After hearing Care's account, Jean Tien was no longer angry and instead fell into deep thought. After taking a few steps, he spoke up and asked, "Old Biao, what do you think?" The old man quickly replied, "This old servant does not know, but the young master always acts with great consideration." Jean Tien stopped, glanced at old Biao and asked, "If he's interested in studying, what do you think about sending him to the Wenqing Academy?" Old Biao replied with a frown, "Those old fogies at the Wenqing Academy are utterly corrupt. If the young master were to go, I'm afraid he would run into trouble." Hearing this, Jean Tien sighed in frustration. "Oh, old Biao, tell me, how should I pave a good path for Mo Xie?" Old Biao quickly added, "There is one way. It would protect the young master, and it wouldn't cause you any trouble later on, old master." Jean Tien asked in surprise. "You have a way?" Without beating around the bush, old Biao immediately laid out a plan. "Buy the young master a young, level 8, Xuan beast, and then we'll use every means at our disposal to force its growth." After hearing this, Jean Tien could only clutch his head in helplessness. "Are you dreaming? A level 8 Xuan beast is incredibly rare. Raising a young beast to maturity takes an incredibly long time. How could you even suggest that?" Old Biao, just now realizing the issue, replied, "It won't work," Jean Tien said dejectedly. "Forget it. Let's go see what Mo Xie is up to." The scene then shifts back to the Li residence. Yuran was discussing matters with his subordinate. "I didn't expect Tang Yuan to be this cunning. It seems our plan needs some adjustments." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Yuran then asked, "Among the arrivals, is there anyone we need to keep an eye on?" The subordinate answered immediately, "There are 3 of them." Having grasped the situation, Yuran then issued a command. "3 people will be enough. Inform Qin Hu to use this opportunity to take the head of the Tang family." "Yes, sir." The scene then shifts to the Jun family's training grounds. Mo Xi arrived to meet Jun Wuyi. Seeing him approach, Wuyi eagerly asked, "How is it?" Mo Xie observed for a moment before saying, "The situation isn't optimistic, but I believe there's a chance for third uncle to stand again. There are a few herbs." "Third uncle, please arrange for people to find them." Wu Yi quickly asked. "All right, what are they?" Mo Xie replied, "Lixiang flower, Tongxin grass, Juye grass, Duanchu root, and Fenjing herb. Other than the Fenjing herb, which is quite rare. The other herbs are very easy to find." After finishing, Mo Xie added a reminder, "Be careful not to let outsiders know you're buying these. Even after you've gathered all the herbs, you must let me inspect them carefully," Jun Wuyi earnestly expressed. "There are many people who don't want me to recover. Mo Xi, with you here for the Jun family, I can finally rest assured." "What do you think of their training?" Mo Xi gave a dismissive assessment. "It's all just for show." Hearing this, Wu Yi immediately challenged him. "You're saying that guards at the 7th and 8th Xuan Qi ranks are just putting on a show?" "Mo Xie, that's a pretty bold statement." But Mo Xie stood firm in his opinion. "This training, Aj is just going through the motions. What they're practicing now will only get them killed on a real battlefield." Wu Yi disagreed. "Mo Xie, you don't understand the importance of this training, but don't underestimate them." Mo Xie immediately pointed out the issue. "They train hard, but their direction is all wrong. Uncle, look at those 2 sparring. They're always holding back, laughing while they fight. You call this training? It's a complete waste of their potential." At this, Wu Yi finally conceded the point. "You're not wrong, Mo Xi. If I put you in charge of their training, what would you do?" "Follow me to the training grounds." Then, Wu Yi announced in a loud voice, "All troops, assemble and fall in. From this moment on, the 3rd young master will have full authority over your training." Upon hearing the command, the entire troop immediately assembled, looking completely bewildered. Mo Xie said with a sinister grin, "A moment ago, my 3rd uncle asked me how you should be trained. In my eyes, you're all just a bunch of trash who would only die faster on a real battlefield." Hearing this, one of the soldiers couldn't hold back and retorted, "3rd young master, we may just be guards. But we are all soldiers who have fought in over 100 battles. You can't humiliate us, they retorted firmly. Mota wasn't angered. He simply clasped his hands behind his back and continued. You all say you fought in over 100 battles. Then what about those who joined the army with you and have already become officers? He pointed at them and asked a question that left everyone speechless. So, why haven't you become elites yet? Because you couldn't make it, and therefore, compared to them, you are all failures. Many in the army broke through to the 9th level of Xuanqi, with countless others improving alongside them. After the war, many clans fought to recruit them. Compared to those people, you have been cast aside. Mota continued to sway the soldiers' minds. After the war, the Jun family's army selection passed you over, eliminated for a third time. If you don't want to be cast aside again, guards of the Jun family, then listen to my orders and train according to my methods. If you don't want to remain as lowly guards, then step forward. It was as if everyone was awakened by Mota's words, and they all stepped forward, their spirits blazing. He had already warned them, my training is anything but gentle, and there's a high chance you'll end up crippled, or even dead. Very well. In my training, there is only survival or death, Mota declared loudly. During this training, you are only to obey my commands. Disobey an order, and you will be executed. Those who are slow will be executed. Those who dare to voice dissent, executed. Disobeying orders, executed. While he was declaring the new rules, John Tien had also arrived. The old man couldn't help but be surprised, thinking Mota might just make the Jun family glorious again. No, not might. He definitely will. After understanding his son's intentions, he immediately gave an order to his old steward. Relay my order. From this day forward, anything concerning the young master is to be treated as a top secret of our Jun family. At this point, Mota had brought the entire army to heel. Standing above them, he declared, the first order is this: disobeyers will be killed without mercy. Even Mota himself didn't know that the army whose training began today would one day become a legion of godslayers, sweeping across the lands and leaving devastation in their wake. Duran instructed his servants, you two wait outside, I'm going in to talk with the man. He stepped inside and sat opposite Tang Wanli. The atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. Suddenly, the teacup in the old man's hand shattered. He glared at him with hatred, sizing him up. He had intended to cause a scene, but this Li Duran fellow acted as if nothing was wrong, remaining perfectly polite and considerate. He had crushed the cup in his hand. Seeing this, Duran immediately called out, servants, quickly bring a bowl of the finest Hanyan tea for the old marquis. The moment he finished speaking, the old man flew into a rage and slammed the table, sending water splashing everywhere. Enough. I didn't come here today to drink tea. Bring those two beasts from the Li family out here, Duran still replied gently. Old Marquis, your timing is quite coincidental. They made a mistake and are currently being punished. Hearing this, the old man paused. Then he asked, so, what mistake did they make? Actually, it concerns the matter of young Master Tang. Those two are currently receiving their punishment at the disciplinary hall. After a moment, Duran finally managed to shift Wanli's focus. What do you mean? You're saying it was orchestrated by the Meng family? He affirmed. That's exactly right. Meng Hai of the Meng family has long had his eyes on young Master Tang's fiancée. That's why the three of them resorted to such a scheme. Hearing this, the old man held his forehead in frustration and quickly stood up. I understand now. Thank you for your hospitality today. I'll take my leave. Let's go. We're heading to the Meng family to settle this score. My apologies for the poor reception, Senior. Let's skip past the old marquee. The scene shifts to the Song family's tavern, where our MC has arrived, braving the wind and rain. He quickly took off his hat and ordered, shopkeeper, 1 bowl of food, 1 jug of fine wine. His cup was quickly filled. As he sipped, he thought that even if he was the strongest assassin in the world in his past life, in this other world, he was just a lonely soul. Coincidentally, Hoai Nong was also here for a drink. Seeing our MC, he remarked, young brother, you have an impressive tolerance for liquor. It's storming heavily outside, and to meet like this is fate. Why not drink together? Our MC didn't say much. He then took his wine and sat with Hoai Nong. A chance encounter in a small tavern amidst the melancholy autumn rain. It truly is fate. Why not? Please. The two raised their cups. In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. As they drank and chatted, Hoai Nong asked curiously, a young man of such refined bearing is a rare sight in the capital. May I ask which prestigious family you come from, young brother? Faced with this question, our MC calmly gave a disingenuous reply. I am but a rootless wanderer in this world, with no name to speak of. As for my worldly origins, you need not ask. Or could it be that in your eyes, brother, only the scions of noble houses can possess a dignified air? Hearing the criticism in the boy's words, Hoai Nong laughed apologetically and admitted his mistake. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. I shall punish myself with a drink. Might I be so bold as to ask for your esteemed name, young brother? Our MC also raised his cup and replied calmly, once we finish drinking, we'll go our separate ways. What use is there in remembering or forgetting a name? Hoai Nong was once again rendered speechless by his words. Young brother, you are so young, yet your words are full of profound wisdom. I have been rude. What you say is quite right. It is I who am too worldly. I'll drink another cup as punishment. Seeing him about to drink again, our MC reached out to stop him. Brother, you keep punishing yourself. You're not trying to outdrink me, are you? He looked at his cup and then mused aloud. This wine, though obscure, is quite good. Let's just consider it an excuse to drink more. Hearing him praise the wine, our MC retorted, Fine wine? Let me tell you, I suspect you've simply never tasted truly fine wine, brother. Hoai Nong remained calm and replied, This tavern of Old Third Song may not be large, but it's quite famous in the capital. To be able to sit here leisurely and drink this wine on a rainy day like this is my good fortune. Our MC remained dismissive, quoting a saying, When drinking with a soulmate, 1,000 cups are still too few. When the conversation doesn't click, half a sentence is too many. The wine is bad, the company is dull. What's the point in drinking like this? I'm leaving. With that said, he immediately stood up and left the tavern. The moment our MC departed, a guard appeared behind Hoai Nong. Your Highness, should we follow him? He shook his head. No need. That boy is arrogant, but he has real substance. Interesting. In this entire capital, besides Huang Heng, no one dares to talk to me like that. This kid. He gives me a strange feeling. Outside, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. The only figure on the entire street was our MC's solitary silhouette. As he walked into an alley, he happened to overhear a conversation. It was a success. If it hadn't been for this downpour, it wouldn't have been so easy to get the Tang family's goods. The heavens really helped us. Our MC recognized them with a single glance. It was the Tang family, Tang Yuan. The swords in the men's hands were dripping with blood, and their clothes were stained with it as well. One of them continued, If that guy hadn't lured the Tang family's masters away, and if 14 of our brothers hadn't risked their lives to cover our retreat, we probably wouldn't have made it. This time, our brothers have succeeded. The first master of the Tang family will surely be very pleased. Mo Ta stood behind a wall, observing them. Quick, deliver this to the first master. But, big brother, if the Tang family investigates, that guide will probably have a hard time escaping death. Hearing this, Mo Ta grew even more curious. He couldn't help but wonder, what did they take from the Tang family to suffer such great losses and still be so pleased? But that single thought put him in a perilous situation, as one of them had already sniffed out Mo Ta's presence. He shouted, Who's there? Come out! Seeing that he could no longer hide, he had no choice but to step out. The entire group immediately rushed over to surround him. Mo Ta took one look and concluded, 1 Silver Xuan expert and 3 ninth-grade cultivators. A fight today seemed unavoidable. A glint appeared in Mo Ta's eyes. The key to breaking this deadlock was in his Xuan artifacts. He carefully took out 4 Xuan artifacts and hurled them toward the group. Dazzling Xuan artifacts in this world were like a target on one's back. He used a golden coin dart for cover and a flying dagger as a deadly weapon. The Xuan artifacts flew at a dizzying speed, making the men shudder. One stammered, Gold-killing Xuan artifacts. An Earth Xuan expert. Before they could even react, Mo Ta charged forward with his dagger, using the blurring curtain of rain to launch a surprise attack. One by one, they were hit by his strikes in the blink of an eye. He's toying with us! He's clearly an Earth Xuan! But after launching his attack, Mo Ta retreated to catch his breath. In a battle like this, any hesitation in advancing or retreating could cost him his life. Then, he charged forward once again, swinging his blade to make short work of the minions. He was, after all, the king of assassins from another world. For the first time, he was baring his fangs and showcasing his deadly skills. Mo Ta ended the fight with ease. The masked man had a hole punched through his body, fresh blood gushing out as his eyes rolled back. He stammered, You're not an Earth Xuan. Mo Ta smirked. If I were a real Earth Xuan expert, would I need to use a sneak attack to deal with a few pieces of trash like you? He retrieved all his weapons. The art of creation was truly profound. The Xuan Qi illusions it created were nearly impossible to tell from the real thing. It allowed me to gain the upper hand. Mo Ta picked up the item that they had risked their lives to retrieve. I'll be taking this, don't mind if I do. After he left, another masked figure appeared on the scene. He silently assessed the situation. To lose several men and still have the treasure stolen, how could such a powerful expert be in this place? To think he dared to leave a trail. I'll make you pay 100 times over. Shang Xing shot forward, but he quickly realized something was wrong. He hastily landed. Damn it, he left that trail on purpose to lure me out. Instantly, the voice of a Tang family member rang out. Get them! Shang Xing cursed to himself. The Tang family's forces were incredibly fast. Before escaping, he even struck down his own comrades to silence them, destroying their faces to leave no clues behind. A while later, Mo Ta finally returned home. Yin quickly ran out to greet him. Young master, why are you soaking wet? Hurry and change your clothes before you catch a cold. Who knows what's gotten into the young master, going out in such a heavy downpour. Although Yin chattered on, Mo Ta simply lay still, not saying a word. Suddenly, a sound drifted in from outside. Where was that flute music coming from? It was as lonely and sorrowful as the wind and rain. Who could be so full of sorrow and lament? Mo Ta followed the sound and came upon a young woman, causing him to sigh in admiration. Such a beautiful melody, such a beautiful woman. Pity the bones by the boundless river, for they are still the men in a maiden's dream. This was Guan Qinghan, daughter of the aristocratic Guan family and the #1 talented beauty of the Tianxiang kingdom. She was also the wife of Jun Moye. She looked at Mo Ta and replied, I was just idle and playing casually. Could it be that the third young master is also a connoisseur? Their two families had arranged the marriage when they were children. 3 years ago, they were preparing for the wedding ceremony, but a great war broke out with the Tianxi Empire. Jun Moye went off to battle. Unexpectedly, he fell on the battlefield, tragically separating the childhood sweethearts by life and death. Devastated, Guan Qinghan went against her family's wishes and moved into the Jun household, living as the widow of the eldest grandson. While she was upholding her duty to the family, Jun Moxie was unruly, with frivolous words and disrespectful actions, causing Guan Qinghan to utterly despise him. Having acted so recklessly before, as I recall this, a bitter feeling wells up. This woman's deep affection is truly admirable. The sound of the flute is the sound of her heart. The past is over, sir. You shouldn't be sad. Pardon the intrusion. I'll take my leave. Keep your word. Mak Ta immediately turned and left. His strange behavior made Than Han a bit surprised. Why is this stubborn guy acting like a completely different person today? He picked up the package, examining and assessing it. So many masters were mobilized for this thing. In the end, what kind of priceless treasure is this? Opening the package, inside was a top-grade golden silk sandalwood, he guessed. Or maybe this is top-grade cold jade. It seems the item inside is no ordinary thing. Staring intently at the object wrapped inside, he then picked it up. He thought deeply. So many precious things are in this single pill. It's not that simple, he exclaimed. That's right. Could it be a Xuandan? But it's not that simple. A Xuandan is only found in the body of a level 3 or higher, mystic beast, and it shouldn't be this precious. It must be something more. With that said, he caressed the object inside and thought deeply, what should I do now? If I return it to the Tang family, then my background will be hard to explain clearly. The more I think, the more complicated it gets. If I don't return it, what's the use of me keeping it? I still can't determine its effect, but difficult matters should be dealt with later. He used the box as a pillow and went to sleep. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. I've heard the scent of golden silk sandalwood is very helpful for sleep. At the Meng family estate, Wan Li was beating a subordinate black and blue while interrogating him. Speak! Who is the mastermind behind this? The subordinate, his face swollen, begged for mercy. Spare me! Another subordinate came in to report. Master. He turned his head and yelled, What? The servant replied, There's trouble at home. The Xuandan. Your Xuandan has been stolen. The subordinate, who was just beaten severely, also had a grave expression. They succeeded. The word struck him like a clap of thunder. He was stunned. What did you say? He immediately grabbed his collar and demanded, Brat, what are you laughing at? If you don't hand over the sword and jade pendant within 3 days, I will report this to the emperor. Then he hurriedly left. Returning to the present, at a canyon where sand and dust swirled, voices could be heard. I can't believe the third young master, with his small frame, can keep up with our intense training. I heard the third young master had already trained for Tu Shichen before coming here. He didn't even rest after warming up and practicing his forms. Mak Ta ran over and shouted, No talking during training time. 8 more laps. Are you all following me on an empty stomach? Is it time for a break yet? A soldier spoke up. We can barely complete this level of intensity. Another soldier, supporting a comrade who had fainted from exhaustion, added, Let's make a bet. Let's see if the third young master shows up this afternoon. Another soldier, panting heavily, replied, No need to bet. He definitely won't. Ignoring their words, he continued to train persistently. It's a training method from his past life, one he hasn't practiced in a long time. Without touching the long nails on either side, his fingers, at an extremely fast speed, struck the hidden bells behind them. This training method mainly hones finger dexterity. It looks simple and easy, but it's actually full of sharp thorns. Just the slightest mistake, and you'll be pierced by the thorns. He held his hands forward and said with a smile, Let's begin. The announcement rang out. Assemble. 2 soldiers were talking to each other. Look, it's almost time. I told you the third young master wouldn't come. It's not time yet, though. But contrary to their expectations, Mak Ta appeared with his hands no longer intact. Everyone was stunned. No way. He commanded in a clear voice. Continue the training. The announcement rang out. Today's training is over. The soldiers, panting and astonished, spoke to one another. I can't believe he endured the whole day just like us. Why is he so much more persistent than before? The third young master's physical constitution is not as good as ours. His willpower, I'm afraid it's beyond our imagination. He stood before them and commanded in a clear voice, if this situation happens again tomorrow, all 300 of you on this training ground can all get lost for me, to make them train even more frantically, he said bluntly. The army doesn't support those who are worse than trash. No one dared to disobey, shouting, Yes, sir! After the training was over, he returned to rest. His body swayed, unable to stand steady. Gyani worriedly said, Young master, be careful. She helped him up. Are you all right, young master? Makta tried to be strong and replied, I'm fine. Afterward, he sat alone in his room and continued to cultivate, meditating quietly with his eyes closed. White wisps of smoke appeared around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, then looked down to see a tower emitting a brilliant golden light and exclaimed, Hongjun Pagoda. From that tower, light and strange gusts of wind emanated. It seemed as if all of it was appearing within his mind. At this moment, he truly opened his eyes. He looked at his hands, which had been covered in fresh wounds just moments ago, and wondered as not a single trace of them remained. The fatigue and injuries from a full day of training had all disappeared. Even the wounds. The next day, the announcement shouted, Assemble! He held a staff in his hand and commanded authoritatively, Today, we continue training and will practice actual combat. These words struck the soldiers' ears like a bolt of lightning. No way! We almost couldn't endure yesterday's training. He's acting as if nothing happened. A monster. He's truly a monster. Wu Ji, observing from above, was also surprised. It's truly unbelievable. After yesterday's training, his body was on the verge of collapse, but today he's completely recovered. Over here, Old Pang and Zhan Tian also left. Old master, are you not watching anymore? It's enough. Zhan Tian's face was a bit pensive. He spoke, Old Pang, drink with me today. 7 days later, during the autumn equinox festival at Quiyun Pavilion, Makta was cheerful and generous. Xuan Di, it's rare for us to get out. Why so gloomy? What's wrong? Tang Yuan, resting his chin on his hand, said, It's still about the Tianjing Hall matter. That night, I went to the Meng family to settle scores. Unexpectedly, in their house. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It just makes me sadder. Hearing this, Makta thought to himself, turns out it was about the Xuan pill. I was also planning to use this chance to ask about the pill's origin. So I asked out loud, Hey fatty, what did your family lose? You look like you're facing a great enemy. It's making me lose my appetite for this wine. He covered his face, seemingly in great distress. Third young master. This time, my family lost something very precious. A Xuan pill, third young master. I remained calm. It's just a Xuan pill. I thought it was something else. What's so rare about that? I have one in my hand too. Hearing that, he scoffed. You think it's a common grade 5 or 6 pill? The one my family lost was a grade 9 Xuan pill, a top-tier one at that. If an Earth Xuan expert uses a grade 9 Xuan pill, it's enough to ascend from the Earth Xuan realm to the peak of the Heaven Xuan realm. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. If it's a mid-stage Heaven Xuan expert, consuming it could even allow them to reach the revered Divine Xuan realm. The Divine Xuan realm, third young master. There are only a few masters at that level in the entire world. Hearing about its incredible effects, I frowned and asked back, Really? Such a powerful effect? Tang Yuan took a tissue, blew his nose, and concluded, You don't know the half of it. My life is so hard. In this world, the only one who listens to my grievances is you, third young master. Seeing this, I was a bit disgusted. Hey, fatty, remember to throw your snotty tissue far away from me. As soon as he threw the tissue, trouble started. A loud shout echoed, Which bastard threw that? Get out here! Qin Bao, with a beauty in his arms, furiously roared. Which bastard threw that snotty tissue around? Get out here for this old master. I'll make sure to exterminate his entire clan. I glanced over and called out, Fatty Tang, your aim is really something. I'm impressed. Did you hear that? He said he's going to exterminate your entire clan. Seeing me chuckle, he got even more furious. You little brat, what are you laughing at? The more I provoked him, the more aggressive he got. And you, Fatty, you're really asking for death. Hearing his name mentioned, Tang Yuan snorted coldly. What did you say? Then, with a cold expression, he stood up. This old master is in a bad mood, and you dare to be so insolent in front of me? He then landed a thunderous punch on him. Then he crossed his arms arrogantly. This old master throwing his snot at your face is giving you face, yet you dare to curse this old master? I also stood up to face him. All right, a light lesson is enough. This guy seems to have some background. Though he was sent flying to the ground, his arrogant mouth kept running. "You brat! You're courting death!" I scoffed. "I don't even know who you are. What kind of background could you have? Just some riffraff." During the scuffle, the beauty next to him had already run off. I exclaimed, "She went to get help!" This is interesting. The two most troublesome guys in the capital city, and someone actually dares to mess with them. Tang Yuan also sat down, waiting to see what big shot would arrive, ignoring him still screaming on the side. "Even if your grandmaster comes, this young master isn't afraid. Just wait until my people get here. I'll kill all of you." A moment later, the beauty returned with people. "It was these two villains who beat our young master like this," Qin Hu bellowed aggressively. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help the young master up. And seize these two scoundrels who have guts bigger than the heavens." One of the men behind him respectfully reported, "Gang leader Qin, should we handle this?" The man stopped him. "My son was beaten to this state, and you want me to leave it to you?" With that, he rushed forward. "You two bastards, today I'm taking you with me. I want to see who in this North City's Zui Xian pavilion dares to touch the son of Qin Hu." I calmly rested my chin on my hand. Surely, a commoner with no background like me has to let your precious son bully them, right? The man silently sized up the person before him. "I thought you had some backing, but it turns out you're just an ordinary commoner. You pretty boy, after beating my son like this, do you still wish to live?" Hearing those insults, the guards sitting nearby began to stand up one by one. Each of them was burning with anger. Who the hell does this Qin Hu think he is? Seeing that the other side also had strong people, he became a bit wary. Such a strong aura. Could it be that the opponent is no ordinary person? This humble one is Qin Hu, the leader of the North City gang. "May I ask who you esteemed sirs are?" A guard on my side crossed his arms and replied, "Your son offended our young master of the Tang Manor. His previous crimes have been overlooked. Our young master is magnanimous and only hit him a few times, not stooping to his level. But you, as his father, have come to question his crime and even want to take our two young masters away. Qin Hu, you truly have a lot of nerve." I sat there, drinking and observing. What a sharp tongue, putting the opponent on the back foot right from the start. Hearing the name, the man was startled and asked again, "The eldest young master of the Tang Manor?" His face immediately darkened. Why did I have to run into the one person I wanted to avoid the most right here? And some days ago, my son harassed some family's maidservant. Recalling his son's rotten past, that day he went missing, was captured and interrogated. His dantian was destroyed, and not only could he never regain his cultivation in this lifetime, but he also nearly lost his life. The price to restore his son was to help a mysterious family steal something from the Tang family. Seeing that the person before him was not someone he could afford to offend, the man's attitude changed 180 degrees. He bowed respectfully. "So it is the eldest young master Tang. This lowly one has been disrespectful. My worthless son has eyes but failed to see, offending young master Tang. I hope the young master will be magnanimous and forgive him." Tang Yuan said coldly, "This brat who came out of nowhere is acting so arrogantly towards me. There must be something more to this. I now suspect the Bakthon gang is involved in the plot that framed my Tang family. Take this brat back for a thorough interrogation." Seeing the man's face pale with fear, the protagonist was confused. Tang Yuan's words were merely to save face and gain some leverage, so why was Tan Ho so panicked? Besides, he's a gang leader, after all. He looks like he has a guilty conscience. Could it be? Seeing this, Tan Ho immediately knelt and apologized. "My worthless son was disrespectful. It is right for the young master to teach him a lesson. I, Tan Ho, will offer compensation that will satisfy you." Tang Yuan glared, his tone challenging. "I want to see just how your Bakthon gang plans to compensate me." Immediately after, the man stood up, clasped his hands, and spoke perfunctorily. "Thank you for your mercy, young master. You are magnanimous. I, Tan Ho, will pay a visit another day. Thank you for young Master Tang's great kindness." Tang Yuan rested a hand on his belly and said, "This matter isn't up to me. However, your son's insults towards young Master Jun were not light. As long as he doesn't press charges, you two are free to go." Hearing this, Tan Ho's face stiffened. He thought to himself, "Young Master Jun, how did my son manage to offend the infamous demon young master Jun Mo Tan of the Tianxiang Kingdom?" Mo Tan, sitting nearby, also felt that something was fishy. He had wanted to deal with that arrogant Tan Ho for a long time. It wouldn't be fun if he didn't kill him. The Bakthon gang. It wasn't just a matter of not fun. "Tan Ho, this young master originally intended to teach you a lesson," he said. "But seeing your respectful attitude, I'll let this matter slide. However, I've heard that your Bakthon gang has many gambling dens. This young master wants to see your sincerity." Hearing this, the man laughed, his face still covered in sweat. "We would be honored to have young Master Jun visit our gambling dens. I guarantee we will make your visit worthwhile." After listening, the protagonist waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go now. Tang Yuan then let out a frustrated sigh. What a buzzkill. Meanwhile, Tan Ho turned and dragged Tan Bao away, muttering, You stinking brat, I'll deal with you properly when we get back. This time, his son could only cry out, Dad. Tang Yuan then changed the subject. Young Master Jun, tonight is the capital's scholar banquet at Luo Yue Lake. Are you going? I heard there will be a lot of entertainment, Mo Tan chuckled and asked. A scholar's banquet? Young Master Tang, do I look like a scholar to you? He held his teacup and sneered. Scholars? Please. They're just a bunch of sycophants chasing fame and fortune, just like that Zhui Cheng Tong from last year. The third prince promised him a high position and great wealth, so he started sucking up to him. Do you know what official post he holds now? Hearing this, Mo Tan became curious. What post? Tang Yuan chuckled and said, I had someone arrange for him to work at the Ministry of Revenue. Then, my uncle found his weakness and had him transferred several times. His job is to scrub my back whenever I take a bath, and he washes my undergarments every single day. If he were truly a man of integrity, I wouldn't have tormented him. But this guy is a petty villain who pretends to be noble, calling himself some kind of elegant scholar. I spit on that. The protagonist even exposed more. The graduates from the Wenxing Academy all do things that bring shame to the literary world. Tang Yuan had to nod in agreement. You have a point there. Neither of us are good people, but no matter how bad we are, there's a limit to the harm we can cause. But those types who only seek profit, if they become officials, they will bring disaster to countless common folk. Then, Mo Tan swirled the tea in his cup. That's right, Fatty Tang. This is the first time I've heard you say something so deeply satisfying. Well said. I toast you with this cup. In any case, rather than letting those unscrupulous literary types run rampant, it's better to just leave this matter to your Tang family to handle. Fatty Tang, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's go somewhere else to talk. I find the Yihong brothel to be quite pleasant. What do you say? Hearing this, he was overjoyed. The Yihong brothel? Indeed, a tranquil place. Young Master Jun, you truly are my kindred spirit. Suddenly, Mo Tan heard a strange noise from the next room, where two people were. Two hidden figures were conversing. Li Xuan, they have left. Xuan, what do you think? That Tang Yuan, while having some insight, is too impulsive and hot-headed to be a threat. But as for that Jun Mo Tan, the voice continued, his recent behavior doesn't seem to match the rumors at all. In the next few days, find a way to meet with Jun Mo Tan. His subordinate asked, Do you mean that young Master Jun is not what he seems? Correct. The second prince's faction will likely make a move in the coming days. I'm not sure if the third prince's target is still Ling Meng. Dunyan slowly walked, laying out a plan. No need to worry. The best strategy is to remain still and counter their moves. However, that guy had the opposite idea, but that girl Ling Meng is someone Xuan has already taken an interest in. His eyes widened, filled with profound meaning and implications. It's fine. If Ling Meng makes the first, second, and third bosses fight until blood flows like a river, it would be a blessing in disguise. For a grand, eternal enterprise, a woman is not worth a single cent in comparison. Scene change, the carriage stopped at a small tavern. Tang Yuan, who was inside, asked curiously, Third young master, so you like to lean this much? He was stretched out, looking extremely lazy. Today is an exception. The golden autumn weather reminds me of some old stories. Fatty Tang, are you that miserable now? Then he asked a random question. Third young master. Bringing this up is like, third, wants to self-destruct. Tell me, am I unlucky or what? Junmo smirked and asked, So, do you want to get out of this situation? Tang Yuan's eyes lit up as if seeing an opportunity. Third young master, do you have a way? Junmo crossed one leg and got down to business. Tang Yuan, how many people know about your family being robbed? He answered honestly. Quite a few people know that things were stolen, but what exactly was stolen hasn't been widely disclosed. Then he revealed an important clue. When you mentioned that the Tang family was robbed, Qin Hu's expression was tense. I guess he knows about this matter. Tang Yuan was stunned. You're saying Qin Hu is involved in this? Junmo's eyes were sharp as he carefully instructed, You just need to go back and tell your father that the North City gang is involved in this. We're not framing him. If he has a clear conscience, what is there to be afraid of? He thought that was absolutely right and immediately agreed, You're right, I'll go report to the old man right away. Third young master, you can go back to the Yihong brothel yourself. Quick, where is the old man? Take me to him. As soon as he walked in, Tang Yuan was met with scolding. This bastard, you went out and caused trouble again, didn't you? He shouted to defend himself. No, I have news about the stolen profound pill. Upon receiving that news, the old man was visibly alarmed, and then, the room was filled with only his voice, as Tang Yuan explained. Tang Yuan expressed his thoughts. Logically speaking, this matter shouldn't have any connection to Qin Hu at all. Your grandson feels that something is off about this. the old master retorted. The third young master told you? Does Junmo have a grudge against the North City gang? Tang Yuan then shared, if he held a grudge with his personality, the North City gang would have been wiped out by him long ago. The profound pill is very important to us. It's better to believe it's true than to not believe it. After that, he slammed his hand on the table and gave an order. That's right, it's better to believe it's true than not. Pass on my order. Gather all the Xuan practitioners in the mansion. Tonight, we will launch a surprise attack on them. At another location, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Junmo stood in front of it, wondering to himself, this is the family crest of the Dugu clan. Divine Weapon Pavilion. Can I find what I need here? As soon as he stepped inside, the shopkeeper rushed over to greet him. This young master, may I ask what kind of weapon you are looking to buy? I'm not looking to buy an existing weapon, he replied politely. I just want to ask, do you have any cold iron here? The man knew right away upon hearing it. This young master is clearly an expert, someone in the know. But our humble shop is temporarily out of cold iron. How about steel that has undergone 100 refinements? He agreed with the shopkeeper's suggestion. If it's truly 100 refined, then that will do. The 100 refined steel you mentioned, is it truly 100 refined? The man praised him endlessly. Young master is indeed an expert. Although most 100 refined steel is only slightly better than 10 refined, the quality of the iron is indeed very good. And we just received a piece of Wen tea. I wonder if it would be to the young master's liking. After hearing the introduction, Junmo felt interested. Wen tea? Take me to see it. The shopkeeper led him to another area. The two of them walked down the corridor, one in front and one behind, until they arrived at a clean room in the corner of the shop. Just then, he saw Xiao Yi there, saying, all right, I'll take this Wen tea. As soon as he saw her, Junmo smiled and greeted her. Young lady Dugu, we are truly fated to meet. How about you let this little brother pay for you, young lady? Xiao Yi glanced behind her, feeling quite annoyed. Junmo, you're such a pain. Why do I run into you everywhere? You still haven't given me the money we won together. You miser, you won so many good things. I want to use this to forge a short blade, a thin one, hidden in my sleeve, would be great. Junmo looked at the nearby jet black block. Using a large block of Wen tea to forge a single short blade is truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Boss, what about this block of steel? The shopkeeper immediately gave a price. How many silver taels? This block has an extraordinary origin, so our humble shop can only offer 80,000 silver taels. He stomped on the stone, his voice slightly hushed. That cheap, huh? Then I'll buy it. And what about this block of iron? The shopkeeper standing nearby quoted a price for that item. This is 100 refined pure steel. It can't compare to the questioning iron, but it's still worth 2,000 taels. I don't care how much it costs. He took out a stack of silver. I'll buy it all. Here's 90,000 taels. Keep the change. Seeing this, Xiao Yi sized him up. She had just started to change her opinion of him, but unexpectedly, he was still the same detestable playboy scion. Third young master June, since you've paid, this young lady will be taking this stone. He immediately winked. All right, young lady Dugu. Look, I bought both of these blocks. You can take the big one, and I'll take the small one. She was instantly annoyed. What? What did you say? Are you looking to die, June Moxie? Moxie's eyes darted playfully. What are you on about, young lady Dugu? There are 2 blocks in total, and I'm giving you the big one. What more could you want? After that, Xiao Yi stormed off in anger, retorting, very well, June Moxie. You're a treacherous one. Moxie paid her no mind and turned to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, remember to deliver that 100 refined pure steel, and don't be late. Xiao Yi's figure was still visible in the distance. He thought, you better not fall into my hands, or I won't let you off easy. He even asked for detailed instructions. For this block of questioning iron, when you forge it into a weapon, how many times does it need to be refined? The man replied, a maximum of 3 times. Sometimes, its patterns will emit a cold glint. If forged into a weapon, it would be incredibly sharp. Moxie caressed the block. It could cut through iron like mud, couldn't it? The man gently explained to Moxie. Young master, you must have misunderstood. A blade that can cut through iron like mud is a top-tier divine weapon. It's possible in the hands of a powerful expert, but forget our humble shop, such weapons are extremely rare in the entire world. After hearing that, he turned to leave. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Just have your men deliver it to the June residence. The shopkeeper bowed with both hands. No problem. The June family wants to forge it themselves? If they actually succeed in refining it, I, this old man, will write my name backward. Under the clear blue sky and rows of red-tiled roofs, Moxie stepped out of the shop with a calm demeanor, his eyes scanning the bustling street. On the rooftop across the street, an old man in brown robes sat with his legs crossed, a wide-brimmed hat concealing half his face as he watched in silence. In a flash, the man jumped down. Moxie smirked slightly. He's been following me for 2 days straight, though he is the protector my grandfather sent. He flicked his sleeve and gave a cold smirk. Tracking was always my specialty. It's strange that I can't seem to shake him. Moxie's footsteps echoed slowly on the stone-paved road. He curled his lip slightly, always sticking to my back. What a nuisance. From a distance, the hatted old man watched him and muttered softly, "Truly a playboy scion," walking straight into a women's shop. A gentle breeze tilted the old man's hat. He frowned. "Don't tell me that brat has already discovered me." The old man's gaze sharpened, then softened. With such a careless demeanor, how could he possibly have discovered me? This kid's actions are just all over the place. A while later, the old man looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. "I can't sense his aura at the back door." "Since when?" The old man shot up, his face alarmed. He shouted sternly, "Brat!" The evening glow washed over the red-tiled roofs. Moxie stood in the twilight, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finally shook him off. Suddenly, a voice mumbled, "Brat, compared to me, you're still far too green." Moxie slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold. Nearby, I can feel the killing intent of a professional. Moxie stood in the middle of the crowded street, his expression turning serious. He muttered, "What a coincidence." He looked at the crowd before him, frowning slightly. "I just escaped my protector, only to run into an assassin now." The sound of small bells chimed as the curtains of a sedan chair swayed gently in the middle of the road. The procession shouted loudly, "The princess is arriving! Everyone, make way!" A palace maid standing beside the sedan chair had a look of surprise on her face, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. The princess's hand, adorned with long, painted nails, elegantly lifted the sedan's curtain. She called out, "Jun Moxie." Princess Ling Meng sat in her palanquin, her eyes sharp and cold, her voice icy. "Why are you blocking my path today?" Mota stood in the middle of the street and bowed slightly, his voice both polite and with a slight lilt. "Where does your highness wish to go?" Princess Ling Meng, still in her palanquin, replied gently, "I wish to go to the Dugu residence to find Xiao Yi." "Third young master Jun, please step aside." Mota bowed slightly, his lips curving into a polite smile. Then, "Jun Mota will not disturb you any longer. Please proceed, your highness." The princess glanced outside as Mota's voice, soft yet distant, continued, "Travel safely." Mota stood still in the middle of the street, his gaze lowering. He thought, for a dignified princess to be out and about, why are there so few guards, and not even a single high-level expert? Princess Ling Meng slightly lowered her head, her eyes half closed, thinking of Mota. She mused, "Jun Mota seems to have changed. He's different from before. Was he trying to warn me about something?" Mota's hand tightened on his sword hilt. A glint flashed in the silent moment as he opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as steel, whispering, "Swords are drawn. They're here." The sound of wind whistled past, killing intent flooding the air. A group of people simultaneously rushed to attack the palanquin. Mota tilted his head to watch. His eyes glinted, truly a disaster falling from the sky. The guards shouted, "Protect the princess." The clang of steel echoed. A purple glint flashed in his eyes. "I'm also one of the targets." Two figures shrouded in black aura surged with sword light. Mota frowned, his voice cold. 2,000th rank Xuan practitioners to deal with me. They're really taking me seriously, huh? Two gleaming sword strikes slashed down. Mota dodged nimbly, his eyes flashing as he gritted his teeth and thought, "But if I reveal my true strength now..." His face contorted, lips pressed tightly as sweat trickled down. His inner voice was urgent. "This is the only way." With a slip of his foot, Mota stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Looking completely overwhelmed, a sharp cry rang out as he twisted to dodge the blow, but the sword still tore through his clothes. The other assailant thrust his blade forward. This time, Mota couldn't dodge, and the blade pierced through his chest, causing blood to gush uncontrollably from his mouth. Mota's eyes flew wide open, but he had already secretly activated the heaven-opening creation art to protect his internal organs. Suddenly, the man violently ripped the blade out, causing Mota immense pain. A drop of fresh, crimson blood dripped from the cold, sharp blade, a sign of the brutal event that had just transpired. A soldier lay on the ground, his face bloodied and contorted in agony, whispering weakly. Blood flowed endlessly from his mouth, while the reddish-brown palanquin was surrounded by a group of mysterious figures in black. A group of assailants in black stood close by, raising their sharp swords, preparing to slash down and break open the palanquin. The palanquin suddenly exploded into countless pieces as a blinding flash of light unexpectedly engulfed the entire area. The assailant, who was about to strike, was so stunned that he could only utter one word. "What?" Princess Ling Meng stood there, majestic and imposing. With a gleaming sword in her hand, she stood confidently. One of the men shouted, "The princess is also a silver-rank Xuan practitioner." Ling Meng quickly raised her sword. With a cold expression, she was ready for battle. Ling Meng decisively swung her sword, blocking the attack from an assailant in black. She skillfully dodged and began to counterattack. Ling Meng continued to spin, swinging her sword to create a protective circle, the sharp blades clashing with a loud clang. Princess Ling Meng cried out as an opponent closed in, forcing her to raise her sword to parry the blow. Another man in black standing not far away was utterly astonished, speaking with admiration. With just one strike, the profound energy regulating within his body was thrown into chaos. A soldier anxiously rushed forward, shouting, "Your Highness, the princess!" Lin Meng showed a hint of fear and doubt, wondering to herself, "The odds are against me this time. Am I really going to die here?" Lin Meng tried to escape the enemy's encirclement, desperately searching for an escape route, when a man in black swung his sword with immense power and yelled, "Accept your death, princess." Suddenly, a sharp sword enveloped in a blue aura of energy shot forward. The soldier exclaimed in surprise, "That blue color! It's the heaven profound realm!" Lin Meng was surprised to see a hidden aura of energy appear. She felt a wave of relief. "I'm saved." A man in black cautiously looked around, speaking with suspicion. "Which senior might this be? I wonder what instructions you have for us. Please reveal yourself." The other man in black turned back with a cold, determined gaze and said, "We were paid to do a job. If the other party doesn't make a move, we retreat." The remaining man in black turned and walked away, feigning indifference. He said calmly, "If they don't intervene, Lin Meng is as good as dead." The three men in black stood staring at the sword, emitting a brilliant blue light, remaining extremely vigilant. Staring wide-eyed and speechless, one of them said, "Since the senior forbids it, this junior must obey." Staring directly at the light with a firm yet questioning gaze, he asked, "So we must take our leave here?" Princess Lin Meng stood there looking worried, as one of the men asked bluntly, "After killing so many of our people, you think you can just leave?" The man, Dak Ko Han, frowned in displeasure and said, "Isn't that letting you off a bit too easy?" A man in black turned to look at Dak Ko Han with a wary gaze and spoke. "Dak Ko Han, I thought you were a swordsman. Since when did you resort to such cheap, deceptive tricks?" Dak Ko Han raised his head, his expression cold and his gaze sharp. He was once Lin Meng's childhood sweetheart. But life is unpredictable, a cruel twist of fate, and in this life, Lin Meng became the one to whom Dak Ko Han entrusted his very soul. Dak Ko Han remained cold, saying, "No matter what I use, it's more than enough to kill a few pieces of trash like you." Princess Lin Meng stood behind Dak Ko Han with a solemn face, as he asked gently, "Little Meng, you weren't safe after sneaking out of the palace. Are you scared now that you've run into such big trouble?" Lin Meng looked directly at Dak Ko Han with a trusting gaze and said confidently, "With Uncle Dak here, Monger is the safest she can be." The man in black was extremely annoyed by their attitude and spoke defiantly. "Dak Ko Han, if you want to kill us, use your sword. You can't do it with just your words." Dak Ko Han quickly swung his sword in a powerful arc. He decisively thrust his blade forward, creating slashes of blue sword energy. The man in black's face twisted in terror as the powerful blue sword chi shot straight at him. He could feel the impending danger. Dak Ko Han lowered his stance with a decisive and powerful motion, rushing forward at extreme speed amidst the sword chi. He spoke with confidence. "You're right." He swung his sword decisively and roared with immense power. "Order, seal, annihilate, go." At that moment, Mota lay collapsed on the ground, his face covered in blood. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face showing exhaustion and pain, as he thought to himself, "Dak Ko Han, if we fought head-on, I might not have been his match even in my previous life. But now, just at the initial stage of the Heaven Profound Realm, he already possesses such might." Mota thought to himself, "They're just a few lowly assassins." He gripped the dagger in his hand, his eyes cold and determined. "After causing all this, you still think you can run?" Bodies lay scattered on the ground. The man in black sped through a narrow alley, trying to catch his target. He glanced back in surprise, speaking with disbelief. "What? Don't tell me that brat is still alive." Mota sat slumped on the ground with a calm expression and remarked, "You're pretty fast at running away." He let out a malicious sneer and decisively judged his opponent. "Trash." The man in black quickly closed in with a furious gaze. He turned to look at Mota and shouted defiantly, "You brat! You dare to mock me!" The man in black leaped up furiously, his sword raised high, and he roared defiantly, "I'll kill you!" Mota frowned. She looked straight at her opponent's move and said, "You're really asking for death." The man was instantly frozen by a blue aura surrounding Mota. He was stunned, heavenly profound. She swung her sword decisively and shouted confidently, unleashing a sword technique, a single strike to take a life. Pierced by the blue sword chi, his hand trembled as he gripped his sword. He muttered in despair, "Why is Yue Guhan's flying dagger here?" Using his remaining strength, the man in black stabbed Mota in the thigh. She staggered, trying to stand up straight. Looking directly at her attacker, she asked in surprise, "How can a dead man still injure someone?" Mota tensed up with a pained and unhappy expression. She muttered worriedly, "A few inches higher and I could have gone to the palace as a eunuch." "It hurts like hell." Mota gritted her teeth. Her face contorting from the physical pain, she blamed herself. This is bad. I've lost too much blood. My consciousness is starting to fade. Yue Guhan stood still, his gaze fixed on a distant point with a thoughtful expression. He was deep in thought, wondering why that senior had made a move. Yue Guhan tightly gripped the collar of a man in black. He roared with authority. Who sent you? Speak now. However, this was not a man who feared death. Yue Guhan, do you really think I'll talk? The man in black smirked defiantly from behind, his face covering. How ridiculous. The man in black had forced his heart to stop. Blood spurted from his mouth. Yue Guhan looked at him and offered a word of praise, severing his own heart meridians. Quite a man. Princess Lingmang approached Yue Guhan with an expectant look. She said coquettishly, Uncle Yue, when did you learn the flying dagger divine technique? Teach me. Okay, Yue Guhan replied softly. All right. Lingmeng stood there, looking at him. Yue Guhan said, Today, I thank Senior for the rescue. This junior is endlessly grateful. If there is anything you need in the future. Yue Guhan bent down and bowed. This junior will go through fire and water and will not hesitate to repay Senior's great kindness. Ling Meng turned her head to look at Yue Guhan with a curious expression. She asked, Uncle Yue, who are you talking to? Yue Guhan frowned with a serious expression. He explained to Ling Meng, the one who used the dagger to save you, was actually someone else. And that senior is much stronger than me. That single strike was the pinnacle of the mortal realm. How could I possibly execute it? Ling Meng raised her hand to cover her mouth in astonishment. She asked Yue Guhan again, Is that true? You are already a heavenly profound master, and that senior is even stronger. Yue Guhan turned and walked away with regret. He said to Ling Meng, It seems we were not fated to meet. Little Menger, Uncle Yue will go first. You should head back to the palace soon. Ling Meng stood there watching Yue Guhan's departing back with a disappointed gaze. She asked, Uncle Yue, so when will you come visit Menger? Yue Guhan replied firmly, I will come visit Menger. One assassin escaped. There might be future trouble. Little Menger must be careful. Ling Meng stood silently, watching Yue Guhan's back as he left. She seemed to be engraving his warning in her heart. Ling Meng froze when she heard someone's urgent call. She slowly turned her head. The person was riding a horse and shouting loudly with a worried expression. He kept calling, Your Highness, the princess. That person was Murong Tianjun, standing next to Ling Meng with a relieved expression. He said, It's great that you're all right, princess. He is one of the two pursuing Ling Meng. Besides Li Yaoran, there is also this Murong Tianjun. He asked worriedly, Your Highness, the princess. Princess Ling Meng knelt on the cold ground with a pensive look. She was staring at the two swords that had been left behind. Ling Meng reached out and touched the blade. She exclaimed in surprise, What a dazzling color. Ling Meng picked up a sword with an admiring gaze. This is the divine weapon that the expert used. Ling Meng sat with her back turned, her long hair flowing down. Behind her was Tianjun. He said, Princess, you should be more careful with this kind of dangerous weapon. Ling Meng sat with her head tilted, her eyes sad. She thought, Let them fight for the throne. Why do they treat me like a tool in their struggle? She lowered her eyes. Her voice choked. If it weren't for the senior with the flying dagger, this princess would have died at the hands of assassins. She thought bitterly, tears welling up. Do they really not consider me their own flesh and blood? Ling Meng choked up. How could I have waited for everyone to come and save me like this time? Tears fell. She bit her lip in resentment. She continued, All the guards who died in battle, record their names. They will all be compensated appropriately. These people all died for me. Tianjun immediately followed her orders and left. She raised her hand to wipe away the tear lingering at the corner of her eye. She regained her composure after the attack. Her face still etched with sorrow. Ling Meng's voice was soft yet firm. Oh, right, everyone. Quickly go find the third young Master Jun. See how he is, she said, her voice tinged with impatience, fearing that something terrible had happened to him. A subordinate stepped forward, his expression tense, and reported, Princess, we have searched the area but found no sign of the third young Master Jun. We don't know if he ran away on his own. Ling Meng's eyes widened as she gasped. How could that be? The atmosphere grew heavier. Footsteps echoed through the building. From the distant shadows, a figure flickered in and out of view, putting Commander Sheng on alert. Who goes there? Ling Meng tilted her head and gave an order. Search again. If you find any sign of the third young Master Jun, bring him back to the Jun family immediately. An old man with a full head of white hair slowly emerged from the darkness. He spoke in a low voice. I am looking for someone. Commander Sheng, leading the group, immediately became wary. He must be with the assassins. Seize him. But the old man merely gave a faint smile. He grabbed the shoulder of the heavily injured Mosier, his voice low. Found you. The old man held a sharp dagger, still stained with wet blood. He gripped Mosier's clothes. Let me bandage you. You brat. You let them stab you with a sword. The old man looked at Mosier lying on the ground, his hoarse voice echoing in the cold night. Let's see if you can run away next time. Behind them, Commander Shang muttered, "Everyone else is dead, and he's still looking for a corpse? This guy must be crazy." Ling Meng suddenly spoke up, her voice soft but firm. "Wait." Her eyes glinted with suspicion. It was Jun Moshe. Looking at him, she blurted out, "So he's not dead yet?" Ling Meng frowned slightly and dared to ask, "And you are, Elder?" The old man replied hastily, "There's no time to talk with you, little girl. This old man must treat his wounds first, or else the kid will really die." The old man in the wide-brimmed hat turned his head. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Young Master Murong, you'd better watch your tone when speaking to this old man." Then, he took Moshe and vanished. Ling Meng looked towards Commander Tian and said plainly, "This is terrible. I just sent someone to inform Old Master Jun, and now Jun Moshe has been taken away. If the Old Master finds out, he will be furious. This is not good." Commander Tian bowed and replied, "Princess, please return to the palace and rest assured. This subordinate will immediately send someone to the Jun residence again." He added, "I'll report that the scoundrel Jun Mosier is still alive." Just as he finished speaking, a cold gust of wind sliced through the air, sweeping across the night sky. Moshe, being carried away by the old man, was still arrogant. "Hey, old-timer, you've been following me for 3 days. It's not because you saw how handsome and dashing this young master is and developed a crush on me, is it?" The old man's face wrinkled in anger. He snorted coldly. "You think this old man enjoys following a profligate son like you? I don't know how a brat like you managed to escape this old man's sight. Serves you right. How did you know I was following you for 3 days?" Mo Shi, trying to suppress the pain, retorted, "Of course, this young master was informed by someone. Hey, old man, where are you taking me? You should be taking me home." The old man's voice turned serious, his eyes flashing with a rare look of concern. "Nonsense. You're this badly injured, kid. If this old man doesn't treat you, you'll be on your last breath by the time you get home." In a dim room, the old man observed Mo Shi and thought to himself, "This kid was stabbed in his vitals a few times and still isn't dead. Not even a single bone is broken. Truly unbelievable luck." He looked at Moshe, still breathing weakly on the bed, his eyes gradually filling with suspicion. "Kid, didn't you hire those assassins yourself? Why did they go so easy on you?" Mo Shi remained unconscious, his breath as faint as a silk thread. The old man snorted softly, his eyes full of doubt. "Or perhaps you staged a hero saves the beauty scenario to win her affection." Mo Shi lay there, covered in blood, his breathing weak, but he still had enough strength to argue. "Old man, you're really overthinking things. This young master almost died." "How could I stage a hero saves the beauty act?" The old man glared, his voice filled with anger yet hiding his worry. "You can't die, and you can't be crippled. If you die, I don't know how I'll explain it to your old man." Elsewhere, in the faint light of early morning, a trembling voice rang out. "What did you say? How is my grandson?" His eyes were frantic. This was Jun Zhantian. In the gloomy main hall, Zhantian's face was grim. Beside him, a soldier, trembling all over, reported, "His whereabouts are currently unknown. The situation looks grim." The old man clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in anger. He spoke with a commanding voice. "What exactly happened?" Suddenly, Zhantian roared furiously. "Slow down! Tell me everything, in detail." Outside, the moon hung precariously over the ancient tiled roofs, signaling the start of a chaotic night. Tang Wanli stood firm in the wind. With dozens of subordinates lined up neatly before him, he announced in a resounding voice, "Today's operation, the target is the North City Gang." Van Lee stared ahead with a sharp, cold gaze and shouted, "Attention! Spare no one from the North City Gang, especially those at the hallmaster level and above." Van Lee's expression was stern and cold as he shouted, "No mercy, no exceptions, take them all out. Is that understood?" The subordinates answered in unison, their gazes firm, ready to obey his command. Van Lee waved his arm forcefully, his robe fluttering in the dark night as he commanded, "Move out." Van Lee led his army, charging through the night, his steps decisive and powerful. A youthful voice called out from behind, "Wait!" Duong Nguyen ran up frantically, his eyes filled with eagerness, shouting, "I'm going too!" Enraged, Van Lee kicked out forcefully, sending Duong Nguyen flying backward as he growled, "Get back inside!" Moonlight shone down on the quiet estate of the North City Gang, the scene appearing serene, a hand resting lightly on the arm of a chair. Tan Ho leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed, closing his eyes to enjoy the peaceful moment in the warm, dim light. A subordinate burst in, his face filled with panic, shouting, "Master, we have intruders!" Tan Ho opened his eyes, staring straight ahead, and growled, "Who is it? Seize them and bring them to me." The subordinate cried out in panic, "It's Duong Van Lee. He's leading over 100 men and has us surrounded." Tan Ho jolted upright, his eyes widening in a mix of annoyance and fear. As a group of subordinates fought in the courtyard, Van Lee watched and thought to himself, "We've surrounded the North City Gang for an hour and captured many of their men. Yet there's still no unusual activity. He crossed his arms, gazing thoughtfully at the North City Gang's compound. It seems the North City Gang isn't the one who stole the mystic elixir after all. A dense volley of arrows rained down in the dark, and soon, his soldiers were being struck. The North City Gang's archers calmly and continuously knocked their arrows, their movements swift and cold, as if they had been prepared all along. Duong Van Lee narrowed his eyes, watching the volley of arrows calmly, and thought, they attacked without even trying to negotiate. He muttered in a low voice, looks like this is going to be interesting. A subordinate bowed and reported to Van Lee, saying urgently, Lord Duong, we seem to have captured Tan Ho's son. He gave a decisive order in a low, cold voice, bring him here. Tan Bao struggled against his bonds in the soldier's hands, screaming, you bastards, you want to die. Father, save me. A soldier punched him hard in the face, causing his head to whip to the side in pain. Van Lee frowned and asked, how was he captured? A subordinate explained. He tried to escape through a secret passage, but his greed got the better of him. He came back for his money and we caught him. Blood-stained blades reflected the cold light, signaling the battle's end was near. Tan Ho stood among the corpses of his enemies, gripping his sword tightly and roaring, I, Tan Ho, will die here today if I must. He gazed into the distance with hopeful eyes, thinking, Xiao Bao must have escaped by now. Tan Ho then added, and I won't let you bastards take me alive. Tan Ho gritted his teeth and bellowed, the North City Gang would rather die than surrender. Just then, a subordinate cried out in panic that the young master had been captured, causing Tan Ho to freeze in shock. At the main gate of the North City Gang, shrouded in darkness, the air was thick with tension. Tan Ho knelt on the ground with two swords at his neck, trembling as he begged, Lord Duong, please spare my life. A low voice commanded, all of you, stand down. The victor approached with an air of absolute authority. Van Lee leaned down, his voice chillingly cold as he asked directly, speak, where is that thing? The panicked Tan Ho looked up, his voice stammering as he pleaded, how would I know where the mystic elixir is? Great Lord Duong, why are you doing this to me? Duong Van Lee leaned in closer, his eyes as cold as ice, and his voice laced with insinuation. He asked, did I say it was the mystic elixir? Cold sweat beaded on Tan Ho's forehead, his face stiffening as he realized he had slipped up. Van Lee smirked disdainfully. It's fine if you won't talk. I have ways to make you. With the two swords still at his neck, Van Lee shouted, bring that brat over here. Tan Bao was dragged in by two soldiers. Van Lee immediately said, Tan Ho, I hear this is your only son. Forget about the North City Gang. As long as you tell me everything you know, I guarantee both you and your son will be safe. Unable to bear this humiliation, he screamed, Father, save me! Van Lee grabbed Tan Bao by the hair and said, but if you insist on staying silent, Chin Hu, sweating profusely, spoke up, you've won. Please, old master, guarantee my safety. Wan Li offered a word of praise. As expected of a gang leader, you know how to read the situation. Very good. Chin Hu was in no state to respond to the praise. Surely, old master, you understand. In this matter, I, Chin, was forced into it. Otherwise, even with the courage of a god, I wouldn't dare come to the Tang Manor and cause trouble. He agreed. I think so too. Who ordered you? A hazy figure appeared in Chin Hu's mind. I don't know his background either. I only know that person has heaven-defying abilities. He even knows the location of your manor, old master, and where your treasures are hidden. He knows everything. I think he's someone from the capital city. A sharp-eyed knight suddenly shouted, enemy attack. Unable to defend themselves, they cried for help. Old master, save us. But were immediately cut down. A group of men in black appeared, and one of them shouted, he's with Wan Li! Let me kill that bastard, Chin Hu! The remaining men were shocked by the enemy's strength. Earth-profound experts. Take Chin Hu and go first. The black-clad man glared. My apologies. Marquise Tang. They fought fiercely. Damn it, there's another one. Realizing something, Wan Li shouted loudly, stop him! Jian Hong appeared and calmly said, today, I will not harm the Imperial soldiers. The man in the white robe emanated spiritual energy. Don't be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Immediately after, his body moved with lightning speed, becoming a blur. This technique, he's an ancient sky-profound master. Just like that, the 4 hall masters of the North City Gang died all at once. The man named Bao, with no one left to protect him, could only beg for his life. Before he could utter his last words, he was cut down by Jian Hong's sword. A taunting voice rang out, well, so you're the one who saved Chin Hu. His face turned pale as he shouted, Xiao Bao! Wan Li, fending off an enemy, roared, how dare you scoundrels! Jian Hong attacked, his voice taunting, let me take on the old marquis. With that, the two clashed fiercely. Wan Li thought to himself, this is bad. He's striking the bull through the mountain. The two were evenly matched, their attacks growing more and more ferocious. Who would have thought? A stray wave of Jian Hong's spiritual energy pierced through Qin Hu, causing him to cry out weakly, Marquis Tang, this person is. Immediately after, he coughed up blood and stopped breathing. His goal achieved, Jian Hong began to retreat. Qin Hu's heart meridian has been severed. Retreat. Wan Li refused to let them leave and roared. Stop right there! Jian Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. Marquis Tang, my apologies for today's offense. It was unavoidable. We shall meet again. After saying his piece, he and his accomplices vanished. Once they were gone, Wan Li gently supported Qin Hu's body. He's gone. The final clue is lost. Unreconciled, he slammed his fist on the ground. Suddenly, from a distance, the rapid beat of a drum echoed. A cavalryman asked, "What is that sound?" After listening for a moment, Wan Li realized, it's the general summoning drum. The drum beat continued to resound urgently everywhere. A burly man was pounding on the massive drum as waves of wolves materialized around him. Someone's voice broke through the haze of sleep. Master, master, a servant anxiously consoled him. Please do not grieve so much. It will affect your health. Wan Li, his eyes still closed, spoke in a low voice. Mo Ta died protecting the princess. The assassination target was the princess. He got caught up in the battle while trying to deliver a message, and that's how he was killed. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but become emotional. My Jun family has achieved countless glorious victories for the empire. My 2 sons died for the country. My youngest son was crippled for life, and my 2 grandsons are fighting on a distant battlefield. Now, my only remaining flesh and blood has died protecting a royal princess. Wan Li looked at his robe and the sword beside it, then clenched his fist tightly around its hilt. He mused that the Quan family's decline was already set in stone, so what did it matter if it came a little sooner today? The entire Quan family has been loyal and martyred, yet it has come to the point of our line being extinguished, and in that case, what is there left for me to cling to? Heading towards that great drum, he wondered why he shouldn't let those who opposed the Quan family die along with them. He stood on a high platform. Has everyone arrived? The soldiers shouted in unison. Your subordinates have arrived. We await the orders of the old marshal. After the arrangements were made, they, along with 10,000 cavalrymen, advanced. Generals, hear my command. Shen Zhou Nan, I order your troops to guard the west gate. Guan Yimfeng, you are in charge of the northeast gate. Jin Gui Tian, the north city gate is your command. His entire being was filled with determination. Mak Ta, father will avenge you. All those who ever opposed or suspected us will be buried with you tonight. The scene shifts to a peaceful hall, where a stern-looking man sitting at a desk suddenly heard something. This sound. Du Hoaivu muttered that it was the drum for summoning generals and quickly called for a subordinate. He stood up and asked an official, "What happened today that we are unaware of?" The other person replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, this servant remembers. About an hour ago, Princess Lin Meng requested an audience with your Majesty. It is unclear what the matter was." Hearing the young lady's name, Hoaivu's expression darkened as he gave an order, Lin Meng. She has always been very well behaved. If it weren't for something important, she would not have come to disturb me at this hour. Why was I not informed? Summon Lin Meng at once. The official bowed. Yes, your Majesty. After the man left, Hoaivu roared in the middle of the night. Manifi, get out here. As soon as he called, she appeared instantly. Your Majesty called for this concubine. May I know what the matter is? He frowned and asked. We ask you, why did you stop Lin Meng when she came to see us? Manfai immediately replied, the princess claimed she was attacked, but this concubine saw that she was unharmed. Furthermore, your Majesty was busy, so this concubine did not dare to disturb you. Hoaivu's voice rose in anger. Our daughter was the target of an assassination, and you stopped her from seeing her own father? Take Manfi away, confine her to the cold palace and await our judgment. After Manfai was led away, Lin Meng appeared with a gentle demeanor. Father Emperor. He softened his voice to comfort her. Don't worry. Tell your father Emperor what happened today. After listening to her story, Hoaivu seemed to understand the situation. So, according to Munger, Quan Makta warned you before the assassination attempt? She bowed politely and replied, yes. Your daughter cannot be certain, but Quan Makta's motives seem unsuspicious. Hoaivu asked another question. Quan Makta is not dead and was rescued by someone. So why did Quan Qiantian go mad and beat the drum to summon the generals? Lin Meng seemed to hesitate. Father Emperor? As a father, he understood his daughter's hesitation. Munger, did you remember something? When asked, Lin Meng quickly replied, Father Emperor, when I discovered that Quan Makta's body was missing, your daughter had someone deliver a message to old Duke Quan's household. After Quan Makta was rescued, Mo Dung Thien Quan also sent someone to report that he was not dead. Hearing this new information, Hoaivu warily knitted his brows. It's clear that Mo Dung Thien Quan either didn't deliver the message, or the message he delivered was that he was dead. After calming down, he said, "All right, this no longer concerns you. Go and get some rest." Lin Meng bowed. "Father Emperor, you should also rest early." Only Huai Vu and a hidden shadow remained in the room. Untu, go out and see. Do not act unless necessary. Inform Quan Chen Tin that his grandson is not dead. He can cause a scene, but tell him not to go too far. The paper was quickly taken by the figure. Watching the figure disappear into the night, Huai Vu fell into thought again. Fine. I'll let the old man be reckless this one time. But this time, we also want to borrow his knife. With that thought, he gave an order. Guards, summon Grand General Dugu Wudi. At the Dugu family estate, Dugu Wudi dismounted his horse and cheerfully shouted into the bright moonlit night, "My daughter, I'm home." As he dismounted, he reminisced about the past. Junjian Tian's battle drums had shaken the heavens, a clear act of rebellion, yet His Majesty the Emperor wasn't in any hurry. The memory resurfaced. A vigorous Dugu Wudi had clenched his fist and said, "Your Majesty, the elite troops are assembled and ready to march at any time." But the other party had coldly replied, "There's no need." He had no intention of giving up, but a gentle voice advised him to calm down. He made his way to his daughter's room. "Where is she?" From a distance, a woman approached gently, calling out, "Father." She came closer and whispered, "You're back." Xiao Yi. Deep in the corner of a still-lit room, Xiao Yi sat alone on the floor, head down, lost in thought. The door burst open, and it was none other than Dugu Wudi. "Who bullied my precious daughter? I'll annihilate their entire family." She slowly turned her head and asked, "Father, can you stand up for me?" Seeing the dejected look on his beloved daughter's face, a cruel thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his daughter was wronged by someone? Which bastard in the Tianxiang kingdom dared to harm my daughter? Mentioning her tormentor, Xiao Yi couldn't help but frown in anger. It's that Jun family again, that stinky brat, Jun Moxie. He made me so mad today, I could just die. "Father, you have to do something for me." Hearing who it was, Dugu Wudi immediately backed down. "My dear daughter, let's not mention him. It's true that I'm not afraid of him, but it's not easy to go after Jun Moxie right now." Hearing this, the young lady burst into tears. "Don't tell me you're afraid of old Master Jun. My life is so miserable. This is infuriating." He immediately retorted, "That's not it. That brat. It's unknown if he's dead or alive right now. He's gone missing." Xiao Yi asked in a daze, "Dead or alive? What happened to him?" Her father's calm voice rang out. "I heard that Princess Ling Meng was targeted in an assassination attempt this afternoon. That boy overestimated himself and went to deliver some kind of warning. As a result, the princess is fine, but that brat became a scapegoat and took a sword for her." A pang of pain shot through her heart. What was she afraid of? Xiao Yi asked again, bewildered. "So it's not clear if Jun Moxie is alive or dead?" Dugu Wudi chuckled dryly and said, "In my opinion, it'll be hard for him to survive." Xiao Yi, seeing her silence, he called her name again, snapping her out of her daze. "Don't worry. If he's not dead, I'll drag him back here and spank him." The young lady lowered her head, then stood up to usher her father out. "I'm tired. I want to sleep now," he asked with concern. "Then get some sleep. You'll feel better after you rest. I'm going to have a drink to relieve my stress. Today has been truly frustrating." Now alone in the room, Xiao Yi was wiping her tears. She collapsed to the floor, thinking, could Moxie really be dead? Her tears started to fall once more, but Xiao Yi's tears continued to fall, soaking the wooden floor. Elsewhere, in the silent night, the moon was high in the sky. The sound of galloping hooves echoed loudly. A cavalryman spotted a black-clothed guard and hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Seeing the pitch-black figure, Wan Li recognized him. "Shadow? Why are you here?" "His Majesty sent me." The man held out a piece of paper and replied, "A decree from His Majesty. He said your grandson is probably not dead yet and told me to give you 2 words." He then threw the scroll towards the old man and uttered 2 words, "Be restrained." Wan Li tightly gripped the scroll he had just caught. He thought to himself, Moxie isn't dead. Could it be that someone was entrusted to save my grandson? Yunli asked another question. "Shadow, is our young master heavily injured?" The other party's reply was extremely brief. "Not dead, severely wounded." As if realizing something, Yunli's eyes widened. Could it be that the Jun family's sole heir has become a cripple? Then again, he often opposes our young master. Let's take it out on the Ma and Li families. Even though today's matter has nothing to do with you people, I'll take it out on you. Just consider yourselves unlucky. Without wasting a moment, he spurred his horse to go even faster, not forgetting to shout, "All troops, follow me!" Scene change. In the dark and silent night, at the horse division, Shi Tiayan, Rufei woke up in confusion, muttering, "Could it be Jun Jiantian?" He was wide awake, seemingly having realized something. Jun Jiantian is clearly committing treason. The chance to take him down has finally come. With that thought, Rufei quickly got out of bed and went to his desk, where a piece of paper was already laid out. He diligently wrote in the dim night, lit by only a few light sources. As he wrote, Ru Fei thought, I must quickly draft a memorial to impeach him and report it to the emperor tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the door burst open. Light from outside streamed in, revealing a large figure, along with a frantic shout, Seize the assassin! Surrender now! Ru Fei was equally panicked. Assassin? What are you talking about? Before he could finish his words, a blade slashed across his neck, causing him to fall in an instant. Ru Fei lay there in a pool of red liquid, while the assassin left without anyone knowing. Scene changed to the south gate. The buzz of gossip was still in the air here. I see Jun Jiantian has really left. The whispers of the men continued to echo in the night. I heard that many high-ranking and powerful officials had their entire families burned down by him under the guise of assassins. Those two were the Ministry of Rights official, Qian Wangguan, and Nuo Yun from the Second Prince's faction. One of them suddenly urged, Stop talking! Hurry up! We'll figure it out after tonight. The other replied, The city gate is right ahead. Seeing only the quiet night ahead, they were overjoyed. No one's here. This is great. But just then, a single torch with a flickering flame appeared, along with a question, Who goes there? The Ministry of Rights official, Qian Wangguan, and Nuo Yun were now surrounded. A soldier spoke up. During this period of catching assassins, anyone leaving the city without authorization will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, one of the two immediately panicked and tried to explain, No, I am the Ministry of Rights official, Qian Wangguan. Before he could finish, he was eliminated by the soldiers. Scene changed back to the Li family's secret chamber. The assassins were still holed up inside. With all this killing going on outside, how long do we have to sit here? Hearing this, Jian Hong volunteered, Zhuo Ran, let me go out and see. He continued to reason, Our own home is under attack. Why are you still holding back? At most, they're no stronger than the jade profound cultivation level. Any one of us could go out and that would be enough. However, he was only met with Zhuo Ran's refusal. He seemed very determined. Absolutely not. Even if the Li family is burned to the ground, as long as you are alive, the Li family will live on. And if our identities are exposed, the Li family's future will become even more difficult. Zhuo Ran explained further. Besides, the rumor about the profound Dan at the Li family's residence will spread like wildfire. At that point, our grand plan will be ruined. But Jian Hong was still hesitant. But Zhuo Ran cut him off. This time, not only will I not stop them, I'll even gift them a few people to kill. Saying this, he revealed a dangerously sinister smile. What old Master Jun is doing is treason. Even if the court ministers can tolerate it, can the royal family? Suddenly, a firework exploded in the night sky. Seeing this, Zhuo Ran realized, the time has come. One of the assassins volunteered. Let me go first, little junior brother. If you have time, come visit. Master is still worried about you. Zhuo Ran immediately reassured him. Senior brother, rest assured, I will return. Scene changed back to the Li residence. Jiantian led a whole army and ordered them to surround the Li family's grand courtyard. He shouted with great authority, All members of the Li family, come out for this old master. Grand Preceptor Li, leisurely riding a horse of the Li family, spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. Old Master Jun, to think you'd come personally. He gave a meaningful smile. My residence is greatly honored. That was Grand Preceptor Li Shang. Jiantian's face was clearly scowling, but he still tried to remain calm. Grand Preceptor Li, you'd better manage your family well. Princess Lingmeng was attacked, and the army is here to capture the assassin. If anyone responsible gets hurt, we won't be held accountable. Search! Li Shang saw things were going south and immediately tried to stop them. Wait! He frowned, his voice tense. Old Duke Jun. Although you are the commander of the 4 million strong Jun's army, a duke of the empire with immense power and status, Li Shang continued irritably. The 4 grand preceptors are also first-rank officials of the court. Unless you have a personal decree from His Majesty. Who dares to act so brazenly in my home? Jiantian retorted. Is the grand preceptor implying that a high-ranking, first-rank official's residence is a den for hiding assassins? With that, he roared the order. Search for me. Anyone who obstructs the search shall be killed without mercy. Yu Ran, who had appeared from behind at some point, called out, Old Duke Jun, please wait. He bowed respectfully and continued, Could you listen to a word from this junior? However, no one saw that as he bowed. Yu Ran's eyes glinted with sinister thoughts. Yu Ran said gently, Old Duke Jun, if you are searching under imperial orders, the Li family naturally wouldn't dare to resist. He continued speaking nonchalantly, completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him. But if you don't have His Majesty's decree, and in the end, you can't find the assassin. Before he could finish, Yu Ran received a stinging slap from Jiantian, who cursed, You damned brat. After the slap, Yu Ran fell to the ground with a thud, but Zhang Tian was still furious. This old man is searching for an assassin. Even your grandfather wouldn't dare to speak such nonsense. He stood menacingly over Yu Ran, growling, "Who the hell are you to lecture me?" Yu Ran clutched his cheek, his gaze turning terrifyingly sharp. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, swallowing his pride, "Old Duke Jun's lesson is right. This junior was presumptuous. I hope the old Duke won't hold it against me." Zhang Tian emanated a powerful killing intent and scolded, "The Li family is indeed cunning, just as I thought. You're plotting something." Li Sheng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Everyone, stand down. Let him search. If he doesn't find the assassin, this old man will report this to his majesty." Hearing this, Zhang Tian immediately gave the order, "Search for this old man." He didn't forget to add, "Search thoroughly. Don't miss a single spot." The soldiers immediately acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." At this moment, a carriage was parked outside the Li residence. Huai Yu sat inside, thinking to himself, Junjian Tian is playing hardball with the Li family this time. The Li family naturally has many secrets related to their own safety that cannot be exposed. His face looked incredibly pensive. If those secrets were revealed, the Li family would be finished. With that thought, Huai Yu spoke. Junjian Tian clearly won't back down easily, but we can't afford to lose the Li family right now. Then, he gave an order to the shadow outside the carriage, Ying Zi. "If anything unusual happens, you step in and resolve this noisy drama." Inside the residence, Zhang Tian was still shouting nonstop, "Search carefully for me." The soldiers tossed things around everywhere. Seeing this, Li Shang cried out in distress. "That's a family heirloom!" He kept muttering, "That's a rare treasure." Li Shang seemed to have reached his limit and yelled, "Jun Zhang Tian, I see you, you old fool, are deliberately trying to wreck my home." As Huai Yu was leaving, he said to himself, "That old man is quite interesting. It's like he's afraid others don't know he's intentionally causing trouble. It seems like it won't be a major issue. Let's head back." He glanced out the window, thinking to himself, "I want to see which family in the capital will still dare to stand up so carelessly after this." Seeing the carriage leave, Zhang Tian wondered, "He's gone?" He calculated silently. "It's about time." Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Reporting to the marshal, no trace of the assassin found. Zhang Tian feigned ignorance and asked loudly, "Could the assassin have flown away? If they're not in the Li residence, we'll go search another house." With that, he mounted his horse and rode off. As Zhang Tian rode, he thought to himself, "It's your turn now, Meng family." Back at the Li residence, Li Shang went to comfort Yu Ran. "It's all right now." Yu Ran lowered his head and replied, "Grandfather, those men in black from before, they were clearly Junjian Tian's subordinates." Yu Ran gritted his teeth and continued, "Junjian Tian used capturing a rebel as an excuse. This action is no different from treason." He looked up and continued, "Since we couldn't find the assassin, father, you can go to court tomorrow and report this matter." Li Shang gently comforted him. "Dunin, your innate talent and intelligence might be the best among your peers, but in politics, you are still too young." Dunyan retorted, "Junjian Tian committed such a grave crime. Isn't that enough for His Majesty to deal with the Jun family?" The man could only grit his teeth and explain, "You still don't understand how important Junjian Tian is to His Majesty." After a long discussion, Li Shang slowly recounted, His Majesty's life was saved by Old Master Jun at least 6 times. If Junjian Tian had any intention of rebelling, he would have taken the throne long ago. Images of Zhang Tian appeared one after another with his every word. Junjian Tian has fought in wars for many years. His military achievements are illustrious. Take what just happened. You thought you were strong enough to take down Junjian Tian, but Old Master Jun's actions have truly put us on opposing sides. Dunyan seemed to understand something as his eyes lit up. Could it be? Li Shang beside him said, "The one backing Old Master Jun is the Emperor. The princess was attacked, and it's likely His Majesty is using this opportunity to reshuffle the deck." He asked in confusion. "Reshuffle the deck?" The man had to explain clearly. "That's right. In His Majesty's eyes, the 3 princes' struggles have gone a bit too far these days," he continued. "Therefore, any family or official who has tried to pull strings and side with any of the 3 princes has been given a warning tonight." The young man now completely understood, and Li Shang gently touched his shoulder, reminding him, "Remember tonight, when the situation is not yet perfectly clear, you shouldn't act rashly in opposition." He frowned and asked, "Are we supposed to just let what happened today slide?" The hand on his shoulder tightened slightly. "How could we possibly let it go? Tomorrow, you must file a complaint at court. That way, His Majesty will have a reason to deal with the great families." Du Nian, you are naturally gifted, but you still lack a bit of political sharpness. Think carefully about what happened tonight." He respectfully acknowledged, then pondered for a moment. He raised a hand to touch the red mark on his cheek and thought with determination, "Junjian Tian, I will never forget this slap from you for the rest of my life." At a manor gate, someone shouted, Search the place! The shouts continued. Old Master Jun, come out! Have mercy on my men! Amidst the chaos, a calm voice was heard. You old brute! You've caused enough trouble! Wanli turned to look and saw a very familiar young man. He couldn't help but exclaim, Mosier! Then, the two embraced each other warmly. It's good that you're okay. As someone who had lived 2 lives, this was the first time Jun Mosier had felt the warmth of family. He was moved and softly called out, Grandpa. He smiled happily and said, Come, let's go home. After that, everyone mounted their horses and departed. The next day, during the early morning court session, as the sun cast its brilliant rays, Hua Yu asked solemnly, What exactly happened last night? Why are so many people absent today? Can anyone tell us? The officials cried out, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for us, your subjects. Junjan Tian, relying on his great merits, completely disregards imperial law and mobilized the army on his own authority. Seeing the emperor remain silent, the group became even bolder. Old Master Jun acts without regard for the law, ignores the majesty of the imperial family, and behaves like a tyrant. That old brute brazenly stormed into the manners of high officials, letting his subordinates run rampant. He is lawless and heaven-defying. His crimes are heinous. I propose that Junjan Tian be stripped of his title and investigated. Yes, and even sentenced to death. Hearing this, Hua Yu turned to Junjan Tian. Junjan Tian, were you truly so outrageous? Do you have anything to say for yourself? The old general bowed, then raised his head to reply, Your Majesty, last night, this old subject heard that the princess had been attacked, and I lost my temper. Hua Yu said softly. And so, Zhantian continued, this old subject received intelligence that the assassins might still be active, so I took the liberty of mobilizing troops to corner them. Through the bloody battle last night, we finally averted a great disaster. As he was speaking, a nearby official pointed accusingly. Nonsense! You claim they were assassins, but what proof do you have? Despite the criticism, Zhantian remained calm, as the group of over 100 assassins had already been strung up in the Gongcheng market. This old subject, despite doing my utmost, still failed to rescue over a dozen officials, who died tragically at the enemy's hands. This old subject is willing to accept the punishment. As for Jun Zhantian, just find any random reason. One person looked to the heavens, while the old man held back his fury. He was cut off by another man. Your Majesty, this is the old master from the Dugu family, Dugu Zonghang. He clenched his fist and said, The matter of the assassins was largely due to 7th Master Jun. Jun Zhantian acted decisively, thus averting a great disaster. What 2nd Master Jun did was a bit excessive, but he has rendered a great service. The official beside him cursed inwardly. This treacherous villain who brings disaster to the nation, causing chaos in the court is considered a merit? Does he think everyone in the world is blind? Zonghang waved his hand, expressing his displeasure. Are you implying that I, this old master, am wrong? Just then, Hua Yu spoke up. Enough, that will be all. Jun Zhantian, for the sake of capturing the assassins, acted improperly. He is fined 1 year's salary and will be confined for 3 months of self-reflection. In addition, for his merit in capturing the assassins, he is rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and a 1,000-year-old ginseng. As for military affairs, they will be temporarily and fully managed by Dugu Zongheng. Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel it was unfair. Is this even a punishment? It's clearly a public reward and a paid vacation. Your Majesty. Before they could refute further, he stated decisively, This matter is settled. No one is to speak of it further. Court is dismissed. After waiting for those people to leave, an official asked Wanli, Old Jun, Congratulations. Is your grandson well? The old man turned away, ignoring him. Another person said loudly, Your Majesty, we urgently request the services of immortal Mr. Bu Si. The scene changes to a certain room. Mosier was resting in bed. With his wounds cleansed by spiritual energy, he was already much better. Recovering too quickly would arouse suspicion. I'll take this chance to rest and absorb more spiritual energy from the Hongjun Pagoda. Suddenly, the door opened and someone rushed in. Third young master, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you're all right. Just from the voice, he knew who it was. Fatty Tang, why are you in such a panic? Whatever it is, speak slowly, Tang Yuan asked with concern. Big brother is here to visit you. I brought some good stuff. Quickly, bring Tang's gift in for the 3rd young master Jun. Tang Yuan carried in a chest full of precious medicines. All the healing medicines in Tianxiang City, from finished products to the absolute finest, are in this chest. Moshi's face turned pale. Fatty, you brought so many medicines. Even if I used them 7 to 8 times a day, I wouldn't finish them in my lifetime. When the chest was opened, he excitedly pointed inside. Everything is recorded in this ledger here, but you must be very careful with the last layer. Mosier took a quick glance. Huh? What is it? His eyes twinkled mischievously. The last layer is what you'll be most interested in. lustrous maiden jade, blissful herb, virtuous dame's reversal, golden god spear, and the unfaltering doll. He found that gaze too cheesy and felt a bit uncomfortable. Spare me, please. But get this stuff out of here now. Don't let my grandpa see it. Just then, Zhan Tian walked in and asked, "What is it that you don't want me to see?" The moment he saw the figure, Tang Yuan vanished out the door. "Third young master, I'll be leaving now," the old man wondered from afar. "Why does that little rascal run the moment he sees me?" Zhan Tian didn't bother wondering any further. "Forget it, Mo Xie. I've brought Imperial Physician Fang to check on you." He introduced the person beside him, Immortal Mr. Bu Si. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Give me your hand, young man, an Imperial Physician." Mo Xie told himself not to let the old man discover he was faking his illness. He used his internal energy to control his internal meridians, mimicking the phenomenon of meridian stagnation. After a moment of examination, Zhan Tian spoke up. "Old Fang, how is he?" Immortal Mr. Busi respectfully reported, "His life is not in danger, but his meridians are obstructed and show signs of exhaustion." Upon hearing this, the old man felt a jolt as if struck by lightning. Coupled with the damage to his 5 viscera and his Xuan Qi cultivation, he feared his life was now hopeless. Outside, Duong Nguyen was eavesdropping, catching every single word. Qian Tian wanted to say something, but the man took his leave, gently consoling him. "Please, old master, do not grieve too much. This humble one will take his leave now." After hearing this, Mok Ta could only chuckle softly, thinking, so this is all the immortal doctor amounts to. He crossed his arms behind his head, feeling satisfied. The art of world creation was truly miraculous, capable of deceiving anyone. Seeing this, Qian Tian sternly asked, "Brat, what are you laughing at?" Mok Ta sat up slightly, and the old man smacked him. "Look at you! What am I supposed to say to you?" He respectfully knelt down. "Grandpa, please don't worry. Just now, I used a trick to deceive Dr. Fuang during his diagnosis, and I hope you can ensure that no outsiders are eavesdropping." Qian Tian was still a bit confused. "Mok Ta, why?" The boy replied earnestly. "Grandpa, your previous actions have already alarmed the major noble houses in the capital, and the Quan family's power is something even the royal family cannot tolerate. Grandpa, you are old. Third uncle is severely injured and crippled, so only by me being a good-for-nothing can we avoid His Majesty's suspicion. If His Majesty finds out that I'm fine, his jealousy will surely grow, and I fear the Quan family will face a great disaster then. I've never been one to let my fate rest in the hands of others. I want the Quan family to take control of its own destiny." Unexpectedly, the news spread, even reaching Van Lai's ears. "Quan Mok Ta is crippled? Are you sure?" Duong Nguyen confirmed it once more. "It's absolutely true. The imperial physician, Dr. Fuang, personally made the diagnosis. He felt it was a bit of a waste. To think the only descendant of the Quan family can only be a civil official. What a pity." Elsewhere, another group was also buzzing with endless discussion. "I can't believe this happened to Quan Mok Ta." "But the news is solid. It came from the divine Dr. Fuang." Li Thuong replied seriously. "That's right. The immortal doctor personally diagnosed that Quan Mok Ta's meridians are stagnant, making him no different from a cripple, and he is beyond saving. Now that this is confirmed, I can finally relax a little. It means the Quan family no longer poses any threat to us." The news reached Emperor Hoai Vu. "Is Quan Mok Ta truly beyond saving?" The immortal doctor respectfully reported, "Yes, Your Majesty." According to this old subject's diagnosis, the matter is indeed true. He toyed with his wine cup, expressing his satisfaction. "We understand clearly." In addition, he had more to report about the Quan family. This old subject has noticed something else. The story unfolds. It's said that Quan Qian Tian recently purchased large amounts of earth and stone, not only to build the family walls higher overnight, but also to partition the inner courtyard into 2 small sections, confining Quan Mok Ta within one of them. When idle, Old Master Quan often leads his troops around, and the sounds of battle cries echo throughout the sky as if they are conducting drills. It's also said that Old Master Quan often drowns his sorrows in wine, drinking until he is completely wasted. Meanwhile, the third young master and his third uncle, Quan Vo Wai, drink together every single day. Mok Ta poured the wine and remarked, "Drinking on a cold day is one of the great pleasures in life." Vo Wai nodded in agreement, praising him. "I never expected you to have such a talent, Mok Ta. This wine is truly out of this world." The young man chuckled and shared his thoughts. "My winemaking is just a small hobby, third uncle. I heard Grandpa got completely drunk the first time he tried this." He took a sip of wine and reminded him, "I heard he got drunk, yes, but don't speak about your elders behind their backs." But the boy was already imagining the scene. "I heard that when Grandpa got drunk, he started singing and then passed out right next to a pig's head." Vo Wai finished his drink and grumbled, "You brat, why didn't you tell me this wine was so potent?" Mok Ta immediately teased. Grandpa's tolerance for alcohol doesn't seem very high. Vo Wai paid him no mind, still pouring wine into his bowl. "Enough of that. It's your turn now. Do you need to prepare? The boy picked up the bowl and downed the wine in one go. Mok Ta then started to complain. Grandpa is really something else. Why would he think of finding a giant gorilla to train me? His uncle replied nonchalantly, Ngan Hoang is about to break through to the Silver Xuan rank. He would be a good master for you. He slowly recalled past events, how with 8th grade profound chi, he could fight off a group of silver grade assassins. What a pity. Who knows what this young Master Jun did to offend her in a past life? She'd beat him black and blue every time they met. Back then, I, Mo Xie, was beaten until my face was swollen, that shameless wench. Putting that aside, Mo Xie asked with concern, By the way, third uncle, how is the search for the medicinal ingredients you ordered? Wu Yi could only shake his head helplessly, saying there was no news about the Fanjing herb and the Jumie grass was quite rare. A few days ago, he heard that the Golden Fragrance Trading House had 3 plants, but they had already been bought. This made him feel that something wasn't right. Bought by someone? That medicine is only used for stagnant meridians. Could it be that the news leaked, and someone is targeting our Jun family? He immediately replied that even the person searching for the medicine didn't know why they were looking for it, and they certainly didn't know it was related to Mo Xie. He had already investigated this. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew strangely quiet. Wu Yi turned his head slightly to look. Mo Xie, your master is here. Qing Han walked over, staring intently into his eyes, causing Mo Xie to cough a few times and greet the Grandmaster. Can we not fight today? Do you only spar with me to get wine as payment? I can just give you 2 jars, how about it? She cracked her knuckles loudly. Qing Han's face darkened, wanting to teach him a lesson. No can do. Are you ready? Asterisk. Why is she so eager even when I'm not giving her any wine? Asterisk. When it comes to killing, no one is my match. But asking me to fight without killing, I can't do that. Facing that blow, Moshi awkwardly blocked it. Hey! Why didn't you say anything before starting? What a despicable sneak attack. Qing Han's face was stern. Cut the crap. I'll take you down quickly and go have my wine. Turns out, Guan Qing Han really loves her wine. He grabbed her wrist, blocking the attack more skillfully than before. Hey, why are you being so unreasonable? Qing Han noticed his every move. She raised her voice in annoyance. You keep dodging back and forth. Are you going to fight or not? Moshi leaped back slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. Asterisk. If I don't dodge, am I supposed to just stand here and take a beating? Asterisk. Before long, Qing Han caught Moshi. Got you, she exclaimed triumphantly. You're full of openings. With a simple move, Qing Han slammed him to the ground. She sat on top of Mo Xie with a smirk. Can't even take one hit. Hand over the wine. He was beaten until his mouth bled. Easy, don't press down so hard. Grandfather said you'd beat me until I couldn't stand, but you don't have to do it like this. From a distance, Wu Yi had witnessed everything. He was utterly shocked just from watching. Jun Mo Xie's earlier move. If he had used just a little force, it would have been a one-hit kill. It was a good thing he held back. On the battlefield, killing is about subduing the enemy, deciding life and death in a single move. Could it be that Jun Mo Xie has already reached this realm? His fighting techniques are incredibly vicious. His attacks, whether from behind or any other position, all target vital spots like the back of the head, aiming for a one-hit kill. Wu Yi grew suspicious. Is Mo Xie really that skilled, or is it just a coincidence? At that moment, as Mo Xie made a move, his hidden killing intent and sharp aura were fully revealed. Wu Yi observed him sparring with Qing Han, and the more he watched, the more certain he became. Yet, every time he was about to land a fatal blow, he would desperately pull it back. These actions from Mo Xie were completely subconscious. In reality, Mo Xie didn't even have to think about it. When attacked, his instinct was to aim for a killing blow. This is an instinctual reaction that can only be honed after killing countless people. As Mo Xie was knocked down and cried out in pain, Qing Han let out a breath. Wu Yi thought to himself, asterisk, it's over, asterisk. She brushed her hair back and said, 10 falls, mission complete. Qing Han then earnestly picked up the 2 jars of wine. Then, she bowed to Wu Yi and took her leave. Mo Xie rubbed the lump on his head, whining, I told you I don't know how to fight. Ouch, this hurts so much. Wu Yi dropped his hands and looked at him. You don't know how to fight. You only know how to kill. Mo Ta stood up, let out a sigh. You really hit hard. Wu Yi wondered, how did you do it? Hearing this, the young man pondered for a moment. Then Mo Ta admitted, so, uncle, you've figured it out. As expected, I couldn't hide it from third uncle. He was at a loss for words. Mo Ta, you. The young man poured some wine and said, third uncle, you're trying to ask how many people I had to kill to reach my current realm. Wu Yi also voiced his suspicion. Mo Ta, killing enemies on the battlefield, risking your life against foes, but you've never joined the army. Mo Ta calmly replied, the art of killing isn't necessarily perfected by actually killing people. As long as you understand the human body, you can naturally do it. Wu Yi was in disbelief. Is that all? Impossible. The young man persuaded him. The Army's intelligence organization knows where I go every day and what I do at every hour. Third uncle, do you really think I could go around secretly killing people? Wu Yi was stunned. Could he be a born king of assassins? He asked curiously. But why are you so interested in killing? Your talent is so high, and yet you. Mota looked at him, his voice calm. Third uncle, since I came to this world, I have not killed a single person. Just then, Kei entered and said respectfully, Third old master, young master. There's someone at the door requesting an audience with the third old master. They say it's an urgent report. Mota spoke up, let them in quickly. A soldier ran in and reported without being summoned. General, we found the person who bought the 9 extermination herb. Wu Yi immediately asked, who is it? The soldier scratched his head, stammering, unsure if he should speak. It's the Tang family's eldest young master, Tang Yuan. Mota frowned. Tang Yuan? What would that fatty buy the 9 extermination herb for? Is someone in the Tang manor in need of that medicinal herb? Wu Yi grew suspicious. Could some information have been leaked? Mota was resolute. Absolutely not. But why would that fatty buy the 9 extermination herb? The young man changed the subject. Third uncle. I remember you said there were 3 stalks of the 9 extermination herb this time. He nodded. That's right. Mota stretched and chuckled. In that case, it's better in that fatty Tang's hands than someone else's. We just need to figure out how to make him spit out 2 stalks. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. That's good too. He pondered for a moment, then said, we're still missing the last main ingredient, the Fenjinghe. Scene change. Just as Mota arrived at the Tang family's gate, Tang Yuan ran out to greet him, his eyes full of curiosity. Third young master, what brings you here? Are you feeling better? The young man replied, I came to find you. Are you about to go out? He nodded. Yes, I was about to head to Sheng Jade Hall. They have some good items, and the old master told me to go bid on something. Mota got straight to the point, in such a hurry. You're the one who bought the 3 stalks of 9 extermination herb from the 3 Capitals Fragrance Medicine House, aren't you? Hand them over to me. Tang Yuan was surprised. Since when were you interested in this stuff? 9 extermination herb, 7 extermination herb. What's that? I have no idea. The young man knitted his brows, his voice displeased. Tang Yuan, do you know it wasn't easy for me to get this information, and you dare speak to me like that? He tried his best to explain. I really don't know, big brother. I'm not kidding you. Then Tang Yuan remembered something and exclaimed, the fragrance medicine house, you say? Mota pressed on. So you remember now? He rubbed his chin and replied, that's my family's business. I've only gone there to buy medicine once in my entire life, and that was to buy medicine for you. 5 days ago, I took all the medicine and brought it to the Wei residence. The young man held his forehead, not expecting this. After searching for half a day, it turns out it was at his own home all along. Tang Yuan spoke up. Third young master, you just recovered. It's rare for you to be out. Why don't you come with me? I heard there's a lot of good stuff. Let's the 2 of us go buy something. Mota was about to refuse. I don't have the time. But when his eyes scanned the list and saw Fenjing Grass, Jiangxiang, and Qingxiangzi, he felt a flicker of doubt. Then, patting the guy's shoulder to accept the invitation, Mota said confidently, all right, let's go take a look. The 2 of us will buy out the whole place. After a while, the 2 arrived at the auction house. He exclaimed, Dan Bao Hall is huge. Seeing Mota standing still, Duong Nguyen urged him, Third young master, why are you spacing out? Let's go. He glanced back, thinking to himself, the people behind us are emitting killing intent, and they're all on guard. What kind of place is this Than Bao Hall? Inside Than Bao Hall, Mota whispered, I remember our 2 families have separate private galleries. Duong Nguyen whispered back, this time, we're heading to my family's section. It's about to start. Once they were both seated, he glanced to either side and asked, whose sections are those? Duong Nguyen burst out laughing. My dear friend, did you have a fever and lose your memory? That section is for the 2nd and 3rd princes, and the one next to it belongs to the 1st prince. Mota frowned slightly. 2 assassins just entered the prince's section. Could this be related to the assassination attempt from a few days ago? He informed Mota, 3rd young master, Li Feng and Meng Haichuan are here too, right next to us. He smiled, his voice laced with a hint of cunning. That close, huh? Fatty, if you promise me one thing today, I'll help you vent all your frustrations. How about it? Duong Nguyen immediately agreed. We're brothers, just say the word. As long as I can get rid of this frustration, I'll agree to any condition. Mota leaned in and whispered, in a little while, I need you to bid on an item for me. Don't let anyone know that I'm the one who wants it. Just help me with this, and I'll make sure to ruin those brats' day. Duong Nguyen immediately nodded. Of course, just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. No need to be so formal between us. He objected. No, that won't do. Even between brothers, accounts must be kept clear. Just then, the auctioneer raised his voice. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. He clasped his hands and announced, Today's auction will now officially begin, the auctioneer continued. Our first item for auction is. While the crowd was buzzing, Mo Ta secretly used his divine sense external probe skill to observe Hai Chao and Li Feng. Duong Nguyen whispered, "Third young master, it's already the sixth item. Has the thing you want not appeared yet?" He kept his focus on those two, overhearing their next move. How strange. Fenjing grass is just a medicinal herb. Is there really a need to bid so high for it? They're making a move. Their target is the next item up for auction, the auctioneer continued. The next item is deep sea jade coral. As the curtain was raised, revealing the coral in the center, he introduced, "This jade coral is appearing for the first time at Thanbao Hall. I believe there are very few like it on the entire continent." Mo Ta quietly gave an order, "Fatty, this is what they want. As soon as the bidding starts, place a ridiculously high bid. Don't even give them a chance to counter." The auctioneer continued, "This jade coral contains the natural essence of heaven and earth. Placing it in one's home is greatly beneficial for a cultivator's training. The starting price is 100,000 taels, and each bid increment must be no less than 10,000 taels." Duong Nguyen slammed his foot on the railing and roared, "This young master bids 1,000,000 taels." The entire hall was stunned, and all eyes turned towards him. Duong Nguyen let out a couple of laughs, clearly trying to provoke them. Li Feng glared over, furious. The starting price was 100,000 taels, and he immediately bid 1,000,000. With a look of disgust, Li Feng asked, "What do we do now?" "Duran ordered us to get the jade coral at any cost." Hai Chao added angrily, "The jade coral is critically important for Grand Preceptor Li, whose cultivation has been crippled." He looked weary and dejected. "This concerns the entire future of the Li family. But Duran only gave us 2,000,000 taels. Our hands are tied." Just then, someone shouted, "I bid 1,200,000 taels." The room instantly erupted with excitement as Mo Ta looked down at the bidder. "Here they come." Duong Nguyen found it amusing. "Who was that?" 2,000,000 taels. Li Feng quickly raised the bid. 2,400,000 taels. Li Feng shouted, "Duong Nguyen, do you want this jade coral that badly? This thing is useless to you." He stared back in disbelief and retorted, "Nonsense. How would you know it's useless to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly placed his bid. 3,000,000 taels! The bid had already reached its limit, but due to his immense ego, he still chose to bid a higher amount, 3,500,000 liang. Tong Yuan, don't be so unreasonable. You should always leave some room for others, so we can meet again on good terms. Mo Xie couldn't stand his toxic rivalry any longer, so he spoke up to defend Tang Yuan. "It was clearly Tang Yuan who bid first, yet you tried to snatch it away, and now you're saying he's in the wrong. Do you even know what reason is?" Hai Zhu, standing to the side, criticized him. "Jun Mo Shi, this is none of your business." The scene shifts to another location, a corridor of the Dugu family. Here, Xiao Yi was peeking through the window at Jun Mo Shi. After watching for a while, she felt relieved. "That's great. He's okay." Tang Yuan, full of confidence, cautiously declared amidst the jealousy, "My business is the third young master's business. This old master has nothing but money. I bid 4,000,000 liang." He couldn't stand it and gripped the railing tightly. "You people." Li Feng was determined to humiliate Tang Yuan. "I bid 5,000,000 liang." "Tang Yuan, if you have the guts, then keep going." Mo Xie thought carefully. In the end, that was the highest price the two of them could offer. If they bid any higher, Tang Yuan would actually win it. Feeling it was time to stop, he ordered Tang Yuan to halt. "Fatty Tang, that's enough." Following his command, he immediately stopped. "I truly admire a young master like you." The exorbitant sum of money quickly made both of them dizzy from their foolish decisions. Hai Zhu clutched her aching head. 3,000,000 liang more. Was it worth it? Li Feng silently tried to console himself. Finally, it dawned on him. He realized there must be a secret behind this whole affair and grew suspicious. It's just an external injury. Why would they need a jade coral? This thing must be very useful to them. What benefits the enemy is a disadvantage to me. I have to sabotage it. Mo Xie immediately called him over. "Fatty Tang, let's go over there and take a look." From a corner of the corridor, a voice echoed out, "So this is the jade coral worth 5,000,000 liang." Mo Xie and Tang Yuan appeared. He pretended to praise it, truly, a divine item that even immortals wouldn't find fault with. It seemed his praise was more of a taunt than a compliment. The other guy looked bewildered. "Huh? Ah, afraid of being exposed," he whispered. "Fatty Tang, your old man." Approaching the jade coral, he seemed a bit regretful. "Third young master, my old man ordered me to buy this and bring it home. But now, after consoling him, he also showed a provocative intent. It's just a jade coral. Why did our two families need to fight to the death over it?" Hearing this, one might think a heartfelt reconciliation was about to happen, but Mo Xie preferred to stir the pot. "My family has a few more of these. What's so rare about it? He smugly retorted, That's hilarious, Jun Moshe. Do you even know what a jade coral is? It's a jade coral. Seeing his chance, he gracefully stepped closer. The jade coral at my house is even bigger. As he spoke, he brought his finger close. And it's much redder than yours. Moshe secretly used his technique on the jade coral to reduce its effectiveness. It turns out the jade coral reacts to Xuan Qi. He was extremely smug. Ha ha, your family's meager knowledge is only of common red coral. What do you know? His power slowly seeped into the jade coral. It seems it really isn't quite the same. The plan had succeeded. Moshe was thrilled. Two conflicting streams of qi had been stimulated, causing the jade coral to detonate internally, rendering it useless. Li Feng boasted, So? Is it different from the worthless red coral at your house? His hand didn't stop channeling power. It really is completely different. He feigned confusion. They're both corals, so why are they different? Tong Yuan played along naively. Third young master, are they really different? The other two looked triumphant, especially Hai Chao, who taunted, Had enough of a look. You can't afford it, can you? Fatty, let's see how you're going to explain this to that old geezer of yours. Remaining calm, Mota said, I think we should be more concerned with how you're going to explain yourselves. Fatty, let's go. After settling everything, he turned and left without hesitation, leaving behind a completely clueless Tang Yuan. The master of Shibao Hall announced the next item. Now, we will auction the next piece. Opening the ornate box, he began to introduce it. Fen Jing He, a highly toxic herb, but in special circumstances, it is a priceless treasure capable of reviving the dead. He started the bidding. The starting price is 200,000 taels, and each bid must be an increase of no less than 10,000 taels. Hearing the price, Mota mused, No wonder they saved it for last. This kind of premium item is far more potent than ordinary ones. Mota turned to Tang Yuan. Fatty Tang, I want this. Hearing him, his friend immediately agreed. Got it. To fulfill his friend's wish, Tang Yuan hurriedly placed a high bid. I bid 300,000 taels. Hai Chao and Li Feng were furious upon hearing the bid, especially Li Feng, who cursed inwardly, Damn fatty. The surrounding crowd also started murmuring, It's that young master again. At that moment, the master of Shibao Hall announced, Young Master Tang bids 300,000 tiles. Is there a higher bid? The two of them were certain this rare poisonous herb would be theirs as the auctioneer's call echoed. 300,000 taels, going once. 300,000 taels, going twice. Suddenly, a bitter voice cut in. Hai Chao, whose competitive nature couldn't stand being outdone, gritted his teeth and shouted a staggering bid. This master bids 3 million taels. Mota was speechless, while Tang Yuan furiously screamed the other guy's name. Hai Chao! He continued to yell in a rage. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to compete with this master? Just as his fury was about to boil over, a hand quickly covered Tang Yuan's mouth, and a new voice called out, This master bids 500. Hai Chao exploded at them. You bastard, are you looking for death? Mota simply replied, So, you're allowed to bid, but I'm not? Li Feng and Hai Chao, their faces contorted with absolute rage, shouted in unison, You! Mota, greatly enjoying their furious expressions, decided to taunt them to rub it in. Kid, you've already emptied your pockets. Where do you think you're going to pull 3 million taels from, huh? Tang Yuan also chimed in with a taunt. As long as you can produce the money, this herb is all yours. Outside, the master and his attendant were very curious about the incident. The auctioneer announced the price. For the Fen Jing He, young Master Tang has bid 5 million taels. Is there any higher bid? Mota was stunned. What? Tang Yuan was also in a bind, hesitating. But I didn't even say how much. Mota fell silent, frowning as he faced the difficult situation. Asterisk Fatty Tang only said the words, 500. Since when did that become 5 million taels? Could it be that Shibao Hall is trying to force the sale? Asterisk. Watching from a distance, the attendant of Shibao Hall's master said maliciously, The rules of Shibao Hall are not so easily broken. Once a bid is made, it must be honored. Seeing the arrogant and disdainful man beside the master, Mota thought, Asterisk, so you've finally shown your face. A consecrated of Shibao Hall. Asterisk. The man calmly stated his case. Shibao Hall forces no one to buy, not the Jun family, and not the Tang family. The bid has been made. Young Master Tang Yuan bid 5 million taels of silver. Mota smirked, but a fire of hatred blazed within him, rules that aren't easily broken. If that's the case, this young master could just sit here every day, call out high prices, and Shibao Hall would get richer and richer, wouldn't it? Hearing this, the master of Shibao Hall furiously demanded, Young Master Jun, what is the meaning of this? Am I to understand that the renowned Jun family of the Tianxiang nation intends to oppose Shibao Hall? Hearing this, the young master tilted his head and replied, Since when did Tang Yuan say, 5 million taels? Other than the words 500, did anyone clearly hear anything else? Hai Chao bid 3 million taels of silver, but he can't pay up. Does that still count as a valid bid? The logic was sound, causing the master to fall into pensive thought. The young master then pressed his advantage. So, let me ask in return, isn't this just a scheme by Shi Bao Hall to artificially inflate the price? The master showed no emotion, remaining calm, but thought to himself, asterisk, this accusation implies Shi Bao Hall colluded to fix the price, which would ruin our reputation. However, we were indeed careless today, and this brat caught our mistake, asterisk. In a corner, whispers could be heard discussing the small matter. This was indeed a mistake, and this establishment will investigate. Li Feng and Hai Zhou were standing in the hallway. Hai Zhou was so gloomy he couldn't speak a word, while the other man mocked him fiercely. Young Master Hai Zhou of the Li family, you just bid 3 million taels. Can you produce the cash for that price? The atmosphere seemed to darken with that profound thought. He came up with a solution for himself. This junior was previously annoyed that Tang Yuan raised the price 3 times, so I spoke up to interfere. The guy was shocked and afraid. This junior doesn't have 3 million silver taels right now. A gloomy Xiao Han appeared. Damn it. Hai Zhou was so terrified that sweat poured down his face as he heard the man's warning. You don't have enough silver, yet you dare to bid? Disrupting the auction. The man suddenly grabbed his collar while kicking him hard. Xiao Han kicked and cursed. Guards, throw this man out of Shi Bao Tang. The humiliated man fell to the ground. The Li family of Tianxiang City is no longer qualified to set foot in Shi Bao Tang. Mo Ta had witnessed the entire incident, utterly ashamed. Even if Hai Zhou was at fault, they can't just revoke the Li family's right to enter Shi Bao Tang. Could someone be pulling the strings from behind? His long silhouette exuded a chilling aura as he heard the curses. Jun Mo Ta. Although this incident was caused by Hai Zhou, you were the one who opened your mouth to humiliate our Shi Bao Tang. Standing on the upper floor, he observed everything carefully. Since when did this young master humiliate Shi Bao Tang? Hai Zhou was the one causing trouble, and this young master didn't let him off the hook. You applauded and praised him. Come on, everyone, let's give a round of applause for Shi Bao Tang, he said sarcastically. Shi Bao Tang has its pride. It has finally dealt with the matter. This young master is truly impressed. Tang Yuan chimed in. Why aren't you all clapping? Do you have an issue with Shi Bao Tang? Hearing his threatening words, everyone immediately joined in and applauded. Shi Bao Tang is truly fair, impartial and incorruptible, shameless, truly shameless. Young Master Jun Mo Ta's level of shamelessness has reached new heights. His thick-skinned act makes me feel ashamed of my own inadequacy. Faced with this forced situation, Xiao Mu and Xiao Yi reluctantly let it pass. This guy is still the same old scheming brat. The scene shifts to another room. A bitter Xiao Han holds a grudge over this debt. Jun Mo Ta, you cunning brat. I can't let him off the hook. Shui Tong calmly went about her business and advised, you were in the wrong in this matter. How can you blame that brat? But this Fen Jing He, I'm afraid it's for Jun Wu Yi. He erupted in a fit of rage. Jun Wu Yi? What do you mean? Unfazed by Xiao Han's emotions, he replied, I don't care what grudges you and Jun Wu Yi had in the past, but he is now a cripple. His life is as good as ruined. He maintained his leisurely lounging posture. You were the one who played tricks with the Fen Jing He, and you still want to deal with him? Xiao Han turned to him and snapped, What nonsense are you talking about? The man moved closer, their faces nearly touching. Although she told me to bring the Fen Jing He to Tianxiang City for auction, without a Shen Xuan master transferring their energy under the potent poison of the Fen Jing He will die very quickly. The other man quickly replied, He's just an insignificant Jun Wu Yi. Is he really worth sacrificing half of our ninth elder's cultivation power? Xuetong argued back and then cursed. You despicable villain. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Enough. Say no more. Xuetong's silence created a silent war. Not wanting to say more, Xiao Han turned around, snorted, and walked away. At a tall, ancient-looking fortress, Mo Ta and Tang Yuan stood high above, looking at the master of Shi Bao Tang. The previous auction for the Fen Jing, he was disrupted by Hai Zhou of the Li family. His bid is invalid. We will proceed based on the previously established price. Mo Ta listened intently. The voice was different from before. It seems they are indeed two different people. I just thought they hadn't reached a consensus. The master of Shi Bao Tang began to conduct the auction again. The Fen Jing, he previously bid at 300,000 taels by young Master Tang. Going once, going twice. Is there anyone who will bid higher than 300,000 taels? Hearing such a sky-high price, everyone around fell silent. The master of Shi Bao Tang slammed the gavel. 300,000 tiles, going for the third time. Sold. Back in the wooden room, a voice rang out. That fellow managed to get it again. Xiao Yi's face was cheerful. To get the spirit herb at such a low price, it's so annoying. Seeing her looking so happy, Ling Meng muttered to herself, Why is Xiao Yi so interested in him? Why is Xiao Yi paying so much attention to him today? Xiao Yi was startled and shyly denied it. Uh-oh. Ling Meng grew suspicious. Xiao Yi, little sister, you haven't taken a fancy to that playboy, have you? Your mouth says annoying, but your face looks so happy. It seemed her words had hit the mark, as Xiao Yi hastily denied it. No, no, don't misunderstand. She hugged her blushing face and tried to justify herself. It's because he's such a dandy. That's why he needs to be taught a proper lesson, to let him know how formidable this young lady is, she then muttered to herself. Seeing Xiao Yi's embarrassed demeanor, she could only stand there silently, judging. Meanwhile, the auction continued. He opened the bidding with another item, the last for now being the tendon of a level 6 out of 30 white-horned Xuan beast, with a starting price of 4 million, and each bid increment no less than 100,000. As soon as the starting price was announced, everyone below scrambled to bid. 4,500,000 silver taels, 6 million silver taels, 7,500,000 silver taels. After a fierce bidding war, and hearing the ever-increasing amount, 13 million silver taels, going twice, 13 million silver taels, going 3 times, sold. When Mota saw the item was a level 6 Xuan beast tendon, he became a little interested, using a level 6 Xuan beast tendon to make a bowstring. In that case, the power of the bow could at least be doubled, and by crafting more than 10 sets of bows and arrows and using a fusion art, it would be enough to forge a grand Xuan master, and this was just a level 6 Xuan beast tendon. If it were 30 level 6 Xuan pills, the price would likely be several times higher. Mota's gaze turned cold. Although it fell into the hands of the second prince, I wonder if he can figure out the use of this rhino tendon. Fatty, let's go. Xiao Yi spotted Mota walking with Tang Yuan and called out loudly, Jun Mota, her face lit up with joy. Oh, so you aren't dead yet. He turned around with a super cool aura and an incredibly handsome face. Well, if it isn't Miss Dugu, long time no see. Miss Dugu is looking more and more beautiful. Xiao Yi shyly fidgeted. Really? Am I really prettier than before? I look in the mirror every day. Why don't I feel that way? Seeing this person putting on a show, Tang Yuan commented. Wow, what's with this young lady today? He was a bit startled, then quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. She became shy again at his agreement. I must have successfully lost some weight. Mota was bewildered, not understanding what she was talking about. Xiao Yi pouted a little. Jun Mota, what did you just say? You actually dared to take liberties with me. As they were talking excitedly, a pair of white-furred paws emerged from inside her clothes. Utterly surprised, Xiao Yi cried out, only to find that it was Little Bai Bai. It behaved itself in Xiao Yi's hands as she doted on it. Be good, Little Bai Bai. Don't cause trouble. Big Sis will give you some delicious food later. Tang Yuan was surprised. A Xuan beast. Oh my god, it's an iron-winged leopard cub. She held its paw, waving it as if to say hello. Little Bai Bai also cried out, Mrao, Mrao. Seeing this, Xiao Yi said, Little Bai Bai seems to like you a lot. He just realized that its name was Little Bai Bai. What an adorable little fellow. Mota felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to react. But I don't like it. Xiao Yi offered a solution. Little Bai Bai likes you so much, just hold it for a bit, and I'll forgive you for taking liberties with me earlier. Little Bai Bai excitedly jumped out of her arms, much to Xiao Yi's embarrassment. It flew halfway to Mota before becoming dejected upon hearing his criticism. Too bad, this little toy is still too small. If it were twice as big, it would barely be enough for one pot. Forget it. Fatty, let's go. Xiao Yi froze on the spot, completely speechless. Only the cries of Little Bai Bai could be heard. Mro, Mro. There was truly nothing that could stop it anymore. It flew straight and landed precisely on Mota's head, then excitedly kept crying, Mro, Mro, making him feel helpless. He held it in his hands and remarked with a sigh. An iron-winged leopard, with its natural-born speed, a master at concealing its aura. No wonder I didn't have a shred of vigilance when it jumped over just now. She found it very strange. Although it doesn't reject you, Little Bai Bai enjoyed being in Mota's hands as she continued. But this is the first time I've seen it so close to someone else. It's very clingy with you. This is a peak level 7 Xuan beast. Once it acknowledges a master, it never changes for its entire life. Why is it even easier to fool than a regular puppy? Little Bai Bai kept clinging to Mota, so Xiao Yi ran over to get it off him. Mota, give it back. I'm its mother. Little Bai Bai didn't want to leave and dug its claws tightly into his clothes. Mrao, Mrao. She could only gently console it. There, Little Bai Bai, come back here. Big Sis will give you yummy food. He felt annoyed and uncomfortable. How would I know? Just get it off me. Losing all patience, the hot-tempered Xiao Yi said, Come over here. But it kept clinging desperately to Mota's robe, meowing pitifully as his clothes were torn, much to his annoyance. As bad luck would have it, the hem of his robe was ripped by the scratches, which disgusted Mota. Hey! Xiao Bai Bai seemed to feel guilty for its overly excited actions and let out a soft meow, as Mo Ta turned and walked away expressionlessly. Fatty A, it's getting late, let's go, Tang Yuan agreed. Okay. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai Bai looked embarrassed. She grumbled quietly. Always blaming others. How can he be so unreasonable? Who does he think he is? My father or my mother? Xiao Yi stroked its head, and it let out a few soft meows. Seeing it acting so cute, she forgave it. All right. In a few days at most, I'll take you to go play with him, okay? As she said that, where is Princess Ling Meng? As Mota was walking with Tang Yuan, someone suddenly called out, Jun Mota. Gu Han stood with his arms crossed, relaying Ling Meng's message. The princess is looking for you and has something to discuss. Please follow me this way. Seeing that someone had come for him, Mo Ta told Tang Yuan to leave first. Oh, fatty, you can head back first. As she lifted the curtain and stepped down, he teased playfully. Princess Ling Meng graces me with her presence. Truly, it's a small world. For us to meet again, it must be fate. His tone infuriated her. She looked at him with a serious expression as he stepped forward. Jun Mo Ta, this princess wishes to warn you about something, he replied nonchalantly. Your Highness, please speak. I am all ears. He sensed the surroundings were no longer safe. That killing intent belongs to Gu Han. No, it's those assassins from the treasure pavilion. Why are they here too? Don't tell me they plan to assassinate a princess in broad daylight? As she walked, she spoke, trying to intimidate him. Young Master Mo Ta, Miss Dugu is my best sister. However, he wasn't focused on her words, as he sensed the danger fading. The killing intent is gone. It seems Gu Han saw them and held back. Ling Meng stammered. I hope that, from now on, you and Xiao Yi don't have too much contact. Do you understand what I mean? Her beating around the bush only confused Mo Ta more about her intentions. This young master doesn't quite understand. Wouldn't it be better if Your Highness the Princess spoke more clearly? She was disappointed by his words. Young Master Mo Ta, there's no point in constantly playing dumb. Mo Ta demanded she be clearer. Please, clarify first. Who exactly is clinging to whom right now? For the dignified princess of a nation to be spouting such slander. How ridiculous. His attitude was outrageous, and she seethed inwardly. Xiao Yi is absolutely not someone you are worthy of. From now on, you are not to pester her, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. The two of them were in a direct confrontation, neither willing to back down. Ling Meng warned him once again. Jun Mo Ta, if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for telling Great General Dugu Wudi about this. At that time, not even Old Master Jun will be able to protect you. It won't end well for anyone. Ling Meng's threat successfully enraged him. Go on, go tell him. It would be best if Dugu Zhao Yi gets grounded by her father forever, so she stops coming to bother me. The situation was extremely tense. She was startled for a moment, then conceded, Fine. Jun Mo Ta, words are wind. Don't you regret this when the time comes? They went their separate ways, but Mo Ta was still fuming. She really has nothing better to do. She's not even my wife, yet she's meddling in my business with other women. Gu Han couldn't stand it anymore and shouted Mo Ta's name. Jun Mo Ta, the princess urged him. Let's go, Uncle Jia, he reproached Mo Ta. Scum like you are truly despicable. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Old Master Jun, and let you know that not just anyone is someone you can mess with. Mo Ta's fury reached its peak. And who the hell do you think you are? The moment you open your mouth, you claim to be acting on behalf of a great minister of the empire? How laughable. His killing intent flared up. Watch your mouth. Without another moment's delay, they prepared to rush in and defeat their opponent. But just then, Mo Ta turned and ran away, shouting, A Tian Xuan expert is attacking someone. The Tian Xuan expert, Jia Gu Han, is bullying people. Someone, help, save me. To save his own life, he ran as fast as the wind. Right. It's not time to make a move yet. I can't expose myself here. He was furious at Mo Ta's cowardly actions. You! How can a person be this shameless? Unable to stand the childishness of these two, Ling Meng intervened. Uncle Jia, don't mind him anymore. Let's go. She ordered them to head to Xiao Yi's residence, but then changed course to the Dugu Manor. He walked alone on the deserted streets, then stopped in his solitude to think things through. Mo Ta's mind was sharp, yet his expression remained unchanged. The trouble is over now, but they haven't gotten far. I must quickly pursue those assassins. Looking ahead, he carefully scanned everyone. This outfit of mine is too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good if I were recognized. Mo Ta went into a deserted alley. I need to find a secret place to put on a little disguise. He rubbed his head, closed his eyes, and searched for something. He took out a small vial of liquid, poured it on his hands to change his skin color, and then proceeded to mess up his hair so it looked different from his usual style. He looked around and found a clothing store, then found an apparel shop to change his clothes. Feeling more confident in his disguise, Mota carefully checked his entire appearance. The skin of this body is too fair. After changing like this, I probably won't look like a young master from a wealthy family anymore. He finally caught up to the assassins. Got them. At the corner of a building hung with bright red lanterns, he started to suspect something. I never expected their destination would be a place like this. Mota stepped into the pleasure house, a place where beautiful, scantily clad women were welcoming guests. It was a man's paradise, the Spirit Mist Lake. In the middle of a desolate field stood a distant compound. People were still entering the Spirit Mist Lake's Yi Chang Pavilion, which he found strange. Did they also come here to seek pleasure? From afar, he saw several people acting suspiciously. He was certain something was wrong. This isn't right. Amidst a patch of wild reeds, a large, luxurious boat was docked at the shore. Just as I got here, this flower boat arrived. What a coincidence. Two people furtively boarded the boat. Afraid of losing them, Mota followed. They're on the boat. If I don't follow now, I'll definitely lose their trail. He took a detour through the reeds to stay hidden. Without a second thought, Mota decided to take a gamble. I'll risk it all this time. He quickly dived into the river. Once he stabilized himself and controlled his breathing underwater, he looked up to observe. He skillfully swam closer to the boat. If it weren't for the great progress he'd made recently, he probably couldn't have done it so silently and effortlessly. On the gently flowing river, Mota cleverly used a reed to breathe. Infiltration successful. Now, I just have to wait. Two people quietly boarded the boat, chatting as they went. Miss Yuer, I wonder when Lord Liu will be here. Hearing this from under the water, he was surprised and began to deduce. One person, two people, three people. One more is a woman. Wu Ji has now appeared. Ever since the last assassination attempt on the princess, rumors have been spreading non-stop throughout the city. Inside the boat, two mysterious, dark-clad figures were in discussion. Did we bring the profound beast today? But what if? A calm woman in a veiled hat interjected, Assistant Hallmaster, you worry too much. You know full well what kind of place the Yicheng Pavilion is. The veiled person lifted her veil, revealing herself to be Yuer. Assistant Hallmaster, it sounds like you want to back out. So, how are we supposed to explain the failure of the last mission? Does the Hallmaster intend to just let it slide? The old man couldn't accept this and refuted her. Miss Yuer, that's not right. If it hadn't been for the faulty intelligence you provided, how would we have known the princess had a Tianwu-level expert protecting her? How could a mission of that difficulty be classified as a mere level 3 task? She then defended herself, using someone else as a shield. This humble one is merely a young woman. When Lord Liu arrives, you can explain it to him yourself. Perhaps from being underwater for so long, he had grown accustomed to it and appeared quite relaxed. It seems they still haven't settled the matter of the last assassination attempt on the princess among themselves. After a long moment of silence, as expected, the next person arrived. Someone's coming. The figure of a man walked straight into the flower boat without any hesitation or caution. The atmosphere grew heavy, for he was a person of great importance. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, they immediately bowed before him. Greetings, Lord Liu. The old man, with a disrespectful and accusatory expression, said, Lord Liu, regarding the recent assassination attempt, your intelligence was incorrect, causing us immense losses. Our Radiant Sword Hall needs a fair explanation from you, Lord Liu. Fourth, Uncle disagreed with the idea of blaming each other. Oh? So, you mean the failure of the assassination mission is now being blamed on us? The old man was not pleased with what Fourth Uncle said. Our Radiant Sword Hall has always acted based on the precise intelligence provided by our clients. But you neglected to mention a crucial detail, that the princess was protected by a Sky Profound expert. Hearing about a Sky Profound expert, the man pondered, a Sky Profound expert? Are you sure? Vokuk affirmed with great certainty. Absolutely certain. That profound expert had an aura as blue as the sea and sky, with a cultivation at the peak of the Sky Profound realm. Fourth Uncle found this hard to accept and was skeptical. Sky Profound. A peak Sky Profound expert? Since when did such a figure appear in the capital? How bizarre. This matter must be reported to the second master for further discussion. He analyzed the situation for everyone. With a Sky Profound expert present, it's impossible for us alone to assassinate the princess. Realizing the extreme difficulty of the current situation, he said, But it's truly a great pity that you couldn't even kill Jun Moxie. The woman agreed with Fourth Uncle. A pity, a great pity indeed. It would have been so good if Jun Moxie had died. It would have certainly grieved that old scoundrel Jun for a while. Hearing his name and how they wished for his death, he wondered, Have I met her before? Who is this? I've never offended her. Time was running out, so to avoid exposure, the old man quickly told them to leave. All right, I will arrange for you to leave Tianshang City. Before you return, please convey my regards to the Hall Master of the Radiant Sword Hall. Before they left, the old man added one more thing. Although this mission was not a success, the second master is still grateful. They replied, understood. Fourth uncle didn't forget about the woman's part. Have someone take care of the nearby Xuan beast, Yuer. The people inside have also been arranged for. You should go. She accepted the order. Lord Liu, please rest assured. But I wonder, is there any specific result regarding the matter I entrusted to the second master? Underwater, Moshe had heard the entire conversation. The second master. Who doesn't know you're talking about the second prince? So secretive. Yuer's heart was filled with resentment. That old thief June caused my country to fall, my family to be destroyed, and my people to scatter. If the second master cannot do this for me, then why should we invest so much in him? The old man explained the current situation to her, urging her not to be hasty. Yuer, my lady, that Jun Jiantian is the pillar of the Tianxiang kingdom's military. Assassinating him is not so easy. But once this is done, having the leader of the Supreme Divine Profound deal with Jun Jiantian will not be a difficult matter. They were planning to kill his grandfather. Moshe was so shocked that he moved abruptly, causing a loud splash in the water. They're actually plotting to assassinate Grandpa. And there's a Supreme Divine Profound leader who wants to make a move. The splash alerted fourth uncle, who shouted, "Who's there?" Everyone scrambled to find the intruder. There's someone under the boat. Moji grew anxious. What should I do? Fight now or escape first? Fourth uncle furiously shouted to intimidate the intruder. You audacious thief! A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from him, his body glowing with a powerful light. Moshi immediately dove deeper. Those two assassins from the Radiant Sword Hall haven't gone far. If they hear the commotion and come back, I'm done for. Among the ways to save himself, he chose the easiest one, a strategic retreat. Time to bolt. The old man leaped onto the roof and spotted his shadow in the water, hiding underwater to try and escape my divine sense. At this moment, fourth uncle was furious and looked ready for a fight. Wishful thinking. Yuer, also eager to see the intruder caught, praised the old man. As expected of Lord Liu, you are only at the peak of the gold rank, yet your divine sense can match that of a sky-profound expert, fourth uncle replied modestly. It's just a special cultivation technique, nothing worth mentioning. In his hand, the old man held a golden bamboo pole, meticulously observing the movements underwater in the dead of night. Once he had identified his target, Tubak gathered all his strength. Found you. His face turned sinister and dark as he clenched his teeth and swung the staff back. He threw it with deadly force. Die! The staff, enveloped in a golden aura, shot straight down toward the water's surface. It plunged into the water at such an incredible speed that even Mo Ta was startled. So fast. The bamboo staff pierced right through his clothes, and the impact was enough to completely stun Mo Ta. He quickly opened his eyes to assess the situation and recalled the terrifying scene, the memory replaying in his mind. Damn, if that had a bit more force, I would have been sent to meet my maker. Mota found it troublesome. These clothes are so inconvenient. He readied his dagger for close combat. Mota tore his clothes to shreds. This person threw a bamboo pole, intending to assassinate me. Seeing the bamboo pole slowly floating up, he thought, if the attack misses, I can still use its buoyancy to get back on my feet. Up above, having not seen the assassin surface for a while, Tubak couldn't wait any longer and personally flew down to check, as Mota assessed the old man's power level. This peak gold rank master doesn't understand water properties, relying on his profound energy to temporarily stand on the surface. With no other choice, he decided to take a gamble. There's no other way. I'll have to risk it all. Swimming closer to the bamboo pole, he positioned himself in a blind spot and carefully examined it underwater. This bamboo pole, used for punting boats, seemed sturdy enough. Grasping the bamboo pole, he prepared to retaliate. His powerful movements caused a section of the bamboo to bend. When Tubak saw that the tip of the pole was gone, he was astonished. The tip, it's vanished! An immense force created an undercurrent, pushing the pole upward. Using that momentum, he launched himself out of the water right in front of Tubak, who couldn't believe his eyes. What? His qinggong was as fast as a whirlwind, creating large waves that obscured the view. Mota dashed off, even bidding farewell. Goodbye now. The old man watched with regret, unable to get a clear look at the culprit's face. There was too much splashing water, I couldn't see his face at all. A bright moon shone in the dark sky, and along with it, there was Mota flying like a rocket, making even the author praise. Now that's a firm butt. Standing in the water, the bitter old man looked up at the sky and sighed. That damn brat. He never expected that the bamboo pole he himself had thrown to attack Mota was now heading straight for him. It suddenly shot back towards Tubak. Immersed in his humiliation, he failed to notice his surroundings. This plan needs to be completely redesigned. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky. Wah! As the bamboo pole smacked right into the old man. After suffering such humiliation, and then getting smacked in the face by the bamboo pole, Tu Bak felt utterly miserable. Even so, he still tried his best to observe. If only I could just get a glimpse of him. Just one little glimpse. Before Tu Bak's eyes was the sight of Mo Ta, riding the wind and breaking the waves like a true merman. And yet, the last impression in Tu Bak's mind before he passed out was a pair of firm buttocks swaying before his eyes. He was so stunned that he even managed to exclaim, "So white." Right after Tu Bak fainted, Yue Ni quickly made her move. She threw out a long strip of cloth, wrapping it around the old man. Yue Ni then flew high into the air to gain momentum. With her superb skills, she pulled Tu Bak to the shore, landing gently. Yue Ni stood beside him for a moment, then mused, "Enough time has passed. Even if he wanted to give chase, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Who on earth was that opponent?" Meanwhile, outside Spirit Mist Lake, a burly man was aimlessly wandering about in the middle of the night with a lantern. But as the old saying goes, if you walk in the dark too often, you'll eventually meet a ghost, so it was no surprise when he was chased out of the bushes by one. A few minutes later, that guy, who had been scared unconscious, was seen completely stripped of his clothes. It turns out Mo Ta was the ghost from before, and after scaring the guy and stripping him of his clothes, he thought to himself, "I'll just wear these clothes for now. I can't go back stark naked after all." It was midnight by the time Mo Ta returned home. The guard saw him and called out, "Young master, you've returned!" Kier was still awake at this hour and also came out to greet him. "Young master, you're back," she asked with concern. "Young master, where did you run off to?" Although a bit tired, Mo Ta gently patted Kier's head and instructed her, "Go and bring me some clean clothes. I want to take a bath first." She blushed shyly and obeyed. After returning home, Mo Ta didn't rest right away but went into his third uncle's room. Seeing him enter, Vu Wei spoke calmly. "I heard that this afternoon, nephew, a major incident occurred at Shengbao Hall." Mo Ta didn't evade the question and answered frankly, "Yes, Shengbao Hall has been too arrogant and reckless. Third uncle, is there something to worry about?" Vu Wei immediately replied, "Shengbao Hall. Our Jun family still cannot afford to offend them. At least, not for now. Do you understand?" Mo Ta sat down, puzzled, and asked, "This doesn't sound like something you would say, third uncle. Could it be that Shengbao Hall is truly that formidable? Even you are afraid of them?" Fu Wei patiently explained in detail. "If it were just me, I could certainly take on Shengbao Hall, but behind us is the entire Jun family. Sometimes, the clan will be your greatest hindrance. This is the responsibility of a descendant of a great family, and also its glory." He fell silent for a moment. After pondering for a long time, Mo Ta finally understood. "I see now." After their talk, he stood up to leave, but just before he walked out of the room, Vu Yi took the initiative to invite him. "It's good that you understand. Since you've returned safely, come have a drink with me." Hearing this, Mo Ta stopped in his tracks and gently refused. "A drink? Not right now. I'm afraid that for the next 10 to 15 days, third uncle, you won't be able to drink anymore." He smiled and slowly revealed, "Because I want to congratulate you, third uncle. Those 5 types of herbs are now fully prepared." Vu Wei was startled, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. Seeing his uncle's astonished expression, Mo Ta continued, "And that meridian-piercing needle was prepared half a month ago. Third uncle, you only need another 10 days. That thing you're sitting in can be dismantled and tossed out. When that time comes, we can slowly enjoy a drink." With that said, he left immediately without lingering, leaving Vu Wei alone in the room, lost in thought. 10 years of being crippled. Finally, a chance to be reborn. The next morning, the palace was under extremely strict guard, with soldiers everywhere, ready to follow orders. From this day forward, no one is to be seen without His Majesty's explicit command. Anyone who dares to trespass even a single step into the inner courtyard will be eliminated without question. At the Wanjian sect, figures moved about. Zhan Tian stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Vu Wei was beginning the first stage of his recovery. He was currently meditating in the garden, eyes closed and mind calm. At the same time, a pot of medicinal brew was boiling vigorously. When the time came, the pot was brought to a rolling boil, but the servants were still bustling about, trying to make the fire hotter. "Hurry up! Only reduce the heat when it's at a full boil." Standing nearby, Mo Ta was checking the ingredients for the medicine. Soul-extinguishing grass, heart-connecting grass, and then bone-setting root. All right, third uncle. Under his control, each medicinal herb flowed smoothly into the cauldron. Hearing this, Vu Wei focused on circulating his energy with all his might. A terrifying power radiated from his body, tearing his robes to shreds. Mo Ta thought to himself, "These 5 herbs are the most venomous of grasses." A strange green mist rose from the medicinal cauldron. It then enveloped Vu Wei's body, causing him some discomfort. Seeing this, Mo Ta offered encouragement. "This is just the beginning. Maintain your consciousness." In an instant, the green mist was completely absorbed into Vu Yi's body, gradually forming sprawling, tattoo-like patterns all over him. Vu Yi cried out in agony. Mota continued to urge him, "Endure it, third uncle." Hearing that, Vu Yi gritted his teeth and endured, panting as he tried to regulate his body. Continue. Seizing the opportunity, Mota took the bottle of Lich Changhua elixir and quickly forced it into Vu Yi's mouth before he could even react. With such a sudden action, Vo Yi flinched and choked up a bit of the medicine. So, he quickly took a clean cloth and stuffed it into Vo Yi's mouth, allowing him to bite down on it through the pain and avoid biting his own tongue. Qian Tian, who was also present, hesitated before saying, "Makta, isn't this too much?" However, Makta immediately retorted, "This is a necessary measure, fighting poison with poison. Only this way can we force out the deeply hidden, extreme poison." 3 types of extreme poison activated simultaneously within Quan Vo Yi's body, causing all his muscles to tense up. As time passed and the medicinal effects seeped into Vo Yi's body, a strange golden light gathered on Makta's hand and shot straight into Vo Yi's mouth. Then, 3 other colored lights swirled and gathered in front of him. Vo Yi realized in horror, his legs began to tremble slightly. His legs and waist, which had been numb for many years. The extreme poison from the injury 10 years ago was now manifesting. The agony was like his very soul was being incinerated. A moment later, both Qiantian and Makta noticed the change in Vo Yi. Qiantian shouted with joy, "He's standing up! He's standing up!" In contrast to the old man's joy, Vo Yi groaned out word by word, "Father, it's me." Makta, standing nearby, was indifferent. "Of course he's standing up. What's all the fuss about?" It turned out Vo Yi had fainted from the excruciating skin-flaying pain, his rigid face darkening in agony. But for Makta, this still wasn't enough. He continued to force more medicine into Vo Yi, urging, "Keep drinking the Sir Kin Ha." When Vo Yi had taken the final dose of medicine, Makta quickly sat behind him, gave a quiet instruction, and began to assist, "Guard your spiritual altar." In the blink of an eye, Makta channeled all of his internal energy and struck Vo Yi's back with his palm. After receiving Makta's profound and immense internal energy, he regained consciousness and began to regulate the power flowing through his body. Meanwhile, Makta urgently shouted, realizing the precious time was now. "Father, the moment has come." Hearing this, Qiantian, who was standing by, also quickly channeled his energy, launching Vo Yi's body into the air. Makta immediately coordinated by leaping up from the ground, silver needles held tightly in hand. He was using a technique from the golden needle acupuncture art. As the needles flew at the speed of light and pierced Vo Yi's flesh, the momentum sent him flying straight into a giant steaming cauldron of boiling water. Just as the splash echoed, Makta landed lightly on the ground after his move to push his third uncle into the boiling cauldron. The toxins in Vo Yi's body gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Qiantian was in disbelief. "The poison, it's all gone." The old man observed the scene and thought to himself, "This treatment method, I have truly never seen or heard of anything like it." Meanwhile, Makta was seriously observing the detoxification process, and he soon realized the opportune moment had arrived. So, Makta reached out, grabbed his arm, and forcefully pulled Vo Yi upward. Next, he helped him unblock his qi and blood pathways. Makta was completely focused on channeling energy to aid Vo Yi's detoxification. At that very moment, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the poison that had accumulated in Vo Yi's body was forced out. He couldn't help but let out a loud cough, expelling the residual poison from his body. The substance hit the ground and let out a sizzling white smoke. At this point, he thought with great satisfaction, mission accomplished. Then, Makta stood up, looked towards Vo Yi, and said, "Third uncle, the toxins in your body have been completely purged." His expression began to change. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "The extreme poison is gone. The seal is broken." The profound energy that Quan Vo Yi had accumulated for 15 years erupted with full force. Then, Qiantian stared, stunned, at the pale blue aura in front of him. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. "Vo Yi has broken through to the Sky Profound realm," he added from the side. "And that's not all. Thanks to the effects of the Sir Kin Ha, from now on, third uncle will be immune to all poisons." Wu Yi was overjoyed, thinking, "My legs can finally stand again," but my face remained serious as I gave a reminder. "Third uncle, for now, just sit in the wheelchair, don't move on your own. You should gather your spirit and calm your qi. Circulate your blood and qi. The medicine's power is extremely potent. If you can't resolve it soon, it will be detrimental instead. Besides, third uncle's legs haven't moved in 15 years. You need to perform another 360 major circulations to ensure there are no further worries." After everything was done, Zhan Tian emotionally called out his name, but Mo Xie remained calm, looking at the old man and calling out, "Grandpa, Tian's tears just fell. Grandpa, this is out of sheer joy. The Jun family not only has a successor, but one who has surpassed his master. Even if I close my eyes in the future, I can smile in the afterlife with no regrets. At the same time, his feet trembled violently as he unconsciously tried to force his way towards the old man and the boy. By the time he could stand up on his own, he was still in disbelief. Jean Tien stared blankly at the scene before him and called out Wu Yi's name. The old man, fearing he was mistaken, raised a hand to rub his eyes. Immediately, Wu Yi joyfully exclaimed, I can finally stand on my own 2 feet again. Then he knelt on the ground, and Wu Yi spoke with utmost respect. Your unfilial son, Wu Yi, pays his respects to father, Mo Xie. This kid saved third uncle's life. Jean Tien was deeply moved by this scene. My son, get up, quickly, quickly get up. But he continued to kowtow. Now that I can stand again, I will take on the heavy responsibility of shouldering the Jun family. The dust-covered longsword of your son, Jun Wu Yi, which has been idle for 10 years, will be unsheathed once more for the Jun family and for Mo Shi. The scene changes to the magnificent and majestic residence of Grand Preceptor Li. At this moment, Li Feng and Fan An were looking gloomy. It's all because of that fatty surnamed Tang and Jun Mo Shi. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have wasted 5 million liang, and we even lost our qualifications to enter the aristocratic hall. Yuran analyzed the current situation. In any case, the Tang family also participated in the bidding. For you to be able to buy this jade coral is already considered not bad. The 2 guards were extremely surprised. What? He's taking it so lightly? Is this still Li Yuran? Meanwhile, he calmly continued. Brothers, go to the accounting office in a bit and get the 3 million liang that you fronted. Leave the jade coral here. You 2 can head back first. When he was the only one left in the room, Yuran admired the coral. I didn't expect old Master Tang would also want this item. If I had missed this great opportunity, it would have truly been my mistake. However, at a price like this, if it weren't for these 2 idiots, I'm afraid anyone else would have been too scared and given up after just one bid. The rumors were indeed true. This thing really contains a massive amount of heaven and earth primordial energy. If Grandpa absorbs this energy, even if he can't cultivate his profound arts again, prolonging his lifespan is a certainty. A moment later, he gave an order, someone, invite Grandpa over here. When Li Shang saw the item before him, he was extremely surprised. So, this is the jade coral. It's truly a fine item. Seeing this, Yuran proactively suggested, Grandpa, we can't delay. How about I use the method my master taught me to assist you with the primordial energy, so you can quickly absorb this wonderful item. The old man thought it was a good idea. All right, go call those few people over. Have them stand guard for us. He followed Li Shang's order and immediately went to the door to call for people. Outside, the general gave orders to strictly guard the perimeter of the study for 30 zhang, absolutely forbidding anyone from disturbing them. The soldiers quickly complied. Inside the room, the man suddenly remembered, oh right, Duran, your senior brothers have returned, haven't they? It's a pity your master couldn't come here himself. If he could have come, we would have had the greatest protection. At this, he calmly explained, my master is preparing for the appointment at Tianfeng 3 years from now. For the time being, he absolutely cannot be distracted. But with my senior brothers here to help, as long as it's not a full-scale war, we have absolutely nothing to worry about. After understanding everything, Li Shang urged, all right, let's begin. Duran didn't dare to delay and began channeling origin power for him. The abundant aura hidden within the coral was transferred out, and Li Shang stretched out his hand, feeling the origin power entering his body. He felt the abundant spiritual energy and assessed. The moment this aura entered my body, my meridians felt much better. The dantian that was shattered by Jun Jantian all those years ago has been numb for so long, but now it seems to be recovering. He noticed a change in his body. The mark left by Jun Moye was being tightly enveloped by the violent white spiritual energy. As Li Shang absorbed the origin power, he exclaimed, Duran, my dantian might have already recovered. Seeing this, he also felt overjoyed. Today, the shackle that old scoundrel Jun Jantian placed on your body can finally be considered removed. My Li family can finally reign supreme again. However, just as the 2 were slowly absorbing the energy and breaking free from the restraints, suddenly, the spiritual energy in the coral became incredibly violent, startling him in disbelief. Li Shang tried to withstand the terrifying power. Why does this jade coral have such berserk spiritual energy? He realized the situation was bad and screamed at Duran, but in the end, Li Shang couldn't withstand the berserk spiritual energy. His body suffered immense repercussions. Only then did he try to run over to help, screaming, Grandpa! As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, Duran muttered in confusion. Why? He still didn't understand what detail had gone wrong. This jade coral clearly had an effect, But why did it suddenly explode? Master, you guaranteed it. Why? Now, the man suffered immense damage as his dantian shattered, his cultivation path hopeless. Duran, unable to accept the truth, screamed in despair. The scene shifts to the Dugu family as a voice filled with fury rings out. Useless bastard, son of a bitch, you piece of trash! Wudi was completely intimidated by Zongheng's aura. Father, the man was furious. Look at the daughter you raised. Is this how she turns out? Even fancying a pig's head would be better than fancying Jun Moy. That's Jun Moy we're talking about. Are you blind? He stammered awkwardly. I didn't know either. If I had known earlier. Zongheng cut Wudi off before he could finish. If you don't know, who does? You're her damn father. While Xiao Yi is with the princess in the palace these next few days, you'd better end this matter for me. If I hear any more news like this, I'll beat you until you blossom. He watched the old man leave with a cold snort and wondered, damn it, how could something like this happen? Then Wudi shouted an order. Men, pass on my command! Dugu Ying, Dugu Xiong, Dugu Hao, Dugu Jie, Dugu Chong, Dugu Shang, Dugu Qian. Return to the military camp outside the city at once. No mistakes are allowed. Anyone who is a step late will be dealt with according to both family and military law. The 7 brothers of the Dugu family were very surprised to hear this order. After giving the orders, he grumbled in frustration. That damn Jun Moy, how dare he seduce my daughter? Does he have a death wish? Does he think that just because he has his grandpa protecting him, I wouldn't dare to touch him? Elsewhere, as someone was leaning against a small table, Wu Yi asked with some melancholy, Moy, do I really have to abstain from it? Can't I have just a little? But he saw Moye firmly assert that he was not allowed to drink. Jantian couldn't help but speak up. Moye, this cultivation of yours, and that monstrous technique. Grandpa is extremely curious. After hearing this, Moy spoke up. Grandpa, Uncle, can you two please not ask about this? I don't want to lie to you. The old man didn't press Moye any further and said, this old man understands. Was it the great expert who taught you the technique, who forbade you from speaking of it? Then this old man won't ask, all right? I won't ask. Wu Yi had the same reaction as Jantian. Even though Mota possesses this kind of miraculous cultivation technique, we shouldn't ask about it and must try our best to keep it a secret. Who wouldn't covet a technique like this? Even the slightest rumor spreading would be extremely dangerous. Mota saw the two of them rationalizing the situation and thought to himself he hadn't even come up with an excuse yet, but these two had already figured one out for him. The old man suddenly felt curious. Mota, now that your third uncle has recovered, what are your plans from here on out? Tell Grandpa, I don't have any plans at the moment. What kind of plans could I possibly have? To continue being an idle, good-for-nothing young master? How great would that be? However, the matter of third uncle's complete recovery shouldn't be revealed for now. You just keep putting on a grim face. That'll be enough. After hearing this, he fell silent, while Qin immediately retorted. Nonsense. In the past, I was worried sick because of you two brats. Now, you've become capable, and Vo Wai is also cured. How can I possibly keep pretending? Then Mota was seen smiling and explaining. That's easy. In a little while, I'll go out and stir up some trouble for you, to give you a reason to look grim. How about that? For example, I could go smash Shengbao Hall, grab the 3 princes and give them a beating, or maybe go harass a few young ladies. The old man now glared at him for bringing up the past. I still haven't settled the score with you for that incident at Shengbao Hall. Let me tell you, some things transcend the mundane world. For example, Shengbao Hall. Mota suddenly grew curious. Shengbao Hall, what exactly is its origin? Qin didn't hide anything and explained, I can only tell you that Shengbao Hall is merely the tip of the iceberg of an immense power. But even so, it's enough to intimidate the entire world. As for the deeper matters, this old man doesn't know. I only know that they cannot be provoked. Since things have come to this, the hidden forces of the family, starting from now, will be entirely handed over to Vo Wai to manage. As for you, Mota, you go handle your own business and help your third uncle when you have free time. He finally agreed to the old man's command. All right, but before third uncle takes charge, we must first completely eliminate the spies. Third uncle's recovery is indeed a threat to outsiders. At this moment, Qin cautiously asked, are you referring to the spies from the royal family? Mota seriously analyzed the current situation. Although the Jun family's secret forces have been purged, there are still people from the royal family hiding within. Now is a critical time. We must cut them off. The old man closed his eyes and fell silent, seemingly pondering deeply. A moment later, Qin relented. You're right. I will give you the list. As for the specific details of how to do it, you two can arrange it yourselves. There's no need to tell me. After listening to the old man and his nephew finish their conversation, Vo Wai suddenly felt worried. Mota, isn't what you're doing a bit too cruel? Even if they were once people of the royal family, they are our comrades now, Mota replied very calmly. Failure to sever ties when necessary will only lead to greater trouble. Once we are exposed, if the royal family becomes suspicious, the entire June family will be implicated. He still hesitated, wavering. But before Vowai could finish, he was cut off. Third uncle, are we supposed to keep hiding forever? Hide until we die? Isn't your perspective a bit too narrow? Look at Shengbao Hall now. They do as they please in this world. Which emperor would dare to touch Shengbao Hall? Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Mo Ta, to think you have such great ambitions. Mo Ta sighed softly, then asked curiously, have the 300 men from before not yet returned? Then Vo Wai recounted the information he had received. You mean, the soldiers you assigned to the suicide mission? They went into the Tianfa forest to hunt low-level Xuen beasts for their cores and pelts. So far, 27 have revealed their traces, or wrote letters of surrender, and all have been confirmed dead. Upon hearing this news, he commented, the ones who are left can probably be trusted. As long as they can ultimately return, it will all be worth it. Time passed. In the royal court, the crown prince suddenly fell gravely ill. News that his life was in danger spread throughout the capital. Mota silently drank his wine and wondered to himself, it wasn't my doing, was it? Inside the royal palace, the emperor was frustrated. Such a fine civil official, yet he had to go and cultivate that Xuen Qi. And now look, he failed to cultivate Xuen Qi and tortured his old body to the brink of death. How could a situation like this not pain us? He glared down at everyone below. Meanwhile, they all remained silent, as the relationship between civil and military officials had always been poor. Meanwhile, Van Lai was dozing off right in the Great Hall. The emperor's face darkened when he saw they weren't focused on the discussion. The relationship among the highly respected civil officials was also mediocre at best. He felt a bit helpless, thinking, what's the point of trying to lead these old geezers when he had to rely on them? It was no different from playing a harp for a cow. Finally, the emperor gave the order, go, all of you, just leave. It was all our mistake. Why did I bother you, old masters? Go, 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 hurry and leave. Upon hearing this, everyone replied in unison, thank you, your majesty. Ku Tian had been waiting for this moment and hurriedly left. The emperor urged them on impatiently. Go home and get some sleep. Don't exhaust yourselves. Just then, Tung Hoan called out, Quan, you old fool, stop right there for me. Hearing this, the old man spoke with displeasure. My, you've got some nerve today, daring to yell at me. You old monkey, are you looking for a fight? He yelled back without hesitation. You think you're so great just because you're old? That grandson of yours. I want to help you teach him a lesson. Peel off 2 layers of his skin. Do you have a problem with that? Hearing this, Ku Yutin's face contorted with rage as he growled. What did you say? You want to discipline my grandson? He demanded furiously. Tung Hoan sneered bluntly. Quan Ku Tian, to think you'd make such a face at me over a useless grandson. He's just a piece of trash, yet you treat him like a treasure. For me to discipline him, that's a blessing your grandson couldn't hope for in 8 lifetimes. Ku Yuthian grew even angrier and demanded, Dugu Tung Hoan, I don't know what my grandson did to offend you, for you to want to take matters into your own hands. Explain yourself. He warned, if he had only offended me, that would have been fine, but your grandson never ever should have messed with our family's little Yer. I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, you won't even find your grandson's body. Hearing Tung Hoan's words, the old man fell silent. Then Ku Yutian roared furiously. Dugu Tung Hoan, if Moxie is missing even a single strand of hair, I swear your Dugu family will regret this for a lifetime. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Van Lai hurriedly tried to mediate. I was wondering what all the commotion was about. Turns out it's just you 2 old gentlemen joking around here. Look at the 2 of you. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by your juniors? Not wanting to argue with him any further, the old man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Tung Hoan wasn't finished and called out, it's too late for you to head back now. My 7 boys have already reached the Quan estate. Old man Quan, you might as well buy some healing ointment on your way. You'll need it to treat your grandson. Ku Tian turned his head back and glared. Dugu Tung Hoan, this old man is not finished with you. Just you wait. You will regret this. With that, he flew off. The scene shifts to the Quan estate, a place of ancient architecture. At this moment, Care was taking a large wine jug from a subordinate. She looked at the items before her and commented, not bad. Although I don't like strong liquor, I can sell this to make some silver. It'll be a good chance to broaden the horizons of those young masters, too. Moshe watched the pot of boiling wine and instructed, Xiao Ke, prepare to warm the wine. In a moment, I will savor some of the freshly brewed wine. While the pot of wine was still bubbling, someone suddenly appeared nearby, causing a loud commotion. Seeing this, he was very displeased. This is the June family estate. To dare cause a disturbance here in broad daylight. Interesting. Just then, the 7 Dugu brothers appeared aggressively before Mo Xie, and one of them furiously roared, Jun Mo-sie, you brat. Get over here for this old man. He remained perfectly calm and instructed. Tell Uncle Kan and Da Zhuang that they don't need to come over. I'll handle this. She hastily followed Moshe's command. Next, he bowed respectfully. So it is the 7 Dugu big brothers. Forgive my disrespect. I will have someone bring up tea immediately. Dugu Hao stepped closer and growled, Jun Mo-sie, you've got some nerve, daring to look down on my little sister. Dugu Jie, standing beside him, aggressively chimed in. Let's see how this old man beats your pretty boy face into a pancake today. Another one curiously asked, Big brother, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Suddenly, 2 of them grew restless, not knowing where this rumor and the related information came from. Looking down on your little sister, Dugu Xiaoyi. Very quickly, they couldn't help but become mesmerized by the aroma of the wine. Then, the 7 Dugu brothers spotted a pot of wine in the distance and let out a cry. They began to speculate about what was before them. No, could it be an intoxicating incense? Meanwhile, Mo-si slowly picked up the kettle and poured the wine into a cup. After pouring, he gave a light cough to attract their attention. He glanced at the group and asked, Is this what you gentlemen are looking for? Dugu Shang stared covetously at the pot of wine. Brother, look at that. Is it really fragrant wine? He quickly tried to confirm. Finally, Dugu Zong couldn't resist asking, Jun Mo-xie, what is that in your hand? Mo-xie was seen sitting there, calmly explaining, Isn't it obvious? It's wine. What else could it be? He then nonchalantly poured the cup of wine onto the ground. Seeing this, their faces instantly darkened. To waste such a top-grade wine was truly a heinous crime. Can something spilled on the ground still be drunk? It can't be wasted, can it? Mo-xie then curiously asked. Oh, right. Why are you all here? Speak up. If there's nothing, please see yourselves out. Just then, Dugu Ying of the 7 Dugu brothers explained, We are here under orders to arrest you. At that moment, the person next to him stomped on his foot. He screamed in agony, but his brothers seemed unconcerned, while Dugu Zong calmly cleared his throat. Then he said, Seriously, we are here under orders to invite young Master Mo-xie to our residence to deepen the profound relationship between the Jun and Dugu families. Meanwhile, the others were huddled together, discussing their plan. As long as we can trick him, we can deal with the matter of our little sister later. There will be other opportunities. Then Dugu Ying looked at him with an expectant gaze. Third young Master Jun, please. Hearing them, Mo-xie smiled. Old Master Dugu is truly too courteous. If that's the case, then let's go, lest we keep old Master Dugu waiting. Then, he unceremoniously threw the wine cup to the ground. Seeing this, their expressions turned even uglier. All the good wine is being wasted like this. Is it too late to lick it up now? Then, Dugu Hao spoke up with a suggestion. Young Master Jun, our 2 families share a deep bond. Since we brothers came together to invite you, shouldn't you offer this wine for us to taste? Dugu Zong agreed. Second brother makes a good point. After hearing this, Mo-xie immediately refused. No, I don't have much left here either. Brother, look at these jars of mine. Once they're finished, they're gone for good. Hearing this, he looked at him with a thirsty expression. At this moment, Moye was still rambling on. So that's how it is. I understand now. The 7 great heroes gave me a subtle hint. Men, quickly seal these jars of wine before the aroma fades, and then move them for me. In an instant, they were overjoyed. Move them? Could it be? He wants to send them as a gift to our old master? Dugu Ying couldn't help but praise. Third young Master Jun is truly an honest man. But then, he continued, move them to my personal warehouse. Tonight, when I return, I'll be holding a family banquet with my grandfather and third uncle. Kier immediately followed Moye's command. After hearing this, the faces of the Dugu 7 turned grim. So, this wine was for the Jun family's banquet tonight. Doesn't that mean, after tonight, this kind of wine will be gone? One of the Dugu members couldn't help but blurt out the 2 words, Big Brother. 2 members of the Dugu 7 rushed out to block his path. Seeing this, he asked with a puzzled look, 7 big brothers, what is the meaning of this? My grandfather is still waiting for me to return tonight. How about we make this quick? Hearing this, the 2 of them flashed a cunning smile. They lunged straight for Moye. Easy now, one said. Be careful not to hurt him. Jun Moye is already under our control. Fourth brother, go get the bowls, quickly. Dugu Chi obeyed and immediately ran off, but he went in the wrong direction and was yelled at. At the same time, another member of the Dugu 7 slammed his hand on the table. Dugu Ying immediately reminded them, Absolutely do not drink too much. Same old rule, we'll just have a little from each jar. Absolutely no over-drinking. He, of course, understood that well. They couldn't help but urge each other on. Hurry up and drink a few bowls to satisfy the craving, that's all. Then we'll let Jun Moy go quickly. Just like that, the members of the Dugu 7 urged each other to hurry up as they took in the fragrant aroma of the wine in the jars. They secretly planned to ask Moye where this wine was sold and remarked, This truly is fine wine, the absolute best. The imperial wines and tribute liquors we drank before were basically just garbage. Very quickly, the wine was poured into the bowls. Its wonderful aroma completely mesmerized the Dugu Seven. After drinking, they all became flushed and excited. Then they started getting jealous of each other for drinking too much. Old Third was so sneaky, he's already had 3 bowls. This guy is truly shameless. The Dugu Seven dove into drinking the wine, telling themselves, "Come on, brothers, just this one time." At the same time, he spoke up to reassure someone. "Third uncle, I'm fine. You should go back and rest. Don't let them see you." After speaking, Moy thought to himself, "This isn't even the strongest wine I've brewed. If we were to use the alcohol content standards from my previous life, this would be at least 70 to 80% alcohol. One large bowl is at least half a caddy." The wine was delicious, it's true, but its potency was also terrifying. A moment later, wine jars and porcelain bowls were scattered all over the ground. By now, they were all dead drunk and had passed out. Everyone had let their guard down, lying scattered across the floor. He remained silent as he witnessed this scene. Then, Moye couldn't help but assess the Dugu Seven as a bunch of good-for-nothings. Right at this moment, Jean Tien, holding a sword, swooped down. He descended and landed gently on the ground. Jean Tien walked through the courtyard, looking at all the people collapsed on the floor. Moye then spoke up from behind. "Grandpa, you're back? Everything has been resolved." The scene shifts to another location. Someone's voice rings out. "Why haven't they returned yet?" Tung Hoan worriedly muttered to himself. It can't be that those young brats didn't know their own strength and ended up crippling him. Could it? Just then, one of his subordinates came to report. Reporting to the family head, "The Jun family has sent someone with a gift." Hearing this, Tung Hoan ordered, "Bring it here." After receiving the item from his subordinate, he opened the bag to have a look. As soon as he saw the contents, he was greatly surprised. These were the personal belongings of the 7 heroes. Accompanying the items was a letter. Inside, it was written as follows: "The 7 heroes of the Dugu clan are all currently guests at my Jun family. They are having a very good time here. It might be 2 to 3 months before they return. The great old Master Dugu need not worry." After reading the report from Tung Hoan, he immediately started cursing. A bunch of worthless trash, a complete waste of food. 7 of them against 1 person, and they still let themselves get captured alive. They even let him bring the family's jade pendant here. The scene shifts to another location at night. Dugu Wudi dismounts his horse. Dugu Wudi requests an audience with Old Master Jun. "I hope to be granted a meeting." Hearing this, the man replied to him, "The old master is not home. He just went out to visit a friend." Hearing this, Wudi could only sigh and think, he and that old geezer clearly just had an argument before going home. "I rushed all the way here, and now you're telling me he went to visit a friend? Who are you trying to kid?" Just then, a man in a wheelchair slowly approached and spoke. "So it is Brother Dugu gracing us with your presence. I, Wu Yi, am overjoyed. You servant, how could you be so blind? Quickly, invite him in," Jun Wu Yi said. Seeing him, Wudi was quite surprised and stared for a moment, thinking, something seems different about him. His appearance hasn't changed, but his aura has become so profound. Then he recalled that in the past, Mosier's father, Jun Wu Hui, had died on the battlefield. At this moment, it was as if he was seeing the peerless strategist, Jun Wu Hui, from all those years ago. As if possessed, he blurted out, "Big brother Wu Hui." But after saying those words, he stopped short, thinking, "No, Big brother Wu Hui is already dead. This is Jun Wu Yi. He's in a wheelchair." Seeing Wudi's silence, Wu Yi decided to speak up and inquire. Hearing this, he frankly stated his reason for being there. "Forgive my rudeness. I heard that those 7 brats of mine have caused a great deal of trouble for the Jun residents. I've come here today to take them home and discipline them properly." Hearing this, Wu Yi laughed and replied, "Oh? Is that so? Why haven't I heard anything about it?" He then called a servant over and asked, "Men, have the 7 young masters of the Dugu family been here?" The servant respectfully replied, "Yes, the 7 Dugu young masters came looking for the 3rd young master. As for anything else, this subordinate is unaware." After hearing this, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is, Brother Dugu. For a matter concerning the younger generation, it was really unnecessary for you to come all this way yourself." Wudi just chuckled in response, "As if I care whether those brats live or die. But if their ignorance caused trouble for the Jun family, wouldn't that be a disaster?" Wu Yi tactfully continued, "Matters between the juniors are their own to handle. We elders have never interfered or inquired about them. Brother Dugu, you should speak directly with Mo Xie." He then ordered a servant to lead Wudi to the young master's courtyard. A moment later, upon entering the courtyard, Mo Xie was already standing there to greet him. "So it is the esteemed great-uncle Dugu gracing us with your presence. This junior is truly honored." Wudi didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Where are those 7 bastards? I'm going to discipline them thoroughly." Mo Xie simply smiled and replied, "They're already asleep." The 7 Dugu brothers found the wine at our June residence to be quite good, so they had a bit too much. Despite this explanation, Woody said angrily, "What? Have they not had a drink in several lifetimes? How did I raise such useless things? Quick, take me to them." As Mosier was leading the way, Woody suddenly called out to stop him. "Wait a minute, boy, I'm warning you. From now on, you are not to lay a hand on my daughter. This time, out of respect for your father and third uncle, I'll let you off the hook. If there's a next time, I will personally tear you limb from limb." Hearing his threat, Mota just stared back defiantly and said, "You old dog, I don't care if you're some infamous scoundrel or not. Don't act like a rogue in my June manner. This young master won't tolerate your nonsense, and let me warn you. From now on, keep your daughter away from me. If there is a next time, this young master will definitely make you the grandfather of my child." Just as he finished speaking, an enraged Vudich raised his hand to strike Mota, but after raising his hand high, he suddenly pulled it back. Vudich thought to himself, "No matter what, this is Big Brother Vohoi's son. Hitting my own sons is one thing, but it wouldn't be right for me to personally strike him." A moment later, they both went to another courtyard. Vudich stood outside and bellowed, "All of you, get out here for this old man." Upon entering, Vudich saw his sons passed out cold. He was quite surprised. "What kind of wine is this? Why does it smell so fragrant?" Vudich looked at the group inside the room and shouted angrily, "You're not getting up, huh? Then I'll beat you all awake." With that, he started punching the guys, but even after their faces were swollen, none of them woke up. Seeing the helpless Vudich, Mota thought, "Do you think the wine this young master serves is ordinary? Even if you beat them to death, they won't wake up." Seeing this, a helpless Vudich held his forehead and said to Mota, "You brat, help me call some people to carry these rascals out." But the young man behind him just chuckled and said, "Great General, you can't just come and go as you please. What do you Dugu people take our June family for?" Hearing this, Vudich turned back and asked, "What more do you want?" Waiting for just that, Mota announced loudly, "The 7 young masters of the Dugu family came to the June residence, and from the main gate to here, they have damaged 2 sets of sandalwood doors worth 1,000 taels of silver." Then he took the opportunity to list a series of other fees, totaling 25 million taels of silver, before Vudich could take them away. As soon as he finished speaking, Vudich, as expected, cried out in astonishment, "How could they drink 25 million taels of silver?" Mota replied nonchalantly, "My wine is the finest, one-of-a-kind brew in the world. Besides, your precious sons drank the first press wine." Mota slowly explained what first press wine was. "This jar sells for 10,000 taels of silver." Vudich, of course, didn't believe it. "I spit on that. You think I'd believe you?" Seeing this, Mota didn't hesitate and poured out some wine, slowly saying, "This wine is unique in the entire world. Only I possess it. When I say it's 10,000 taels a cup, it's 10,000 taels a cup. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even sell it for 10,000 taels. Please, have a taste." He placed the cup of wine in front of Vudich. He picked up the cup, muttering, "Drinking this lousy wine of yours will make me an immortal? It seems ordinary to me." With that, Vudich drank the wine. The moment it touched his lips, his eyes shot wide open in surprise. Then, he suddenly became dazed and mumbled, "This truly is a fine wine. The first time I've ever tasted something like this." Seeing this, Mota pressed on, "This is the finished refined wine. May I ask, is 10,000 taels a jar not worth it?" Vudich, still in a daze, replied, "It's more than worth it." Then, as if snapping out of it, he sobered up and said, "It's not worth it, not worth a damn. You sell a jar of wine for 10,000 taels, why don't you just go rob someone?" But Mota didn't give up and poured another cup. "If the great general insists on speaking against his conscience, then there's nothing I can do. This is the first press wine. Would the general like to try the first press wine that costs 10,000 taels a cup?" Vudich still didn't believe it, picking up the cup and muttering, "The wine is indeed not bad, but no matter how you put it, it can't be worth 10,000 taels a cup." With that, he downed the entire cup. Sure enough, a second later, Vudich's eyes lit up. He let out a long breath, his face flushed from the wine. "Fine wine. It's worthy of being called the first press," he said excitedly. At this point, he had forgotten all about his earlier anger and asked for another cup. Seeing this, Mota spoke up. "General Dugu, you just threw back 10,000 taels in one gulp, and you still want more?" Hearing Vudich's satisfied burp, he just sighed and said, "The previous cup was a gift from me. If you want to drink more, even I can't afford to give it away for free. Furthermore, your son barged into my June residence, fighting and causing destruction. He even humiliated me and stole our family's finest wine. Do you think the June family would just let you disrespect us like that?" Dugu Woody's face paled and he stammered, "That's all your little brat's words, not mine." Mo Xie just smiled and replied, if you didn't say it, does that mean the great general believes we should be compensated for this? That's wonderful then. Now, hand over 25 million silver taels. Hearing this, Dugu Wudi became absolutely furious. This wine of yours has never been sold. How can it possibly be worth 10,000 taels a jar? That price is sky high. It makes no sense. Hearing this, Mo Xie said, if I can sell a jar for this price, will you then accept the debt? Dugu Wudi, who was tipsy, agreed without hesitation. If you can sell this wine for that exact price, my Dugu family will accept this debt. If you can't sell it, then your family's fine wine must be supplied to me unconditionally from now on. Do you dare to bet? Mo Xie readily agreed. A deal's a deal. But until then, your Dugu family is not to cause me any trouble. At a mansion in the evening, servants were preparing to bring out the food. Jun Wanli was sitting happily with Jun Wuyi. Then he laughed heartily and said loudly, Nephew, have you heard about that old dog Li Shang trying to heal his Dantian? He had his son spend 5 million taels to buy the deep-sea coral jade. Hearing this, Mo Xie also smiled and asked, what happened? Did it not work? Did he buy a useless item? Jun Wanli poured him a drink, laughing as he continued, it wasn't useless. In fact, it was too effective. But I heard that at the most critical moment, that divine healing artifact, the coral jade, actually exploded. That old man's attempt to fix things only made them worse. He's now on the brink of death. Even his son, Li Yuran, was injured. I heard the boy's face was completely disfigured. Mo Xie didn't react or object, only thinking to himself, although I already knew this would happen, I didn't expect the results to be so spectacular. Then Jun Wanli picked up a piece of food and said with a grin, this news alone is a reason to get thoroughly drunk tonight. Just then, Jun Wuyi spoke up. This matter is indeed laughable, but Li Shang's blood god guards were once a formidable force. If Li Shang dies, the target for those people to vent their frustrations on will likely be our Jun family. Jun Wanli agreed with him, replying, you're absolutely right. On this point, we must be on our guard. Wu Yi, most of the Jun family's power is in your hands now. I trust you will make the appropriate arrangements. Hearing this, Jun Wu Yi replied, for this matter, I will still have to trouble you, father, to make some arrangements on my behalf. No matter what, safety must be our top priority. Just then, another man appeared, bowing at the door. The lively meal between the three suddenly fell silent when another voice called out, Brother Wu Yi, it's been 10 years since we parted. Have you been well? The moment the voice finished speaking, both Jun Wanli and Jun Wu Yi were startled and froze for a second. Mo Xie recognized it as well, thinking to himself, that's the voice of the person who outbid me at the Shengbao Pavilion. It seems this is a foe, not a friend. Jun Wu Yi was the first to speak. He raised his voice and said, it has indeed been many years. I was unaware a distinguished guest had come from so far and failed to give you a proper welcome. Please, come in and let's talk. Then he turned to Jun Wanli and said, they're here. You don't need to get involved in this. Just let your son handle everything. Mo Xie also stood up, saying he would go with Jun Wu Yi. With that, he began pushing the wheelchair, leading him away. As he walked, Mo Xie thought, the Shengbao Pavilion really does have some hidden feud with the Jun family. I must make sure third uncle restrains himself. He absolutely cannot reveal his true strength here. On the roof of the mansion, two dark figures lurked in the night. One of them let out a cold laugh. Mo Xie pushed Jun Wuyi's wheelchair outside. He looked at the two dark figures, silently assessing them. The man in the wheelchair spoke softly. Mu Xuan, it's been 10 years since we last parted. You are still as dashing as ever. Under the bright moonlight, the two figures became clearer. It was none other than Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han. Xiao Tong asked softly in a gentle voice, have you been well these 10 years, Wu Yi? Hearing this, Mo Xie thought to himself, no wonder back then at Shengbao Hall, it was so hard for them to reach a consensus. Xiao Tong looked down and said with a smile, it seems your cultivation has already reached the earth-profound realm. I believe the young miss would surely be relieved if she knew. Unexpectedly, instead of being angry, he hesitantly asked back, has she been well lately? Before he could hear the answer, that guy Xiao Han leaped down from the roof, calling out Wu Yi's name. Xiao Han sneered mockingly at him. Even though you're a cripple, it seems you've come to terms with it. This state of mind isn't half bad. But unexpectedly, the one who replied to him was Mo Xie. Not to be outdone, the boy spoke up. You are absolutely right, sir. It doesn't matter if my third uncle's legs are crippled. But if one's brain is crippled like yours, then that is truly incurable. Provoked by the boy, Xiao Han's face darkened as he said in a low voice, the other day, this venerable one was magnanimous enough to spare you, yet today you dare show off your slick tongue in front of me. Do you really think this venerable one doesn't dare to kill you? Mo Xie was no pushover either, as he stared right back at him. This is the Jun family compound, not Shengbao Hall. You dare to act so arrogantly here? Believe me, I'll chop you into minced meat in an instant. Although Xiao Han was furious, he still wanted to mock him further. He said in a soft, taunting voice, "The renowned first young master, seeing is truly believing. Jun Wu Yi, you tell him. Let's not even talk about whether you have the strength. Just tell me, do you people have the guts to kill me?" Moshe retorted with extreme sharpness. "Brother, don't think too highly of yourself. In your organization, what kind of pawn do you think you are? Even if my Jun family kills you, do you think your master would go to war with us over a dog's life like yours?" As expected, this remark struck a nerve with Xiao Han. He angrily rushed forward to attack, while Moshe quickly stepped back and counterattacked. The two separated for a moment before Moshe rushed in again to close the distance with Xiao Han, grabbing his arm. After that, Xiao Han managed to break free, but he looked very surprised. Trading blows for blows? After retreating a few steps, Xiao Han thought worriedly to himself, "I am a dignified sky-profound master, yet I let this brat spot an opening?" Finally, he decided to unleash his strongest move, his entire body erupting in green flames. Not bad. In terms of fighting spirit alone, he could be considered a great enemy. Too bad he's just a waste who can't cultivate profound chi. Wu Yi, sitting in his wheelchair, slowly spoke up. "You've come from so far away. Was it just to have a verbal spar with my nephew?" Hearing him say that, Xiao Tong explained his reason for coming. "It has been 10 years. It was finally my turn to go out, so someone entrusted me to bring a gift for you." As expected, upon hearing this, Wu Yi seemed to realize something and asked, "Is it from her?" Just then, Xiao Han rushed over with a dark, angry face and shouted, "What did she have you bring? Why don't I know about it?" Then he lunged forward to snatch the item. As one advanced and the other retreated, Xiao Han managed to grab the hem of Xiao Tong's robe. Then they began to fight fiercely. Mo Xie, watching from below, muttered, "Both of them are very strong when they go all out, but Xiao Han can't even withstand a single move from Xiao Tong." Wu Yi also looked up, quite surprised. "You can tell, this isn't like when you and Xiao Han were just sparring." On the other side, Xiao Han was struck so hard he spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a cry as he tried to fight back. But moments later, he had to flee, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. "I will remember what happened today. You will all pay the price." After landing back on the ground, Xiao Tong exclaimed in admiration, "Wu Yi, this nephew of yours is truly not simple. He managed to injure Xiao Han just now. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe." With that, he took a package out from his sleeve. Xiao Tong held it out and said, "The young miss has always been waiting for you." Since their separation 10 years ago, Wu Yi took the pouch and stared at it intently, as Xue Tong slowly spoke with utmost seriousness. "She has resisted with her life to this very day." Wu Yi opened the package to find a piece of paper and a lock of hair. Inside the pink paper, a few lines were written. 10 years we have not met. Night after night I gaze towards Tianxiang. My hair is sent to you. In this life, I shall not turn back." At this moment, Xue Tong continued his report. "She is advancing to the divine Xuan realm. I hope Master Wu Yi understands my lady's heart. Sooner or later, your hardships will end. Please, absolutely do not give up." After a moment, Wu Yi slowly replied, "I have been impolite. My emotions are turbulent today. It is not convenient to meet Mu Xuan." He then bowed his head and said softly, "I will come to your door to apologize another day." Xue Tong also spoke to bid farewell. "This humble one has completed his task, so I shall take my leave now." With that, he immediately leaped up, returning to the rooftop from before. Late into the night, Jun Wuyi remained silent, lost in his memories, before finally coming back to his senses. With a hoarse voice, he recounted the tale, and 10 years of suffering, 10 years of torment, unfolded one by one before Jun Moxie's eyes. 12 years ago was the peak of the Jun family's glory. Jun Wuyi was 19 years old, an age of enthusiasm and passion, elegant and amiable. During an auction at Shengbao Hall, on a whim, he went for some fun and happened to meet a girl there. The two of them talked very cheerfully and developed good feelings for each other. A few days later, the two of them walked hand in hand throughout Tianxiang City, feeling incredibly happy at that time. As time went by, the feelings between them grew deeper and deeper. After some time, suddenly, many mysterious figures came to Tianxiang City looking for Jun Wuyi. At that time, he was with Han Yan Yao on an outing outside the city. These people didn't say a single word. They directly started attacking the Jun family. With just a few moves, rivers of blood flowed in Tianxiang City, and the Jun family suffered grievous losses. When Jun Wuyi returned, he was utterly shocked. The girl, Han Yan Yao, was from the most mysterious family under the heavens, Wind, Snow, Silver City, and she was the daughter of its city lord. Wu Yi slowly recalled and explained, "Shengbao Hall is a branch of Wind, Snow, Silver City's power on the mainland. Outside, it's called Shengbao Hall, but within Wind, Snow, Silver City, it's called Tongbao Hall. Hearing this, Moxie also became curious and asked, "Third uncle, you are also a descendant of the June family, so why did things turn out this way?" Wu Yi answered him. Back then, I had no idea that Han Yan Yao and the grandson of Wind Snow Silver City's great elder had been betrothed since childhood. After we returned, her family used the lives of everyone in the June family to threaten her. Han Yan Yao could only agree to return to the Silver City, and that one time, she never came back again. He recalled their last conversation. Yan Yao turned her back to me and said, "If you can reach the supreme divine Xuan realm, perhaps there would be hope for us." But in the 2 years that followed, the Jun family in the Tianxiang kingdom suffered a great defeat. Jun Wuyi's two older brothers, Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng, were inexplicably killed, he recalled, holding his head helplessly as he recounted, "That year, my eldest and second brothers died mysteriously. After that, we were ambushed while we had the overwhelming advantage. My sworn brothers, my comrades, were all killed protecting me. At that time, I swore an oath to kill them all, but my martial skills were too low. Any random one of them could have captured me alive and tormented me into this state. It was only then that I learned they were from Wind Snow Silver City. But what's the use in knowing? In this state of mine, how can I even speak of revenge? Everyone is disappointed in me." Moxie, do you also think your third uncle is useless? Being asked so suddenly and unintentionally left Mota at a loss for words. Before he could say anything, the old man continued, "Mota, your grandpa only had 3 sons, and 2 are already dead. If I were to die too, your grandpa would truly collapse. The night was late, and the moon was high. The Jun family cannot be ruined in my hands." Standing in the middle of the residence, Mota thought, "Since I have been reincarnated into this body, then this grudge should be settled by me," he vowed to himself. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Tianxiang City, where the autumn wind stirs the soul. In the middle of the mountains, Bei Kong was riding a horse, humming a tune as he went. Suddenly, Bei Kong stopped his horse and asked a passerby how far Tianxiang City was. The person enthusiastically pointed it out for him. "It's not far ahead. Are you here for a visit, young master?" But just then, a few people recognized Bei Kong by the sword on his back. Bei Kong smiled as he replied that he was here to retrieve something. The scene changes to a small alley where a torrential rain is pouring down. Inside, 2 incredibly mysterious figures are standing and talking. The one in white asked, "Xuan, are you still not used to human clothing?" The other person replied, "It's cumbersome." Then the one in white continued, "Xuan, return to the heavenly punishment forest and report to the Highness. The matter of the Xuan Dan cannot be taken lightly. The 9th grade Xuan Dan cannot fall into human hands. That would be a humiliation. Go quickly and return quickly. The Tianxiang kingdom is about to descend into chaos." Then, the scene shifts to the Li family residence at night. Li Shang was talking to a servant. The news of the Xuandan was spread so brazenly, someone must be pulling the strings from behind the scenes. "Continue the investigation. This is our chance." Standing next to him was Duran, whose face was disfigured by an explosion. He didn't dare to meet others, so he covered his face with a cloth. Duran slowly said, "The Li family's Xuandan was stolen. Only 3 people in this world knew about it. The only one who could have leaked this secret is the same person who stole the Xuandan that day." Li Shang was still quite puzzled. But why would he do that? Duran began to state his deduction. Although he obtained the Xuandan, he doesn't know how to use it, so he needed to lure powerful experts here, to fish in troubled waters and learn how to use the Xuandan. Secondly, this person is definitely from Tianxiang City and could be a first-rate expert of no low standing who is on the verge of a breakthrough. He must be confident that after the experts arrive, he can get what he wants to help him break through. If that's the case, then this person must have an extremely formidable intelligence network. Hearing his nephew say this, Li Shang began to understand. Based on these 3 points, Duran continued, "That's right, I'm about 80% certain that this person is a figure from one of the major noble families in the capital city. Excluding our family and the Tang family, that leaves the Murong family, the Dugu family, the Meng family, the Song family, and the Jun family." At this point, Li Shang chimed in, "Correct, but Duran, you've still missed the biggest powers. The 3 major gangs of Tianxiang City, we must keep them all in our sights, and there's the royal family, that is the truly greatest power." As Li Shang was speaking, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Afterward, Li Shang warned Duran, "You must be cautious. If your master comes here personally, only then will we have a great chance of obtaining the Xuandan. Otherwise, I advise you to withdraw from this contest." He was very obedient and replied, "Yes, I already released the 1,000-mile Oriole this morning. I believe Master has received the message by now." Then, Li Shang continued to ask Duran, "How is your Xuan Qi cultivation progressing?" Previously, although the treatment had failed, Li Duran, thanks to the spiritual energy released from his realm breakthrough explosion, he replied, I've already reached the peak of the gold rank. It's just that this matter. As Duran trailed off, Li Shang spoke up. You are the greatest hope for the future of the Li family. Finding a blessing in disguise that helped you reach the peak of the gold rank makes it all worthwhile. The scene shifts to Tianxiang City on a beautiful sunny day. On the street, two people were walking. The one in green softly said to the other, "Third uncle, I feel like you understand me less and less each day. Moji, where on earth did you learn this disguise technique?" It turns out the two of them were Jun Moji and Jun Wu Yi in disguise. Hearing his question, the young man laughed and replied, "Uncle, you've asked that so many times on our journey. Just let me maintain a little bit of mystery, please." But in these 10 years, Tianxiang City has really changed a lot. Don't you also feel like a lifetime has passed? You'll get used to it. Hearing this, Wu Yi looked around and said, 10 years ago, this place was the first prince's Juxian pavilion. I never expected it to become the Huanghua Hall today. Wu Yi heard the name and was quite confused, so he asked, Huanghua Hall? What does that mean? The young man continued. According to our Jun family's intelligence network, Huanghua Hall seems to be a vile place like a brothel, except everyone there is very young. It's basically a transit hub for trafficking young boys and girls. Even Wu Yi was shocked after hearing this. Child trafficking? I can't believe such a low-class, despicable place exists in the imperial capital of Tianshang. Don't the authorities do anything about it? Mo Xie replied grimly. Even light has corners it cannot reach, let alone places where there is fundamentally no light at all. Just then, their attention was drawn to a large crowd that was gathering. In the middle of the crowd, a thug was whipping a young girl, cursing as he did. "I'll teach you to run! Try and run now!" The girl's body was now covered in welts from the whip, but she was still crying and begging, "I beg you, spare my little brother, don't hurt him." Nearby, another thug was holding a small boy up, snarling, "What are you running for? Did you really think you could escape from our grasp?" As soon as he finished speaking, the boy suddenly kicked his legs and made a run for it. The thug became furious, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You stinking brat." The little boy ran straight towards the girl who was being beaten, shouting, "Big sister!" But as he got close, the girl's face turned pale as she told him to be careful. At that moment, an incredibly muscular thug appeared behind the boy. Without any hesitation, he immediately slammed his fist straight down on the boy's head. The punch sent the boy collapsing to the ground. The girl quickly rushed over and held him in her arms. The boy's whole body was bruised, and as he coughed up blood, he managed to whisper, "Let's go home. I can see Mom and Dad now." With those words, the little boy breathed his last, as the girl wept uncontrollably beside him. Seeing such a scene, the surrounding townspeople were very indignant, but the thugs yelled back at them, "You bunch of broke peasants, mind your own business!" By now, Moji and Wu Yi had pushed their way to the front of the crowd. When they saw the scene before them, they both froze in disbelief. Wu Yi was enraged and growled, "You animals! How could you be so ruthless to a child? Do you have any humanity at all?" Hearing this, one of the thugs retorted sarcastically, "Humanity? You expect me to treat these two animals like they're human? Say one more word, and I'll make sure you end up just like these two pieces of trash." Just then, a coin fell out of the little boy's pocket. After it hit the ground, it rolled straight ahead. Finally, it rolled over to where Moji was standing, only stopping when it bumped against the tip of his shoe. He bent down, looked at the coin, and said slowly, "To have traveled so far just to land at my feet. Is this fate? Rest in peace. I accept your commission. My first transaction in this life. A debt must be paid. The heavens are watching." Makta muttered as he picked up the coin and clasped it between his hands. Fui gritted his teeth in anger and said to the Dukan thugs, "At the foot of the imperial city, under the watchful eyes of heaven, yet you treat human lives like trash and dare to disregard the king's law so brazenly." But just then, Makta, who was behind him, spoke up, "Uncle, do you think talking about the king's law has any effect on them? If they cared about the law, they wouldn't have killed someone so openly." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward in a flash. Makta leaped high into the air, aiming straight for the Dukan thugs. His attack was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he rushed forward and split one of the men's heads in two. Just a few seconds later, several corpses lay on the ground. His entire body was now covered in their blood. Makta slowly continued, "Isn't it better to be quick and decisive, just like I was? With this kind of scum, you either ignore them completely, or you eradicate them down to the root. Kill them all quickly." Seeing his nephew kill several people in just a few moves, Vui said grimly, "Just teaching them a lesson would have been enough. Was it necessary to eradicate them completely?" To his surprise, Makta replied very nonchalantly, "Even if the authorities punish them, what would that accomplish?" The surrounding townspeople, seeing him kill people like that, immediately started shouting and reporting him to the authorities. He just stood there motionless and laughed. After a moment, Makta sighed wearily and said to Vui, "Third uncle, you're too old-fashioned. I believe they'd be released the moment they turn around." Then, today's scene would just repeat itself. At that moment, a group who looked like accomplices of the previous men stepped forward to question him. He coldly drew his sword and said, "At times like these, one cannot be restricted by that corrupt law. You must pay blood for blood, use violence against violence, to eradicate evil and uphold justice." As soon as he finished speaking, Makta swung his sword and spun, charging right into the newly arrived thugs and slashing wildly. They reacted too slowly and were killed before they could even attack. Afterwards, Makta continued to dash inside the Huatang. Vui, seeing this from outside, hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, there might be an ambush." He quickly ran inside after him, but the first thing that met his eyes was a long trail of blood leading to a corpse. Seeing the scene before him, Vui was stunned speechless. Before him was a hallway filled with the blood and corpses of the Huatang's thugs. On the other side, Makta made it inside, only to be blocked by 3 men. They fiercely questioned him. "Who are you? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" He immediately answered them, "Cause trouble? Not at all. I'm just fulfilling someone else's commission, to kill people, that's all." Having said that, he turned and added, "Third uncle, I'll leave these guys to you." Vui stood frozen on the spot as Makta reminded him, "But we have to make this quick. This is the capital city, after all. The guards will arrive soon." Immediately, Vui got into a fighting stance. He used the Lang Thu Not Oi technique and charged at the 3 men. Seeing this technique, the 3 men were terrified and tried to flee. While things were getting quite bloody on Vui's side, Makta was busy looking for something. He found several chests and thought to himself, "Found them." He brought them out and then said, "It's probably in here." Makta opened the door to the room. Inside, many young women and girls were being held captive. He told them, "Everyone, come out! Hurry to the courtyard outside!" A moment later, Makta emptied the chests, revealing they were full of gold, silver, and jewels. He also threw handfuls of banknotes into the air. Makta, covered in blood, tossed money and valuables everywhere and announced in a loud voice, "Take this money and leave quickly once you get out. Head east." All the girls, the captives of the Huatang, were frozen in place as they stared at the scene. Makta and Vui stood before a room. He said to his uncle, "This must be the deepest room of the Huang Huatang." Vui looked inside curiously. "There's no one here?" But after taking a few more steps inside, he suddenly froze. Wu stared ahead in shock. Seeing this, Makta was silent for a moment before saying, "This is the human nursery." He explained to him, "They bring children with no aptitude here and raise them. Once their bodies are deformed, they sell them to the circus." "Third uncle, do you still think these people shouldn't be killed?" At this point, Wu was gritting his teeth in extreme anger. They got what they deserved. They should be hacked into 1,000 pieces. A moment later, the 2 of them stepped outside. Wu suddenly remembered something and said, "The government soldiers will be here soon. Leaving them here will just put them in the line of fire. What should we do with them? Nephew, do you have any ideas?" But Makta replied rather indifferently, "What ideas could I have? Just look at these people. Their tongues are gone, their eardrums are punctured, and their limbs are completely deformed. There's no hope of recovery. For them, just existing is a form of torture. It's a fate worse than death." Hearing this, Wu's face paled as he asked, "Nephew, you mean, no, they're already pitiful enough. Are we really going to take away the last remnants of their lives?" Makta slowly explained to him, "Uncle, keeping them alive like this is the greatest form of suffering for them. We can't take them with us right now, either. Let's go." After saying that, he turned and walked out, leaving Wu inside, still pondering his words. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow. The sky over Tianshang City had now grown dark as Wu and Makta leaped across the rooftops. They stole some clothes from a nearby house and disguised themselves. A moment later, Makta asked Wu a question. "Third uncle, what about the other children? Do you have any arrangements for them?" "I'm afraid the Huanghua Hall will go after them," he replied in a firm voice. "I'll have people protect them, but they cannot show their faces, otherwise the 2 of us will be exposed. Only by eliminating the mastermind pulling the strings can this be considered a truly complete and meritorious deed." Hearing this, Makta calmly replied, "No need to rush. Those were just a few minions. The one pulling the strings will definitely make a move soon. At that point, we'll be in the shadows while they're out in the open, which will be much more convenient for us." Suddenly, while on the move, Makta came to an abrupt halt. Wu was puzzled until he heard Makta mutter, "You've been following us for quite a while now. Shouldn't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu was startled and thought to himself, "Someone was following us. How did he even notice? To be able to remain undetected by my senses. Just how powerful is this person?" A moment later, a man in white robes did indeed leap down. He sneered in praise, "Young man, you truly are extraordinary." Then, old Third Zong lightly dusted off his robes and asked in a low voice, "Can you tell this old man? How did a young fellow like you manage to detect my presence?" Makta, being quite sharp, didn't answer but retorted, "Why don't you tell me first, old sir? What are your intentions in following us?" Seeing this, old Third Zong slowly replied, "This old man means no harm. I was merely curious about you two, so I decided to follow. You could say we are all fellow travelers on the same path." Now that he knew the man's reason for following them, Makta dropped all pleasantries. "If that's the case, then please leave. We have other matters to attend to and absolutely do not wish to be followed. Besides, I'm rather curious as to why a monster of a sky-profound realm expert like you has suddenly appeared in the Tianxiang kingdom." Hearing this, old Third Zong's anger flared, and he growled, "You junior! How dare you be so discourteous to your elder? You should know, if I truly wanted to take your lives, it wouldn't be difficult at all." Makta didn't back down in the slightest and stated bluntly, "I've never been one to make enemies needlessly. I simply don't wish to kill you for no good reason. However, since you had the audacity to follow us, you must have been prepared for a trip to the underworld. I shall grant you that wish." With that, he unleashed an attack, his entire body erupting with an overwhelming green aura. The moment old Third Zong saw this technique, he was startled and exclaimed, "Peak of the sky, profound realm?" Then, he fearfully leaped away, his voice trailing behind him. "My apologies, I misspoke. Let's save this battle for another day's lesson. I'll take my leave." Witnessing the scene, Wu Yi was utterly astonished and asked Mo Xie, "Nephew, you actually have peak sky Xuan cultivation? How is that possible?" In truth, his creation art allowed him to mimic other types of Xuan Qi, but it wasn't convenient for Mo Xie to explain right now, so he told his uncle, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first. Once we pass through this forest, we'll be home." But after just a few steps, he told Wu Yi to slow down. Then, Mo Ji frowned and said slowly, "Unexpectedly, there's still one more who doesn't know the difference between life and death. You're not afraid of dying, are you? Making me go to the trouble of sending you to your final resting place." Wu Yi was stunned in astonishment. "What? We're being followed again?" Wu Yi fell silent, thinking to himself, "So we were still being followed, and I failed to notice them both times." A moment later, Mo Xie slowly said, "All right, now I'm certain we're not being followed." Wu Yi, exasperated, held his forehead and said to him, "So you were just putting on an act all along?" Mo Xie, changing the subject, urged him, "Let's hurry home." While on their way, Mo Xie asked Wu Yi, "Third uncle, you didn't really think I was at the peak sky Xuan realm, did you?" "I was just scaring him." "But, third uncle, after we get back, there's something I need to trouble you with. The meteorite I bought before. Due to the limits of my own Xuan Qi cultivation, I have no way to penetrate it. To forge a new weapon, I'll have to rely on you, uncle." The scene shifts to the June residence a few days later, where the continuous sound of clanging echoes from within the estate. A person was sitting and using a hammer to shape something. Wu Yi's voice rang out, "I've already cut them into the shape of throwing knives for you, so why do you insist on polishing them yourself?" He continued his work and replied, "Polishing it like this only creates the rough form. It affects everything, from the sharpness to the weight and balance. In the end, I need to personally grind it into the most suitable shape. That way, I'll be more proficient when using it. It also requires infusing it with my own Xuan Qi, nurturing it day and night, for it to be complete." Mo Xie picked up a blade, a faint aura emanating from him as he thought, "These new weapons and hidden weapons. It will probably take a few more days to fully attune them to myself." Wu Yi now understood his intention. "So that's how it is. Mo Xie, there's one thing I still find strange. Why have I never seen you practice your cultivation?" Hearing his question, he explained, "I am cultivating at every single moment. Do you think only nurturing the Dantian counts as cultivation? True cultivation must be carried out every hour, every minute. I have never wasted a single second." Mo Xie stated that he cultivates at all times. From walking to fighting, his cultivation power operates automatically. Except for when he is breaking through to a new realm, all other times can be used for cultivation. All of this must be integrated into one's instincts, done completely naturally, without needing to think about it or consciously do it. Hearing his nephew's long speech, Wu Yi was incredibly shocked. There's such a strange method of cultivation in this world. Just then, Care entered the room to report, "Young master, you have 3 invitations. The first prince, second prince, and third prince have all invited you to a banquet. Also, General Dugu and young master Tang have sent people looking for you, young master." Hearing this, Mo Jie told her, "All right, I understand." The scene shifts to the Dugu residence one afternoon. Tung Hoang was furious, roaring, "Jun Mo Shi, you little brat! What in the world did you put in that wine?" To this day, my 7 sons are still unconscious. Seeing him fly into a rage, Wan Li glared back and retorted, "What's wrong? You lost the drinking contest and now you want to start a fight? Moshe, standing beside them, added, They're just drunk and haven't woken up yet, but if you want to wake your 7 sons, it's going to require some silver. As soon as Tung Hong heard the word silver, he immediately held up a hand to refuse. Wait a minute! You're trying to swindle me again. Moshe just smiled and said, Not at all. It's not that expensive. Only then did Tung Huang agree to hear him out. Name your price first. If it's too high, don't even bother. Then, Moshe slowly stated his condition. 70,000 silver taels will be enough. I swear, this is no swindle. Just go to my residence, get 7 more jars of wine, and place them with the lids open in front of their rooms. That's all. Tung Hong seemed unconvinced and replied, That's it? If it doesn't work, you'll have to pay me back 5 times the 70,000 silver taels. Later, he did, as Mo Ta said. After smelling the incense, the 7 Xuan practitioners quickly woke up and then had another round of drinks. Then, they were given a painful beating. Wan Li stepped outside and asked Mo Ta how he knew they were just pretending to be asleep. He quickly replied, What a stupid question. No matter how drunk they couldn't have stayed passed out for that long, let alone a group of Xuan practitioners. At this point, Wan Li changed the subject. I heard you've been messing with that girl from the Dugu family. This grandpa wants to hug a great-grandchild too. Mo Ta helplessly told him, Stop joking. That savage girl. I can't even run away from her fast enough. She's completely unreasonable. After hearing him, Wan Li laughed teasingly. What's so unreasonable about it? It's very simple. It's obvious that girl has taken a liking to you. Hearing this, Mo Ta got even more annoyed. He paused for a moment, then continued, She's just a girl who doesn't understand the ways of the world. Wan Li smiled and slowly said to Mo Ta, That old bastard, Dugu Tung Hoan, is always pretending to be a fool. How could this old man not see through his cunning intentions? Hearing that, he asked curiously, What cunning intentions? Wan Li chuckled as he explained to Mo Ta. On one hand, the Dugu family obviously doesn't want you as their son-in-law. On the other hand, His Highness won't allow you two to marry. Understand? After the explanation, he understood and replied, I understand. If 2 great military families were to intermarry, the impact on the royal family would be immense. Wan Li continued, Of course, the Dugu family has already considered the deepest move if you really were to marry Dugu Xiaoyi. The 2 families would stage a fight to deceive everyone, making His Majesty believe that our families have turned against each other. Then, naturally, there would be no problem. Mo Ta thought to himself that he needed to change the subject quickly, so he mentioned the 3 bait letters. Seeing this, Wan Li asked in surprise, All 3 princes came to suck up to you, you little brat? That's quite impressive. Being praised, Mo Ta's heart blossomed with pride, and he said arrogantly, Can't be helped. I grew up too handsome. Even men can't help but stare a little longer. Wan Li carefully reminded him, But you should still figure out how to deal with these 3. Don't think that just because you're a little clever, they can't harm you. Mo Ta already had his own plan. He was about to tell Wan Li, but the old man was already walking away and said, You don't need to tell me your specific plan. This old man doesn't want to hear it, you hear me? Whether you marry Xiao Yi or not, I don't care. Your most important task right now is to let this old man hug a great-grandchild. With that, Wan Li got into the carriage and left. The scene changes to the June residence. As soon as Mo Ta returned home, Kair ran up to report, Young Master Tang has been waiting for you for a long time. He told her to quickly bring him over. A moment later, a figure dashed into Mo Ta's room and shouted, You're back, Mo Ta. Already used to this scene, said with a deadpan expression to Tang Yuan, Just spit it out. Stop with the sob story. What trouble did you get into this time? Hearing this, Tang Yuan cried even louder, Save me, young Master Jun. The old patriarch wants to send me into the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ta was stunned and repeated, Your grandfather wants you to become a eunuch? Tang Yuan helplessly held his forehead and muttered, You're the one becoming a eunuch. Besides being a eunuch, aren't there other things in the palace? For example, unexpectedly, before he could finish, Mo Ta interrupted him again. Enough with the examples. Your grandfather wants you to replace Murong Tianjun's official position, right? Indeed, that was what Tang Xuan wanted to say. He paled and continued, That's right. My father said he's already handled the connections. As long as I pass the physical examination by that old eunuch, entering the palace is a done deal. Tell me, what should I do now? Tang Huyen asked Mo Ta in confusion, but Mo Ta just laughed, patted his shoulder, and said, You're quite something, Huyen. Tang Huyen continued, My father's intention is for me to become an official and later inherit his position. Hearing this, Mo Ta chuckled in amusement. Not bad. So, does that mean it's decided you'll be the next head of the Tang family? Tang Huyen's face twisted as he continued. That's right. Some old geezer appeared out of nowhere, claiming to be grandfather's good friend from 40 years ago, and took all of my brothers, except for me, as his disciples. Hearing this, Mota was quite surprised and asked, "So you, the one with no talent for cultivation, were chosen to inherit the family business?" He mumbled dejectedly. "Third young master, you're the only one who understands my suffering. From now on, I have to say goodbye to a life of romance and pleasure." Unexpectedly, Mota glared and said in a low voice, "Understand my ass. What's there to be unhappy about becoming a high-ranking official with a hefty salary and the family head?" Tang Huyen suddenly spoke with determination. "I don't want to be an official, and I certainly don't want to be the family head. What I want to do is business. I hope to take over the family's business affairs and make the Tang family's brand known all over this continent." After I told my grandfather. At this point, Tang Huyen broke down and started bawling. Then he pulled up his shirt to show Mo Ta his bruised back. "My grandfather beat me like this." Seeing this, Mo Ta could only console him. "Looks like this situation is beyond saving. You seem to be in the same miserable boat as those brothers from the Dugu family. I think you should just obediently become an official and then take over as the family head." At that moment, Tang Huyen interrupted him. "Actually, it's not like there's no way out, because there's still one hurdle I haven't cleared yet, and that's the old eunuch inspector. That old eunuch is in charge of the physical examination, and even though I'm a bit chubby, I'm perfectly healthy, so I'll definitely pass. I heard that when Murong Tianjun was inspected by him, he was very thorough down there, which made that pretty boy have to walk with his legs wide apart for half a month afterward." After hearing this, Mo Ta laughed and said, "How are you still in the mood to be so smug? Soon, it'll be your turn to walk with your legs apart." Hearing that, Tang Huyen's face turned pale with helplessness. He pleaded again, "Third young master, you have to save me. I don't want to walk with my legs apart." Mo Ta didn't answer but asked instead, "Does the physical examination cover the entire body? Does that include the rear?" Tang Huyen answered bashfully, "They say they check for certain conditions. If you have an unspeakable disease there, you won't pass. On the morning of the examination, come find me, and I'll help you prepare." Mo Ta thought in silence for a moment. Then he told Tang Huyen he would help him prepare. After hearing this, Tang Huyen sighed worriedly and said, "I don't understand at all, but will it really work?" Mo Ta smiled and said slowly, "You don't need to understand. Truthfully, I don't want you to enter the palace either. I still want to partner with you in business and make a fortune. Just leave it to me." As Mo Ta walked down the street, he thought to himself, "There's still time for Tang Huyen's matter. Before that, I might as well deal with these 3 invitation letters first." The place where the 3 princes are holding the banquet happens to be Nge Thuong Cat, which is also where Lady Ngyetni used to be. Grandfather even arranged 2 bodyguards for me, so I probably don't need to worry this time. Although I'm not interested in the second prince's affairs, this is an opportunity to eliminate a future threat. As he was walking, someone suddenly approached and called his name. It was Thon Han. She asked him seriously, "Are you going out?" Mo Ta seemed a bit hesitant as he replied, "I'm going to Nge Thuong Cat." Hearing that, Thon Han immediately scolded him. "Going to a brothel, and you can still say it so brazenly? You truly are shameless. I really thought you had turned over a new leaf. I can't believe you only pretended for 2 days before showing your true colors." After letting her finish her tirade, Mo Ta said bluntly, "Third uncle told me to go." As expected, Thon Han fell silent, but she wasn't fully convinced. "Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. Come with me to see third uncle right now." Mo Ta quickly refused and started to walk away. "I'm not going. People are waiting for me." As he walked out the door, he added one more thing. "Sister-in-law, you actually look very beautiful when you're angry too." Thon Han watched Mo Ta's retreating figure and thought to herself, "That brat has only started acting like a decent person these last few days. I absolutely cannot let him fall from grace again. If that happens, how could I possibly face my parents-in-law and his deceased older brother?" A moment later, Ching Han arrived in front of a room and knocked. She stepped inside and said to Wu Yi, "Third uncle, that bastard Jun Mo Si, aren't you going to do anything about him? Today, he had the audacity to tell me that he wants to go to the Nichang Pavilion at Spirit Fog Lake." After hearing this, he chuckled and said, "I know about this. I was the one who told him to go." Ching Han was stunned, speechless. Wu Yi understood her and explained, "You've misunderstood. This time, the second prince was the one who sought him out for a talk. The location just happened to be at the Ni Chang Pavilion. Mo Si is actually very sensible." Ching Han finally let out a sigh and mumbled, "Sensible." Then she turned to leave. "So I really did misunderstand him. I understand now." Wu Yi chuckled to himself, thinking, "In time, you'll understand." A servant opened the door, stood outside, and asked, "Is there something?" "I await the third master's orders." At this point, Wu Yi suddenly became very serious. He ordered, "The matter from before must be resolved. I heard that after the incident at Huanghua Hall, the child was crippled. Go and take a look, see how many people are still alive. Then, bring them all to the Jun residence. If you can avoid revealing your identity, do so. If anyone opposes, just tell them it's my will. The scene shifts to the Nichang Pavilion at Spirit Fog Lake. By now, night had fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. Inside a room, several people were sitting around a long table. The second prince stood before them and spoke. I have gathered you all this time to ask for your opinion of Jun Moxie. Just then, a man named Dithao, who was also in the room, spoke up. He's nothing but a useless, powdered-faced fop. Does your highness the second prince really need to personally get involved? You're overestimating him. Then, Bo Fan replied to him, the second prince isn't giving face to Jun Moxie. Behind him is a powerful family. The face is being given to Jun Jiantian. Hearing this, Dithao scoffed. So what if he's Jun Jiantian's grandson? He's only at the Sky Xuan level after all. If we really wanted to get rid of him, my father would only need to make a move, and it would be a trivial matter. Just then, another person, Tu Bo Xing Yue, spoke up. In the entire Tianxiang kingdom, there are only a handful of Sky Xuan masters. So you think a member of a Jianghu family can compare their strength to the Jun family, which dominates the military? Hearing Tu Bo's words, everyone's face turned pale, except for Dithao, who just mumbled to himself. I heard that ever since Lord Liu's severe injury, his tastes have become quite specific, particularly concerning the rear ends of young men. The fairer, the better. Just then, a woman with an incredibly beautiful figure walked into the room. She was Yuer, the top courtesan of the Nichang Pavilion. As soon as she appeared, the second prince exclaimed, You've grown even more beautiful recently. Outside on the street, a horse-drawn carriage stopped right in front of the Nichang Pavilion. A voice reported, Second Master, Third Young Master Jun has arrived. Moshi, sitting inside the carriage, thought to himself, This gaudy, bright red carriage, this Third Young Master Jun certainly has unique taste. From inside the room where the group was gathered, a voice said, Those old men with him are probably hidden masters from the Jun family who haven't appeared in years. Just then, Yuer stood by the window and glanced down below. She said, Second Master, allow me to personally receive Jun Moxie today. Hearing this, he replied with some concern. You? Very well. But don't let him actually take advantage of you. Yuer glared down at the carriage below and replied sharply, Rest assured, Second Master, if he wants to take advantage of this Yuer, the price he'll have to pay won't be small. Moxie stepped down from the carriage and asked in a loud voice, Where is the second prince and his party? A man stepped forward to report, The second prince and his group are waiting for you, young master, in the Wu Yi Hall on the third floor. The moment Moxie heard the words Wu Yi Hall, he blushed and stammered, asking if that was the place where young ladies take off all their clothes. The second prince really knows how to pick a spot. It's just my style. Seeing him so happy, the other guy thought to himself, Do you really think the second prince brought you here just to dally with courtesans? As he stepped inside, the second prince came out to greet him, saying, Moxie, my good brother, it's been a long time. You've truly developed an elegant and extraordinary demeanor. He also greeted him back respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness the Second Prince. This humble one dares not accept such a grand reception from Your Highness. Seeing this, he smiled meaningfully at Moxie. No need to be so formal. Let's not talk about ruler and subject. Remember when we were young, we used to play together all the time. Good brother, let me introduce you to a few good friends. Everyone, get to know each other. How could Moxie not see the second prince's true intentions, he thought to himself. He emphasizes the ruler-subject relationship. This person is determined to imply the hierarchy between us in his words. Truly sinister. Then the second prince introduced Bowen. This is my master, Grand Scholar Mr. Fang Bowen. The old man slowly said to Moxie, This old man is just a simple elder. How can I compare to a talented young man like you? The second prince then introduced Sibai. This is Lord Liu Sibai, skilled in both literary and martial arts, a Gold Xuan expert. After hearing this, Moxie smirked and looked down at the old man's trembling legs, marveling. Lord Liu's stance seems different from everyone else's. Truly a master. His posture is incredibly straight and open, a true man of grand blades and broad axes. After hearing this, Sibai could only lower his head and reply, Third young Master Jun is the same, much more handsome than others. Seeing the old man praise him like that, Moxie replied innocently, Oh, you can tell? Just for that compliment, I'll treat you to drinks another day. Just then, a man named Dithao stepped forward, laughing loudly. Third young Master Jun, your reputation is truly well deserved. Hearing of you is not as good as meeting you, but meeting you surpasses your reputation. I'm truly impressed. I am Cheng Dithao. He was a descendant of the Cheng family, a Xuanqi aristocratic family from Jiangdong. Seeing this guy, Moxie frowned and asked, Who is this? Why does he look down his nose at people? He cursed him inwardly. What reputation? Isn't it a notorious reputation for debauchery? You think this old master can't tell? At this moment, Bowen stroked his beard and tried to smooth things over. Third young master, this is the young master of the aristocratic Cheng family. It's understandable that you are not familiar with him. The more he spoke, the angrier Moshe got. He growled, "Where did this vagrant come from? I've never heard of him," Moshe thought to himself. He's been giving this young master a nasty look from the very beginning. How dare he provoke me? What the hell are you, you damn bastard? As expected, Detao was angered by him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have long heard of your great reputation. Your esteemed father's fame is even more like thunder in my ears. Meeting you today, young Master Jun, you truly have the demeanor of someone from a great family." His hidden meaning was to imply that Jun Mosier was born of a mother but had no father to teach him, lacking any proper upbringing. But unlike Dethao, he didn't get angry and just chuckled as he asked, "My apologies for my rudeness. It's our first meeting, so forgive me for asking. Cheng Dethao, how is your mother?" These 4 words left his mouth as lightly as a feather, but they made Dethao so furious that he gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Just then, a graceful person stepped forward. "Honored guests have arrived. Please make your way to the banquet hall. Ruan Air has specially brought her sisters to entertain you all." A moment later, inside the room, the dancers, including Ruan Air, were dancing very gracefully, their movements akin to a beautiful, living painting. Their dance was like falling flowers and swirling snow carried by the wind. As the dancers performed passionately, the second prince spoke to Mo Shi. "Good brother, please take your seat." He sat down and said with a smile, "Excellent dancing, just my style. This girl is quite a looker. I like her." Hearing Moshe say this, the second prince's face darkened, and he thought to himself, he actually set his sights on my Ruan Air. Even I haven't been able to have her. How dare you even dream of it? A moment later, Ruan Er continued to play the guzheng, performing the song Wu Ning Si Zhu Hui. As she played, she pondered, "Jun family's Jun Moshe. Is this the chance to kill him? No, it's not time yet." The second prince was about to turn and say something to Mo Ta, but he started clapping and exclaimed, "The music is wonderful." After he finished speaking, the prince said, "Let's talk business. The great families of the capital, though known as families, are too small individually. These great families have formed a front with both offense and defense." Mo Ta stared straight ahead and replied to him, "You're not wrong. Not wrong at all." Hearing this, the second prince smirked and nodded. "Exactly, we need to even more." But before he could continue, he heard Mo Ta exclaim again, "Your second highness is not wrong. Miss Yi's assets are quite round and full. Getting close would surely be amazing. I really want to give them a little pinch. How should I put this? Although it's a bit vulgar, I." Afterwards, the second prince's entourage spoke in veiled terms, doing their utmost to display the second prince's formidable strength and their hopes for the Jun family. But Jun Mota just acted foolish and naive, spouting nonsense, or otherwise just stuffing his face with food and drink. The second prince finally couldn't take it anymore and thought, "I should have known it would turn out like this. Why did I waste so much effort on such a useless fool? To think I've wasted so much of my energy." Only Bakvan glanced at Mota and judged, "This young man is not as simple as he appears on the outside." Mota held his wine cup and slowly said to the second prince, "Your Highness, besides drinking wine today, is there any other entertainment? I've enjoyed this wine enough. Shouldn't we be doing something else?" Hearing this, he also felt very frustrated and thought to himself, "This guy is a complete waste. The sooner I get away from him, the better." With that thought, the second prince raised his voice, "It's getting late. Everyone should probably head home now." Mota didn't reply but thought to himself, he must have realized he can't persuade me, so he's letting me go. My goal for coming here hasn't been achieved yet. Of course, I can't just leave like this. "You punks, you think you can destroy my Jun family?" After thinking this, he walked up to Yuer. Then Jun Mota began to speak with clear intent. "Miss Yuer, you've grown up to be so beautiful." As expected, she replied with a hint of anger, "Please have some self-respect, young Master Jun." Meanwhile, Mota was still observing her, thinking, she's emitting a killing intent that's difficult to detect, but he continued to speak in a teasing tone. "Little lady, don't be shy. I, young Master Jun, have chosen you to spend the night with me." At this moment, Mota also realized something. This Yuer was carrying a sharp weapon. As expected, she became extremely wary and said loudly, "Young Master Jun, although Yuer is a woman of the pleasure house, I sell my art, not my body. Please forgive me, young master." After hearing this, Mota just smiled, moved closer, and said in a perverted tone, "It's not like I won't pay you when we're finished. You said you don't sell your body, right? This young master is so grateful for your kind reminder." The others in the room were all stunned, thinking to themselves, why would Jun Mota set his sights on Miss Yuer? That's the woman the second prince fancies, but the second prince remained quite calm and said, Third young master, Miss Yue'er is here to entertain everyone. She is noble and pure. I hope you won't make things difficult for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Mota's face darkened, and he growled, Make things difficult? This is a business establishment. What's so noble and pure about it? This woman has seduced me like this. It's obvious she's taken a liking to me. How could she? Before he could finish, Yue'er interrupted him. Young Master Jun, it would be better if you treated women like us with the demeanor of a gentleman. Hearing this, Mota's face darkened as he sneered. The demeanor of a gentleman? This is a pleasure house. Are you trying to find a gentleman in a pleasure house? That's hilarious. She was rendered speechless and had no choice but to turn to the second prince for help. Your Highness, please save me. Just then, Mota suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and without a word, pulled Yue'er straight towards him. After doing so, Mota chuckled and said, Beauty, you really say one thing and mean another. You said you didn't want to, but didn't you just willingly jump into my arms? Seeing this, Dethau immediately shouted, Jun Mota, let go of Miss Yue'er. What kind of decency is this, offending her so openly? At that moment, Yue'er was glaring up at Mota in anger. Then, she suddenly swung her hand back, intending to give him a slap. You lecher. But before it could even touch my face, her hand was stopped, and he slapped Yue'er right back. After the slap, Mosie even shouted, A mere courtesan dares to hit me. She must be trying to rebel. Yue'er was knocked back several steps from the force of the blow, plopping onto the floor. Suddenly, someone shouted, Third young Master Jun, why must you get so angry with a lady from a brothel? Today is His Second Highness's banquet. Are you really not going to give His Highness any face? Hearing this, Mosie pretended to think and said, How strange. Cheng De Kao, are you implying that this little wench acting all high and mighty in front of me was on the Second Highness's orders? The man couldn't contain his anger and yelled, How insolent! Miss Yue'er is. But before he could finish, Sibo's face darkened as he cut him off. Enough talk. Seeing this, Mogier continued to sneer and said slowly, Is what? Does this girl have some grand background? Today, this young master must have his fun. The second prince could no longer bear it and spoke up, Junmo Shi, you're drunk. You should return to your residence early. But he didn't listen to him at all. I haven't had much to drink. How could I be drunk? At this, the second prince's face darkened and he growled, I say you're drunk, so you are drunk. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then, Mosey began to laugh mockingly, staring intently at him and exclaiming, Hilarious! Truly hilarious! If His Second Highness says I, Jun Moshie, am drunk, then I am drunk. You little beauty, since His Second Highness is here today, I'll spare you for his sake. However, I can come find you to settle this score at any time. After saying this, he turned, laughed loudly, and left. Stepping outside, Moshe whispered to the two attendants on either side of him, After I leave, you are to pay close attention to all movements of those people after the second prince and his men leave. One of you will be responsible for watching for messenger birds, and the other will watch for any experts leaving the premises. Do not let your guard down under any circumstances. After what I said, that Miss Yue'er will surely make a move soon. Yue'er was sobbing, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red. She whispered, Jun Moshi. Yue'er's hands clenched her clothes as she muttered relentlessly, I'll kill you. The second prince approached from behind and called out to her, Yue'er, tonight. Yue'er composed herself and stood up, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Second Highness, I am tired. Please excuse me, Second Highness. Without waiting for the second prince's reply, she went straight into her room. Dekao approached, equally furious. Your Highness, that Junmo Xie is so disrespectful. Should I send a couple of men to teach him a lesson? Even if it means taking his life. The second prince cut him off. He knows for certain that I can't touch him. That's why he was so arrogant today. In the past, Jun Jantian's anger resulted in a bloodbath in the capital. Do you want him to create a bloodbath in my residence? Mr. Fang spoke up. This seems to be Jun Jantian's intention. Jun Moshie's actions today were clearly deliberate, which means he came here prepared for a direct confrontation with your Highness. The second prince didn't quite understand Mr. Fang's meaning. What do you mean by that? The old man explained. The Jun family has never involved itself in the struggles for the imperial throne, and whichever prince manages to win over the Jun family will essentially secure victory. The second prince surmised. So, he is unwilling to side with me. Mr. Fang continued. He wants to extricate himself from these muddy waters. This also means that no matter which prince's banquet Junmo Shi attended, the outcome would have been the same. The second prince was furious, wanting to make an example of someone. That bastard, Jun Moxie, how dare he look down on this prince? The old man added. Moreover, everyone now knows that you and Jun Moxie have had a falling out. If Jun Moxie gets hurt in the next few days, the biggest suspect will be your Highness. The second prince's face darkened. What kind of nonsense is this? I was humiliated by him today, and now I have to send people to protect him? Mr. Fang's suggestion made his face darken even more. If your highness is not afraid of Jun Jiantian going berserk, then of course you don't need to pay any mind to this advice. The second prince was so enraged that he swept everything off the table. He couldn't accept it. Bastard! Cups and plates went flying, shattering all over the floor. Afterwards, the night fell silent. Yuer stood on the balcony, her heart filled with gloom. In that situation, he was still so cautious. He was afraid of affecting his reputation, even though he hadn't done anything to provoke me at first. If he had already figured that Jun Jiantian wouldn't dare to act, did I really have to insist that he make a move? Jun Moxie, for the humiliation I suffered today, I, Suo Ling Yuer, will make sure you die without a proper burial. At that moment, as Yuer released a carrier pigeon, a dark figure flashed by. A small net was cast out, and the hidden person caught the pigeon. He watched for a moment before quickly departing. At the second prince's manor, the spy was delivering the intercepted message. A storm of fury raged within him. Jun Moxie, you dared to humiliate me today. If I kill you, everyone will assume it was the third prince's doing. Just you wait, I'll make sure not even your bones are left. Shortly after, Zibai, having just escaped from its home, was out on the street. Just then, Moxie's sedan chair passed by, and the creature immediately leaped onto it. He picked up Zibai and wondered, isn't this Dugu Xiaoyi's iron-skinned leopard cub? Why did it run all the way here? Could that young miss be nearby? Moxie poked it, pleading, I'm begging you. If you keep following me, that fierce master of yours is going to cause a lot of trouble for me. Understand? Go somewhere else for 10 days, I'm begging you. Outside, Xiaoyi's voice echoed as she searched. Zibai, where did you go, Zibai? Moxie could only sigh. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and lamented internally. What an ill-fated connection. Gu Han, who was following behind, spoke up. The person inside, come out here. Xiaoyi, while eating candy, asked innocently, is Zibai really in there? Moxie lifted the curtain in exasperation. Tianxiang City has hundreds of thousands of people, so why do I run into you guys every single time I go out? In the end, are we truly fated? Or is it just a case of enemies being bound to meet on a narrow path? Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, seeing a familiar face, and she exclaimed, Jun Moxie. Gu Han, on the other hand, scowled the moment he saw him. Moxie then stepped out with Zibai. He even recited a line of poetry. If fated, we can meet even if 1,000 li apart. Moxie slowly walked forward. He stood before Xiaoyi and flashed a smile. Miss Dugu, we meet again. Xiaoyi's face immediately flushed red, her mind a complete mess. Fated, he said. We were fated to meet. Could it be that he and I are truly fated? She felt so shy she couldn't look Moxie straight in the eyes. Gu Han questioned him sharply. June, brat, as expected. You're playing tricks to get to Miss Dugu. You really will stoop to any level. Moxie was bewildered. What tricks are you talking about? He growled. Little thief of the June family, hurry up and return the Xuan beast to Miss Dugu, Xiaoyi protested. Hey Guhan, you're meddling too much. What right do you have to interfere in matters between me and him? Just focus on protecting your princess. He got angry, you. How is that reasonable? Moxie teased Xiaoyi. I'm telling you, Miss Dugu, this Zibai of yours is just too gullible. This young master was thinking of catching it to make a stew, but it's so small there's hardly any meat on it. Her spirits immediately sank. What did you just say? Stew? What? He put on an expression of disbelief. Great, young miss. Haven't you heard? Your father and brothers already tore down my June family's residence. It was a complete disaster. Xiaoyi said shyly, her eyes sparkling and her voice soft. Oh, really? I know I shouldn't have blamed you. When I get back, I'll ask my father to help you rebuild your home. We'll compensate you for any losses. Moxie coughed lightly, feeling a bit intimidated. It's fine. I can't really blame you for this anyway. I'm the junior here, so it's only right for me to endure a bit. Gu Han rebuked him. Jun Moxie, you are truly despicable. The Dugu family's Xuan experts suffered heavily at your hands, and yet you still have the nerve to say things like that. Xiaoyi was confused. How is that possible? He immediately shouted to clear his name. That's not true. Your 7 brothers are incredibly powerful. How could I possibly defeat them? Gu Han explained to Xiaoyi. Miss Dugu, you've been in the palace for the past few days. You'll see what happened when you get home. It's getting dark, and I still have to return to protect the princess, he advised her. We should really get going. Xiaoyi smiled and walked over to Zibai. Zibai, come to big sister now. Be good. I'll take you home. Moxie wondered to himself. Why does this leopard cub, who I've never even met before, seem to like me so much? Xiaoyi secretly picked it up. Come to big sister. I may have scolded you, but you're being so well behaved this time. He thought to himself, could it be because of the exquisite Hongjun pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune? She then made a suggestion to him. Moshe, can I go find Xuan tomorrow? Little Whitey really likes Xuan. It gets upset when it can't see her. Outwardly, Mo Xie agreed. All right, I'll help you appease it tomorrow. But inwardly he thought differently. I must investigate the relationship between this mystical beast and the secrets of my body. Otherwise, it will become a future disaster. Mo Xie and Xiao Yi looked at each other and smiled, making a promise. It's a deal. He then gave a sinister smirk, little leopard. Tomorrow, this young master will use you for an experiment. Returning to the residence, Mo Xie called out for his third uncle. As he walked inside, the strong scent of medicine hit him. Wu Yi came out and said, I've brought those children back here. Mo Xie, not yet understanding, asked, What children? His voice rang out, a bit cold. Of the young boys and girls we released before, we found 45 of them, and of the deformed ones, a total of 39. Wu Yi's face was a little tense. I'm trying to use mystical energy to clear their meridians, hoping they can live on as normal people. Moshe was surprised. Third uncle, you're really doing it? He said seriously, Moshe, you act with too much purpose, and your utilitarian mindset is too strong. Although kindness cannot be squandered, it also cannot be easily discarded. Just like with these children, we cannot simply ignore them. Moshe was lost in thought. Perhaps this is the difference between me and a truly righteous gentleman, but is kindness like this truly meaningful? Wu Yi suddenly remembered and asked him, That's right, you came looking for me in such a hurry. Is something the matter? Moshe explained, It's like this. I need a batch of mystical beasts, from low to high rank. I need some of every type, and it would be best to have a high-rank, third-level mystical beast. Wu Yi burst out laughing. A third-level mystical beast? Are you still dreaming? A fourth or fifth-level one might still be possible to find. As for a sixth or seventh-level beast, unless it's a cub, catching one alive is simply too difficult, he continued. Only the low-level ones, then? That's fine, too. Having the other ranks should be enough. I need to use them tomorrow morning. Wu Yi nodded and started to leave. Then I'll go give the orders immediately. Moshe quickly thanked him. Many thanks, third uncle. Wu Yi added, You should head back first. I still have more to do here. Saving them a moment sooner might spare them a bit of suffering. Moshe had no intention of leaving, so he smiled and replied, I'll go take a look with you, third uncle. Wu Yi led him inside. They've been placed in the Jun family's military barracks. Follow me. Everyone here is a trusted member of the Jun family, so there's no need to worry about news leaking out. The military doctors from the barracks have also been assigned here to provide treatment. The manpower should be sufficient. They're also brewing medicinal herbs. After some recuperation, they should be able to recover some of their bodily functions. A guard ran out and bowed. Greetings, Third Master Jun. Wu Yi nodded and gave an order. You are all dismissed for now. He then led Mo Xie to a child who was being treated. Mo Xie, what do you think? He gave his assessment based on his knowledge. I just did a round. A portion of them are already beyond saving. 3 of them have bones that have already rotted away. Even their hip bones are decayed. Death is only a matter of time for them. There are also some whose meridians, bones, arms, and legs are completely destroyed. They can no longer be restored. As for the rest, their conditions aren't as severe. With a period of careful nursing, they can recover to their original state. Mo Xie continued. With the help of additional medicinal herbs and by using mystical energy to clear their meridians, repeating the process twice, they might be able to recover and become like normal people. If third uncle is determined to save them, the cost to treat just one person will be at least 50,000 taels. But if we destroy these dens one by one, the number of pitiful people like this will only increase. Do we save them, or do we not? Wu Yi understood his meaning, that this kind of matter would end here, but since he had already saved these people, there was absolutely no reason to abandon them halfway. Mo Ta emphasized, All right, please remember third uncle, this is a one-time thing. He replied with a single word, fine. Mo Ta instructed, Additionally, after the treatment is finished, I want to keep 2 people. Wu Yi agreed but was curious. That's not a problem, of course, but why? He explained briefly. Among them, only 2 people possess some heavenly gate abilities. By the way, third uncle, I want to learn a bit about the Jun family's financial situation. Wu Yi replied without hesitation. These past few years, there have been no wars, so the Jun family's income has decreased significantly. Right now, the fiefdom brings in nearly 200,000 taels a year, and there's nothing else besides that. Mo Ta sighed. Is that all? It seems far too little. I'm afraid it might not even be enough to sustain a normal great family. Hand it over to me for now. I might have a way to help the family improve its situation a little. By this time, Mo Ta had already left Wu Yi's estate. His subordinate came to report, Young master, this is the pigeon that flew from Yichang Pavilion. Mo Ta asked, You didn't injure it, did you? The subordinate presented the pigeon, assuring him, No, if I were to release it now, this pigeon could still fly away to its intended destination. Mo Ta took the note attached to the pigeon's leg and read it. Within 1 month, you must kill Jun Mo Ta. We are mortal enemies. He immediately burst out laughing. This woman is far too petty. If we release this pigeon, can you follow it afterward? The subordinate shook his head. I can't track it. Unless it's caught or killed the moment it takes flight, my abilities are too limited. It's beyond my power. Mota reattached the note to the pigeon's leg, not looking particularly surprised. Oh, well, that's fine too. He released the pigeon. All right, just fly away. And with that, the pigeon spread its wings and took flight. Mota smirked triumphantly and laid out a plan for his subordinate. Set a trap to catch the rat. Once the rat falls into it, we'll cast an inescapable net. What fish or shrimp could possibly escape? Scene change. Inside a horse-drawn carriage, Fu Wu's voice could be heard questioning Elder Lu. I wonder if this matter of the Xuan Core is true or false. For us to rush all the way here from so far away, aren't we making a mountain out of a molehill? Besides, Tianxiang City is filled with countless masters. Is it possible for anything to escape their grasp? Elder Lu explained, Fu Wu, there is something you don't know. The one who sent the message was the ninth elder, saying that a peak divine Xuan expert has appeared. Then, he sent out news of a 9th grade Xuan core, which is more than enough to prove the authenticity of this matter. What I'm worried about now is that even with all of us here, it might not be enough to seize the Xuan core. The young man seemed quite confident. Looking at the world today, who would dare to oppose our windy snow Silver City? Moreover, this time we have the third elder and you, Elder Lu. So what if it's a peak divine Xuan expert? The old man remained humble. There are so many experts in this world. Even if our windy snow Silver City is powerful, we cannot afford to be careless. To be frank, this trip was also meant to let the little princess get some real-world training. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many attendants to follow us like this. Of course, the power of our Silver City is immense. We are not someone ordinary people can trifle with. Yan Meng, hearing herself mentioned, immediately piped up, Third Elder, you were in the middle of saying something important. Why did you stop? She reached out to tug on the old man's sleeve. Don't leave me in suspense. What happened next? Elder Lu sighed to himself. This young miss is such a handful. No wonder those other fellows looked so smug when they found out I was descending the mountain with the princess. After some thought, he said earnestly, My lady, I've been telling you stories ever since we left Silver City. You have to let this old bag of bones get some rest, you know? She replied, completely unfazed. Who asked you to stop right when you got to the most important part? What happened between that Guan Wu Yi and the eldest miss in the end? Their love story is just too beautiful. It's so moving. The sixth elder looked like he was about to collapse. He thought to himself, will she ever give me a break? It's been 16 hours already. Elsewhere, Sword Soul asked, Imperial Preceptor, I'm not sure if this profound pill business is real or fake. For someone of your advanced age to take such a personal risk, it feels like the potential losses outweigh the gains. Meng Shen explained, the danger this time is general, but our Ning Hall and Tianxiang have been peaceful for many years. The real danger lies with you and the Jun family, due to your long years of conflict. At this, Sword Soul became quite irritated. Jun Wu Hui, of the 3 profound lands, is the enemy I've respected the least in my entire life. This trip to Tianxiang, my first purpose is to escort you, Imperial Preceptor, and my second is to find out just how in the world Jun Wu Hui kicked the bucket. Despite his tone, Meng Shen replied calmly, I know you've suspected me for all these years. While it's true I intended to act back then, it really wasn't me who did it. Sword Soul seemed ready to erupt. It was a war between military men. What business was it of yours to meddle? He reminded him. Sword Soul, some matters are not purely military affairs. He then shouted, Jun Wu Hui and Jun Wu Meng may be dead, but the third brother, Jun Wu Yi, is still alive. Some truths must eventually be brought to light before the world. I refuse to accept such a shameful victory. Scene change. Someone playing with a pigeon mused. A peak level, 9-star profound pill. Now that's a truly fine item. Even if it's just for the sake of that pill. To fight against all the heroes of the world, for it would be one of life's great pleasures. Someone else questioned, how could a peak level, 9-star profound pill fall into the hands of a mere Xuan practitioner? That is a great humiliation for all of us. And so, the news of the profound pill spread far and wide, causing experts from all over the world to converge on the Tianxiang kingdom. They all rode their horses, looking majestic and imposing. The scene shifts to Mo Xie's residence. He was observing the beasts in their cages, thinking to himself, a level 1 silver Xuan beast, a level 2 winged Li, a level 3 swift wind wolf, and many level 4 beasts. I only mentioned needing them last night, and you've already bought them for me today. Mo Xie looked at the beasts in their cages and praised, Uncle, you sure work fast. Why isn't there any reaction? Let's try the level 2 beast. He reached out his hand, then thought, now for the level 3. Seeing there was still no change, Mo Xie felt a bit awkward. The level 3 isn't reacting either. Why is this happening? Was my connection with little Bye-Bye just a coincidence? Over here, the pythons were flicking their tongues. A ferocious-looking python looked ready to lunge out of its cage. Mosier exclaimed in surprise, "There's a reaction from this side." Hearing his exclamation, the other pythons also started trying to get out of their cages. Moshe was delighted. "Just as I thought," he mused. "I wonder if it's the heaven creation art or the Hongjun method that has this effect on Xuan beasts." Scene change. A servant announced, "Young master, the young miss of the Dugu family has arrived." Mosi immediately gave an order, "Please show her in. Take all of these away and deal with them. I don't need them anymore. Third uncle, you can handle it. If you decide to kill and cook those two snakes, you can give a portion to the dogs." Wu Yi thought to himself, "These two bone-devouring pythons cost 200,000 taels of silver, and he's turning them into a single meal that costs 200,000 taels?" A beautiful young lady, holding a pet, walked towards Moshi. Accompanying her was Wudi. The moment he saw Moshi staring, he shouted, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before?" But Moshe didn't get angry at all. Instead, he said, "So, Miss Dugu Xuan is here. How about we all have a drink together?" "So, over the top? Offering me a drink? I still remember being tricked last time. I'm warning that kid to tell his messenger to be a bit more honest this time. Of course, if it's free, having a little drink is fine." Suddenly, Xiao Yi's beast flew back to him. Mo Ta immediately hugged it and praised it. "Good spirit, beast. Xiao Bai, you're so considerate. You quickly pour a drink for Dugu Xuan." "Miss Dugu, you look truly beautiful today," she secretly wondered. "Why is he calling me Miss Dugu? Why not little girl anymore? That sounded much more familiar." Xiao Yi acted annoyed. "I thought you didn't even see Xuan." Mo Ta seemed to sense her anger and quickly said, "Of course not," he thought to himself, but with Xiao Bai in his hands, he took the opportunity to experiment a little. Suddenly, Xiao Bai grew another pair of wings. Suddenly, Mo Ta was pulled into some kind of mystical space. What's happening? It seemed to have surpassed his imagination. If this continued, his body could possibly explode at any moment. Mo Ta then spread his arms wide and absorbed the power. "I have to risk it. I'll absorb it first and worry later." Xiao Bai was also absorbing a strange stream of spiritual energy. Xiao Yi wondered to herself, "Jun Mo Ta, what's suddenly wrong with you? He's clearly sitting in front of me, but it feels like he's a million miles away." Wu Yi thought to himself, "A powerful force is slowly emanating from Mo Ta's body. This is not good. This scene cannot be seen by outsiders." So, he immediately entered Xiao Bai's body. Wu Yi quickly dealt with the obstacles affecting him. "Lucky I was fast, otherwise anyone who touched it would have their soul scattered." A strange force lifted Mo Ta high into the air, then slammed him down, leaving him in utter confusion and causing him to cry out in pain. But right after, a stream of power entered his forehead. Xiao Bai also benefited from that power and evolved. Beams of light continuously rained down from the sky onto Mo Ta's position. The ninth elder couldn't help but wonder to himself, just what level of cultivation is needed to create such a world-shaking phenomenon? The elder exclaimed, "This cultivation level, I'm afraid it has surpassed the supreme godly profound realm. I never expected such a powerhouse to exist in our heavenly fragrant city." Xiao Han couldn't help but ask, "Ninth elder, is it possible for a person to be this powerful?" The elder replied, "Powerful is no longer enough to describe this person. It might even be a higher realm. With your current strength, it's better for you not to know." The spiritual qi gathering at Hong Kun Tower covered the entire sky. The heavens lost their color, and the sun and moon faded from view. An elder spoke up, "Such terrifying power. What kind of trouble has Ninth Elder stumbled into this time?" "Brother Shin, what if that person is also after the Suen core?" Elder Shin replied, "With a figure like this in Heavenly Fragrant City, we absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to return." The Sword Soul, who was passing by, also stopped to observe. The Dream God was also quite surprised, not expecting such a powerhouse to be in Heavenly Fragrant City. Peak supreme godly profound realm, or an even higher existence. That same day, 300 guards of the Jun family completed their life and death training. Each and every one of them seemed as if they had returned from the gates of hell, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Heaven emulates Qian and Kun. Earth divides yin and yang. Yin and yang reincarnate. Thus all things are born and transformed. The human body is originally just the two energies of yin and yang, born from creation and returning to creation. This is the yin-yang evasion technique. Once mastered, it can make the body invisible to anything around it. If cultivated to its peak, one can even merge their body with the air itself. He moved from inside the room to the courtyard to absorb spiritual qi, yet he could control it without causing any damage to his surroundings. Wu Yi softly called Mo Ta's name. The boy immediately responded in a panic. "Yes, third uncle. I don't know what's going on either. It seems this little fellow has taken a liking to you," he mused. He wondered, "It actually leveled up? How is that possible?" Mo Ta added, its feathers really did change color. Wu Yi silently assessed. The phenomenon of an iron-winged leopard leveling up is its feathers temporarily changing color due to spiritual qi. With a face of feigned innocence, Mo Xie shirked all responsibility for the little leopard's recent breakthrough, thinking, "It leveled up on its own. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. It leveled up all by itself." Woody stumbled in with a splitting headache, asking, "My head hurts so much. What just happened? Third uncle, why did you hit me?" Woody's uncle immediately denied it. "Hit you? Of course not. It must be from the wine you drank earlier. You two are really lightweights." Woody heard this and believed him. "So that's what it was. Your wine is way too strong." Having leveled up, Little Bai Bai was feeling extremely smug. Xiao Yi couldn't help but praise it. "Little Bai is so cute," he called out softly. "Dugu Ying, come over here with me. Let me see what Dugu Woody has taught you." He thought to himself, "Does third uncle want to give me some pointers?" Seeing Woody looking so dazed, Mo Xie laughed to himself at the kid's completely bewildered expression. Third, uncle's willpower is truly impressive, daring to leave Xiao Yi here. "It must be Grandpa's instruction," he said cheerfully. "Miss Dugu, you still remember, right? I still owe you a good sword." Xiao Yi pouted. "The scoundrel who tricked me out of my meteorite. Of course he has to compensate me with a good sword," Mo Xie boasted proudly. "Anything made by me is an absolute masterpiece. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After a moment, he brought out a wooden box. Inside was a rather beautiful sword. She exclaimed excitedly, "What sword is this?" Mo Xie explained, "Hongshu Zong Dao, or red sleeve hides the blade. So, the sword's name is Hongshu. It was forged in Tianxiang City, so it's called Hongshu Tianxiang. This is the first sword I've forged in this life, so it's named the #1 sword, Hongshu Tianxiang." She praised, "You made this yourself? It's beautiful." He handed the sword to her. "It's a short sword, designed to be hidden in a sleeve. See if it suits you." She suddenly became a bit shy. "Are you really giving this to me? But I don't have anything to give you in return." Mo Xie appeared quite calm. "I owed this to you in the first place. There's no need for a return gift." Xiao Yi hesitated, thinking for a long while. Then she took off her necklace. "How about this? I'll give this to you." At that moment, Jun Mo Xie never imagined the special significance this jade pendant would later hold. So, Mo Xie didn't refuse her kind gesture. "Then I'll accept it." Xiao Yi blushed, calling out softly, "Xie, this jade pendant." She fidgeted, unsure of what to say. He said, "It's fine. It's a kind gesture from you, Miss Dugu. But since you specifically requested a sword, I figured you must be very skilled in swordsmanship." She replied, "Swordsmanship? Of course, let me show you." With that, Xiao Yi performed a few rather graceful moves for him. However, Mo Xie interrupted her. "It's like an ox eating a peony. To use such a fine sword with that kind of swordsmanship is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure." She asked softly, "Are you saying my swordsmanship is no good?" He explained, "It's not necessarily your fault, but the sword style you use is too rigid. Give me the sword first. Now, watch my movements carefully. Hong Shu sword dance, soul shatters. This is the Hong Shu sword style. The first form is red sleeve startles the sun. There are 9 forms in total, and it can be considered a top-tier sword style. Do you want to learn it?" Xiao Yi praised enthusiastically. "It really is a top-tier sword style." She moved closer to him eagerly. "Hurry up and teach me." Mo Xie blushed at her proximity, thinking, "Too close." Seeing this, Xiao Yi smirked to herself. "He's blushing? How interesting." Still not satisfied, she thought to herself, "I want to tease him a little more." Mo Xie squeezed his eyes shut and said loudly, "All right, I'll teach you. What's there to be afraid of?" And just like that, their lips met and their eyes locked. A moment later, they pulled apart. Xiao Yi hadn't expected things to go this far, so she was also quite flustered. He hastily explained, "It was an accident, truly just an accident." Hearing this, Xiao Yi got annoyed and tried to push Makta away, but failed. "You bad man." He tried to comfort her. "Miss Dugu, please get up. How can you learn the peach art while sitting there covering your face?" She was adamant, "I'm not getting up. You've already done that to me, and you're still calling me Miss Dugu?" Makta heard this and asked back, "Then what should I call you?" Xiao Yi gently uttered 4 words, "You know in your heart." A moment later, he seemed to realize and exclaimed, "I know." At that, Xiao Yi rejoiced inwardly. He finally figured it out. However, his answer was quite off the mark. "Little disciple, get up quickly. In a moment, this master will impart the exquisite peach art to you." Makta even silently affirmed, "That's right, our relationship is different now. I'm teaching her the peach art, so this is a master-disciple relationship." Xiao Yi cried out in dissatisfaction. "What the heck? Impart my foot? Who is whose master, huh? Who is your disciple?" Makta said in confusion. "This is truly hard to understand." He thought to himself, This was a classic first kiss, the first kiss of 2 lifetimes. If anyone's at a disadvantage here, it should be me. Xiao Yi urged. Hurry up, come and teach me that peach art. He changed his mind and decided to make things difficult for her. Just because you tell me to teach you, I have to? Do I owe you something? Hearing this, Xiao Yi felt very wronged. You kissed me, you accepted my jade pendant, and now you're being so mean to me. I'm going to find Uncle Jun Can. Hearing that, Makta quickly pulled her back. Hey, how do you want me to help you? I was wrong, okay? I'll teach you right now, Xiao Yi replied. At least you know your place. Now let me go, he sighed to himself. No wonder people always say women are the most incomprehensible creatures in the world. That saying is absolutely right. Xiao Yi wondered. Why did you stop? Hurry up and teach me, Makta thought to himself. Hey now, you're being too impatient. I can't teach you if I'm not holding your hand. At this rate, when will we ever get this done? Suddenly, a lot of noise echoed from outside. What's up? He wondered. It's so noisy out there. What happened? Wu Yi reported, the state preceptor of the Wu-Tang Kingdom and the famous general Zui Jianhun have arrived at Tianxiang today. His Majesty has dispatched the first prince to welcome them into the city. In addition, the #1 Xuan Qi Grand Master of the Shenzi Empire, Elder Shi, has also arrived. His Majesty has assigned the second prince to stay in the city to prepare for the visiting delegation. Makta assessed the situation. 2 delegations with unpredictable intentions. The 3 princes are divided to receive them. His Majesty's arrangement is truly brilliant. Wu Yi replied, it's merely a test from His Majesty to see the 3 princes' attitudes towards the neighboring countries. Perhaps after the matter of Jingqing is over, the heir to the throne will also be chosen. He came up with an idea. Why don't we go join in on the fun? Wudi reacted enthusiastically. Join the fun? I love that, let's go. Xiao Yi gently tugged on Makta's sleeve and said, when we fainted just now, that was your secret, right? I won't tell anyone, and I won't ask you about it. I understand. When you feel you can tell me, will you let me know? I will absolutely never harm you, and I will absolutely never make things difficult for you. Makta gently stroked Xiao Yi's head, looking quite affectionate. Wudi smacked his hand hard. You brat! Don't even dream of taking my precious Xiao Yi. If there's a next time, I'll chop your hand off directly. Seeing him being scolded like that by her brother, she secretly giggled. Her brother called out, Xiao Yi, let's go. We can't let him stand near you. The 2 of them then walked away, just in time. This makes it easier for their opponents to act. While they were bustling about, Makta had already left them and stayed behind. Xiao Yi wondered, Jun Makta, where did he go? He thought to himself, maybe he could blend into this crowd and see if there was a chance to gather some intelligence. Wang Jia suddenly appeared behind him. He spoke up, so it really is you, boy. Fate truly brings people together from 1,000 miles away. Last time, you ran off right after our encounter. You won't be able to escape today. Makta secretly recalled that this was the person he met at the tavern last time, and he remembered that he was in disguise. Makta feigned confusion and asked back, who are you? When did I ever insult you? Wang Jia said, boy, are you still trying to play innocent? If I weren't so skilled, I really wouldn't have recognized you. You said that there was someone in this world worthy of drinking with you, which implied that I was not qualified. How is that not considered an insult? Only then did he realize and let out a chuckle. Oh, that? Seeing this, Wang Jia grinned. So you admit it? If you truly feel that remorseful, then come on, let's go have a drink with me. Makta retorted. Do you even know who I am? Why are you so casually dragging me off for a drink? He replied. It's just a chance encounter. After we drink, we'll go our separate ways. Why must I know who you are? Makta said. You're the one who said that. He replied. You're something else. To remember it so clearly. I've discovered I can't speak carelessly in front of you anymore. I just sensed that things were about to get very lively, so I wanted to stand here and watch. Wang Jia praised. Watch the commotion, you say? Well said. What will happen now that he is here? When the 2 sides finally clash, there will be absolutely no mercy. Whether the national preceptor of Wu-Tang comes or not, what does that have to do with me? Makta said cheerfully. Just a conversation like this is enough reason to drink 2 jars. He wondered, is it the wine you mentioned, 100 times stronger than Song Lao San's, that peerless, rare nectar of the world? Makta simply replied with 2 words, guess. At this time, Tianxiang City was a chaotic mix of all sorts of people, and every street was incredibly bustling. The national preceptor of the Wu-Tang nation, Fei Mengdan, entered the city. The Xuan Qi Grand Master of the Divine Sun Empire, Elder Shi, also entered the city. It's getting quite crowded over here. Uninvolved personnel, step aside. The first prince is welcoming the national preceptor of Wu-Tang into the city. Wang Jia led Makta to a tavern by the roadside. He called out, Song Lao San, I've caught that boy and brought him here. Hurry up and bring out your best wine. Hearing this, he wondered, what do you mean by that? Wang Jia explained, Song Lao San's wine is the best brewed in all of Tianxiang City. That day, he greatly admired your unconventional words. He kept insisting on meeting you again, so I, this old man, decided to help him fulfill his wish. It was also a convenient excuse to make a wager for some fine wine. Truly, a fine tale for the ages. Old Third Song stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Indeed, a distinguished guest. It was truly a pity that I didn't have the fortune to meet this young master last time. Today, I finally have the chance. Please, come in. Mactus secretly wondered. He had clearly never met this man before. Yet why did he feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity? This man has a sharp aura about him. He's probably not just a simple wine merchant. Song Lao San spoke his mind. That day, hearing the young master's profound insights truly broadened my horizons. To truly drink wine is to drink in the mood, the atmosphere. It's not about pouring wine into your belly. That can only be called trampling on good grain. Then, according to the young master, what would not be considered trampling on grain? He raised his cup of wine and began to recite, "What is this wine that the world loves to drink? And what is this sorrow? What is it about wine that we love?" Old Third Song asked in return, "What is wine? Are you saying wine is not a beverage? But besides that, what else could it be?" Macta poured wine as he spoke, alone in a foreign land, wandering with an uncertain future. The wine you drink, then, is the wine of homesickness. When you're in a good mood and work feels satisfying, you drink a little wine to celebrate. That is the wine of celebration. When your heart is troubled and you turn to wine to relieve your sorrow, then that is the wine of sorrow. When a good friend visits, raising a glass is for camaraderie. For a farewell, it's for respect. Drinking out of boredom is for seeing someone off. On the battlefield of mutual slaughter, warriors drink for passion, for slaying enemies, and for courage. The drink is about the mood, and the taste is just one of those circumstances. Hearing this, Vung Ra couldn't help but praise. Profound. Young master, you are truly a genius, he continued. Things like wine tasting and appreciating fine wine all have another prerequisite, which is to have truly fine wine. However, besides me, no one has this kind of wine. Lao Tam exuded confidence. I, Tong Lao Tam, have traveled the world. I can say this without reservation. If my wine is not even drinkable, I'm afraid there's no wine in this world worthy of your attention, young master. Vung Ra smirked. Tong Lao Tam, there are heavens beyond heavens. Fine wines in this world are countless. If he can produce a wine better than yours, what will you do? Lao Tam replied, then I will acknowledge him as my master. As Lao Tam approached Makta's spot to take the wine cup, Makta used his power to uncover the old man's true face. Makta realized it and thought, so it's him. Who would have thought that the wine tavern owner Tong Lao Tam would actually be a Sky Xuan expert? I originally didn't want to have a wine competition with the tavern owner, but a Sky Xuan expert is challenging me, and he even said he would take me as his master, so I can't back down now. Makta appeared extremely confident. A deal is a deal, and the public will be the judge. I naturally have a way to make you submit willingly, Vung Ra wondered. That would be for the best, young man. A bet needs to be fair. What if you lose? Lao Tam declared, if you lose, I only hope that you will never be allowed to discuss wine again. His face darkened. Because you are not worthy. Makta cheerfully agreed. It's a deal. Vung Ra asked, for fairness, how about I act as the judge for your wine competition? Lao Tam immediately agreed. Fine. 3 days from now, in the afternoon, I will close early. We will all gather here then, shall we? Suddenly, Bak Hong Thin Lin appeared. 1 gin of beef, 2 jars of wine. I will also come to be a judge for the wine competition in 3 days. Makta wondered to himself, when did this person get here? I didn't sense his aura at all. Lao Tam cautiously asked, may I ask who your excellency is? The man introduced himself simply, Vo Tha, a wine lover. Let's settle it like that. Now, hurry up and bring out the wine and meat. Vung Ra stood up to leave. Well then, see you here in 3 days. I shall take my leave first. As he walked, he thought, damn it, why did such a character suddenly pop up in Tianxiang City? Who on earth is he? Vung Ra asked the guard at the door. That person who just went in? What's his deal? What's his background? The guard's answer was even more shocking. Someone just went in? No, there wasn't anyone. Back with Makta, he asked. Is the scenery on the grasslands beautiful? Bakung asked in return. You can tell that I came from the grasslands? Makta deduced like a detective. Your shoes are not a type that can be found on the Central Plains continent. Your belt is also woven from a special colored thread found only on the grasslands. Are these 2 points enough? The man replied. Just these are not enough. Moreover, I never gave you permission to sit in front of me. Despite being shooed away, he remained calm. Then let me add a few more things. You carry the unique scent of the grasslands, as well as the scent of solitude. If I am not worthy to drink with you, I will stand up. With that, Old Man Kong agreed to let him sit. Since you've put it that way, go ahead and sit down. Old Third approached with their order. I've kept you waiting, gentlemen. Here is your wine and meat. He poured the wine and said, Heavenly fragrant city is truly remarkable. Even a simple tavern owner is a master of the profound heaven realm. Interesting. Despite being exposed, Old Third showed no surprise. He replied humbly, Your Excellency has a sharp eye. This old one is truly impressed. However, I am merely a candle nearing its end. I only came here to scrape by and live out the rest of my days. Old Man Kong gently reminded him, If you just focus on your wine business, that would be for the best. It's better not to concern yourself with other matters. Old Third fell silent for a moment before saying, Thank you for the advice. Mota called out, Old Third, bring me 2 jars of your wine. Old Man Kong asked in confusion, Aren't you going to drink my wine? He replied, If drinking your wine means I'll owe you a favor. Across in this world, there are countless debts, but a debt of gratitude is the hardest one to repay. Old Man Kong raised his cup and took a sip, then remarked, Not bad. This wine isn't bad at all, much better than the one from Man Eye. It's just that this beef is a bit overcooked, but it's still edible. Mota replied, I couldn't even tell. You're quite a picky eater. When Old Third brought out a jug of wine, Mota picked it up and drank it like water, thinking to himself, stranded in another world, far from my home. Who could possibly understand this feeling? Only wine could evoke a few of his old memories. The two of them just sat like that, enjoying the wine in their own unique ways. Old Man Kong broke the silence first. Young man, you're quite special, Mota asked. So, do you believe I'm qualified to sit here now? He took a sip of wine and said, Despite your crippled meridians, you've managed to reach the 7th stage of the profound Chi realm. On top of that, you can maintain your composure before me without wavering. It seems that sitting with you isn't a disgrace to me after all. Mota placed a silver coin on the table and said, Even interesting people have their dull moments. This world is already full of dull people. Why do you insist on being one of them? You've already judged my qualifications, but I'm standing up anyway. If you are not qualified to drink with me, then naturally, I will leave. Old Man Kong thought to himself, so this brat is turning the tables, saying I'm the one who's not qualified now. And it was the very moment he spoke. It seemed to snap Mota out of his reverie. It's fair to say that Old Man Kong had ruined his mood for drinking. The unique aura this boy exudes is truly rare. He found his own curiosity piqued, which is why he started the conversation in the first place. He couldn't help but warn him, You've got some nerve, kid. Even without knowing who I am, you dare to speak so recklessly. But I'll remember you. In 3 days, this old man will come find you to cause some trouble. Meanwhile, at the June residence, Dong Yuan said, Third young master, the day has been set. It's tomorrow. You promised me before. This time it all depends on you. Mota replied confidently, Don't worry. Just do exactly as I say, and I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Mota schemed internally. I've investigated old eunuch Chu before. He has a very peculiar quirk. He's an extreme germaphobe. Mota instructed, Fatty, tomorrow, 2 hours before old eunuch Chu's inspection, take this pill. Then, when the time comes, you'll do this, then this, and the job will be done. Dong Yuan looked horrified. This is just too disgusting. After this, I'm afraid the old master will have my hide, Mota said consolingly. All I can say is, you have my deepest sympathies. Anyway, I've given you my idea. You should consider it for yourself. After the dust settles on this matter, I'll come visit you. Absolutely do not forget this, and absolutely do not eat anything, he replied. I'll remember. The next day at the entrance, Wan Li was constantly stretching his legs, waiting to go inside soon. Eat a big breakfast? You have to perform well later, Duong Wen thought to himself. What did the third young master say yesterday? I think it was, absolutely do not eat breakfast. Wan Li patted his shoulder. What are you spacing out for? He replied, Yes, I'm coming right away. It's unknown whether he forgot my instructions or was just pretending to eat breakfast. The scene shifts to outside the purification room in the Imperial Palace. Duong Nguyen thought, Since I'm early and no one is here yet, I must quickly eat that thing. This food is so big, he thought, while trying to eat it all in one go. Seeing him chewing something in his mouth, Wan Li suddenly shouted, What are you eating, you brat? What's in your hand? Show this old man, he explained. I'm just eating some candy. Wan Li warned, If you say one more word now, this old man will break your legs. Time slowly passed, and more people arrived. Everyone wondered, Brother Tong, do you know what the old master will be testing? The other person replied, I don't know either, but it will definitely be miserable after the examination. Duong Nguyen chimed in, What's so miserable about it? Isn't it just that you'll have to walk bow-legged for a few months after the inspection? What's the big deal? I'm sure you brothers can handle it. A soldier announced, Everyone has arrived. When your name is called, go to the purification room for the examination. Duong Nguyen thought, the medicine the third young master gave me. Wasn't it supposed to be just a laxative? Why does something feel so wrong now? The soldier called out, First person, Duong Nguyen. At that moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Hearing his name, Wan Li hurriedly grabbed him. Your name was called, why aren't you going in? And so, he was kicked inside before he could even react. The head eunuch asked, you're Duong Wan Li's son? Take off all your clothes and stand up there. Duong Nguyen was a bit embarrassed. Could you please turn around? The head eunuch didn't waste words, simply repeating one word, strip. At this moment, strange sounds continuously rumbled from his stomach. Duong Nguyen panicked. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He turned away and said, sir, can I go? Of course, the head eunuch would never agree. He performed a few magical slashes in his direction. And just like that, Duong Nguyen's clothes were all sliced off. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground, but he didn't care at all. Raise your left arm, expose your armpit. After saying that, he continued to demand, raise your right arm, use your hands to hold your stomach, expose the lower abdomen. By now, Duong Nguyen was so embarrassed that sweat was pouring down. He tried to calm himself. Just bear with it. The head eunuch continued to give orders. Put them down, spread your legs, cross them, bend over, raise your buttocks. His voice droned on evenly. He thought to himself, it's here, it's finally here. I won't have to walk bow-legged anymore. This old pervert would never expect that this young master couldn't escape his demonic clutches. He lay sprawled on the ground, trying to endure the horrible examination. He showed no courtesy and kicked him directly. You fatty, you still dare to struggle? At this point, Duong Nguyen could only cry silently. I'm about to explode. Suddenly, the head eunuch fell silent to sense something. He focused his power into his eyes, his gaze fixed as he stared. On that day, the head eunuch experienced a hell of filth. Outside the eunuch's chamber, a loud noise suddenly erupted, startling Wan Li, who was drinking tea. Tang Yuan was thrown out, not a stitch of clothing on his body, his rear end smoking profusely. Wan Li wondered, what in the world happened? What happened to Tang Yuan? He asked hastily. Tang Yuan couldn't even stand up, whimpering, my butt. He looked towards him and wondered, what is that smell? Zhu Chuzhou, what is the meaning of this? Give this old man an answer now. The old eunuch Zhu replied, get your wretched grandson out of my sight, or don't expect this old man to spare your lives. After that, only the sound of the eunuch retching could be heard. Wan Li said angrily, damn it! Let's go treat your wounds first. We'll settle this score another day. The scene shifts to the Jun family. Mo Ta asked in astonishment, what did you say? Tang Yuan was kicked out of the Tang family? Zhan Tian replied cheerfully, that's right. It's been over 10 years since I've seen a show this good. Tang Wan Li's grandson actually let one rip right in the eunuch's mouth. Mo Ta held his forehead and thought to himself, my God, fatty, you're truly a legend. That eunuch is a powerful master, you know. Zhan Tian continued his story. Yesterday, after Tang Yuan was beaten in the palace, Tang Wan Li even went to demand justice for his grandson. The Tang family offered a huge amount of resources, but the eunuch refused to accept them and even wanted to report the incident to his superiors. He wondered, so, to settle the matter, the fatty was kicked out of the family? Zhan Tian asked. Mo Ta, why aren't you laughing? Mo Ta told the truth. This idea was mine. My original plan was just to have him take a fart-inducing pill and let out a little toot. Hearing this, the old man asked in shock, are you serious? This must never get out, he warned. It's a good thing he's Tang Wan Li's grandson. If it were anyone else, the eunuch would have already chopped them into 1,000 pieces. He wondered, but he's just a eunuch after all. You're not going to tell me he was actually a great general, are you? Zhan Tian sipped his tea and said, back in the day, that Zhu Chuzhou was more than just a general. It's just that fate plays cruel tricks on people. Wu Yi asked, Father, are you saying that eunuch is the great general Zhu Zonglong from back then? But isn't he rumored to have died in battle? Zhan Tian slowly recounted. That's a secret only the people involved at the time know. Back then, the crown prince was taken hostage and brought to Corpse Valley. When he was rescued, he suffered countless wounds from poisonous insect bites, a pitiful end for a great general. From then on, as he was telling the story, he was suddenly interrupted by an announcement. The Tang family is at the gate, requesting an audience with Old Man Jun. Zhan Tian became quite worried. Why so fast? Has our plot been exposed? Then, a member of the Tang family walked in carrying Tang Yuan. The thing is, to quell this matter, Tang Yuan has been temporarily expelled from the Tang family. We ask Old Man Jun to take him in for the time being, the old man replied. I understand. Leave Tang Yuan with us for now. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was lying in bed, writhing in pain. He demanded, Third young master, what kind of trick was this? You said it was a fart-inducing pill, but it was basically a laxative. Mo Ta asserted, I prepared the medicine myself. How could I have gotten it wrong? Tang Yuan said, I, your father, did exactly as you said. I ate a full stomach before going to the imperial palace, and only took the pill right before meeting that old eunuch. Mo Ta asked in shock, What? I told you yesterday not to eat breakfast, Tang Yuan replied. So, I did the exact opposite. Well, I guess you could say the mission was accomplished. The result wasn't bad. Anyway, I was already prepared to get beaten up. They should have just beaten me to death right then. My family didn't even waste words. They just kicked me, your father, out of the clan. Luckily, I've prepared quite a bit of my own private stash. Third young master, from now on, this big bro will be rolling with you, Mota asked. Then I'll see if you, kiddo, can build a business empire for me. Tang Yuan replied, I, your father, was born to do this. A moment later, Mota stood alone, muttering to himself, In the heavens there is Qian and Kun. On the earth there is Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang reincarnate, from which the 10,000 things are born and transformed. The human body in the beginning only possesses two types of energy, yin and yang. Born from creation and perishing by creation, the reason lies within the creation of yin and yang. All things can be hidden, and the human body is no exception. The ultimate cause is still yin and yang. Ka Ni, can you see me? Ka Ni wondered. What do you mean, can I see you? Are you telling me a joke? She continued. Young master, please move aside. Why are you blocking my way, young master? Stop pulling on my clothes. Young master, why are you pressing your face against the wall? Are you feeling unwell? He suddenly turned back and forth looking for something, then slammed himself into a tree trunk at lightning speed. Kani reminded him, Don't keep hitting your head against the tree, young master. If your head hurts, I'll go find a doctor for you. Mota was annoyed. How is this crappy toy supposed to help with cultivation? Isn't this just making a fool of me? If I keep practicing, I might just transmigrate again. His actions made Kanhi even more bewildered. Young master, what are you doing? I'm going to find the young mistress right now. With that, she quickly ran off. She quickly informed Ching Han, You must go see the eldest young master. He's acting really strange. Seeing Mota sitting on the ground, Ching Han immediately questioned him, What are you doing? Do you find it amusing to torture yourself? At this point, Mota was delirious. I need to quickly master this technique so I can go watch the beautiful fourth-generation ancestor bathe. Ching Han frowned and asked, What did you say? Before he could say anything more, all that was heard was the sound of a slap. Despite being hit so hard, Mota still didn't seem to have sobered up, so he received a few more slaps. Now, he seemed a bit more clear-headed and asked with a serious face, Great ancestor, what did you do that for out of nowhere? She blushed and said softly, You know very well in your heart. Only then did Mota notice her gaze, as cold and sharp as a knife. Mota could only break out in a cold sweat, not understanding what was happening, as Ching Han, with tears in her eyes, coldly drew her blade and quickly placed it against his neck. Just then, a servant reported, Young master, young mistress, butler Jian Nan, Lord Guan, and the two young masters have come to pay a visit. Mota wondered to himself, I haven't even done anything. Why is her family already at the door? Could it be that the butler also wants an emergency-grade profound pill? Hearing the servant announce that her family had arrived, Ching Han was just as bewildered. These past 2 days, the capital city had begun to descend into chaos. For 3 days, it was business as usual, quiet and peaceful, with no major disturbances. But every morning, the city guard on their daily patrols would discover several corpses. These deceased individuals were, surprisingly, no ordinary people. The scene shifts to the #1 sect in Tianxiang City, the Golden Sun Clan. Bo Kong stood before the gate, glanced around, then opened it and stepped inside. Seeing him enter, everyone who was practicing their skills stopped to watch him. Bo Kong got straight to the point. Tell Jin Fengli to come out and see me, these men shouted loudly. Is our clan leader's name something you can just call out so casually? Bo Kong remained a man of few words. He gently unleashed a move, and the few lackeys were instantly torn to shreds. Returning to the Jun family residence, Mota thought to himself, Thankfully, the great ancestor's slap woke me up. He broke into a light sweat. After an afternoon of practice, I can now become invisible for a moment and move one zong. But now, how in the world do I get out of this situation? Mota recited the activation chant in the courtyard, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished completely. Due to the failure, all the Xuan force Quan Mota had painstakingly accumulated was depleted in an instant. Now, his entire reserve of Xuan force is gone. I never expected that getting in here would require Xuan force, but getting out also needs it. With no other choice, he could only call for Care's help. Care, hurry and help dig me out. Mota leaned in close and whispered to Care, Hey, listen. What just happened? You absolutely must not tell anyone else. From inside the room, Duan Yuan shot up and called out to him. Oh my god, third young master, my dear third young master, Quan Mota, where are you? Come here, quickly. He stepped into the room and asked, What's wrong? The man stammered. I never expected you to be this talented. Mota found a seat to discuss the matter. I know I'm talented, but what exactly are you talking about? Duan Yuan slammed the business plan down on the table and exclaimed, "This business plan? Did you really write this? You didn't have someone else write it for you?" He frowned, staring intently at the man, and asked, "Yes, I did. What's the problem? Would I need someone else's help for a small task like this?" Duan Yuan clutched the plan tightly in his hand and continued, "And you still ask me what's wrong? This plan completely shatters my understanding of business. If we implement it fully, it could shake the very foundations of commerce in this world. But, as long as we follow the methods written here, third young master, as long as you can provide the goods, just watch how I, Duan Yuan, will open shops all over the continent." Mota nodded in approval and replied, "Excellent. You'll be in charge of everything." Hearing this, Duan Yuan excitedly continued, "This time, let me, Duan Yuan, make gold and silver roll in for you. You just wait and see." The scene shifts to a location in Jingcheng. Feng Li begins to speak. "Brother Xuandi, if I truly had any other choice, I wouldn't have come to ask for your help." Xuanfeng calmly replied to him, "Brother Jin Xuandi, first, explain the situation clearly." He continued, "But Brother Xuandi, if you don't step in, I'm afraid my entire life's work will be destroyed." Jin Feng Li began to meticulously recount how Ying Bu Kong had wreaked havoc on the Jin Yang gang and how Bu Kong had easily defeated all of his men. In less than 3 moves, Jin Feng Li was defeated and left lying on the ground. That man gave him an ultimatum: submit within 2 days or die. Xuanfeng replied in shock, "Only 3 moves? This person's cultivation. I'm afraid it far surpasses my own," Feng Li said in a panic. "Ah, Brother Xuandi, surely you're not. You're not going to just ignore this, are you?" He quickly replied, "Big Brother Jin, please relay a message to that person for me. 3 days from now, at the southern poplar tree, I, Hai Xuanfeng, will be awaiting his grand arrival." The scene shifts again, this time to the Quan family's training grounds. A troop of valiant soldiers charges forward, their banners waving. Mota shouted, "Step forward! Squad leaders and platoon leaders, report the results of the field training." An officer under his command quickly replied, reporting, "Young master, during this field training exercise, we lost a total of 46 members. Of the remaining members, 130 broke through the 9th rank to reach the initial stage of the human Xuan realm, and 84 people advanced to the middle stage of the human Xuan realm." He replied to the officer, "Very good, but all of you must remember that our achievement this time is only the beginning. Every single accomplishment by any one of you was earned through struggle. Even the most cowardly among you can become a valiant warrior. One day, you will all reach a level you previously couldn't even imagine in your wildest dreams." The soldiers under his command shouted in unison, "Yes, sir! We will heed the young master's words. Young master, please let us follow you, can we?" Mota replied to them coolly, "Go find third uncle. He will arrange your positions." A moment later, Wu Yi, who was sitting beside him, said, "You could have handled the arrangements for those men yourself, nephew. I'm very busy." Mota immediately retorted, "Ever since I taught you the disguise art, have you just been busy going around killing people?" "I cleaned up a place just like that Huanghua Hall from before," he continued. "After I returned, I made sure everything was spotless." "You little rascal, how did you figure it out?" Mota tilted his head and said, "After killing people, the baleful aura lingers. The temperament on your body naturally becomes different from usual. Besides me, there probably aren't many people in this world who can tell, so third uncle can rest easy." Wu Yi asked, "You little brat, never mind. Do you have anything important this afternoon? If not, make sure you come back early. Tonight, there's a banquet to host the Guan family, a welcoming feast for them, but I showed a skeptical expression." He continued, "The first purpose, of course, is to welcome your great-aunt home. As for the second matter, they've already revealed their intentions." He shook his head and said, "I think this matter is not that simple." Wu Yi continued, "Whether Qing Han stays or leaves is the Guan family's business. If Qing Han finds a good match, our Jun family can also marry her off with a grand ceremony. She is truly a very good girl. It's just that our Jun family, your eldest brother, was not fortunate enough." I spoke up, "Third uncle, if she finds a good match, we will naturally be happy for her, but I still feel there's something strange about the Guan family." Wu Yi then said, "If the Guan family is visiting for Qing Han's happiness, just considering the family's interests, that's a different matter. The Guan family is of course Qing Han's maternal family, but the Jun family is even more like her true home." He cut him off. "Third uncle, you are indeed sharp, worthy of being a Sky Xuan expert, the great general of the first blood-clothes generation." Wu Yi suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Don't use that old, empty title to make fun of your third uncle." He took out a newly refined pill and continued, "This is what you need." I gently took the newly condensed pill from him. After catching it, he looked down at the pill in his hand. Seeing his doubtful expression, the man said, "A 6th-grade Xuan Dan, fresh out of the furnace." The scene shifts to that afternoon at the Song family's tavern. Huai entered the tavern and said loudly, "Old Third Song, you're being far too eccentric. Today is the wine competition. Why prepare so grandly? It's so intimidating that this prince hardly dared to step inside. He glanced at the table and said, "You prepared this many cups?" A series of gleaming cups were meticulously arranged on the table. Old Third heard him and said, "Wine might be a small matter to others, but to me, it is the most important event in the world. Moreover, I have a feeling that this wine competition will become the most precious memory for me." Old Third Song. The prince was astonished. "Old Third Song, you are the times Old Third Song?" Legend says that Old Third Song is elegant and dashing, a man of unparalleled style. I wonder why Song Xuan has ended up like this. He calmly replied, "I dare not recall the past, so what's the point in mentioning it?" Yang Mo poked his head out from behind and called out to the prince, "Your Highness." He explained to the room, "This is my disciple, Yang Mo." Bu Kong, sitting with his legs crossed while swirling a cup of wine, said, "His foundation is not bad." Huai Nong nodded slightly at him and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Suddenly, I pulled back the curtain, stepped into the room, and announced, "I'm here." He glanced around the room, breaking out in a cold sweat, and continued, "Old Song, this isn't your wedding night, is it?" With that, I walked to the table and placed 2 jars of wine down. Huainong looked at me and asked curiously, "Is that all? Just 2 jars?" I calmly replied, "1 jar costs 12,000 taels of silver. These 2 cost 24,000 taels. You're getting it for free and you're still complaining it's not enough?" Old Third brought out 2 more jars of wine, saying, "To be fair, you brought out 2 jars, so I shall bring out 2 as well." This wine took 5 years to make. I gathered over 30 types of rare flowers and exotic herbs, brewed it from the essence of the 5 grains, using water from a snow-capped mountain peak. Wukong suddenly spoke up, spending 5 years gathering ingredients from all over the world just to brew a few jars of wine. For that dedication alone, this wine is already worth tasting. I added, "Such persistence is admirable. But persistence does not guarantee success." Wukong sat opposite me and asked, "Young man, are you saying persistence isn't important? Tell me, from ancient times until now, has there been any successful person who wasn't incredibly persistent? Success isn't achieved through mere talk." I replied to him, being confident of victory and achieving it. That is admirable persistence. But knowingly persisting without any hope is just foolishness. I believe that any renowned Xuangong master is not a brainless fool. The man frowned and asked back, "And which Xuangong masters do you know of?" I continued, "The resounding fame of the 8 great masters of the world. It's difficult not to know of them, wouldn't you agree? The top 7 positions are indisputable, but for the 8th position, in the eyes of the public, 2 people are probably considered equals." Bak Kong immediately added, "How can they be equals? Eagle God Thong Nguyen Yuang Bak Kong and Sword God Fong Quian Van have been fighting each other for half a lifetime, and to this day, no winner has been decided. So I say the 2 of them share this 8th position. Is that Fong Quian Van even skilled enough? Generally speaking, it's just an empty reputation." Mak Ta then said, "Senior, what you said makes sense. I heard that to practice martial arts, Bak Kong often goes to the Tet Mountains to fight with thousands of Yuang birds. From this point alone, Bak Kong is leagues ahead of Fong Quian Van." Bak Kong nodded in praise. "You little brat! You seem to know a thing or two. But this old man still doesn't agree with your argument about persistence." Mak Ta thought to himself, "I was only suspicious before, but it seems this is undoubtedly Bak Kong." He then raised a question. "Many people go to the peak of Tet Mountain to train, but only Bak Kong became a grandmaster. What is the reason?" Hoai Nong, standing beside him, asked curiously, "Is it because all those people died?" The young man replied that he wasn't wrong. Effort doesn't equate to success. Old Third Tong's wine is probably not bad, but it's not necessarily the best wine. Old Third replied to him, "Just as you said, whether the wine is good or bad, you'll know once you taste it." He opened the wine jar, and the fragrance spread throughout the room. Huai inhaled the aroma and exclaimed, "This is truly a top-grade wine." Ba Kong also praised it. "I can only find 2 or 3 other wines that can compare to this one." Makta thought to himself, "Although this wine's aroma is rich, it's a bit muddled. It seems that if you smell it for a while, it actually becomes ordinary." Old Third carefully lifted the wine jar high up. Seeing this, Makta couldn't help but praise. Quite the skill, using profound ki to awaken the wine. He poured the wine from the jar into small cups, then offered them to everyone in the room to enjoy. Hoai Nong quickly downed his cup of wine and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Delicious wine." Bak Kong sipped the wine and said, "Indeed, not bad. This old man has tasted countless fine liquors, but no wine could compare to this one. It was truly top grade." Makta looked at the cup in his hand and said, "It's still not professional enough. The impurities haven't been fully filtered out." This is a major taboo in wine brewing, Old Third asked him, bewildered. Not professional enough, but this is the best wine I've spent all my energy and years of dedication to make. Hoainong looked at Makta's arrogant attitude and chimed in. Young man, we should try your wine then. The young man took out the wine jar he had brought and said, It seems you've all written me off already. The winner hasn't been decided yet, so how can you know whose wine is better? Bak Kong stared intently at the young man's wine jar and assessed it. Why is there no wine aroma? And it's even wrapped in a layer of oil paper. The young man calmly removed the oil paper from the jar and continued, Don't be hasty. There's still the stopper. Opening the wine jar revealed a piece of wood stuffed inside. Bak Kong exclaimed in surprise, It's even plugged with camphor wood? Makta used his strength to remove the wooden plug from the jar, then smiled confidently. The camphor wood plug was removed, and the fragrance wafted throughout the room. Makta continued, Those who haven't yet drunk are already intoxicated. Open the jar and the scent travels 10 miles. The mysterious wine's aroma dreamily spread throughout the room. Everyone exclaimed, Is this still wine? Can there really be a wine in this world that can transport people to a celestial realm with its aroma alone? The wine was then poured by the young man into each small cup on the table. Hoainong stared intently and repeated, Those who haven't yet drunk are already intoxicated. Open the jar and the scent travels 10 miles. Tears streamed down his face as he continued, It's far more than just 10 miles. Old Third was still doubtful. If this wine only has aroma, and you don't feel this way after drinking it, wouldn't that just be a huge disappointment? Bak Kong inhaled the wine's aroma and thought, Just this fragrance alone is a beautiful dream from which one would never wish to awaken. He looked at the cup of wine and swallowed, his mouth watering. The wine in the cup shimmered, looking incredibly captivating. The hand Bak Kong used to hold the cup began to tremble uncontrollably. He eagerly raised the cup, wanting to take a taste. The moment the wine touched the corner of his lips, it sent a shiver of pleasure through him. And the old man couldn't hold back as his entire body began to tremble. Then, he exclaimed with excitement, Delicious wine. This is the most delicious wine in the world. This is the wine a true man should drink. Hoainong downed the entire cup of wine in his hand in one go. He slammed the cup down on the table, staring at it intently as he stammered, Only today do I realize I've truly wasted the past 10-something years. Beside him, old Tam slowly sipped his wine and sighed to himself, I've lost. But to lose to a wine of such superior quality is a loss I don't regret. Old Tam's hands trembled as he held the cup. To be able to drink such a fine wine today, I can live the rest of my life with no regrets. The first half of my life, tears streamed down his cheeks, has been a waste, alas. The prince stared thoughtfully at the bowl of wine on the table. At today's wine competition, Old Tam loudly conceded defeat. I'm ashamed. How can this even be called a competition? My wine is completely unworthy of competing. I, Tong Lao Tam, am utterly and completely convinced of my defeat. He knelt before me, wanting to become my disciple. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. I watched the scene unfold, at a loss for words. The old man, however, casually offered his advice. A bet is a bet. For Tong Lao Tam to take this little brother as his master, given his brewing skills, is not shameful at all. I closed my eyes, sat on the chair, and spoke humbly. Senior, you flatter me. I opened my eyes and smiled. It is I who should be relying on you. The prince laughed heartily and asked me, Little brother, how much of this wine do you have left? Is it? I calmly stated the price and asked a question. Well, I've stated the price before. A wine like this costs 12,000 silver taels per jar. Tell me, gentlemen, is it worth it? Hearing the question, the prince replied, It's certainly worth the price. But to actually spend 12,000 taels to buy it is no easy feat. Old Tam sat with his arms crossed, his expression serious. If this is truly a rare, top-grade wine of the mortal realm, then it truly can't be measured by mere gold and silver. Forget 12,000 silver taels a jar. Even 12,000 gold taels a jar would be worth it. Then, I revealed my plan. If that's the case, I'll just auction off a limited quantity of the wine. I could probably fetch a handsome price. The prince asked in surprise. An auction? When will it start, and where will it be held? I smiled but didn't reveal the location. Regarding that, Tong Lao Tam will be the first to be notified when the time comes. Tong Lao Tam will be participating in my wine auction. The prince cheered happily and pleaded with me. That's wonderful. Can this old man get in on the action as well? Please, share some with me. Just then, old Tam stood up to introduce the prince he'd been conversing with. Master, allow me to introduce you. This is the current Prince Pingdeng, Yang Huai Nong, the one and only biological younger brother of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tianxiang Empire. Hearing the identity of the man before me, I simply gave a light smile. So, you are Prince Pingdeng. Forgive my earlier disrespect. The two men looked at my calm expression, quite surprised. They thought, This young man seems like an ordinary scholar, yet he shows no sign of being flustered upon meeting a prince. Huainong stopped dwelling on it and casually made me an offer. What do you think about this proposal? This old man is willing to invest 1,002,000 taels for a 10% stake in the business. Consider it this old man securing a future for my descendants. I do hope you'll agree, little brother. Hearing his words, I fell into deep thought. This prince has always lived a frugal life, yet now he's seeking to secure a future for his descendants. I glanced at a timid-looking kid nearby. The little lord is quite cute. The kid glared at me and snapped, "Nonsense, I'm a boy," but I paid the kid no mind and agreed to Huainong's proposal. All right, you seem like a decent person, so I don't mind letting you in on this. I cupped my hands to bid them farewell. As for the auction, I'll have Tong Lao Tam notify everyone. For now, I have an urgent matter at home and must leave. Seeing him try to leave, Bu Kong quickly moved to stop him. Hold on, kid. You recognize me, yet you're trying to leave without a word? I haven't settled the score with you for making a fool out of me back then. His voice dropped low as he uttered a threat. You should know, a debt to me isn't easily wiped away. Mo Ta fearlessly walked closer to Bu Kong, Sr. Trying to collect a debt from me isn't a very good idea, especially one with no proof like this. He countered with a threat of his own. Those who try to collect debts from me usually end up owing me instead. Do you want to try? Bu Kong, holding his wine cup, didn't believe Mo Ta's words. Nonsense. Compared to me, you're still too green. No matter what, you will definitely pay. Mo Ta didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Fine. After today, if you can still find me, we can talk then. Outside, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and the streets were completely deserted. On a high tower, a young lady stood observing. That person was Yue. She stood there, lost in thought. Jun Mo Ta, today. Never mind Jun Zhantian backing you. Even if all 8 great supremes were your steadfast supporters. Yue's gaze turned sharp and cold. You must die tonight. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared behind her. Young miss, it's about to rain. The man's face was covered, revealing only his eyes and a long scar running across one of them. The wind is strong out here. You should go downstairs to take shelter. Yue was adamant, a deep hatred gleaming in her eyes. No, I want to see Jun Mo Ta die with my own eyes. This intelligence was difficult to obtain. We must seize this chance. A short while later, night fell. A horse-drawn carriage traveled along a deserted road. Mo Ta sat inside the carriage, his face growing serious and alert. Why do I feel so uneasy? When was the last time I felt this sense of dread? Sensing a heavy killing intent, Mo Ta's vigilance heightened. A life-threatening danger was approaching. The driver outside shouted a warning as he saw 3 figures in black rushing forward. Enemy attack. One of them leaped onto the carriage and thrust his sword down through the roof. Sharp iron arrows flew into the carriage, but fortunately, Mo Ta was quick enough to dodge them. At the same time, thousands of arrows rained down from outside. His subordinate shouted, leaping out to avoid the volley. He worriedly turned his head and yelled, "Young master!" Mo Ta loudly commanded his subordinate, "Don't worry about me." After sending the signal, break through the encirclement immediately. I have my own way of escaping. Mo Ta's subordinate took out a round orb and threw it upwards. It flew high into the air and suddenly lit up. The assassins saw the light and recognized it as the Jun family's special distress signal. They couldn't wait any longer and charged forward. Go! Once the Tianquan experts get here, we'll be finished. But the carriage was now empty. Mo Ta had already slipped out long ago. Luckily, he had prepared for a situation just like this. He muttered an incantation. Heaven's Qian and Kun, Earth's Yin and Yang, the reincarnation cycle, creation's emergence. Hide me within the duality of creation itself. The assassin's sharp sword flew towards the carriage. He slashed it to pieces, yelling, "Die!" When the cloud of dust and smoke cleared, the assassin looked around. Where'd he go? On the high tower, Yue had been observing the whole time. She was stunned. What's going on? The assassin who had destroyed the carriage immediately gave an order and turned away. Search for him. A loud clap of thunder echoed across the sky, followed by a sudden downpour that drenched the tiled roofs of the district. At the same time, on the other rooftops, Yue's subordinates, who had been lying in ambush, had their bows and arrows ready. Suddenly, a dark figure zipped past one of the archers. It was Mo Ta, his face covered and his body concealed by a cloak. He stood behind the archer, who was about to turn around when another clap of thunder struck. Mo Ta raised a hand to his lips, making a shushing sound. Simultaneously, 2 or 3 other assassins spotted him and charged forward with a yell. The one who saw Mo Ta first knelt, drew his bow, and fired an arrow. But they were too slow, as he had already rushed in to defeat them. One of them cried out in regret, "My blade!" The other blade-wielding men below looked up and saw Mo Ta above. One of them, filled with rage, seethed, "How dare you kill my men!" He leaped up in pursuit, shouting, "You're courting death!" The man caught up, and Mo Ta glanced back at him. Mo Ta's lips moved slightly as he once again mumbled an incantation. All things can be hidden, and so can the human form. Let the old ways return, restoring the balance of yin and yang. And just like that, he vanished. The man was astonished. He's gone? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is this? Below the rooftops, Mo Ta's subordinate was running to find him when the assassin spotted him and yelled, "Quick! After him!" They all closed in on Mo Ta's subordinate, but suddenly, a sword slash sent them tumbling to the ground. The subordinate turned around, looking stunned. A senior from the June family? Thank you for saving me, senior. But he didn't leave right away and asked, "And what about the young master? Please, senior." Not wanting to reveal his identity to his subordinate, Mo Ta lied. Jun Mo Ta escaped a long time ago. What's there left to save? He frowned, chiding him. If you hadn't been lingering here, he would have been home by now. The assassin reasoned. That person used a special movement technique to rescue Mo Ta and get away. Then they ambushed and killed our archers. Analyzing the situation, the assassin gave an order to the others. Pursue them. This person's Shuen cultivation isn't high. They can only rely on sneak attacks. Mo Ta and his subordinate quickly fled, but the assassin caught up, his eyes glinting with killing intent. In a scornful tone, he said, "You killed my brothers, and you think you can escape unscathed?" Mo Ta paid him no mind, using the heavy rain to speed up their escape while instructing his subordinate. "Follow me! Don't stop for even a second!" The two of them sprinted forward together. The assassin caught up, brandishing his sword. Mo Ta skillfully dodged his treacherous strike, but still received a light wound on his shoulder. Mo Ta thought, "I can't let him drag this out." His eyes filled with determination, wanting to finish the enemy in one blow. Mo Ta's powerful punch left his opponent completely dazed. The assassin collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, they made a swift escape. He was later found by his comrades, lying unconscious. Yuer spotted the Jun family's reinforcements arriving and immediately ordered her soldiers to retreat. The sound of neighing horses grew louder. Mo Ta looked towards the sound and said, "Someone's coming. It must be the Jun family's reinforcements." After saying that, he bid farewell to the subordinate and left. Just a few seconds later, Old Peng arrived and hurriedly asked, "Who was that person just now?" The subordinate reported, "Elder Peng, that person must be one of our hidden masters." Hearing this, the old man replied, "It's good that you're not dead. But where is the young master?" The subordinate looked terrified, realizing Mo Ta hadn't returned. Old Peng's tone became accusatory. "Did you abandon the young master to save your own skin?" Suddenly, Mo Ta appeared, saying, "Hold on, Elder Peng. Don't blame a good man. He risked his life to distract the enemy so I could escape." The old man was surprised. "In that case, we must properly repay the master who just saved the two of you." The subordinate looked troubled. "I'm not sure which way the master went. His movement technique was too incredible." Mo Ta also feigned curiosity about their benefactor. Old Peng, eager to know more, asked, "What did he look like?" Mo Ta turned his back, coughed a couple of times, and then replied curtly, "His face was covered so I couldn't get a clear look." The old man said worriedly, "I can't believe that after the marshal's accident, someone is still targeting the young master. When you return, go see third uncle first and report the situation. Also tell the servants to prepare hot water. Otherwise, the young master will catch a cold. Bring another umbrella here." Old Peng then hesitated before asking, "Young master, will you still be able to attend the family banquet?" Mo Ta replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I'm not hurt. I've grown used to situations like this. They barely faze me anymore." Then, the old man escorted him, saying, "Please, young master, let's return to the residence. The marshal and the elders have been waiting for a long time." Mo Ta suddenly turned and said, "I just remembered I left some things in the sedan chair. Just give me the umbrella. I can go get them myself." He was secretly planning to search for traces of the earlier assassins. "Even without me going over every detail with you, the information gathered from the surface residue is more than enough. You seem to have figured something out. It's a very familiar scent indeed. And that cry for help was also a very interesting sound. Enough for me to find the person." Kaini saw Mo Ta had just returned and ran over. "Young master, go change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. The family banquet is about to start. You should head over quickly." The scene shifts to Wu Yi and Mo Ta eating together. He glances at the young man and asks, "I wonder what kind of expert could help you so cleanly and quickly." Mo Ta quickly asks if his third uncle knows this person. He glances at Wu Yi and replies with a slight smile, "Well, third uncle, the world is vast and full of strange things. There are countless people with strange abilities." At this, his uncle cuts him off. "I won't discuss this with you, my boy. You must have a clear idea of who's behind this, right? Do you need me to send people to assist?" Mo Ta says softly, "I'm about 30% certain. But the time isn't right yet. The items they're making for me haven't been delivered. Acting now would only alert the enemy." Wu Yi wonders, "Do you mean those crossbows you mentioned before?" Mo Ta confirms, "Third uncle is truly far-sighted. By the way, where are the people from the Guan family? Isn't today's banquet to welcome them?" He explains, Right now, they're in your eldest sister-in-law's small courtyard. It seems Ching Han is in a bad mood, and they just happened to arrive. Dong Liu appears with her, and Ching Han's expression doesn't seem happy. Then, Ching Ba and Ching Yue also enter at the same time. Dong Liu praised him enthusiastically. Third brother, you must be the famous third young master, right? Truly handsome and refined, with an extraordinary air. Because the third young master hates socializing with guys his age, the atmosphere becomes a bit awkward. Mota sizes them up with a quick glance. The eyes of this second young master of the Guan family, they keep darting around evasively. Something isn't right. Ching Yue and Ching Ba then approach to greet him, and Mota also replies politely. The two Guan brothers didn't mind the long and arduous journey to Xiangqing. Mota thought to himself, he called me third young master, not third brother. Does he mean he doesn't acknowledge me as his brother? So that's how it is. Mota smiles. These past few days, this little brother has been busy and couldn't properly host you two esteemed brothers. It's truly rude of me. Qingba casually says, we're all one family. Why talk about being rude? Besides, these past few days in Xiangqing, we've actually visited quite a few places, and we were having so much fun we almost forgot our way back. He suddenly says in a low, mysterious voice, well, I guarantee there's one place, a very fun place, that I'm sure you esteemed brothers haven't been to. The brother grows curious and immediately asks about it. Mota doesn't hesitate to point out, Lingwu Lake, now that's a man's paradise. You've never been, have you? Ching Yue, standing beside him, scoffs. This guy is really not a decent person. Mota continues to boast. I'm a regular patron of that place. Qingba bursts out laughing. I was wondering what place it could be. Turns out it's just Lingwu Lake. Ching Yue says in a low voice. The two of us have been in Xiangqing for 2 days, and we spent a whole day there. The older brother becomes embarrassed and quickly explains, but we weren't really there to seek pleasure. Hearing this, the younger brother suddenly gets flustered and tries to stop his brother. Qingba reassures him, Ching Yue, as a man, you should act openly and honorably. This is nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, the third young master is practically family, so what's the big deal? Mota chimes in, that's right, we can all go together sometime. He easily notices that the two brothers seem a bit uncomfortable. The older brother stammers, to be honest with you, third young master, my second brother actually has a close female confidant at Lingwu Lake, Ching Yue affirms, and she only sells her art, not her body. Hearing this, Mota is stunned. So that's how it is, sells her art, not her body. Second, Brother Guan is truly a man of refined tastes. Mota now connects the dots in his mind. No wonder the timing of this assassination attempt was so coincidental. It's true that a thief from within is the hardest to guard against. Wanting to fish for more information, he probes, I didn't expect second Brother Guan to have an acquaintance at Lingwu Lake too. I'm also extremely familiar with that place. Let me tell you a little secret. Many of those ladies who sell their art but not their bodies, I was the one who took their virginity. For example, that Miss Yue from the Misty Spirit Lake Arts Pavilion. Ching Yue's face stiffened. Third young master, you're not bluffing, are you? Everyone knows Yue is a lady who sells her art, not her body. How could she be so shameless? Jun Moxie pulled him closer and continued to whisper in his ear. Still don't believe me? Let me tell you, Miss Yue has 3 red moles on her buttock. At night, they spread out, and that soft waist of hers. When she's with me, she even opens up and shares her innermost thoughts. It's truly intoxicating. I originally wanted to give her a lot of money, but she's deeply in love with me and insists on only selling her art, not her body. I can only respect her wishes. His anger provoked to its peak, Ching Yue could no longer hold back and roared. You've gone too far, Jun Moxie! You bastard, you scoundrel! You're the most shameless person in the world! Jun Moxie asked nonchalantly, what do you want to do? But inwardly he was gloating. So you're finally provoked, huh? Not good enough, little bro. Everyone was startled and looked in their direction, completely clueless about what was happening. Ching Yue began to draw his sword, intending to fight Jun Moxie. You and I cannot live under the same sky. Dong Liu, not knowing how much Jun Moxie's words had provoked Ching Yue, angrily shouted, you sinful creature, you've gone mad! Flashing back 3 years, he had met Yue long ago, and it was love at first sight. To Ching Yue, Yue was his entire world, the goddess in his heart. This time, upon arriving in Heavenly Fragrance City, Yue told him that Jun Moxie often came to harass her. She wanted him to teach Jun Moxie a lesson. He would absolutely not allow anyone to humiliate Yue, so Ching Yue didn't even think twice. Of course, he agreed immediately. But unexpectedly, he was now so angry he was on the verge of tears. Jun Moxie, if I don't kill you, I am not a man. He raised an eyebrow, sizing up Ching Yue. This silly little boy actually has real feelings for Yue. His family members felt as if they had been struck by lightning, feeling utterly disgraced. Dong Liu struggled over to Ching Yue. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to third young master Jun at once. The old man landed a heavy slap across his face in front of everyone, but Qing Yue remained defiant. I will not apologize to him, and I wasn't talking nonsense. Jun Mo Shi. I, in my own name, wish to propose a duel with you. Before he could finish, Dong Liu kicked him repeatedly. You bastard! Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing the situation escalating, Wu Yi immediately stepped in to stop the old man. He advised, Brother Guan, I believe there must be a reason for this. We should investigate it clearly. Moreover, this is a conflict between the younger generation from start to finish. It's not appropriate for us seniors to interfere so casually. Qing Han spoke up. Please calm down, third uncle. Let me go and ask. Qing Yue, what exactly is today's matter about? Your sister will back you up. Jun Moxie feigned confusion. A duel? For what reason, third young master Guan? I don't recall offending you in any way. Qing Yue couldn't bring himself to speak. The Yue he cherished and protected. He couldn't say that she was a courtesan. If they found out he wanted to duel the third young master Jun over a courtesan, they would probably go mad. Jun Moxie adopted a sincere attitude. Second young master Guan, if I have truly offended you in some way, I am willing to atone. Please, second young master, just tell me directly. The atmosphere became very quiet. Suddenly, Qing Ba spoke up. Let me explain this matter. After that, Qing Ba recounted the story of Qing Yue and Yue. As if anyone present wasn't worldly enough to understand, one could easily guess the cause of today's incident. The two powerful families were also connected by marriage. To turn hostile and start a fight just for a courtesan, this is truly the biggest joke in the world. Dong Liu lost his composure and cursed, You beast, you're going to be the death of me. Daring to fight to the death with your own younger brother-in-law over a mere courtesan? You've completely disgraced our Guan family. Qing Yue retorted, Yue is the one I love dearly. She's no ordinary woman. Besides, this brat is about to no longer be my younger brother-in-law. He revealed everything. This time, we came to annul the marriage on behalf of my sister. Once the engagement is broken, he will have no connection to us. Qing Han was speechless, while Mo Ta stood there stunned, unable to believe the truth. Jian Tian remained silent, but he had also figured it out. The Guan family's purpose for coming here this time was to annul the engagement. Jian Tian immediately left. The old master said, I'm a bit drunk. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you further. Dong Liu stammered. Please, don't mind us. Please take care of your health. He quietly returned to his residence. Qing Han's position in the Jun family was only nominal. In fact, even if the Guan family hadn't brought it up, for Qing Han's happiness, the Jun family elders would have agreed to push this matter forward. Wu Yi was also in a difficult position, because the Guan family announcing this in front of everyone was no different from giving the Jun family a painful slap in the face. Although it was just a matter of face, this was face the Jun family could not afford to lose. Once word of the annulment got out, it would surely be twisted by malicious people, leading to unforeseeable consequences. After a moment, he inquired, Right now, I just want to know what exactly second young master Guan wanted to do today. Qing Yue replied in a strained voice. Mo Ta, you who insulted and looked down on Yue are my sworn enemy. He was resolute. If you were lucky enough to escape and return today, then today I will get justice for Yue. If you're still a man, then gladly accept this young master's challenge. Wu Yi coldly repeated Qing Yue's words. If you were lucky enough to escape and return today, second young master Guan, by that logic, were you also involved in this afternoon's assassination attempt? Or perhaps, you were the one who planned it? Qing Yue vehemently denied it. Assassination? I did not. It was merely a simple lesson. If this young master wanted to kill him, could a prodigal son like him possibly escape? Mo Ta and Wu Yi now knew clearly that this second young master Guan, in the eyes of that lady Yue, was nothing more than a tool to be used. Dong Liu was so angry he was speechless. You fool, you're being used by that wretched woman. Qing Yue held his head in pain. Being used? Of course I know. He began to explain softly. Back when she was still in the East, she used me then too. But, do you know, to be used by her, I'm actually very happy. I'm willing to be used by her. It truly brings me joy. Being used by her shows that I still have value in her eyes. If she didn't even want to use me, then what value would I have left? Everyone who heard this sighed. Since ancient times, the trials of love have been hard to overcome. What is this thing called love that makes couples vow to live and die together? Mo Ta spoke up to diffuse the situation. So that's how it is. The truth of the matter is clear now. It turns out second brother Guan is truly a man lost in love. The earlier incident of drawing swords was just making a mountain out of a molehill. It was nothing more than us kids fooling around. Can the esteemed uncles and elders let this matter go? Dong Liu said respectfully. Many thanks to the third young master for being magnanimous and letting it go. You two little brats, hurry back to your rooms and reflect on your mistakes. When I get back, I'll skin you both alive. Mota found it very strange to see Qingba smiling at this. Dongliu approached Wu Yi and promised, "If such a shameful incident ever happens again, I will offer up my own head." He didn't want to say much more. The misunderstanding can end here. As for Qing Han's matter, I hope Guanshuan will be frank and tell us the real reason for annulling the engagement. The old man hesitated. Young Master Quan, when it comes to this matter, it's best you don't know, as it will only bring more trouble to the Quan family. He smiled faintly. Am I the type to be afraid of trouble? Surely, no one in this world would dare to interfere with the marriage between the Guan and Quan families, would they? Dong Lu looked at his daughter, unable to hide his frustration. This whole disaster was caused by my girl. Qing Han immediately retorted, "How is this my fault?" The old man calmly began to recount the story. Do you remember, half a year ago, on the anniversary of Mo Yao's death, when you went to pay respects at their grave? The memory came flooding back from that moment. There, she had encountered a youth in green robes who followed her for quite a distance. At that time, Dang Yun had threatened her, "I don't care who you are, and I don't care about your status. All I know is that you will undoubtedly become my woman." Dong Liu explained, his voice trembling with fear. He is Dang Yun, the only son of Supreme Juetian, Li Juetian, and also the sole young master of the Southern Skies Blood Soul Mountain Villa. Supreme Juetian, Li Juetian, is renowned as the second most powerful expert in the world, second only to the Divine Eagle Supreme, Yun Bi Chen. This is a force that neither the Guan family, the Quan family, nor even the entire Tianxiang Empire dares to provoke. Dong Lu honestly explained the whole situation. After Dang Yun investigated Qing Han's identity, he immediately sent people to my Guan family to inform us. He said, "If we do not agree, then both the Guan family and the Quan family will be immediately annihilated." Qing Han thought to herself, "No questions asked, just a direct resort to force. This is indeed the way of the Blood Soul Mountain Villa." Mota burst out laughing. "How old is this Jue Tian guy? If I'm not mistaken, he must be over 100 years old, right?" His tone was scornful. "So old, yet he has a son who's only 20 years old. A precious late-life son indeed," Dong Liu snapped. "Do you find this situation amusing?" Mota shot back. "Of course it's amusing. The Guan family doesn't dare to provoke the Blood Soul Mountain Villa, so you're willing to disregard your own daughter's honor, treating her like a piece of merchandise to be sold off at will." Dong Lu quickly tried to explain. "I truly don't want to do this. Qing Han is my own flesh and blood. I'm in agony over this, but the Guan family has over 1,000 people. Am I supposed to sacrifice all of them for this?" The old man shouted. "You have no idea how terrifying the Blood Soul Mountain Villa is." Mota looked sternly at Dong Liu. "You're sending her to her doom just to be humiliated. Do you really think you'll be able to live in peace afterward?" Dong Liu warned him. "Mota, do not be insolent." The old man sounded utterly helpless. When a family lacks the strength to protect its own, sacrifices are inevitable. Seething with anger, he retorted. "How can you know you can't protect her completely if you don't even try? You're simply afraid of their power." Dong Liu said shamefully, "If sacrificing my own life could save the Guan family, I would have already gone to fight Li Juetian to the death. But what good would that do? If I were the type to ignore all reason and just dump this entire problem on the Quan family, tell me, would my Guan family be harmed at all? Or would it be the Quan family who pays the price?" Mota declared firmly, "Family head Guan, you are absolutely right. My wife, Qing Han, is now a member of my Quan family. She has long since ceased to be a member of the Guan family. A married daughter is like spilled water, so this matter no longer concerns your Guan family." Hearing this, both the father and daughter grew anxious about the Quan family's future. He declared with absolute certainty, "I am the sole heir of the Quan family. The family's future is in my hands. My decision is the decision of the entire Quan family. Family head Guan, my Quan family will not annul this marriage. Your Guan family should abandon that notion immediately. I don't want to concern myself with it any further." Dong Liu grew anxious. "Third young master, you speak with great valor, but the power of the Blood Soul Mountain Villa is..." A voice immediately cut him off. "Mota is right." The elder showed great faith in him. "Qing Han is the daughter-in-law of our Quan family. She is a member of the Quan family. Mota's decision represents the decision of our entire clan." Dong Liu was filled with regret. He had chosen to give in, but the Quan family stood firm. Suddenly, Mota called out loudly to Qing Han. Mota stared at her, his expression serious and mature. He then went to reassure her. "If the Quan family lacks the power to protect its own, then before the Quan family is destroyed, we will die together. We would rather all die than live in shame." Than Han pondered deeply. For the person she cared for, she was willing to sacrifice the latter half of her life. "I might be unable to bear the humiliation and end my own life. However, if that leads the Blood Soul Manor to attack and annihilate both the Guan and Jun families, wouldn't my sin be the greatest of all?" After coming to a decision, she spoke up. "Third uncle, I have something to say. Wu Yi listened intently to Than Han. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Your third uncle will definitely support you. She suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded. Although Than Han and Mo Shi have a marriage agreement, it is in name only. Therefore, Than Han dares to beg third uncle to dissolve our marriage contract. As she finished speaking, her eyes shone with a rare determination, as if she had considered this matter very carefully. Wu Yi was stunned, speechless. Than Han forced herself to continue. I truly have no face left to meet the old master, so I can only beg third uncle to grant my wish. Tomorrow, I wish to immediately return to the Guan family with my father. From this day forward, I will have no connection to the Jun family. He immediately spoke up firmly. Third uncle understands that you've decided to sacrifice yourself because you don't want to get us involved. I will grant your request to annul the engagement, but the affair with the Blood Soul Manor concerns our Jun family. Even if you are not a daughter-in-law or a daughter of the Jun family, our Jun family will not allow anyone to humiliate you. Mojie smiled warmly. That's right. Third uncle is correct. Do they think we are only connected by a piece of paper? This incident has become an unacceptable humiliation for our Jun family. Than Han was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Dong Niu hesitated and asked, Jun Third Master, how should I explain this? Can't this be done for the sake of the country, the family, others, and ourselves? Wu Yi stated bluntly, our positions are different. The political faction desires stability, but the military is iron-blooded. Our Jun family is the leading family in the military. How could we possibly endure such a humiliation? Hearing this, the old man paused, thinking to himself, why did I forget? I came to the home of the nation's most warlike family, and they even agreed to break the engagement. This clearly indicates that the Jun family is not acting rashly. Dong Niu left, reassured. His Majesty has only given us 2 months' time. I hope the Jun Third Master prepares accordingly. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, rain poured down relentlessly on the eaves. Dunhan sat deep in thought, then raised her voice to ask, Jun Moshe ran into trouble today. Is he dead? The subordinate immediately reported, he's not dead. At the critical moment, a mysterious person appeared and killed several of the assassins. His strength was so overwhelming that the remaining assassins found it hard to retreat. She continued to probe suspiciously, do you know which faction tried to assassinate Jun Moshe? The subordinate replied in fear, we don't know yet, ma'am. Dunyan ordered him to investigate, and the subordinate didn't dare to refuse. After being injured and disfigured, Dunyan was like a daughter who had been married off, staying cooped up in the house all day. Her personality grew more and more eccentric, and her subordinates became increasingly fearful of her. In the dead of night, Dunhan went alone to a secret location and gave a signal. She was having an urgent meeting with her senior brother. Inside, everyone was cloaked from head to toe. One person asked urgently, Dunhan, is there any news about the Xuandan? She confirmed, there's no news for the time being, but as soon as the Xuandan appears, we will definitely be the first to know. The main thing we need to watch out for now is that people from Fengxi City have also arrived. Shi Changxiao himself has also made a move. This means there are now 4 Supreme Divine Xuan experts in Tianxiang City. Once the Xuandan appears, everyone will fight fiercely for it. Our chances of success are not high, and we might not be able to obtain it. Jian Hongchen reassured him, Junior Brother Li, don't worry too much. We just need to seize the Xuandan and have our fastest member escape with it. The rest of us will stay behind to run interference. Even if Yun Bichen himself shows up, I'm confident we can hold him off for some time. Dunhan smiled brightly. Then I'll be counting on all of you, my senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, a message arrived. The messenger announced loudly. The aura of the Xuandan has appeared in the West City. The report is 100% accurate. Countless masters are already rushing there. Jian Hongchen gave the order for everyone to depart. Despite the pouring rain, they all charged forward. Dunhan watched them leave, thinking to herself, even though this concerns the Xuandan, and those special robes can't be fully utilized, it's still very strange for the senior brothers to be walking around in a crowd wearing those white robes. The scene shifts to Moshe's residence, where he was intently observing the Xuandan on his desk, thinking, I originally planned to wait a few more days. The plan was to wait until my wounds healed a bit, then start an auction for this mystic pill to incite a bidding war among the factions, and I would reap the benefits. But the appearance of the Blood Soul Mountain Villa forced me to change my plans. This isn't that 9th grade mystic pill. It's the 6th grade pill that Jun Wu Yi gave him, and he has already experimented with it many times. The energy within it has been refined by the heaven-opening creation art. It's completely useless now. After speaking, I began to unleash my spiritual power. The light from the pill was blinding, and a few seconds later, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by a flash that lit up the entire sky. The night was illuminated amidst the heavy downpour, and the elders were startled by the sound. They discussed among themselves about the high-grade energy of the mystic pill, what pure energy. It must be a peak ninth grade mystic pill from West Than. With that, they all flew towards the source of the energy. Yan Meng also noticed something unusual at this moment. Feeling very curious, how could I miss out on such a fun event? She shouted to her subordinates, "Let's hurry and follow them to watch the show." As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Meng had already left, leaving them worried. Chang Xiao was also taking part in this battle for the mystic pill. Just as he was about to leave, Meng Shen appeared out of nowhere. "Shi Xuan, you didn't call your little brother for such a great event? Are you planning to take it all for yourself?" Chang Xiao retorted defiantly, "No one is stopping you. If you're not afraid to die, you can follow me." He scoffed. "Shi Xuan, others might not want to follow you, one of the 8 great supremes, but with my phase, strength, you know very well whether I need to follow you or not. It's not yet decided who that mystic pill will fall to." A man in a tavern also sensed the aura of the mystic pill. The man was delighted, his eyes gleaming with determination as he said, "A good opportunity to stretch my muscles has finally arrived." The Wang family on this side was also thrilled. Perhaps the legendary 9th grade mystic pill has appeared. Old Third looked bored. Why bother with it? Let's just drink our wine. One less person just means one less cup of wine. The elders had arrived at the location by now, all of them suspicious. Who would dare to activate a mystic pill on a stormy night like this? Could it be that he doesn't know that even a heavier rain can't conceal the mystic pill's aura? Could this be a pre-planned conspiracy? The 6th elder mused, "At least the mystic pill is real. The aura of a high-grade mystic pill cannot be mistaken. People are coming from the east, but they won't cause any trouble. Let's head south." The 3rd elder immediately detected something. There are the auras of 2 powerful experts ahead, after which they split up to seize the initiative. The 6th elder was a bit surprised. "Isn't that Supreme Shi Changxiao and Fei Mengshen, Fei Xuan, up ahead?" Chang Xiao said casually. "Silver City has 3 elders, but only 2 of you are here. The other one ran off pretty fast." Mengshen was furious. "Shi Xuan, he's trying to get a step ahead of us. Can we tolerate this?" Without hesitation, he roared at them, demanding they get out of the way. The 9th elder ignored him. "I wonder where you two are heading. After all, we are all old friends. If you two have urgent business, feel free to tell us. Perhaps we 2 brothers can lend a hand." Chang Xiao didn't argue and immediately unleashed his technique. Just the likes of, "You want to stop me?" Even if that brat Han Feng Shui himself were here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. The 2 sides clashed fiercely in a heated battle. Chang Xiao continuously unleashed his classic techniques. Chang Xiao shakes the heavens, and one palm moves the earth. The 9th and 6th elders struggled to resist Chang Xiao's terrifying power, combining their strength to form a barrier with the cold wind flying snow sword technique. Seeing this, he was astonished. "You two were actually able to cultivate the cold wind flying snow sword to this level. You haven't shamed the title of the Wind Snow Supreme." Suddenly, Chang Xiao flashed a dangerous smile. He launched a surprise attack on them, catching the elders completely off guard. Chang Xiao's creepy laughter echoed all around. He didn't forget to use disdainful words to provoke his opponent. The Wind Snow Supreme couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seizing that opportunity, Meng Shen fled, which made Chang Xiao furious, while Mo Ta was now gradually executing his own plan, moving very stealthily. The 3rd elder appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. "Your Excellency should not keep the profound pill. It's best to hand it over to me for safekeeping." He tried his best to persuade Mo Ta, "I will protect your life. 1 pill in exchange for 1 life. That's very fair, isn't it?" The young man replied flatly. "Is it really fair? The profound pill and my life belong to me. On what grounds do I need your protection?" Mo Ta was a little worried. Seeing only one person approach, he continued to refuse the 3rd elder. "All the masters are gathered in Tianxiang City. How can you possibly guarantee my life?" The old man smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am the 3rd elder of the Wind Snow Silver City. I believe I have some reputation. As long as you hand over the profound pill, I guarantee you can leave this place safely." Mota acted arrogant. "Just because you say so, I have to believe you? I could claim I'm Yun Bichen for all you know." In his heart, he scoffed. "This is a genuine supreme god Xuan. How could I let this old fox take advantage so easily?" Mota couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering why the others were so late. An idea suddenly struck him, and his body began to emit a special green light. Seeing this, the 3rd elder sneered, "Peak Jade Xuan? Still not enough." But when he looked again, the light had turned into a powerful yellow glow. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, why did his Xuan Qi just jump from Jade Xuan to Earth Xuan? The explanation is that once Xuan Qi cultivation reaches a certain level after a breakthrough, even if one can suppress their power, it won't emit the hue of a lower level like it did before advancing. The 3rd elder consoled himself. So what if he's really a peak Earth Xuan? Could he possibly defeat me? He criticized Mo Ta. "Stop putting on a mysterious act. Show your true Xuan intent." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man had transformed into another state, leaving the 3rd elder dumbfounded. He gaped. I only blinked for a second. How did this brat jump from peak Jade Xuan to peak Sky Xuan? Mo Ta then taunted him to try another move. Now, he was emitting a red light, making the third elder question his own existence. Red, the color of a supreme god Xuan. This person in black isn't a ghost, is he? Now there was no color at all. Could it be that he has advanced to the realm of supreme above the supreme? Meng Shen also just arrived, looking at him in astonishment. The third elder interrogated him. Are you Meng Shen, the imperial preceptor of the Yutang Empire? But the man ignored the question. It seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time. Mo Ta was secretly a bit annoyed. This profound pill is truly a hot potato. Why haven't Cheng Xiao and Bo Kong arrived yet? I can only take out the profound pill when all of you are gathered. In less than a minute, the two he mentioned had also arrived. Bo Kong used his eagle transformation Xuan Qi with incredible fluidity, and as he landed, Chang Xiao praised him. Old Eagle, your 10 transformations of the Snow Eagle haven't declined one bit. In another development, the two elders who fought Shi Chang Xiao had been stabbed. They slowly helped each other away. Mo Ta's profound pill continued to attract more people, and several seniors had already gathered at this location. Li Jianhong stepped forward to speak. Junior Li Jianhong pays his respects to the seniors of the Silver City, respects to Martial Uncle Shi and Martial Uncle Ying. On behalf of my master, this junior greets all the seniors. Mo Ta thought with a solemn expression. Finally, everyone is here. It's time for my Xuan Qi to make its debut. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Mo Ta silently made careful calculations before the battle began. Let them get the profound pill, and then I'll run away. I can't fight all of you, but my escaping ability might be the best in the world. But then, upon seeing some familiar figures, he froze, as if his system crashed. It was Zhao Han and Mu Shuitong. Mo Ta observed more closely. Beside them were two more unfamiliar faces. Are they newcomers to the Silver City? Meanwhile, in the rain, Feng Wu spoke up. It's so rowdy here. Doing it this way isn't fun anymore, is it? And Yan Meng, resting her chin on her hand, sighed. The rain is too heavy, little princess. We should head back. But those white-haired old men were extremely worried seeing their little treasure in such a dangerous place. My dear young lady, is this a place you should be? Isn't this asking for our old lives? At the same time, in the most tense area, Trung Tio shouted, Hey, you blockhead hawk, do you really want this Xuan Dan? Hearing this, Ba Kong arrogantly replied, Nonsense. A 9th grade Xuan Dan has always been a rare treasure. It'd be strange if this old master didn't want it. Don't tell me you don't. After replying to Trung Tio, he turned in another direction and threatened, This old master is the hawk, Ba Kong. That guy over there is Thach Trung Tio. Now, all of you, scram for this old master. Faced with this news, everyone present fell into a dead silence. Two great supremes were about to fight. Who would dare to interfere? But the young master of the Quan family would surely find a way to break this stalemate. But Mokta's feelings were the complete opposite of theirs. He stood aside and provoked them. If you want to fight, then fight. In this pouring rain, this old master is about to get sick. More indecisive than a woman. Make a move already. Enraged, Ba Kong immediately rushed towards him, cursing, You little brat, this is no place for a junior like you to meddle. The third elder stood by, observing silently without daring to say a word. He thought to himself, that black-robed person is no simple character. Even Ba Kong will likely suffer a loss. But soon, the scene before them made them think otherwise. Ba Kong easily attacked Mokta without meeting any resistance at all. With just one move, he successfully sent the boy flying far away, even making Mokta scream his lungs out, Help! Help! That scream was like a thunderclap to the old men standing nearby. They thought in dismay, What the hell? If I'd known, I should have stepped in earlier. The glowing golden pill flew into the air, and then, by some inertia, it shot quickly towards Ba Kong. He easily and quickly caught the pill in his hand, but as he held it and examined it for a long while, Ba Kong suddenly realized something was strange. Suddenly, Trung Tiu used his movement technique to fly up high and mockingly jeered, Hey, you blockhead hawk, didn't you want to fight? Let's have a life-or-death battle right now. As he spoke, his entire body erupted in flames that enveloped him. Seeing his opponent's overwhelming aura, Ba Kong felt very excited. Perfect timing. Finally, the two great supremes officially clashed. The scene of them charging at each other was fierce, one in the sky and one on the ground, both determined to bring their opponent down. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the sky lit up with a massive explosion, with a fierce vortex of red and black energy, like a demonic portal opening in mid-air. Kim Hung's junior brother hurriedly asked, Senior brother, should we go in? Kim Hung observed calmly. No rush. We'll wait for the right opportunity. At the same time, the third elder and his companions made a different decision. Let's go! Ba Kong was delighted to see more people joining in, feeling the power coursing through his veins grow even more abundant. Excellent! This is so satisfying. Saying that, he ripped off his flimsy shirt to reveal his impressive muscles and roared. He even casually clawed at his opponents a few times, injuring several elders in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Quan residence, it was unusually peaceful. Than Han was leisurely admiring the moon, lost in her own thoughts. I can't believe that fellow has the aura of a hero like that. Just this point alone makes him worthy of being a disciple of the Quan family. If it were Big Brother Mak Yao there, Than Han's eyes sparkled with conviction, believing he would have made the same choice as Mak Ta. As she was lost in thought, Dong Lu entered. He softly called out, "Than Han." Hearing someone call her name, Than Han turned her head and realized it was her father. She then asked, "Father, is something wrong?" Dong Lu stood in the rain as if wanting to wash away all his mistakes, and asked hesitantly, "Than Han, do you blame father?" But before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. "I don't blame you, father. You will always be Than Han's father, and the head of our family." She shared with understanding, "Your duty is to ensure the survival of over 1,000 people in the Quan family. Your responsibility is immense and heavy. Your daughter understands that you are also in a difficult and painful position." Dong Lu was about to sit next to Than Han. Although he felt sorry for her, he still spoke bluntly. "You've suffered. Regarding the matter with the Blood Soul Manor, I want you to understand everything more clearly." Seeing her father's serious expression, she replied softly, "Please, father, go on." Dong Lu then explained that after receiving the letter from the Blood Soul Manor, the family elders had urged him to agree to the proposal. Their reasoning was very simple. If you married him, our Guan family would gain a connection to the Blood Soul Manor. For the family, this was a great opportunity. Then Han retorted uncomfortably, "How could they do such a thing?" Dong Lu ignored her emotional outburst and continued, "At that time, our family was split into two factions. Than Ba has always been ambitious, wanting to dominate the southeast. Than Nuyet and your mother, however, were firmly against it. Your mother cried her eyes out every single day because of this." Seeing her father pause for a moment, Than Han was also lost in her own painful memories. "Mother." The sky outside continued to pour, and the heavy raindrops made the mood of the two even more somber. Dong Lu continued to clearly recount the events of the past. In the end, the Blood Soul Manor presented one more condition. The Blood Soul Manor agreed that, aside from the title of the official wife, all other courtesies would be properly observed. They also promised to allow Than Ba to become a disciple of the Supreme Heavenly Sovereign, Li Tianjue. Hearing this, Than Han's voice filled with helplessness and disappointment. "In the eyes of the family, what am I, Guan Than Han? A piece of merchandise or a bargaining chip?" She recounted tearfully. "That year, when our two families were engaged, I had no objections. Big Brother Mo Yao was a hero. Marrying him was not a grievance to me at all. Mo Yao died for our country, and in my heart, I was prepared to remain a chaste widow for his sake. But at that time, the elders told me, the family had unanimously decided that Guan Than Han should remain a widow for the Jun family's young master. The reason being that we could not lose an ally like the Jun family. You are a woman of the Jun family now. Therefore, you must fulfill your duty for the Jun family's sake." Seeing her father turn his back without saying a word, Than Han grew more agitated. "I was doing it for my husband, but they treated me like a tool to bind our two families together. Regarding this matter, I felt nothing but deep humiliation in my heart. And today, the same old drama repeats itself. You're marrying me off to the Blood Soul Manor, a power greater than the Jun family, and the first to change their stance were the elders." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved and sorrowful Than Han felt for her own fate. She clenched her fists tightly. "If one day another power, stronger than the Blood Soul Manor, wants to take me as a concubine or a slave, I suppose everyone would agree, wouldn't they? Father, does such a principle even exist in this world? The Guan family is truly a family of prestige and honor. Father, since when did the Guan family become so shameless, so devoid of integrity? If I had the choice, I would rather let the Guan family perish as a heroic clan than witness a group of white-haired old men who have lost all trace of humanity, acting like nothing but dogs wagging their tails to please their masters. Daughter only wants to know, now that things have come to this, what are your thoughts, father?" After Than Han's long speech, Dong Lu finally spoke slowly. "You're right. Now, our Guan family has abandoned its own daughter, while the Jun family is determined to protect this very daughter." He slowly raised his head, letting the raindrops splash against his face, and continued, "I have endured humiliation and swallowed my pride for the family my entire life. This time, I want." After thinking it all through, Donglu lowered his head and made a decision. He wanted to be a true father. After saying these words, Guandonglu suddenly felt a great weight lift from his heart. It was as if a 1,000-pound stone had been lifted from his chest. Than Han, having calmed down, softly called out, "Father." Dong Lu mused under the rain. That brother-in-law of yours has a very vicious tongue, but it was thanks to his scolding that I came to understand that there are things in this world a man must stand up and do, even if he knows it leads to certain death. Seeing that her father had come to a realization and mentioned her brother-in-law, Than Han also replied softly, "During this time, he has truly changed a great deal compared to how he used to be. Right now, he truly has the air of a real man." She then reminded him, "Father, please come inside. If you keep standing out there, it won't be good for your health." Despite his daughter's kind words, Dong Liu still refused. "It's all right. Today's rain feels great. It's helping me clear my head," he said firmly. "A man must be like this. Just as you said, one must know how to sacrifice. Some things must be done, even knowing it could lead to death." In a hidden corner of the courtyard, Wu Yi was eavesdropping, and when the conversation ended, he was secretly pleased. "Dong Liu, only at this moment do you truly have what it takes to be a father, a real man." Wu Yi stood there for a long while, then he suddenly felt a bit restless. This time, with Mota going out, why do I feel like something big is about to happen? Returning to the fierce battle, after taking a hit from Ba Kong, Mota was sent flying several meters backward. His entire body slammed hard onto the ground. He was so severely injured that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up and try to escape, thinking, "While they haven't spotted me." Yin-yang evasion. "Damn, he hits hard, that old eagle-tailed bastard. One day, I'll make him pay." Meanwhile, Ba Kong, with his perfectly sculpted physique, was busy fighting a whole group by himself, his combat aura blazing around his body. At that very moment, the group of masked men decided to charge in. One of them gave the order, "Lu Di, you have to get in there and provide cover." Then, from that ninja-like group, one person suddenly broke away and shot forward with incredible speed. The most important person among Lei Wu Bei's disciples was this one, known as Lu Di, who possessed superior lightness skills. But Ba Kong wasn't afraid in the slightest. In fact, he seemed to welcome more opponents. "You've come at the right time." Then, a shield suddenly materialized around him, blasting away everyone nearby. Ba Kong even took this opportunity to enthusiastically punch Elder Tan in the face. With the strength of his eagle body divine art, he single-handedly repelled all the other masters, except for Shi Changxiao. Elsewhere, Shi Changxiao became furious seeing that so many people couldn't even hinder Ba Kong. He roared, "What a bunch of useless nuisances! Get out of my way!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a bizarre flame erupted from Shi Changxiao's body. The inferno caused the ground to tremble and crack apart. Elder Tan, standing at the edge of the battle and covered in dust, broke out in a cold sweat. Shi Changxiao's scornful voice echoed, "This is a showdown between two supremes. None of you are worthy of interfering." Elsewhere, having stabilized himself a bit, Mota watched from a high vantage point with a red orb floating beside him, a glimmer of hope in his heart. They finally arrived. "The plan is already halfway successful. I just don't know if it will succeed." His hope was rekindled because the person Mota had been waiting for had arrived nearby. Even while fighting fiercely, Ba Kong noticed Mota's movements and became slightly distracted. "Hey, you." But his distraction didn't last long, as a hand reached for him. He sensed it just in time and spun around, offering a sarcastic compliment to the attacker. "Well done, you sneaky little thief. If I hadn't noticed you in time, my Xuandeng would have been stolen." With that, he landed a powerful punch on the man's head, slamming it straight into the ground. Ba Kong then followed up with a kick that sent the man flying far away. The kick was so powerful it tore up the earth. The other masked men cried out in alarm, "Sixth brother!" They quickly gathered around the one who had been kicked, shouting with hatred, "Ying Ba Kong, your methods are far too vicious. This blood debt has been forged in hatred. From this day forward, the disciples of the cold-blooded Supreme will consider you an irreconcilable enemy." This seemed to push Ba Kong over the edge. His face darkened as he spoke slowly. "He had the gall to provoke me. This is the consequence. If you dare to displease me again, I'll make sure Lei Wu Bei's entire lineage is wiped out." Suddenly, Shi Changxiao, who was standing opposite him, spoke up with a sly tone. "Ying Ba Kong, how about you and I join forces? We can get rid of these pests first. What do you say?" Hearing this, Bu Kong sneered, "Shi Changxiao, do you really take this old master for a fool? This old master came here today to fight. Watch this, 13 transformations of the snow eagle." As he spoke, Bu Kong wasted no time and immediately charged forward. He unleashed his technique at an incredible speed, a blue-purple light swirling around his body, in stark contrast to the red and black energy emanating from Chang Zhao, creating a powerful visual effect. In the top panel, the blue-purple light erupted violently, with bolts of lightning that seemed to tear space itself apart, engulfing the entire battlefield. The lightning bolts continuously struck everyone present, showing that in the heat of battle, Bu Kong had no qualms about conveniently killing off the men in black too. This made the ninjas cry out in resentment. One of them shouted, "A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Bu Kong, I'll fight you to the death." Meanwhile, not far away, young Master Jun was also hiding and observing the battle. He silently remarked, as expected of the divine eagle of the steppes. Despite his questionable personality, he's incredibly powerful. Chang Xiao, in the midst of the fight, paused his assault and thought, if I can eliminate one of these expert factions, my own position will be strengthened. Putting his thought into action, he joined forces with the third elder and charged at Bukong. Elsewhere, Meng Shen was also secretly scheming, I can't let Shi Changxiao defeat either side or the situation will turn against me. What I must do is balance all three sides and prolong this battle for a bit longer. And so, Meng Shen's faction joined the battle. Seeing even more people coming to attack him, Bukong was visibly thrilled. Today is truly a great day. Seeing this, our protagonist on the rooftop remarked with a sigh, this Bukong is a complete battle maniac. The ninjas looked up at the flashing purple and red light in the sky. One of them urgently said, Shi Xuan, we should make our move too, or there'll be nothing left for us. The one called Shi Xuan could only curse in frustration. Damn it! Meanwhile, our protagonist, still hidden on the roof, thought with morbid excitement, go on and fight. The more chaotic, the better. The more deaths, the better. At that moment, in the heart of the battle, Bukong used a technique from his 13 transformations of the Snow Eagle, Crimson Thunder, creating a protective sphere around himself with giant eagle wings. Seeing this, Changxiao let out a hearty laugh and praised, very good. Then, the two of them clashed with their full power. One side radiated a blinding blue-purple electricity, swirling like a raging thunderstorm, while the other was enveloped in blood-red energy, burning like a furious inferno. The force of their clash created a world-shaking explosion, and for some reason, the resulting shockwave landed right on the house where our protagonist was watching, causing him to let out a small groan. The elders standing nearby heard the sound and asked in confusion, did that room just talk? At this point, our protagonist had no choice but to reveal himself. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and chided them. If you're going to fight, just do it properly. What did this building ever do to you people? Seeing him, the elders became furious and shouted, it's that color-changing man in black. The commotion on this street corner drew the attention of Bukong and Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao paused the fight and remarked, so, you were hiding there, huh? Bukong also stopped his attack and asked, is he the one who started all this? And just like that, for some unknown reason, the two of them found common ground and charged at our protagonist together. Go to hell! Another massive explosion erupted. Fortunately, our protagonist managed to escape the blast just in time. Cheng Xiao angrily punched a wall. Humph. He got away again. Bukong, however, didn't seem to care. He casually wiped the corner of his mouth and urged, enough with the nonsense. Let's keep fighting. A moment later, on another street corner, our protagonist slowly emerged from the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing this young master is quick on his feet. It seems Bukong and Chang Xiao have resumed their fight. But because it was one against many, Yingbei had first fought against Shi Changxiao and then took a combined blow from the three great elders. He was about to collapse, so he shouted, this old master doesn't want this piece of junk anymore. With that, he tossed the blazing pill away. For some reason, the pill flew through the air and landed right in Meng Shen's hands. This stunned him for a moment, and he exclaimed, is there such a good thing in this world? But he quickly realized, something's wrong. He's trying to shift the target to me, using me to escape. So, Meng Shen also hurriedly threw the blazing pill away. I don't want it either. The three elders saw this and rejoiced inwardly. Our chance has come. Chang Xiao also stared intently at the blazing pill. From above, he angrily urged Beikong. Get out of my way, you foolish eagle! Beikong thought to himself, if he gets the mysterious pill, I can't fight anymore. Feeling resentful, he decided to say, defeat me, and I'll let you pass. Meanwhile, one of the three elders, with quick hands and sharp eyes, managed to snatch the blazing pill. I've got it, but Shi Changxiao immediately cursed, that old geezer, I'll cut you down. Beikong even took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Deal with this guy first, then we'll continue our fight. Seeing this, the stunned elder hurriedly threw away the hot potato. Damn it, I've become the target. I don't want it anymore. And so, the mysterious pill was tossed back and forth in the air like a hot potato, but no one dared to catch it. Not far away, Kai Shan spoke up. Third brother, look at that blazing pill. Judging by its pure spirit chi, it's undoubtedly top grade, but why does it feel like it contains some hidden power? Chang Xiao quickly answered, it is indeed so. The energy within doesn't seem to be from a condensed pill, yet this ancient power is incredibly potent. This blazing pill, no matter what, we must get our hands on it, or the boss will tear us apart. Pay attention. If Shi Changxiao really gets the mysterious pill, we'll immediately move to snatch it back. With that, he moved towards the crowd fighting over the blazing pill. At this very moment, Shi Changxiao was the closest to the blazing pill. He reached out to grab the treasure. The peak 9th grade mysterious pill is finally mine. Meanwhile, I, watching from a distance, grew a bit anxious. Why haven't those two made their move yet? Don't tell me they're saving their strength for a final burst at the very end. Suddenly, two loud booms echoed as if two meteorites had crashed to Earth. Amidst the explosions, a voice rang out. A ninth-grade condensed pill like this? How could it possibly fall into your hands? A surprise attack sent Shi Changxiao flying, which enraged him greatly. Who is it? The dust gradually settled, revealing the figures of Chongxiao and Kai Shan. Chongxiao spoke first. A treasure of our clan. How can we let you take it as you please? As he spoke, the blazing pill suddenly flew towards the two of them. With their identities from the heavenly punishment forest, it was clear no one dared to block their path, so Chongxiao quickly ordered, "We've got it. Clear a path. Let's go." After obtaining the blazing pill, Chongxiao and Kai Shan decided to quickly leave the battlefield. Meanwhile, I stood on a rooftop, observing in secret. I pulled my hood down to cover my face and thought, they've arrived. How can I just let them leave like this? So, he quickly activated the Hongjun Pagoda formation. An illusion of a massive pagoda swiftly appeared behind him. This technique required all his mental and physical energy to activate the Hongjun formation. The burst of spirit chi was extremely brief. Perhaps only they could sense it. While escaping, Kai Shan quickly noticed something. "Third brother, do you feel that? That aura." But Chongxiao ignored it, deciding to continue their escape. "Let's go first." The crowd of martial artists could only stand frozen, watching the two leave as they wondered, so many experts, yet none could stop them. What kind of monsters are these people? When Meng Shen saw that even the strongest experts didn't dare to stop them, he also realized, could it be them? Bei Kong and Chang Xiao said nothing, merely snorting coldly. The name Heavenly Punishment Forest surfaced in their minds. Hearing the name, the three elders could only lament, to think it was the Heavenly Punishment Forest. Chang Xiao also repeated that name, Heaven's Punishment Forest. He stared intently at his injured hand and speculated, could it be that they're planning a comeback? Meanwhile, among Lei Jianhong's disciples, many were injured. It was a dire situation, especially for the sixth brother, who was not only severely injured, but also remained unconscious. Currently, the group was transferring their energy to heal one another. Jianhong frowned and said helplessly, "The Xuan Dan is gone now. What do we do? Junior brother Li will surely be very disappointed." A female ninja standing beside him gently comforted her senior brother, who would have expected two supreme-level experts to show up here. Unless Master himself intervenes, there's absolutely no way to change this situation. Jianhong had to accept the truth, but what made him even more anxious was that junior brother Li had also tasked sixth brother with investigating Jun Mo Ta's movements. So, what should we do now? This information was overheard by Mo Ta, who was standing nearby, causing him to become more vigilant. What? Li Yuran wants to send people to spy on me? Elsewhere, after the battle ended, the third elder quickly cupped his hands and bowed in apology. State Preceptor Shi, Eagle God, today our Silver City has, in some ways, offended you. If we have the chance to meet again, our three Xuan lands will surely prepare fragrant tea to atone, Cheng Xiao replied magnanimously. Every man for himself. The three elders shouldn't take it to heart. I have heard that Silver City's snow tea is the finest of all teas. Perhaps one day I will personally visit to savor it. Aren't you all so fake? He sneered arrogantly. Old fools, you just finished a fight and now you're already putting on an act? People of the windy snow, Silver City, tell Han Feng Shui. This old master will come for him. As he spoke, he soared into the sky like a true eagle. To the disciples of Lei Wu Bei, he added, this old master will be waiting for Lei Wu Bei to come find me whenever he wants. Seeing that Bu Kong was truly incorrigible, Chang Xiao didn't bother wasting any more words and just snorted coldly. After that, he threw a bottle of medicine towards Jianhong's group and said in a clear voice, take it. Jianhong caught it and saw it was a bottle of soul-restoring liquid, so he replied, happily, many thanks, senior. But before Lei Jianhong could even finish his thanks, Chang Xiao had already vanished. Seeing this, Jianhong paid it no further mind and hurriedly urged, Junior brothers, come quickly. With this medicine, we can at least save the sixth brother's life. Just when it seemed peace had been restored, with his sharp senses, Jianhong detected a killing intent, and his eyes flashed with vigilance. He quickly spun around to deflect an incoming throwing dagger, but his junior brothers weren't as strong or quick to react and were hit. Jianhong cried out in horror, Junior brothers! The others were also startled and heightened their vigilance. Jianhong roared furiously, who is it? Who? Show yourself to this old master. Hiding in the shadows to launch a sneak attack. What kind of cowardice is that? If you have any guts, come out and fight this old master. Seething with hatred, Jianhong pulled out one of the throwing daggers to examine it. Damn it. I've never seen this type of throwing dagger before. This must be the unique weapon of that assassin. Whenever this dagger appears, kill on sight, no questions asked. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a man. The entire group erupted with immense killing intent. Suddenly, one of them spoke up anxiously. Senior brother, where are the other 3 daggers? This shocked the entire group. What? Everyone turned and discovered that in that short moment, the daggers embedded in the other 3 men had vanished into thin air, leaving only bleeding wounds behind. Everyone had left the area. Even the uncollected bodies were taken away by the soldiers of the Tianxiang Empire. The site of the recent bloody, life-and-death battle was now deserted, but the heavy rain continued to fall. But the peace was confined to that spot, for in another corner of the kingdom, things were seemingly just getting started. At that moment, in a certain city, Mosia crossed his arms and said, "So, you've finally arrived? I've been waiting for you two for a very long time. Still not coming out? Do you really want me to personally drag you out?" Hearing this, Chongxiao and Kaishan quickly appeared. Kaishan crossed his arms and spoke up, "Who are you? How did you know we were here? Stop playing mysterious and get out here!" Then, in an instant, while the two were standing together, Mo Xie suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling them both. How on earth did this guy appear here? The two had no idea how he managed this sudden yin-yang evasion technique. Even Yun Bichen, the leader of the 8 Great Supremes, would have absolutely no way of detecting it. Finally, Chongxiao decided to calmly talk things out. "Who exactly are you, Your Excellency? What is your purpose for luring the two of us Xuan lords here?" Mo Xie deliberately hid his identity and replied, "This humble one is Feng Juetian. May I ask for your esteemed names?" To Mo Xie, these two were the Xuan Beast Kings of Tianfa Forest. Ever since Mo Xie learned that his own aura could attract high-level Xuan beasts, he had always intended to make a move on the Xuan Beast Kings. The legendary Tianfa Supremes. Chongxiao answered honestly, "I am he Chongxiao, and this is my 4th brother, Xiong Kaishan." Mo Xie didn't plan to get straight to the point, so he beat around the bush. "You two traveled such a long way from Tianfa Forest to Tianxiang City. Could it be simply for this peak 9th grade Xuan Dan?" Chongxiao scoffed. "This is hardly a peak 9th grade condensing Dan. An ordinary Xuan Qi master might fall for it, but unfortunately for them, we've been around. Looking back now, it seems we were tricked. However, since we've met you, Your Excellency, it wasn't a wasted trip. Who knows, this might turn out to be a huge reward." Kaishan was very hot-tempered. For him, his patience had already reached its limit, so Kaishan demanded, "Third brother, why are you talking so much with this brat? Kid, be smart and hand over the treasure you have. Otherwise, one slap from me is enough to obliterate you." Hearing this, Mo Xie wasn't scared at all and retorted, "Kill me with a slap? Are you sure you have what it takes?" Hearing that, Kaishan cleverly retorted, "Of course not, but you definitely don't have what it takes to kill me either." But then, he was stopped by Chongxiao. Chongxiao didn't want to waste any more time either, so he got straight to the point. "Just state your purpose." Mo Xie didn't expect Chongxiao to be so straightforward, so he was stunned for a moment before answering, "My purpose is actually very simple. I want to trouble you two to do something for me." This made Chongxiao feel quite amused. He advised, "Don't think that just because you have something we want, you can arbitrarily force us to work for you. There is nothing we can't let go of. And if it really comes down to it, don't you think we could just take it by force?" Mo Xie was not to be outdone and immediately replied, "Your Excellency is a peak-level Xuan beast. I don't think you'd resort to making things difficult for both of us. If you two don't care about that item, then why did you come back here? And as for taking it by force, do you really think you have the ability to do so?" Seeing that he couldn't win a war of words with Mo Xie, Chongxiao decided to concede a step and set a condition. "What you say is very reasonable, but we have a long-standing habit of never obeying the weak. If you cannot convince us, how can we possibly follow the orders of someone weaker?" Hearing this, Mo Xie frustratingly held his head and thought, "I've already used my sovereign's aura. Is that still not convincing enough?" he asked helplessly. "What would it take for you two to be convinced?" Kaishan had been waiting for this moment and quickly chimed in, "Isn't that easy? We'll know after a fight." He was quickly stopped by Chongxiao again, who lectured him loudly. "What nonsense are you spouting? All you ever want to do is fight. That's the behavior of a brute. We are esteemed masters." Chongxiao silently cursed. 4th brother truly doesn't know his own limits. This fellow is so mysterious. What if we can't beat him? After a long moment, Chongxiao finally made a decision. "How about this? We'll have a 3-round match. Whoever wins 2 rounds is the victor. If you win, we Xuan Lords will agree to do one thing for you. But of course, our benefits cannot be forgotten either." I quickly agreed, "All right, but since this is a martial contest, to be fair, I'll set the challenge for the 1st round, and you'll set it for the 2nd. If we still have to fight a 3rd round, then the winner of the 2nd round will set the challenge. What do you think?" After saying that, Makta immediately struck a pose and said arrogantly, "Watch closely." As soon as the words were spoken, a small, bright circle appeared right under his feet, and then Makta's entire body slowly sank into the ground through that circle. He even cheerfully flashed a peace sign at Sung Tu and Kai Sun, leaving them astonished. By the time he re-emerged from the ground, Sung Tu and Kai Sun still couldn't believe their eyes. Sung Tu lowered his head and mumbled softly, "How could this be possible?" Once he was standing firmly on the ground again, Mak Ta immediately issued a challenge. "Now it's your turn." The scene was now chaotic. Kai Sun and Sung Tu couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't leave at all. Mak Ta spoke nonchalantly. "This little trick isn't too hard to do. As long as you two can do the same as me, I'll admit defeat for this round." The two of them were silent for a long while before one reluctantly said, "We can't do it. We admit defeat." He replied solemnly, "I accept your concession. For the next round, it's your turn. Or, you two can come at me together. I don't mind that either." Hearing this, they discussed their options carefully. Competing against a master like this, what should we challenge him to? It seems like we'll lose no matter what we pick. Mak Ta grew bored. "Are you done discussing? Why don't you two take your time? I'll go home and take a nap." Kai Sun roared. "What are you so arrogant for? I'll fight you." He smirked, wondering what the guy wanted to compete in now. Kai Sun boldly announced the rules of the match. "I'll compete with you. I challenge you to a peeing contest." Sung Tu, standing beside them, was utterly horrified when he heard this. Mak Ta was also speechless, just staring at Kai Sun. The man looked arrogant. "That's right, a peeing contest. You just performed a move, now I'll perform one too. If you can't do it, then you lose." Immediately after, Kai Sun took a powerful leap high into the air. His movement technique was so good that even Mak Ta had to praise it. Hearing that, Kai Sun smirked smugly. While his body was still ascending, his hands moved with extreme speed to undo his belt. Then, he quickly pulled that thing out. A shimmering golden stream shot out like the flood of the Yellow River. At this moment, Mak Ta was dumbfounded, feeling a strong urge to just pass out. In contrast, Sung Tu was covering his face tightly with his hands. When it was finally over, the man heaved a sigh of relief, clasped his hands, and slowly landed. Kai Sun said with great enthusiasm, "Kid, I've finished my performance. Now it's your turn." He could only reluctantly admit defeat, not wanting to stoop to the man's level. Kai Sun laughed triumphantly. "I'm not bullying you, you know. This is a trick everyone knows." Mak Ta suddenly gave a dangerous smile. "I am thoroughly and sincerely defeated. According to the rules, the winner of the second round has the right to decide the challenge for the third round. Now, please set the challenge." The man asked, confused, "Do we even need to think about it? The next round is still a peeing contest. Isn't that already decided?" Sung Tu was exasperated. "Have you no shame? Get out of my sight. Even if you don't care about your own face, I, for one, still have my dignity. Get lost." He thought for a moment, then replied, "Actually, I feel that what the fourth brother just said isn't a problem at all. It's completely in line with our prior agreement. We can just have another go." Kai San was bewildered. "Then wouldn't you be guaranteed to lose?" Mak Ta offered an idea. "Let's put a new spin on the old game. What do you think?" Sung Tu was a bit wary. "Please be more specific." With confident eyes, he said, "It's very simple. Just now, the fourth brother demonstrated peeing in the air. This round, we'll switch from the sky to the ground. We'll compete by peeing underground. How about it?" The man immediately objected. "Peeing underground? That's impossible!" "Once you're in the ground, you're surrounded by dirt and rocks. Where would you even aim it?" Mak Ta's voice was firm. "And if I really can do it, then what?" Sung Tu considered it. This fellow, although he can perform the earth-phasing technique, peeing while underground is a completely different matter. Let's see what trick he's planning to pull. After thinking it over, he replied, "Then of course, that would mean we lose." Without hesitation, he quickly performed his technique for them to see. In the blink of an eye, Mak Ta's body had sunk down to his waist, with only his chest and up remaining above ground. Not long after, a shimmering golden stream appeared, visible to all. Kai Sun's face darkened. He actually managed to do it. The boy returned to the ground and probed, "So, what do you two think now?" Both of them replied in unison, expressing their admiration for Mo Ta. Sung Tu then asked seriously, "What exactly do you want us to do? Also, don't forget what you promised us." Mo Ta replied confidently, "Of course. As long as you do this for me, I will definitely give you a worthy reward." After speaking, he and Sung Tu shook hands as a sign of commitment. A faint green light then slowly appeared. Sung Tu could feel it. His long-lost mystic energy was surging back to life. He just needed a little more mystic energy to push past the bottleneck of his restraints, and he could instantly break free. The two let go of their hands. Mo Ta asked unhurriedly, "So, do you now believe that I have the power to help you?" He slowly confirmed, "I believe you. I'm afraid no mystic beast could resist your temptation. For us, this is truly a fatal lure." Kai Sun, not understanding what was happening, asked in confusion, "Brother Tu, what on earth is going on?" Mo Ta grabbed his hand tightly, transferring a special energy to Kai Sun that made him feel extremely euphoric. "Give me a little, quick, 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 give me a little more." Then the boy pulled his hand back. Sung Tu stopped him from behind. You old fool. What's the rush? We haven't even finished negotiating the terms yet. May I ask, Your Excellency, what do you want us to do for you? Mota slowly explained. It's not a difficult matter at all. I have my reasons for not being able to act personally. Otherwise, how could I let you guys get such a good deal? Kai-sun was extremely excited. Just say it. Whatever it is, I'll do it for you, he said without holding back. Recently, the absolute heaven supreme, Le Tuyet Din, has been getting on my nerves. I want you to go and kill him. Hearing this, a chill ran down both their spines, as if they had misheard. Mota feigned confusion. Kai-sun replied dejectedly, Kill Le Tuyet Din? Do you think that's as easy as slaughtering cattle? Ask for something else. The boy feigned regret. Then what should I do? Right now, the only one who has provoked me is the Blood Soul Mountain Villa. Mota said, disappointed. If you can't do it, then let's just forget it. We'll pretend this deal never happened. Sung Tio was bewildered. Wait a minute. You said the one who provoked you is the Blood Soul Mountain Villa, not Le Tuyet Thien himself? If it's just about dealing with the Blood Soul Mountain Villa, that's much easier to handle. The boy acted a little surprised. Isn't the Blood Soul Mountain Villa the same as Le Tuyet Thien? Is there a difference between the two? He quickly explained, Le Tuyet Thien usually roams the world and doesn't actually live at the Blood Soul Mountain Villa. As long as Le Tuyet Thien himself is not involved, this is much easier to handle. It's just the Blood Soul Mountain Villa, after all. It's not a big deal at all. Mota now relented. All right, I'll concede a step. But I have one more condition. Otherwise, this deal is off. Kai-sun quickly agreed. As long as it's not killing Le Tuyet Thien or completely destroying the Blood Soul Mountain Villa, we can do anything else. The boy didn't forget to add, I heard Le Tuyet Thien has a son. I think his name is Le Dang Van. You must teach him a thorough lesson, and if it's convenient, killing him or making him a eunuch would be fine too. Sung Tu's jaw dropped. Le Tuyet Thien was over 80 years old when he finally had an heir. If we kill or castrate him, Le Tuyet Thien and our Heaven's Punishment Forest will surely be locked in a blood feud for all eternity. Mota acted tired. This is not acceptable, and that is not acceptable. Then what the hell are we even talking about? He quickly proposed a solution. How about this? Since Your Excellency's goal is just to teach him a lesson, we can beat Le Dang Van to within an inch of his life for you, making him bedridden for half a year. How does that sound? The boy agreed decisively. This one will concede one more step then. If you can throw the Blood Soul Mountain Villa into chaos and break both of Le Dang Van's legs so he can't stand for a year, then we have a deal. Sung Tu did not object to Mota's request. The boy set a deadline of 1 month to complete the mission. He happily accepted, absolutely no problem. Your Excellency, after we're done, where should we find you? Mota thoughtfully designated a place for them. The boy exuded an air of confidence. Just wait there for a short while, and I will come to you immediately. Sung Tu said respectfully, understood. The matter cannot be delayed. We two brothers will take our leave now. I quietly watched them leave as my heart grew lighter, but I couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed to the ground. In a single night, my spiritual and soul power were almost completely depleted, and I was running purely on fumes. I was terrified that if I lost contact with the Hongjun Pagoda, those two Zhao experts would discover my true strength. It was an incredibly arduous ordeal. When Moji returned in a state of complete exhaustion, the people who found him immediately rushed to inform Wu Yi. He immediately rushed to the boy's bedside, full of worry. Mo Xie, where on earth have you been? He suddenly mumbled something. Blood Soul Manor is safe, for now. The next morning, the sun had risen over the mountains, its warm rays shining through the windows of the residence. Mo Xie awoke, looking exhausted, and upon seeing Wu Yi by his bed, he asked, Why are you here, uncle? How long have I been asleep? He slowly explained to him. You were out for a very long time and came back half dead. How could I not be worried? What were you doing? Moshe stammered for a long time, making Wu Yi impatient. Don't make me drag it out of you. Tell me, what did you mean by those words you muttered when you came back? With an awkward expression, he claimed he was just guessing and didn't really know anything. Wu Yi stared at him suspiciously. You're quite the guesser. You can just randomly guess something so specific? He quickly spun a tale. Yesterday, a large number of peak-level masters gathered in the West City. A masked man in black appeared with a Xuandan. Third uncle, your intelligence network is incredible. You weren't there at the time, were you? Wu Yi said sternly. None of that is important. I know it was you, the one holding the Xuandan who appeared last night. Who was that arrogant bastard in black who doesn't know his place? Mo Xie just smiled, but his uncle suddenly frowned. A few days ago, I gave you a 6th grade Xuandan. Take it out for me to see. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he replied, The 6th grade Xuandan? I threw it away. Wu Yi sighed. Throwing it away is good. You didn't happen to throw it to the king of heavenly punishment, did you? Moxie ignored the question and tried to dash off. Third uncle, I need to pee. I can't hold it. His uncle roared. Hold it. If you can't, then piss your pants. I'm about to give you a dose of family punishment. Just then, Ching Han was heading to his room and asked a maid, I heard the third young master is awake. Is he all right? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar. Mo Xie was sent flying and landed right in front of her. Luckily, Ching Han managed to catch him. His face was already covered in bruises, leaving her completely bewildered. Startled, Ching Han immediately dropped Mo Xie. Then, Wu Yi burst out through the door, yelling, Begging for mercy is useless. I'm going to beat you to death today. The two of them continued to scuffle with no sign of stopping, to the point that Ching Han, who was nearby, had to beg him to stop the beating. Hearing this, Wu Yi actually stopped, which surprised Mo Xie. In that moment, both of their minds were in turmoil. What the hell? Since when did my niece-in-law care if this brat lives or dies? And my sister-in-law cares about me? Noticing their awkwardness, Ching Han quickly changed her tune. I was just worried you'd get tired, third uncle. Go on, beat him to death. After saying that, she walked away. Mo Xie watched her leave, completely baffled. Wu Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't get it either. But who told you to get up? It seems you're still not ready to be honest. He then turned and continued to thrash his nephew. After he was satisfied, Wu Yi said, Tomorrow is your father's death anniversary. You'll come with me to the ancestral hall to pay respects. Afterwards, we will go see the cenotaph the generals erected for him. Understand? Mo Xie obediently agreed, not daring to argue. His uncle didn't forget to probe further. So, about Blood Soul Manor, what exactly happened? He gave a bright smile and said, It's all been resolved. Soon, they arrived at the ancestral hall. These 8 stone statues, Wu Yi explained, are known as the 8 white-clad generals. They were your father's personal bodyguards, sharing life and death, sharing glory and honor. The white-clad guard, the blood-clad slayer, righteousness that pierces the vast sky, following without regret, blood staining the heavenly pass. Who could ever match him? Big brother, today your little brother has brought Mo Xie to see you. Mo Xie has finally grown up. He is now worthy to come and pay his respects. Wu Yi still remembered the heartfelt last words of Mo Xie's father. Third brother, your second brother and I are gone now. From now on, the Jun family must rely on you. You must take care of Moxie. Seeing Wu Yi's sorrow, Mo Xie comforted him. Those who have passed are gone. You should try to ease your grief. Taking care of your health is what matters most now. Suddenly, a soldier ran in to report, Third General, General Zhao Jianhun from the Yu Tang Empire has come to pay respects to the marshal. We await your orders, General. Wu Yi was shocked. Zhao Jianhun, that man was the battlefield enemy of me and my 2 brothers. A moment later, a man strode in with a commanding presence. He approached Wu Yi and greeted him, Jun Wu Yi. After so many years, we finally meet again, Wu Yi replied calmly. Zhao Jianhun, I have also been wanting to see you again. It has been a long time. A very, very long time. He looked up at Mo Xie's uncle, his eyes filled with some unspoken emotion, then clasped his hands and bowed to him. Sword Soul confided, Wu Yi, you know, on the battlefield, there are countless heroes, and famous generals appear one after another. But there is only one person who could make me, Sword Soul, admire him from the bottom of my heart with utter admiration, and that is Jun Wu Hui. At that time, our 2 nations were at war. Although Jun Wu Hui and I knew of each other, we only ever met on the battlefield. It's a pity that such a heroic figure, such a genius marshal, unexpectedly did not die on the battlefield. Hearing this, Wu Yi was stunned. Not dead on the battlefield? Sword Soul, what on earth do you mean? Or do you know something? The man said firmly, I did not kill Jun Wu Hui, but he died, and he died mysteriously while he was fighting me. I will absolutely not be a scapegoat for someone else like this. About what happened that day, I don't know any of the details either, he said, before Wu Yi asked with suspicion. Then why have you come here today? What is it that you want to know? Sword Soul said, annoyed. If I had truly defeated and killed Jun Wu Hui, I would have immediately announced it to the world and celebrated publicly. But that is not the truth. And as for you, Jun Wu Yi, we still have one final battle to fight. You are a military man yourself. If you were to win 3 consecutive battles in such a strange manner, how would you feel? Jun Wu Yi, I'm asking you, how did Jun Wu Hui die? And how were you defeated? He replied slowly, affirming that he also did not know the truth of the matter. Sword Soul stared intently at Wu Yi without saying a word. The man turned and quickly left, saying, One day, I will uncover the truth of this matter, the Jun family, and the Dugu family as well. Your current situation in Tianxiang doesn't seem to be very good. He immediately grew worried and asked Sword Soul about the current situation. Could it be that you've heard some news? The man spoke with a mocking tone. Other countries want to provoke a war with you. After the imperial preceptor and I arrived in Tianxiang, the three princes all wanted to pay us a visit, and their attitude was quite. Wu Yi's expression turned ugly. He couldn't believe what Sword Soul had just said. The man continued nonchalantly. The Jun and Dugu families are loyal pillars to the Emperor of Tianxiang, while the three princes have yet to settle who among them is superior. Each one wants to ascend the throne, and a military coup is likely their only option. But the Jun and Dugu families are a major headache for them, an obstacle they must find a way to eliminate. Hearing this, Wu Yi went pale. Sword Soul continued confidently, "To be honest, I'm very much looking forward to that happening. When that time comes, I will lead a great army north, flatten Tianxiang, and expand the map for my Yutang." Wu Yi appeared calm as he asked, "If that's the case, why would you tell me this, allowing my Jun family to be on guard?" The man replied softly, "I cannot hide anything in front of Jun Wuhui. I truly hope that your Jun family will once again produce a white-robed marshal to fight a life-and-death battle with me before our armies." Before leaving, Sword Soul added, "I have no desire to see a family of heroes perish in a dark struggle for power." He slowly assessed the situation. It seems the three princes have grown a bit impatient, but they are not yet qualified to make a move against our Jun family. It's highly likely they want to deal with you, nephew. You should be careful. A dangerous expression appeared on Mosier's face. "Third uncle, I'm not very strong right now, but if they want to kill me, it probably won't be that easy. If they attack me first, I won't let them off the hook." Wu Yi instructed him carefully. "Don't show any mercy. Once you make a move, be truly decisive." He immediately understood his meaning. Just as they reached the door, a figure suddenly zipped past quickly over the rooftops. Wu Wei watched in surprise. Who was that? Such incredible speed! While Mota focused, deep in thought. That figure just now, although I couldn't see their face clearly, that movement technique felt a bit familiar, like a falcon spreading its wings in the air, elegant yet incredibly fast. He immediately thought of Bei Kong, turned to his dear uncle and said, "I think that's an acquaintance. I have to follow and see. You just head back first. Don't worry about me." Wu Wei didn't stop him. "All right, remember to be careful." While giving chase, Mota couldn't help but find it strange. The battle for the mystic pill is over, so why is he still here? What is he planning to do? Flashing back, from the moment Mota met Bei Kong, he had exhausted his mind trying to attract the other's attention, aiming to understand the method of using that high-grade mystic pill. You could say he pulled out all the stops. First, he put up a front to gain favor, then used fine wine to forge a connection. He truly went to great, painstaking lengths. But after many incidents, he was forced to activate his plan early, right after the battle for the mystic pill concluded. His actions had to be altered to suit the current situation. Young Master Jun went to check the results. He discovered that if he could gain the support of the Heavenly Punishment Beast King, then the position originally arranged for Bei Kong would no longer be necessary. Mota finished his thought, fuming. "I put in so much effort to lay out my plans. Why do they keep proving useless time and time again? This can't be happening." The scene shifts to very careful footsteps, striding along a rough path, which suddenly come to a halt. Mota was tracking Bei Kong. Hiding behind a tree, he let out a sigh of relief. "Good. I haven't lost him. It seems even the heavens are on my side." In the middle of the forest, John Feng was deep in thought. "For the sake of my friend, I had to come here. But after this battle, will I even have a chance to return?" Upon seeing Bei Kong, he slowly turned and asked, "Are you the one who challenged the Golden Sun clan?" He finished the question. "So you're the one Jin Feng Li relied on? A mere heavenly profound realm cultivator dares to issue a challenge to this old man? Very well, you've got some serious nerve." Zhan Feng showed a respectful attitude. "For righteousness, I must act. I will not turn back, even if it means facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Senior, since I am here, I ask for your guidance." Bei Kong immediately rushed forward. "Meeting here is fate. Today you shall have a good warm-up with this old man." The man's power was immense, completely overwhelming Zhan Feng. The two clashed, and the battle was incredibly fierce. Bei Kong parried the man's sharp sword with his bare hands. He gave a confident smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Bei Kong's actions were extremely fierce, his aura soaring to the heavens. He would seek out anyone to fight. It didn't matter who they were. As long as they were a renowned master, they would surely have inherited some profound techniques. The unique concepts behind their techniques, passed down from their masters. These were precisely what Bei Kong was searching for. Mota watched from a corner, feeling indignant. His opponent is only at the middle stage heavenly profound realm. Why does he need to exert so much power? Moreover, he's just repeating the same few moves over and over. It seems he's just using his opponent as a training dummy. It's obvious this Bei Kong has created a martial art of his own. That much is clear. But what's even clearer is that, although he created this art, it has not yet been perfected into a complete system. Bei Kong currently can't find a worthy opponent. So aren't the Blood Soul Mountain Manor and the Wind and Snow Silver City perfect opponents? Bei Kong is having a huge headache right now because his techniques still have too many flaws. Meanwhile, don't I have countless ultimate martial arts from my previous life in my head? Returning to the present situation, he was brimming with confidence. Hey kid, are you running out of steam? Is this all a disciple of the Azure Supreme has got? Suddenly, Zhan Feng's counterattack infuriated Bei Kong. Damn it, he figured it out. If this keeps up, I'll lose. It's time. His sword strokes were incredibly powerful, creating a solid barrier. The man was utterly shocked. Could this move be the ultimate technique of Supreme Lanji? Chen Feng's sword path seemed to want to swallow Bei Kong whole. The man roared in anger. Brat, are you insane? Using this move will surely kill you. I am. Before he could finish, he quickly cut in, shouting the name of his technique. Lang Quan Tian Kun. A blue dragon then appeared, accompanied by terrifying lightning bolts. Bei Kong went berserk. You little bastard, stop right now. I am your martial uncle. I am Eagle Bei Kong. Chen Feng was shocked, but by now, he had already burned all his profound qi and vital energy. Like an arrow on a drawn bow, it couldn't be stopped. Even if he wanted to stop now, he couldn't. The man racked his brain. What do I do? If I can neutralize this technique, maybe the brat can at least die with his body intact. If I meet Meng Hongzhen later, she'll definitely risk her old life to fight me if he doesn't. In the end, Bei Kong had to deal with the bad luck. He looked dejected. To think I'd run into this kind of situation again. How am I supposed to face that Meng Hongzhen now? Bei Kong suddenly became alert upon hearing a voice. To spar with your own martial nephew and force him to his death. Truly worthy of a supreme one. I'm impressed. Truly impressed. The man was a bit bewildered, thinking to himself, where did this person come from? Even I didn't notice his presence. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in this world? Mo Ta commented indifferently. This technique is truly ruthless, to dare to detonate one's own dantian. If this old man hadn't arrived a step earlier, wouldn't your martial nephew have been tortured to death by you? Bei Kong spoke up. This esteemed brother, do you mean he can still be saved? He affirmed with certainty. With this old man here, he can't die even if he wants to. Step aside. Mo Ta began to channel his power, while the other man threatened, if you can't save him, I'll make you pay with your life. He sneered. You dare threaten this old man? You've got some nerve. In that case, I won't save him anymore. Bei Kong, as if cornered, reluctantly opened his mouth to ask Mo Ta, then, what do you want? Without much thought, he stared at the man and replied swiftly, beg me to save him. Bei Kong looked as if he was being belittled, so angry he was speechless. Mo Ta bowed his head and sighed, if you won't beg, then forget it. He then turned to leave, but Bei Kong stopped him. The man forced the words out, this old man begs you. Mo Ta was satisfied. Now that's more like it. He mocked the man. Just because of 3 fighting stances from a little eagle, you've reduced someone to this state. Every day you find some small fries to practice your moves on. Mo Ta smirked. Do you think doing that will help you achieve the mastery of a grandmaster? He smiled and said, only 17 stances, and you can't even link them together. How embarrassing. Bei Kong turned back to look at Mo Ta. Your Excellency, what did you just say? Mo Ta's expression turned serious. You haven't fundamentally understood it at all. You tried to imitate an eagle but ended up imitating a housefly. Naturally, you can't unleash its true power. Bei Kong marveled silently. To be able to see my flaws, he must be a great expert. I've really hit the jackpot this time. I never expected to meet such an expert here. In the end, he wholeheartedly accepted Mo Ta as his senior. Mo Ta said coldly, step aside and watch. After I save him, I'll conveniently teach you a few moves. Bei Kong immediately agreed after hearing this. He activated the Hongjun Tower, and dense spiritual qi poured out. Chen Feng felt a rich stream of spiritual energy surging through his meridians and pouring into his dantian. This terrifying energy, even his master, Supreme Lanji, was far inferior. His body had lost its functions, and his meridians were severed everywhere. Yet now, it was unexpectedly radiating with vibrant life force. Bei Kong was inwardly astonished. Chen Feng's crippled cultivation actually had a chance of being restored. He never thought such a peerless, regenerative cultivation method existed in this world. As the fierce spiritual qi was being released to heal him, just as Chen Feng's meridians were almost recovered, the spiritual qi suddenly started to surge wildly. Mo Ta worried inwardly. He's not about to have a breakthrough, is he? He felt the situation was not good. Having experienced this once before, young Master Jun naturally understood what was happening. And with a single thought, he withdrew the spiritual power from Shen Feng's body. Shen Feng lay unconscious on the ground. Mo Xie spoke up. I've stabilized his injuries, so his life isn't in danger for now. He continued. However, he'll need a few more treatments to fully recover, but I have to leave now. The old man looked as if he wanted to say something. Mo Xie instructed, "Take him to the Jun family in Tianxiang City and find my master, the third young master of the Jun family, Mo Xie. Ask him to treat this lad. As for the few techniques I've already passed on to Mo Xie, if you want to complete them, go find him." The old man lowered his head, pondering as if to memorize the name Jun Mo Xie. When he looked up again, Mo Xie had already vanished. The man exclaimed, "Such incredible movement technique." At that moment, he prepared the yin-yang escape. Mo Xie executed the technique, hiding deep within the earth, when he suddenly felt a violent tremor in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness could no longer resist the pulling force of the Hongjun Pagoda. Instantly, it was pulled from his body. It shot towards the Hongjun Pagoda like a bolt of lightning, and the great gates of the pagoda opened silently and suddenly. Now, Mo Xie began to enter a subconscious state. His entire body was bare. What is this? I'm back in this place again. The second floor of the Hongjun Pagoda had finally opened to welcome Mo Xie. He thought to himself, on the first floor, I obtained the most powerful technique of all time, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and the great divine ability, heaven's respite. Mo Xie walked forward, pondering, what kind of surprises will this second floor hold? He approached a giant incense burner, and after a long while, suddenly, the giant incense burner began to glow, its light shining directly on Mo Xie. Young Master Jun was completely unaware that his physical body was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Outside, the immense spiritual energy from the Hongjun Pagoda was cleansing all the meridians in his body. It poured into the Baihui acupoint on the crown of his head and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, surging in madly and relentlessly. The meridians in his body contracted and expanded in waves. The clothes on his body could not withstand the violent surge of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. They had turned to ash at some unknown point. As for Mo Xie's body, every pore on his skin seemed like countless tiny, pure springs. This area, which was once a maple forest of over 10 acres, withered in the blink of an eye. All the vegetation on the ground, even the most heat-resistant plants, turned into a patch of dead, withered forest. For 1,000 years to come, this place not far from Tianxiang City would become a land of death. Not a single living creature would survive in this death zone, even if a great flood were to sweep through. Even after a flood passed, this patch of land would still revert to its former, dead state. As he drew closer, Jun Mo Xie's spiritual consciousness was enveloped by the flames beneath the furnace. He was forced to shut his eyes against the blinding light, wondering where he was. Mo Xie's entire body felt as if it were floating in midair, enveloped by a powerful energy. The creation furnace let out a loud clang, and a beam of white light shot up. Fresh blood sprayed from his wrist like a fountain. It fell directly into the creation furnace. The flames, which had been dying down, were nourished by the fresh blood. They began to burn fiercely once more, enveloping the entire creation furnace in multicolored flames. Mo Xie pondered for a moment. It's clearly fire, but I don't feel any heat. This must be the flame of chaos. He then focused all his energy on the next stage of his cultivation. Mo Xie emerged from the Hongjun Pagoda, looking completely haggard. This second-level divine art, or rather, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, had perhaps only just officially reached the entry level. He had just leaped from the Silver Xuan realm all the way to the peak of the Gold Xuan realm. Silver Xuan initial stage, Silver Xuan middle stage, Silver Xuan peak stage, Gold Xuan initial stage, Gold Xuan middle stage, and Gold Xuan peak stage. In the blink of an eye, he had shot up 6 entire minor realms. Suddenly, Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi appeared out of nowhere. One of the girls, her face flushed with embarrassment, shouted at Mo Xie, "Pervert! In broad daylight! How shameless!" "It's so despicable. I can't stand it," the other chimed in. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, the heavens themselves will be angry." He turned around, looking at them in confusion, and asked, "Teach me a lesson? What did I do to you two?" Yan Meng was about to go insane. You pervert, don't come over here." At this moment, she hadn't realized that her own clothes had been incinerated inside the Hongjun Tower. It was only when he moved that he felt a sudden chill all over his body, startling him for a moment. Looking down, he discovered it was quite breezy down there. Mo Ta quickly used his hands to cover himself. Yan Meng, on the other hand, was furious. How can you be such a scoundrel, playing the victim after doing wrong? You're the real pervert, and you dare call me one? You have absolutely no shame." He shot back, "Did I give you permission to look? What the hell are you looking at?" Mo Ta's gaze turned incredibly cold as he looked at her, calmly criticizing. Truly a female pervert. Yan Meng's face burned with rage as she ordered Fu Wu. "What are you waiting for? Kill this scoundrel! He's making me furious!" His face darkened instantly. The Xiao family? How dare a mongrel from the Xiao family act so arrogantly in front of me? And they dare accuse me of looking at her body? They truly have a death wish. Mota seethed with rage in his heart. His third uncle was crippled by Silver Snow City for 10 years. The thought alone made him furious. Provoked, he charged forward. "You shameless thing! How dare you open your dog mouth and be disrespectful to me? Die!" Then, a roar echoed. The longsword shot out a golden aura. He never expected this teenager to have a golden Xuan cultivation. But just as he thrusted the sword towards Mota, he vanished, leaving Fu Wu stunned. Asterisk smack, asterisk, a slap landed squarely on his face. Asterisk thud, asterisk, another kick struck him in the chest, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp as the longsword fell from his hand. When Fu Wu looked up, he saw Mota had already put on his own robe. He sat on the ground, completely bewildered. How is this possible? Yan Meng broke out in a cold sweat. Fu Wu is a Golden Xuan expert, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from that hooligan. He swaggered over and asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? To dare mess with your granddaddy here in Heavenly Fragrant City. You're lucky this old master has a good temper." Mota smiled menacingly. "Otherwise, I'd have cut you down already." Fu Wu glared. "Silver Snow City will never let you go. Just you wait. Your entire family will be annihilated." After hearing this, he stared at him. "You're from the Xiao family of Silver Snow City?" Fu Wu said arrogantly. "Ha, so you're scared now. You better have your entire family, young and old, kneel and beg this young master. Otherwise, your whole clan will be wiped out." Mota sighed, looking as if he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. But Fu Wu pressed his advantage, demanding, "Kneel for me." Without a word, he rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face. "Kneel your grandma's ass!" With just one blow, Fu Wu was sent flying. But Mota wasn't finished and continued to curse. "I'll show you. So the Xiao family of Silver City is that great, huh? Take that for threatening me. What are you screaming for? Get your ass back here." Yan Meng heard him and was bewildered, not knowing that he was calling for her. Mota, now enraged, yelled, "If I'm not calling you, am I calling a ghost? What's your name?" Yan Meng's voice trembled. My name is Yan Meng. I'm very powerful. You shouldn't hit me." He muttered her name and then continued asking, "Han Yan Meng. This brat is from Silver Snow City. So you must be too, right?" "Oh, right. What is Han Yan Ru to you?" Her eyes welled up with tears. She is my older sister. You shouldn't hit me. My sister is really powerful," Mota thought to himself. "So she's the little princess of Silver Snow City that Shui Tong mentioned before. She's also my third uncle's little sister-in-law. Strictly speaking, doesn't that make her my junior by generation?" He glanced over at Fu Wu. "Is this the dog your family keeps?" Yan Meng stammered. No, he's not a dog that my family keeps." Mota listened with disgust, saying something about having no manners. He sneered, "So it's just a stray dog." She continuously denied it. "He's not a stray dog. He's my senior brother. His surname is Xiao. Mota raised his voice. "If I say he's a dog, then he is a dog. An untamable one at that." His terrifying expression made others shudder in fear. Yan Meng tried her best to argue back. No, he really isn't a dog. Look, he doesn't have a tail. Dogs have tails. He's a person." Mota burst out laughing. "That's because you don't know. His tail was chopped off by someone. Otherwise, how could he look so pathetic?" Feng Wu, coughing up blood on the ground, couldn't get up but still tried to retort. You're the dog." Mota glanced at him coldly, still able to talk. "Huh?" Just as Mota prepared to strike Feng Wu again, he fainted. He stopped, observed for a moment, and with a swipe of his hand, tore open the front of Feng Wu's shirt. "What is this?" "The snow, silkworm armor." Mota turned to interrogate Yan Meng. "The snow silkworm armor, huh? A fine item indeed. Do all of you from the Wind Snow Silver City have treasures like this?" She trembled as she replied, "The snow silkworm armor is the most precious. I have nothing valuable on me." He moved closer, threatening, "Really? Don't worry. I know you also have a snow silkworm armor. But I am a civilized man. I would never seize a young lady's belongings. Miss Han, this boy here, from now on, just call him junior sister. No need to call him senior brother anymore. We'll meet again." After saying his piece, Mota turned and left, leaving Yan Meng to collapse on the ground in despair. Afterward, she tried to calm herself. The autumn wind began to blow everywhere. Feng Wu was severely injured with no signs of waking up. Yan Meng was completely at a loss, standing there stunned for half a day, her heart filled with fear. Just then, an extremely bizarre phenomenon occurred. Her face turned pale, having no idea what was happening. As the wind swept through, the entire forest slowly turned to ash, quietly and silently dissolving into the heavens with each passing gust. Scene change. Mota breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Good thing I stole this set of clothes before entering the city. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have explained myself." Seeing him, Elder Wei was overjoyed. Mo Ta, you're finally back. The grassland divine eagle came to ask for your help to save someone. Mo Ta calmly replied, It's fine, just let him wait. I'll see him after I've changed. He was currently very eager to change, as he was still completely bare underneath. The old man pulled Mo Ta along. What's there to change? Isn't this outfit perfectly clean? Hurry up! Finally, he met Uncle Kong, who quickly recognized Mo Ta. Uncle Kong said with a laugh, Kid, hurry up and bring me 2 jars of your wine. After drinking yours, I can't stomach any other kind. He replied to the man nonchalantly, 100,000 taels per jar. If you want a drink, bring the silver first. After hearing this, Uncle Kong's mouth twitched, and he started to speak. You. All right, let's talk business first. Your undying old master sent me to find you. He told you to properly treat this guy's injuries. After that, there's another small matter, which we can discuss when you have time. Mo Ta scoffed. I'm someone who doesn't act without personal gain. I've never done anything without considering the benefits. Why should I treat his wounds? The man snapped, asking what conditions he wanted to set. Mo Ta answered decisively, I want him. If I heal his injuries, I want him to work for me for 3 years. Uncle Kong hastily shook his head and refused immediately. I can't agree to that on his behalf, he said sternly. No matter what, this kid is a Heaven Shuen expert, considered a master. This is something you'll have to ask him. Mo Ta wasn't in a hurry. Uncle Kong worried silently. You're not in a hurry, but I am. You may have plenty of time, but this kid is about to kick the bucket. He approached Chen Feng, but as he began to speak, he glanced at Mo Ta and was startled. Did this kid just crawl out of a brothel? Back to the point, Chen Feng adamantly refused Mo Ta's request. Uncle Kong tried to persuade him. Now is not the time to worry about trivial matters. You need to save your own life first. Chen Feng remained firm in his decision. Mo Ta, on the side, looked bored. You don't even know how to persuade someone. What 8 great supremes? This is all you amount to. Watch me. Mo Ta leaned down and began to whisper in his ear. I'm telling you, look. Then, after saying something unknown, Chen Feng's attitude suddenly changed. If it's really like that, forget 3 years. I'm willing to be your servant for a lifetime. Uncle Kong was furious, damn it. Kid, what on earth did you say to him to convince this stubborn bull? To suddenly agree like that, what kind of dark magic did you use? Mo Ta explained with a dangerous look in his eyes. I just told him one thing. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll have enough power to toy with and get your revenge on Eagle Uncle Kong. The man seemed unconvinced. Just with him? Mo Ta replied confidently. Just you wait. Take him to my courtyard. As they walked out the door, Uncle Kong was startled. Why is there a meatball over there? The man tried to get a closer look. It seemed that ball of meat was actually a person. Could it really be human? Tang Yuan noticed the old man's scrutinizing gaze and got angry. Old man, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? The man jeered back. Hey, fatty, how much do you weigh? He replied defiantly. Roll aside. This young master is on a diet. Don't ask questions that kill this young master's motivation. From inside the room, Mo Ta's voice echoed out. Hey, you're holding a dying man and you still have time to chat, Uncle Kong? The man didn't want to wait any longer and quickly left. Hearing this, Tang Yuan's face immediately turned pale. Uncle Kong, Martial uncle. I just pointed my finger at him and cursed him. The scene changes to Zhan Feng, asking doubtfully, If you can really do what you said, I will definitely stay here. Mo Ta said seriously, Staying by my side isn't simple. You understand that, right? He lowered his voice. I understand. Since I've decided to follow you, I know full well what I should and should not do. He looked at Zhan Feng with trust. That's good. I want to control all the underworld forces in the capital. After I help you with your treatment, you will start handling this matter. I need someone to control everything on my behalf. No matter what happens, you must handle it yourself. Furthermore, according to my intelligence, the Murong family and the Li family are both currently keeping an eye on these gangs. Zhan Feng's tone was firm. Not a problem. He already had a plan in mind. Once he subdued the Golden Sun Gang, he would then use that gang's name to subdue the rest. Mo Ta instructed, I will not interfere with any of your actions or decisions, but you should also know your limits. Currently, my master is refining a type of elixir that can increase one's Xuan Qi cultivation. As soon as there's a chance for you to break through, I will inform you immediately. You won't regret following me. An hour later, he walked out looking exhausted. Uncle Kong anxiously approached and asked Mo Ta, Where's that little brat? The man was so shocked he was speechless. From the room, a completely different person emerged, walking towards Uncle Kong with powerful strides. The man looked bewildered. You've recovered your power? The man in the room quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle. It's thanks to the Divine Doctor's techniques. My power has been restored. Mo Ta said coldly, If you're all better, then get to work. Remember what I told you. The man immediately obeyed, not daring to argue. He then turned and asked with a puzzled expression, Why are you still here? Is there something else? Uncle Kong wiped his sweat. Today, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Li. This old man and him talked for a very long time. We exchanged martial arts knowledge and considered each other bosom friends. Mota was shocked upon hearing this. The man put on a proud air. We had a very pleasant chat. Later, your master mentioned that you are his disciple. Although your talent isn't bad, you are lazy by nature. This pains him greatly. Today, by a fortunate coincidence, he met me. Since he previously taught you the flying eagle strike technique, he asked this old man to come and give you some pointers. Mota covered his mouth to hide a smile, thinking to himself with disdain, "This old eagle is really a good actor." Uncle Kong then ordered, "Now, go outside and practice the flying eagle art that your master taught you for this old man to see. Hurry up and get it over with. This old man has to set off for the grasslands." He feigned surprise. "Old eagle, are you mistaken about something? Just last month, Master said my flying eagle technique had improved a lot. Why would he send you here now? Besides, I practice very diligently, so why would Master say such things about me?" It was as if Mota had hit a nerve. The man stammered in response, "Well, actually." Seeing this, he cheerfully helped him out. "Oh, so that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. Let's talk about it some other time when we're free. You're very busy, right?" Uncle Kong still wouldn't let it go. "I'm free right now. What I said before was just a small matter. Shall we begin?" Mota sighed. "But I'm dead tired. Besides, you're bosom friends with that old geezer, so why didn't he teach you himself? He's clearly just trying to be lazy. If you teach well, the credit goes to him. But if you teach poorly, the blame falls on my head. I'm not doing this kind of losing deal." The man couldn't take it anymore and snapped, asking for his conditions. Mota's arm suddenly made a movement. It seemed very simple, but a closer look revealed it was not simple at all. His 5 fingers stretched out, winding and constantly transforming. From the elbow to the wrist, it twisted continuously. With each twist and transformation, its power increased. After finishing the demonstration, he stared at Uncle Kong and asked, "This is one of the moves from the Ghost Eagle 9 forms. What do you think? What do you want from me for your help? Just speak freely. But let me be frank, I don't need anything from you. On the contrary, I will give you benefits. I can help you perfect your techniques. You'll have to stay in Tianxiang City for a long time, and we can slowly study them together." Elder Kong suddenly interjected, "What kind of game are you playing? Spit it out and stop beating around the bush." The young man put on a charming look. "Be my guardian for 1 year, okay? My request isn't demanding. Furthermore, for this 1 year, I'll cover all your food, lodging, and wine. It's much better than that other wine, and you can drink it for free for a whole year. How about it?" Hearing this, the old man clenched his fists in anger. "You mean to say, you want this old man to be your lackey for a year?" Moshi quickly waved his hands in denial. No, that's absolutely not what I mean. My intention is for you to just guard this place. You don't have to do anything else. I only have one single request." Seeing Elder Kong's patience wearing thin, the young man said seriously, "It's for a time when the Jun family faces a dangerous situation, like the kind of danger that could lead to clan annihilation. I hope you can provide your protection during this 1 year. The Jun family must survive peacefully." Mosier tried his best to persuade him. "When you cultivate the eagle form art, you also need time, a place to train, and an opponent. I can provide all of these for you. I just want to use your reputation to bring safety to the Jun family for 1 year, no more, no less." The old man was silent for a long time, concentrating on the words the young man had just said. Mosier promised, "As long as you agree, for this 1 year, you will be the most honored guest of the Jun family. Your status in the Jun family will even surpass that of my own grandfather. Additionally, within this year, my master will also frequently come to visit me." Elder Kong's eyes lit up. "Good! Your master and I felt like old friends at first sight. I accept your offer." The young man was satisfied. "That's wonderful! Since our agreement is a success, I've decided to go to Lingwu Lake tonight to have some fun. Are you coming?" The old man immediately refused. The scene changes to the precious treasure hall in the afternoon, where all 3 elders had worried expressions on their faces. The 3rd elder and 6th elder looked at Fu Nu lying unconscious on the bed and asked in unison, "What happened?" Yan Meng cried. "It was all because of that scoundrel." The 3rd elder comforted her. "He dared to disrespect our little princess." Fu Nu's injuries, they were all caused by physical impact. His methods were very fast. This is an external martial arts master. It's been a long time since I've witnessed an external master of this caliber. A confused Yan Meng asked, "What does physical impact mean?" The elder frowned and explained, "It means he didn't use Xuan Qi. All of his attacks were launched using his own physical strength." The 3rd elder assessed, "Looking at these injuries, if this person had used Xuan Qi, Fu Nu wouldn't have survived a single blow, even with 9 lives. Although this person was ruthless, he still showed some restraint. The sixth elder hurriedly asked for more information. Little princess, did that person know who you two were? A pitiful Yan Ming replied, he did. He didn't know at first, and was about to leave, but when Zhao Shixuan said one more thing, the man immediately got angry, turned back, and beat him up. All three elders were very focused, asking in unison what Fu Nu had said. She didn't hide anything and recounted it all. Brat, the Silver City of Wind and Snow will not let you go. You just wait for your doom. After hearing this, the sixth elder could only sigh. Truly, the young and inexperienced. Although the Silver City of Wind and Snow is famous throughout the world, for juniors like you, there are times when that reputation is enough to get you killed, if not for that person showing mercy. Sparing Fu Nu's life also means they are not at all afraid of our Silver City of Wind and Snow coming to their door. A person with such power, Xiao Han, who was also present, immediately guessed, it's probably not the Blood Soul Manor. During the competition for the Xuan Corps, the Blood Soul Manor never showed up. Besides, their arrogance is known to the world, but this person was utterly ruthless. The sixth elder seriously probed for his opinion. Then who do you think is responsible for this? Xiao Han stated firmly, it was the Jun family. He seemed to have thought this over carefully and added, in Tianxiang City, the Jun family's hatred for us is probably deeper than any other clans. Only the Jun family is this sensitive about the Xiao surname. Shui Tong retorted, that's ridiculous, Xiao Han. You can't just blame the Jun family for two completely unrelated matters because of old grudges. Yan Meng agreed. I don't think it was the Jun family either, because there's something I haven't told you yet, the sixth elder asked wearily. What else is there? Still terrified, she recounted, after that person left, the entire red maple forest where we were standing, suddenly vanished. All that was left was a barren patch of land, with nothing else. The elder, shocked, wanted to confirm again. Is this true? You're sure you didn't see it wrong? Yan Meng firmly reaffirmed her words. The third elder spoke up. I will take the princess to the maple forest to see for myself. Xiao Han, summon a physician to diagnose and treat Feng Wu. I will send a carrier pigeon to Silver City and also dispatch a letter to the Blood Soul Manor to ask about this. Shui Tong, you go with sixth uncle to the Jun family. See how they react. It's decided then. Move immediately. Yan Meng and the other person arrived at the location. The third elder, still in disbelief, asked, Lass, are you absolutely sure this is the place? You didn't get the direction wrong, did you? Without hesitation, she proved her point. This is the place, third elder. Go look over there. You can still see the bloodstains from senior brother Zhao. He stood there, stunned, and slowly reached down to touch the ground beneath his feet. The third elder continued to ask, Lass, you just said that when you saw that person, he was completely naked, right? But it seemed like he didn't even realize it, correct? Yan Meng confirmed, feeling puzzled. Yes, that's right, third elder. Why do you ask about that? He slowly explained, upon a successful cultivation breakthrough, one can unintentionally incinerate everything in the immediate vicinity, including their own clothes, without realizing it in time. In the third elder's heart, many mysteries about that person still remained. He suddenly made a decision. Let's go to the Jun family. We must apply pressure from all sides on this matter. This person is someone Silver City cannot afford to provoke. Meanwhile, at the Li family's residence, 4 corpses lay in the morgue. Duran and his people had gathered, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. A young woman in red among the group said resolutely, Once you step into the martial world, your fate is no longer your own. Several Xuan-level experts have died. All we can do now is avenge them, and make them pay this blood debt. Duran roared. As for senior brother Lu's killer, the opponent is Ying Bo Kong. Master himself would have to intervene, so I'm afraid we can't get revenge in the short term. As for the revenge for the 4 senior brothers, the key lies in that guy's throwing dagger. This throwing dagger has likely never appeared openly on the continent before. However, the last time Princess Ling Meng was targeted for assassination, I heard that a Tian Xuan level master intervened in time to help her, allowing Princess Ling Meng to escape that calamity. A man with brown hair was stunned after hearing this. Junior brother, are you saying that the throwing dagger related to Princess Ling Meng might be the same as this one? Duran smiled faintly. I plan to make a trip to the palace to check what that throwing dagger looks like. If they are the same, then we'll have a clue, won't we? Another man replied, boiling with hatred. Exactly. At that point, we just need to capture Her Highness the Princess, and that despicable bastard will have no choice but to show himself. The young woman from before immediately teased, but Princess Ling Meng is the one our little junior brother is pursuing. Eldest senior brother, you should act with some restraint. Don't ruin our little junior brother's wonderful romantic prospect. Duran replied calmly. Third senior sister, you misunderstand. If it means I can avenge our 4 senior brothers, even if I have to sacrifice Yan Meng or even my own life, I would do so willingly. The brown-haired man spoke with resolve. It was truly worth our while to travel 1,000 miles to get here, my 4 brothers. Even in death, I can rest in peace. He was extremely worried. Master will only arrive in Tianxiang in a few days, and this little brother urgently needs the help of my senior brothers. Jian Hongfei smiled. Our junior brother. We've always been one family. Your business is our business, so hurry up and tell us. Dunyan slowly explained. It's about the underworld forces of Tianxiang City. Originally, this little brother had control over the gangs in the northern part of the city. But due to a careless mistake, I was completely wiped out by the Tang family. So for now, in this regard, I am in a completely powerless state. The man said arrogantly. Junior brother, rest assured. Before Master arrives, we will help you unify the entire underworld of Tianxiang City. He was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Now, I will go and investigate the flying dagger incident. Since it's related to the feud of my 4 senior brothers, I absolutely cannot ignore it. The brown-haired man advised, we're family. There's no need to be so formal. The hearts of men in the martial world are treacherous, so, junior brother, you must be extremely careful. Before Dunyan left, the man didn't forget to remind him, although you need this power, your justification cannot be made public. You must clearly grasp the pros and cons in this matter. He immediately nodded in understanding. The scene shifts to the Jun family residence. Moshe stood there, sighing. Uncle didn't ask too many questions. It seems I don't have what it takes to be a master. He was startled when he saw Guan Qinghan's figure glide by. Moshe walked over and asked, Eldest sister-in-law, when did you arrive? Why didn't you have care inform me? She replied gently, I saw that you were busy, so I didn't disturb you. It's late autumn now. The plants in the Jun family residence should have withered away, but these flowers and grasses still haven't wilted. The flowers and plants in the Jun family's main courtyard and in your little courtyard are growing so lushly. Every flower and blade of grass where I live, I tend to them with great care, yet they are not as vibrant as the ones in your courtyard, which seemingly have no one looking after them at all. Is there something hidden here? He thought to himself. I'm always cultivating. Whether it's the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the pure spiritual energy circulating from the Hongjun Pagoda, it all affects these plants and flowers. It's late autumn, yet the flowers haven't withered. This is truly unnatural. Moshe could only offer a wry smile. What's so strange about it? It must be because our Jun family has excellent feng shui. But inwardly, he was agonizing. How am I supposed to hide this? Maybe I should just switch to planting plum blossoms. They bloom in the dead of winter, so that shouldn't be a problem, right? Qinghan's expression suddenly turned serious. You've been through a lot these past few days. Third brother-in-law, I have a few questions for you, if it's convenient. Moshe replied casually. What are you saying, eldest sister-in-law? Please, ask me anything. I will be sure to tell you everything I know, without hiding a single thing. She stared intently at him. I heard from third uncle that you declared the matter of the Blood Soul Villa resolved. Tell me, is it really and truly resolved? Moshe hesitated. It can be considered so. At the very least, it's been resolved for the time being. Qinghan smiled. If you're that certain, then even though I still have some doubts, I have to believe you. Third uncle also admires you greatly. He humbly deflected her praise. It was really just a matter of good luck, that's all. Qinghan's face flushed red. I also heard from third uncle that your true abilities far surpass my own. When we sparred a few days ago, you were holding back against me. Moshe, you've truly matured. You're no longer the person you once were. After hearing this, Moshe felt a bit awkward. Eldest sister-in-law, you're only about 20 years old yourself. Why are you talking like a wise old woman? She kept asking insistently. Third uncle once said, you must always hide your talent so that everyone would misunderstand you. But I really don't understand. Were those outrageous and nauseating things you did before also part of hiding your talent? He stammered pitifully. Yes, that's right. You also know, my lady, the Jun family's situation forced my hand. Qinghan didn't let me finish and interjected. Of course I understand the Jun family's situation, but was that really related to the outrageous things you did in front of me back then? He froze. That was also a disguise, an act. At this moment, I secretly thought, damn it, that hooligan brat, but I'm the one who has to clean up his mess. She then said coldly, if you ever pull that kind of disguise again, I will leave the Jun family and never come back. How can a girl's honor be treated as a joke? Tang Yuan suddenly appeared and commented, Third young master, your lady is as beautiful as ever, even when she's angry. I took my anger out on him. Damn it, you fatty. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. When is that plan of yours going to be finished? Give me a straight answer. I'm not in a good mood today, so don't force me to help you lose some weight. He panted heavily after escaping my grasp. It's done, it's done. It's been done for a while, master. Boss, this is what I've revised according to your instructions. Please take a look. Is it all right? I examined it carefully and praised him inwardly. I only wrote a rough outline of the general concepts from my previous world, and he managed to turn it into such a thick stack of books. This fatty really is talented. I quickly handed the books back to Tang Yuan. Good, good, it's really not bad, he said regretfully, but you haven't even looked at it carefully. I looked at Tang Yuan with satisfaction, because I trust you. I trust whatever you do, so there's no need to look, and I won't offer any other opinions. Understand? He was so moved, he cried out, "Third young master, I swear. I will definitely pour my heart and soul into helping you. For the third young master's cause, I would go through hell and high water. I would have no regrets dying 100 times and would not hesitate to die 10,000 times. I will not fail you." Bai Kong walked by and sneered. This bootlicking scene is nauseating. Wu Yu's courtyard is a better fit for this. I placed a hand on Tang Yuan's shoulder and instructed, "You will independently handle your first ever project. Use the fine wine to hold a one-of-a-kind auction and generate as much wealth as possible," he said confidently. "Not a problem. Normally, it's hard for wine to be an auction item, but our wine is different. I think a starting price of 520 liang per flask should be fine." I sneered. 520 liang per flask? Are you kidding? My target is 12,000 liang per flask. Tang Yuan vehemently objected. "That's impossible. It'll never sell at auction." But I insisted, 12,000 liang per flask, and that's just the starting price I'm talking about. I reassured him. "Don't worry, fatty. I've already figured out the strategy. The location will be right across from the Shengbao Hall. You'll be the shopkeeper. The grand opening in 3 days will be most auspicious." Tang Yuan was bewildered. "My grandfather warned me 3 times not to mess with the people from Shengbao Hall," I said with an air of confidence. "Have you forgotten how we dealt with that brat surnamed Li last time? Just listen to me. I guarantee it'll be fine." He was finally reassured. "All right. Having a location is better than nothing. Across from Shengbao Hall it is." I waved goodbye. "Then get everything prepared." But Tang Yuan urgently called out, "Wait, third young master, I need your help with something." I turned back and asked, "What is it?" He explained his worry. "My fiancée wants to come see me. After she heard I was expelled from the clan, she said she wants to come and comfort me, but with my current appearance." I teased Tang Yuan. "So, the fiancé wants to meet her fiancé, huh? Your lady is quite open-minded, but that's a good thing. Fatty, don't you go bullying a nice girl like that." He was a bit apprehensive. "I hope you can come with me. If I happen to get beaten up tomorrow, you can at least carry me home. I've heard rumors that her personality isn't the best." Mota immediately refused. "I'm not going. Isn't this just being the green leaf that makes the red flower bloom? Your good looks are already a great disservice to your future wife. And yet you want to bring someone as dashing and handsome as me along? Who would even pay attention to you then?" Tang Yuan became even more flustered. "So what if that happens? You're just my wingman. How have I never realized you were this narcissistic before?" He looked dejected. "I'm done talking to you. I have to find my third uncle. You handle the invitations for the grand opening. If there's nothing, don't look for me. And if there is something, still don't come looking for me." Even as Mota left, Tang Yuan called out again, "Don't forget to be my backup tomorrow. This is a matter of life and death." The sky began to dim, gradually turning to night. Junvo Yi looked at the pile of invitations on the table, surprised. Invitations for a prosperous grand opening. "Mota, you really are a poor boy with big ambitions. These invitations of yours are addressed to every wealthy household in Tianxiang City." Mota looked resolute. "Third uncle, we're holding an auction. Only the nobility can afford to bid high, so I've already come up with a name. We'll call it the Aristocrat Hall. This time, if I don't fleece every last tycoon in Tianxiang City, I'll renounce my humanity." The uncle scolded him. "That's completely insane." Mota calmly replied, "Third uncle, don't be so shocked. This is just the beginning. After we auction off this entire batch of liquor, I'll halt production. From then on, we'll only auction 1 or 2 jars a day. I intend to sell my liquor at a sky-high price." A servant entered from outside and announced, "Third Master, Mu Xuetong, the Great Master Mu, has arrived with an elderly gentleman who claims to be the 6th elder of the Silver City of Wind and Snow. They say they wish to meet the Third Master. Shall I show them in?" Mota furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "The Silver City of Wind and Snow. They found their way to our door this quickly. Their efficiency is terrifying." He turned to ask Junvo Yi, "Third uncle, that elder's cultivation has unexpectedly reached the Spirit Yuan realm. Now that your body has healed, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape his perception. Do you need me to use a little trick to conceal your condition?" Junvo Yi stopped him. "There's no need. They would find out sooner or later anyway. News of my recovery might not be a bad thing. Jiaoer is still waiting for news of me. What if news of my recovery could reach her?" Mota relented. "As you wish, uncle." Junvo Yi then ordered the servant, "Show them in." As soon as he entered, Shui Tong boomed with laughter. "Vo Yi, we meet again. You seem to have a much stronger aura about you than the last time we met. Vo-yi paid him no mind and feigned surprise. Ah, it is the sixth elder. For you to visit in person, Vo-yi is truly honored. The sixth elder stood there, staring at him. You are Jun Vo-yi? Vo-yi replied politely. I am. The elder praised him. Impressive. You have yet to reach 40 years of age, but you've already attained the late-stage Sky Xuan realm. To reach such a level at your age, especially while living in the mortal world, is truly commendable. I heard you were injured before, but to progress this rapidly, your body must have healed, has it not? A surprised Shui Tong blurted out upon hearing this. Is that true? Vo-yi gave a faint smile. It is all thanks to the blessings of my predecessors. I was fortunate enough to have the poison purged, but my legs still require more time to heal. This affliction has troubled me for a full 10 years. The stagnation of my cultivation for these 10 years is something one cannot easily forget. The sixth elder disagreed. Every man has his own fate. The heavens do not abandon the virtuous. Is this the only son of my sworn brother, Junvo Hoi? He continued. That is correct. The only son who was fortunate enough to survive to this day. The Jun family has finally managed to preserve its bloodline. The sixth elder continued his praise, noting that upon meeting him, Moshi's expression remained natural and his demeanor was distinguished. The descendant of the Jun family was truly unlike ordinary people. Mosier politely inquired, So this senior is the sixth elder of Silver Blizzard City? Pardon my boldness, but may I ask for the sixth elder's surname? The old man replied without hesitation, This old man's surname is Xiao, and Xiao Han is my grandson. Moshe thought to himself, So he's here for that matter, just as I expected. Outwardly, he smiled and praised. I truly admire Elder Xiao. Your cultivation has reached the spirit Xuan realm, and with such a level, you stand at the pinnacle of the world. Your visit to the Jun family today is truly an honor for us. Wu Yi invited them inside as the sky began to darken. The sixth elder took a sip of tea and scoffed. Not very good. Third Master Jun, I wonder if you have ever met the young master from our Silver City. He acted as if he didn't know the young master and had never met him, wondering why the sixth elder would ask such a thing. What is this young master Xiao's full name? How old is he this year, and what does he look like? The sixth elder recounted. My grandson was accompanying the city's little princess on a tour of Tianxiang City today, when he was audaciously attacked and severely injured by a masked scoundrel. This old man has racked his brain, and besides the Jun family, I can't think of any other family in Tianxiang City with such audacity. Mo Shi questioned back. So? According to the sixth elder, the one who injured young Master Xiao must be from our Jun family? As the saying goes, you must catch a thief red-handed. The sixth elder is a preeminent master of this era, so you must have some very concrete evidence, right? He was annoyed. When elders are speaking, it is not a junior's place to speak up. Such a lack of manners is truly a laughingstock for the whole world, and this is supposed to be the only third-generation descendant of the Jun family. He unleashed his aura with a great roar. Step aside! This roar stunned Mo Xie, as it was condensed with the Xuan Qi of a spirit Xuan expert. This one roar was like rolling thunder, aimed directly at our young master, attacking his ears. Mo Xie was affected by the sixth elder's attack, feeling a burning heat both inside and out, as if everything was about to be incinerated. He cried out in pain as a trickle of blood flowed from his nose. This injury was half real and half feigned. Given the great young master's cultivation, if he had been on guard, he could have completely avoided such a minor injury. The sixth elder sighed, to still be standing. Not bad. Moshe wiped the blood from his mouth. A spirit Xuan expert is indeed powerful. He sneered internally. This old bastard is ruthless enough to severely injure me over a single sentence. The sixth elder, unwilling to let it go, was about to strike again when Jue Tong intervened. Sixth elder, please show mercy, Wu Yi demanded. Sixth elder, may I ask the meaning of this today? The old man was furious. No particular reason. I just felt like it. Someone from my Silver City ran into trouble in your Jun family's territory, so your Jun family must pay the corresponding price. Wu Yi's fists clenched so tightly his veins bulged in anger. You're blaming our Jun family based on mere suspicion? My Jun family will absolutely not tolerate such a humiliation. For what happened today, Silver Blizzard City must give our Jun family justice. The sixth elder burst out laughing. A descendant of my family ran into trouble in your territory, so a descendant of the Jun family must suffer as he did. Justice, you say? Do you really think this old man will speak of justice with you? You are far too naive. Just then, the third elder and Yan Meng rushed over. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we're still in time. They haven't disturbed that master. The sixth elder was surprised. Third brother, why are you here? A powerful voice suddenly boomed. Where did all these small fries suddenly appear from, disturbing this old man's peace? How shameless. The sixth elder was infuriated that someone dared to interfere. Who dares to be so insolent in front of this old man? Roll out here. This old man will grant you a complete corpse. An immensely powerful footstep was then heard. That was Bu Kong. As he stepped out, everyone fell silent. Bu Kong's face was expressionless, and the third elder was so surprised he exclaimed, "Eagle Bu Kong." He stepped in front of the sixth elder and asked in a low voice, "You want me to die with my body intact, huh?" The old man suddenly felt an aura that completely overwhelmed his own. Bu Kong first used a suppression technique on the sixth elder. He gathered all his power into his hand, then used his ultimate move, Boundless Void, to attack his opponent. That power also enveloped the third elder, trapping him together with the sixth elder. The two men hurriedly begged for mercy. "Please, Supreme Eagle, spare us." Bukong pointed towards Mota. "You dare to attack that kid right under my nose, and you still have the gall to ask for mercy? Not a chance." But inwardly, he felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, this little rascal's strength is extraordinary, and he could barely block that move. Otherwise, daring to obstruct Bukong from practicing a peerless martial art, this act is no different from destroying my future path. We are sworn enemies. Thinking of this, Bu Kong grew angrier. He clenched his fist and punched the sixth elder hard in the stomach as a warning. The punch made the old man spit blood and fly straight into the wall behind him. The sixth elder collapsed, trembling. Unwilling to accept this, he struggled to his feet and demanded, "Why?" Bu Kong retorted, "This old man does as he pleases. I do whatever I want. Small fries like you. This old man can annihilate thousands of you with a wave of my hand. What right do you have to ask me why? Are you worthy?" The sixth elder wanted to resist but was speechless. He smirked, daring to come and act mighty in front of this old man. "You, of the Xiao clan, do you think your Silver City is invincible? Except for that old man, Han Feng Shui, the rest of you are just a bunch of trash, an entire city of trash. Well, this old master is asking you, does what I say make sense? Do you submit?" The sixth elder remained silent, but in his heart, he was resentful. This was too humiliating. "You of the Xiao clan, if you say, 'I do not submit today,' this old man will immediately go and annihilate that Taibao Hall and kill everyone who followed you to Heavenly Fragrance City. I'll ask you one more time. Do you submit or not?" The old man begged. "Supreme Eagle, killing is as simple as a head falling to the ground. I hope you can give face to our old city lord and leave us a way out, so that we may meet again on better terms in the future." Bu Kong snorted coldly. "This has nothing to do with you. It's only out of respect for that old Feng Hun Shui that I'm showing mercy and not taking this small fry's life. A moment ago, he even told me to die with my body intact. You only know how to criticize others but never reflect on yourselves. When you came here, why didn't you give me face and show some mercy? And now you want me to spare you? Fine, as long as that Xiao clan member answers me, I will give you all a path to live." The sixth elder now had no other choice, and tears streamed down his face. He finally had to say, "I submit." Bukong gloated and taunted. "Very good. I'll consider you a little shrimp who knows his place. This old master will be magnanimous and won't bicker with you anymore." He whipped his head around, his gaze sharp and cold as he asked, "Is there anyone else who doesn't submit?" Sui Tong spoke up. "I do not submit. You're using your strength to bully the weak. Do you even call yourself a great expert? If you want to kill me, then do it. It would be a perfect chance for me to witness the prowess of one of the 8 great supreme venerables." Yan Meng agreed and added, "I don't submit either." Bu Kong stroked his chin. "So, there are people in Wind and Snow Silver City who aren't afraid of death. This old master is not like those other people. Today, I'll consider it giving face to old man Han Feng Shui and won't bother with 2 juniors like you. If you say one more word, I'll immediately break both your legs." The third elder refused to accept it. "Supreme Eagle, today you attacked my brother without any reason. You must give our Silver City a satisfactory explanation." Bu Kong scoffed. "Attacked without reason? Your brother told me to die with my body intact. If that's considered without reason, then what, in your opinion, would be with reason? A satisfactory explanation? Just a moment ago, Jun Wuyi also demanded that you give justice to the Jun family. How did your Wind and Snow Silver City respond then?" Mo Ta spoke up. "When my strength was inferior to yours, you didn't need to give me an explanation. But when I have enough strength to overwhelm you, then I, too, don't need to explain anything to you." Hearing him speak, Yan Meng glanced over. Her heart stirred. She had clearly never seen this person before, so why did she feel a sense of familiarity? The third elder looked at Ba Kong, trying to persuade him further. "Supreme Eagle, please calm down for a moment. Can we talk this over slowly?" Then, the two of them left under Mo Ta's gaze. He turned to tease Yan Meng. "Girl, what are you looking at? See how handsome and dashing I am. Have you fallen for me already?" But inwardly, Mo Ta was a little worried. She hasn't recognized me already, has she? Wu Yi had just noticed Yan Meng and asked, "Is this Jia Er's younger sister?" Shui Tong gave a perfunctory reply and changed the subject. "That's right. Wu Yi, your injuries. Are they really much better, just as the sixth elder said?" He nodded. "Yes, Mu Xuan. I believe that after some time, my legs will be able to move again." Shui Tong was overjoyed for him. "That's wonderful. I'll immediately send a messenger bird to inform the eldest miss. I can only imagine how happy she will be then. Yan Meng, with an innocent and emotional face, asked, "You are Jun Wu Yi, third brother Jun? My sister thinks about you every day. Why don't you go and see her?" Wu Yi explained, "I really want to go. For these 10 years I've wanted to, every single moment. There hasn't been a single second I didn't want to see her." Shui Tong explained to her, "Little princess, it's not that Wu Yi doesn't want to go. It's just that without sufficient strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to get within 300 miles of Wind Snow Silver City." Mo Ta uttered 2 words, mocking her, "Silly girl." Yan Meng became angry. "Why is that brat so impolite, huh?" Wu Yi interrupted. "Can you tell me a little about your sister, little sister?" She made a mischievous demand. "Of course, no problem. But you have to make him call me auntie, then I'll tell you." She rubbed her eyes several times and looked back at where Mo Ta had been standing. "Hey, where did he go?" Wu Yi could only laugh. "Where has this kid run off to again?" Yan Meng huffed coldly. "I'll definitely tell my sister, so that when she comes to the Jun family later, she can make a special trip to find that impolite brat." He was a bit stunned to hear this. "Your sister will come to the Jun family?" Her eyes showed joy and certainty. "Of course, she wants to marry you after all. She will definitely come to the Jun family. My sister has trained so hard for so many years just because she wants to marry you." Wu Yi started to laugh through his own sobs, tears streaming down his face. He clutched the front of his shirt, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. "It's been 10 years. I can finally be certain of her feelings. She is still waiting for me, still feeling the same as me." At this time, Ba Kong and the third elder had gone to a private place. The elder then asked, "May I ask the Supreme One a question? Why are you here?" His tone was a bit cold. "I haven't even asked you why you are here. What exactly is going on between Wind Snow, Silver City, and the Jun family?" The third elder's expression turned serious. "You don't know the full story behind this, do you?" He gave a wry smile and explained the entire history of the grudges between the Jun family and Silver City very clearly. Of course, the internal conflicts within Silver City could not be revealed to an outsider. Hearing this, Ba Kong stomped his foot hard on the ground, thinking to himself, "Damn that Jun family. They look so ordinary and unremarkable, but it turns out they had such a hidden ace up their sleeve. No matter. As long as Blood Lake Manor doesn't interfere, Wind Snow, Silver City isn't that formidable. And even if something happens, that great expert is still around." He hurriedly shooed the third elder away. "Say no more. All of you, get lost. This old man is here at the Jun family now. If you dare to cause trouble again in the future, don't blame me for not being polite." The elder hesitated and asked one more question. "Does the Supreme Eagle know that there is another peerless master hidden in this Tianxiang city?" Ba Kong raised an eyebrow and asked, "A peerless master? Who?" Although he said that, he was already worried inside. Could it be that Silver City also knows about the existence of that senior expert? The third elder quickly recounted. "A few days ago, this senior released a radiant light. At that moment, we knew the clouds changed color because of it. And today we discovered another strange thing about this senior." Ba Kong said in a low voice. "What strange thing?" he explained. "The story is about the wind forest in the southern part of the city, within a 60-mile radius. Under the influence of this senior, it was completely burned to ashes by Xuan Qi, silently and without a trace. Not even a single blade of grass was left on the leveled ground." Ba Kong's heart skipped a beat as he realized, the wind forest, in the south of the city. Didn't I just come back from there? Could it be that something earth-shattering happened after I left? The eighth elder took his leave. "Supreme Ying, today's matter was simply because our skills were inferior. But since Supreme Ying has humiliated Wind Snow Silver City, we will come to reclaim our honor another day. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We shall meet again." Busheng did not yield to his words. "I, Ying Busheng, dared to cause this trouble, so I am not afraid of the consequences." He turned his back and urged, "Shui Tong, carry the sixth elder. We're going back." As he was leaving, he stopped. "Oh, right. I heard the young master of Blood Soul Manor has taken a liking to the Jun family's daughter-in-law and intends to take her as a concubine. Since Supreme Ying is staying here, you had better prepare yourself. I'm afraid Blood Soul Manor isn't as easy to deal with as our Wind Snow Silver City." Hearing this was like a clap of thunder to Buzheng. So it turns out this wasn't just boarding a pirate ship. This old man has basically fallen straight into a swamp. Now I can't even pull my leg out. He clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. "Jun Xiaotuo, you little brat, get out here for this old man." Mo Ta rushed over, his mind filled with thoughts. Although Buzheng gave the sixth elder a harsh lecture, he didn't actually strike him, which isn't Ta Jun's style. Outside Buzheng's manor, Shui Tong was carrying the sixth elder on his back. The third elder followed behind and said, "Sixth brother, you can't blame him. That was Ying Buzheng." The sixth elder cut him off. "I know that, Brother Tam, but if he was going to kill me, he should have just done it, not humiliated me." Shui Tong spoke up to comfort him. "Sixth elder, You had to endure this humiliation to protect everyone's lives. I have great respect for that. Speaking of humiliation, the sixth elder's insults towards the Jun family weren't light at first. If you hadn't been so aggressive from the start, Ying Buzheng wouldn't have. Before he could finish, the old man yelled, "Shui Tong, put me down! This old man isn't dead yet. Let this old man walk on my own. It is not the place of a junior like you to lecture me on how I do things." He felt wronged in his heart. If you really had any backbone, you shouldn't have lost to Ying Buzheng earlier. Now you're taking your anger out on me. Does he think Shui Tong actually wants to carry him? Mo Ta's mocking voice rang out. So you do have some backbone, as expected of an elder from Wind Snow Silver City. I would even admire you a little if you had been this tough when facing little Ying just now. Everyone turned their heads in shock. Who is it? Yan Meng recognized him and immediately accused. It's him. He's the one who injured Xiao Xishuan, and he hit me too, he asked directly. Are you all from Wind Snow Silver City? The third elder stepped forward to answer him. Yes. May I ask who you are, senior? Mo Ta didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. In those days, this old man had dealings with several generations of Silver City's lords. I never thought it would decline to this state today. How pathetic, the third elder agreed in his heart. He's absolutely right. The old city lord was the second generation, or was it the first? Just how old is this person before us? He continued to reprimand them. A junior from your Silver City knelt to me for cultivation guidance, yet you people only know how to aid a tyrant and act recklessly. Is this the code of Wind Snow Silver City? Yan Meng sensed it. This person was filled with the aura of a reincarnated master. Is this really that violent man from before? Why is there such a huge contrast? Mo Ta cracked his knuckles, exuding a powerful aura. I heard you are looking for me? You want to find me to get revenge? This venerable one has delivered himself to your doorstep today, precisely to give you a chance to prove yourselves. The third elder quickly begged for forgiveness. Senior, please forgive us. This incident was caused by a couple of our unruly juniors. If we have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can overlook it. He rebuked more harshly. But you used the excuse of searching for this venerable one to come to the Jun family, brandishing your power and even making a move on a child. You want me to just let that go? The sixth elder finally spoke up. This senior, the Jun family and Wind Snow Silver City have a long and entangled feud. The roots run deep. For a senior to question us without knowing the full story is unbecoming of your status. Mo Ta raised an eyebrow. Are you saying this venerable one is sticking my nose where it doesn't belong? My original intention was to let bygones be bygones. As he spoke, he used a bit of force to slap the sixth elder's face, causing the old man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Let me finish. I didn't want you to speak so recklessly, but considering you were injured, I only taught you a small lesson. Elder Shin was bewildered, completely unable to see his movements. How could a mortal possibly do this? Mo Ta calmly said, This is enough for today. In the future, you can come find me to cause trouble whenever you like. He continued, Senior, please grace us with your name so we can report back to Silver City. Suddenly, he teleported behind Elder Lu. Mo Ta snatched the green jade and vanished, leaving Elder Shin astonished, the soul-sustaining jade of the Xiao family. His laughter still echoed. Go back and ask Feng Shu of Silver City. Wasn't it a thrilling experience for that scoundrel to tear a pair of lovers apart? Elder Shin called out, but there was no reply. This artifact was a strange piece of warm jade discovered by the Xiao family's ancestors long ago in the foothills of a collapsed snow mountain. Even if one's heart meridian was shattered, this jade's protection could allow the wound to heal on its own. The jade was split into 3 pieces, and only those with high status in the Xiao family were qualified to wear one. Elder Shin's face darkened. Who would have thought that a great master would act like a common thug, coveting other people's possessions? As night fell, in Tianxiang City's #1 gang, the Golden Sun Gang, members gathered from all corners and quickly headed towards the main headquarters. Earlier at the headquarters, the leader of the Golden Sun Gang had issued the Golden Sun Order, summoning all gang members within the city. This command token could only be issued by the current gang leader, and its appearance signified that a major event was about to unfold. Feng Li and Chen Feng gathered all the members in the city. Feng Li announced, Today, I have issued the general summons and invited all you brothers here because there is a major announcement to be made. From this day forward, our Golden Sun Gang will welcome a new leader, and that is Hai Chen Feng, Brother Hai. This is the beginning of our Golden Sun Gang's plan to unify the Tianxiang underworld. Do any of you brothers have any objections? A man from below spoke up. I have an objection. Brother Hai's martial arts may be unparalleled, but being the gang leader requires more than just superior martial arts skills. He answered seriously, Right now, the capital is teeming with masters from all over, and several factions are already demanding our surrender. Hall Master Wei, think about it. If I remain the leader, how far can I possibly lead you, brothers? We can't afford to offend any of those great clans. We cannot afford to get entangled with them, but there is someone who can. Brother Hai is the one who can shoulder this great responsibility. He can even maintain the gang's position and continue to fly the flag of our Golden Sun gang high. The hallmaster seemed quite disappointed. Another person raised his hand. I have something to say. Based on what the gang leader just said, if we don't do this, then even as the #1 gang in the capital, we will only be struggling to survive. In that case, why don't we just choose a side directly, like the Murong family or the Li family? Hearing this, Chen Feng's face darkened. He waved his hand and attacked the man who had just spoken, sending him flying into the wall behind him. Blood trickled from the man's nose and mouth. Chen Feng spoke coldly. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. Why should we live by begging for scraps from others? In that case, death is a better option. We must live by our own strength. If you just want to live peacefully like a dog wagging its tail to please others, then you are not worthy of being a brother of my Golden Sun gang. Tell me, does anyone else have any objections? Everyone's faces were grim, and not a sound could be heard. He announced in a sharp tone, from this day forward, I, Hai Tram Fong, am the new leader of the Golden Sun clan. Those who wish to, follow me. If you disagree, you can stay right here. Tomorrow marks a new beginning for the Golden Sun clan. The scene shifts to me, standing there and smirking to myself. Not only did I settle the score with that insolent 6th elder, but I also got my hands on a very mysterious jade pendant. He thought smugly, but I still haven't figured out what this jade pendant is made of. Oh well, I'll just toss it into the Hongjun Pagoda for now and study it later. Returning to Uncle Kong's residence, the old man was furious and yelled at me. You stinky brat, you finally decided to show your face. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused this old man? You brat, with your flowery and deceitful words, you tricked this old man into staying with the June family. Turns out there was such a huge trap waiting. Why didn't you tell this old man sooner? I pouted. If I had told you everything from the start, I'm afraid you would have already returned to Thong Nguyen instead of staying here to help me. Uncle Kong seemed to have calmed down a bit. When will your master be able to get here? This old man wants to discuss the matter of the Silver Snow City and the Blood Soul Villa with him. I scratched my head innocently. My master is an old wanderer. How would I know when he'll arrive? The old man was fuming but pretended to be aggrieved. Are you really going to let this old man carry this burden all by himself? I said confidently. How could you be alone? I will fight alongside you. Uncle Kong looked disappointed. Brat, what the hell can you possibly do? Silver Snow City and Blood Soul Villa. Either one of them has more than 10 Supreme Divine Xuan experts. They could kill you just by blowing on you. I asserted firmly. Don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There's always a way forward. Besides, don't we still have you, Senior? At this, Uncle Kong was speechless. Kid, this old man is only one person. My strength is limited, and sometimes I'm simply powerless to do what I wish. I came up with an idea. I've already thought about this. Even though both sides have a supreme expert holding down the fort. But to deal with my June family, they surely wouldn't lower themselves to act personally. As long as the Supreme of Snow and the Supreme of Absolute Heaven don't make a move, is there anyone else from those two places that you, the Eagle Supreme, can't handle? Uncle Kong suddenly realized. You're right. Aside from Han Feng Shui and Li Juetian, the rest of the people in Silver Snow City and Blood Soul Villa are nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs in my eyes. Even those at the middle stage of the Divine Xuan realm are no exception. They couldn't withstand a single blow from me. I thought to myself, asterisk, of course, asterisk. I just gave this old geezer a bamboo pole, and he's already trying to climb to the heavens with it. I turned back, looking for advice. There's something I'm a little unclear about. Above the earth, Xuan realm is the Sky Xuan realm. Above the Sky Xuan realm is the Supreme Divine Xuan realm, which is rumored to be the highest realm of Xuan Qi. But the 8 Great Supremes are stronger than ordinary Divine Xuan experts. Wasn't that 6th Elder also a Divine Xuan expert? Yet you defeated him with just a casual move. Is there some other distinction within the realm? Within the Divine Xuan realm, there are the 12 grades of Divine Xuan. Each step is like ascending to the heavens. So, what grade are you? Uncle Kong answered honestly. This old man and that old fellow Feng Huan Yun are both currently at the 5th grade realm. That makes us the lowest grade among the 8 Great Supremes. I wonder if I'll even be able to break through to the 6th grade before I die. The 5th grade is the Divine Profound Realm. Above the 5th grade is the Frost Sovereign. The worldly legend of the Divine Profound Sovereign means that to become a Frost Sovereign, one must first reach the Divine Profound Realm. I asked further, so Yun Bei Chen and Lei Juetian must be at the 12th grade of the Divine Profound Realm then? He immediately refuted it. Definitely not. The highest Yun Bei Chen can be is the 8th grade of the Divine Profound Realm. Anything higher is impossible. I finally understood. So, that's how it is. In that case, if someone breaks through from the 8th grade to the 9th grade, would they be #1 under the heavens? The old man didn't explain further. Above the 8th grade of the divine profound realm is a whole new horizon, a realm that even I am not qualified to know about. In the current world, only Yun Bei Chen, Lei Juetian, and that person in the vast heavenly punishment forest are qualified to discuss it. I now had a clearer understanding that there was such an ancient way of classifying strength. I recalled the past. I only knew what Grandpa and Uncle June had told me before. It's only thanks to Uncle Ying that I now know about these things, which go beyond the common worldly rumors. So, in the future, if I come into contact with Yun Bei Chen or others, might I learn about even newer realms? I inquired about the details of Silver Snow City and the Blood Soul Mountain Villa. Do you know something special about this matter? The old man replied, this old man can only say that your June family is merely a secular family. Facing Silver Snow City, the fact that you have survived until now is already no small miracle. I still couldn't believe it. Is Silver Snow City really that powerful? Do we truly not have even a sliver of a chance to win? He explained, if it were just those few great elders, of course, they wouldn't be worth mentioning. But the problem right now is that you have provoked the Sea family of Silver Snow City. This is no different from wanting to confront Silver Snow City head-on. I was still puzzled. Isn't the city lord of Silver Snow City surnamed Han? Why do you say that provoking the Sai family is the same as directly opposing the entire city? He began to recount a story he knew. This matter is related to a secret. 300 years ago, in the Jianghu, there was a great sect called the Supreme Advancement Alliance. It commanded more than half of the unorthodox sects in the Jianghu. Its prestige was overwhelming and its power was immense. You could say it was an unrivaled hegemon under the heavens. That was until the young master of the Supreme Advancement Alliance, Yu Lin Feng, had a chance encounter with a certain lady. That lady was as beautiful as a painting, with unparalleled grace. She was known as the Nine Heavens Jade Phoenix. Kong Yan Luo was recognized at the time as the #1 beauty under the heavens. At that moment, the tragedy began. The moment Yu Lin Feng saw her, he was smitten, using every trick and dispatching countless experts to have her. But all his efforts were in vain. Seeing that he could not win the beauty's heart, Yu Lin Feng finally decided to resort to lethal means, even if it meant wiping out the entire Kong family. At this point, I was still full of questions. Why was this so similar to what the Blood Soul Mountain Villa was doing to Guanqing Han? The old man continued, but just as Kong Yan Luo was about to meet her tragic end, she was suddenly rescued by 3 men and escaped far away. Afterward, she and the leader of the 3 fell in love and became husband and wife. And on another night, Yu Lin Feng was killed by the 3 men working together, his head separated from his body. The 3 sworn brothers became enemies with the Supreme Advancement Alliance and established their own force on Supreme Mountain. 20 years later, their cultivation had greatly improved, and they descended the mountain for revenge, causing the complete collapse of the Supreme Advancement Alliance. However, in the final battle against Yu Zhan Yun, Xiao Jing Chen sacrificed himself to block a fatal blow for Han Xiaojiao, perishing together with Yu Zhan Yun. Heartbroken by the death of his sworn brother, Han Xiaojiao cut off 2 of his own fingers and swore an oath, as long as Silver City stands, the Xiao family will endure forever. This vow shall never betray our ancestors. Having heard this much, I finally understand the root of the story. I never expected such a tale was hidden behind it all. The old man reiterated, you understand now, don't you? For your June family to face the Xiao family is no different from facing the entire snowy Silver City. There's truly not much difference. I really don't know how Third Uncle's woman managed to pull off such a difficult task. I also wondered, with the Zhao family's status in snowy Silver City, since they already attacked the June family back then, why didn't they just eradicate us completely? Who knows what price Han Xiaojiao had to pay, or how much effort she had to exert, just to prevent the June family from being completely wiped out. My expression changed as I asked him, Old Eagle, you just said you're a 5th grade spirit Xuan, at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm, but advancing to the 6th grade isn't an easy task, is it? The old man nodded. That's more or less correct. Little friend, just say whatever's on your mind. I spoke directly. My master is obsessed with pill refinement, and a few years ago, he developed a very good pill. This pill can raise a person's cultivation level. You understand the implications of that, right? He understood the hidden meaning in my words. What are your conditions? I didn't beat around the bush. I only have one request. If the day comes when our June family marches on snowy Silver City to seek revenge against the Xiao family, to end the grudge between us, and to rescue Tam Thom, I need you to come to the market and lend us a hand. The man agreed without hesitation. All right, is that all? I confirmed his words. It's a deal. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Soul Gang, a subordinate ran in excitedly. Gang leader, the Golden Sun Gang, has replied to our letter. The leader of the Dragon Soul Gang asked expectantly. A reply? You mean to our letter proposing an alliance? His subordinate nodded. It must be that one, sir. The leader of the Dragon Soul Gang eagerly opened the letter. They finally replied, Our situation has been getting more and more tense. If we can form an alliance, at least we'll have some backing. But before he even finished reading, his face darkened. His subordinate asked anxiously, Gang leader, did the Golden Sun Gang refuse the alliance? The enraged leader of the Dragon Soul Gang tore the letter to shreds. They dare demand our Dragon Soul Gang to surrender and submit? Who the hell does Jin Fengli think he is? On what grounds does he expect us to bow our heads and surrender? Just then, the door to his mansion was blown open. He shouted in anger, Who goes there? A man named Zhan Feng, emanating a powerful killing intent, strode in with an imposing aura. The gang leader's subordinate recognized the killing intent from the man before them, a heavenly Xuan expert. The leader of the Dragon Soul Gang stammered, May I ask who you are, senior? The man gave him two choices. The Golden Sun Gang will become the overlord of the capital's underworld. You have two choices, submit or die. The leader of the Dragon Soul Gang still tried to probe for information. Which esteemed expert might you be? The conflict between our two gangs is a matter for the martial world. With your great power, is there a need to interfere so forcefully? Zhan Feng directly stated his identity. This seat is the current leader of the Golden Sun Gang. Hearing this title, the leader of the Dragon Soul Gang was terrified. As for Zhan Feng, he simply uttered a single word, as if giving an order, kill. Surrounded with no escape, the Dragon Soul Gang leader could only retreat cautiously. Zhan Feng threatened with eyes full of killing intent. I will count to 3. Surrender and live, resist and die. I will spare no one. The subordinates behind him worriedly called out, Gang leader. Seeing the man raise one finger to start the count, he immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately after, Zhan Feng raised his hand, signaling the archers to get ready. The entire squad instantly went into formation. Faced with this situation, the leader of the Dragon Soul Gang could only surrender helplessly. Wait, I agree to submit, the man smiled smugly. Since that's the case, from now on, we are all one family. As he finished speaking, Zhan Feng ordered Feng Li to take charge of the Dragon Soul Gang. Upon receiving the order, the man solemnly complied. The leader of the Dragon Soul Gang couldn't help but be stunned by Feng Li's appearance. He laughed. That's right, it's me. This seat has abdicated to a more worthy person today. Are you surprised? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What an impressive display. With just a few cheap words, you've managed to subdue an entire gang. It turns out that voice belonged to Jian Hong, a heavenly profound expert, truly no ordinary person. Zhuo Fan and Feng Lai immediately furrowed their brows warily, asking who had just spoken. The man arrogantly declared, The capital's underworld is a big piece of the pie, not something you can enjoy all by yourself. Even if you've swallowed it, you'll have to spit it out for me. As he was speaking, Jian Hong was suddenly stunned, as if he had seen something incredible. Zhuo Fan didn't waste words, he simply scoffed and circulated his internal energy, preparing to fight. A confident smile remained on his face as he said, So you want to come and snatch it away? The strong prey on the weak, and the winner is the true powerhouse. That's the rule of the game. Jian Hong had also regained his composure, a heavenly profound expert, truly a rare sight. Then, the two of them gritted their teeth and charged forward, starting an intense battle. Both unleashed their full power, rushing at each other at high speed. Zhuo Fan and Jian Hong were both determined to fight to the end. The torrent of their powers clashed, creating dazzling sparks of electricity. Down below, Yuquan's man saw the situation and stealthily rushed towards the two of them. He insidiously wanted to help Jian Hong take down Zhuo Fan. Suddenly, he sensed something and whipped his head around. In the blink of an eye, Yuquan's man's fist had already reached Zhuo Fan. He defended warily. This is the heartless cold-blood finger. Are you perhaps a disciple of the Cold Snow Supreme, Li Wubei? Being recognized, he wasn't fazed at all. You have some knowledge to recognize my heartless cold-blood finger. Now that you've recognized it, why don't you hurry up and kneel? Provoked, Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows and roared back at him to keep dreaming. Yuquan's man smirked smugly. Jade Wave White Snow Sword. So you're a disciple of the Yilan Supreme. Since we're both disciples of the 8 Great Supremes, let's see who is superior today. He didn't refuse. Fighting here is inconvenient. Do you dare to follow me elsewhere to battle? Jian Hong immediately agreed. The loser will have to withdraw from the contest for hegemony over the capital's underworld. With that said, the three of them immediately moved to another location, leaving only Feng Li and the gang leader of the Dragon Soul Gang behind. Feng Li looked at him with a calculating expression. Let's go and confer, and see how we should best play our cards. Meanwhile, at Wind Snow Silver City, a group of people was moving through the main hall. They were on their way to welcome 2 special guests. The leader of the Wind Snow Silver City delegation spoke up, respectfully welcoming the city lord and paying respects to the matriarch, as the 2 special guests gradually came into view. It was none other than the city lord and matriarch of Wind, Snow, Silver City. The city lord gestured for them to dispense with the formalities. The great elder began to speak. I have invited you all here today because there is an important matter to discuss. The city lord asked, Is this news from Heavenly Fragrance City? The old man immediately confirmed. This is a message sent back from our agent in Heavenly Fragrance City. He hesitantly continued. The information within is rather alarming. The city lord's face darkened as he read the message in his hand. I can't believe something like this happened. He held out the message and asked everyone to take a look, and then to share their thoughts. The people of Silver Snow City read the letter's contents aloud in unison, expressing their disbelief that such things could have happened. The Great Elder spoke up, saying that so much had happened in just a few days, and that kid from the June family, ignorant of his own limits, had somehow completely healed from his injuries. A truly rare occurrence. Before the elder could finish, the city lord cut in to probe him. Great Elder, by gathering everyone here, you must have already thought this through. He asserted that Ying Bo, disregarding his esteemed status, had blatantly humiliated Old Sixth, thereby damaging the prestige of Silver Snow City. Therefore, he must be severely punished to uphold the city's honor and prestige. This is the first matter, the city lord said grimly. If there is a first matter, then there must be a second. The elder continued without hesitation. The soul-continuing jade is a treasure of our Xiao family, a divine artifact in the mortal world. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of an outsider. This jade must be retrieved. He then proposed a plan, so no matter what, we must first send someone over. If the person with the jade is truly in danger, we can investigate the news at the same time. If the jade's existence is just a baseless rumor, we will immediately move to take it back. The Great Elder still had more to say. Third is the June family. A mere secular clan, yet they dare to provoke the authority of our Silver Snow City. I propose we exterminate the entire clan. The city lord immediately voiced his strong opposition. Do you want what happened 10 years ago to repeat itself? The Great Elder tried to persuade him with all sorts of reasons, but the city lord simply replied softly. The root of this matter also stems from the Xiao family. His eyes sank. The Xiao family has already crippled 4 key members of the Jun family, including Jun Wu Yi. Do you all want to make a mistake even worse? The elder was still determined to persuade the city lord, but he was cut off. This matter needs to be discussed more carefully. Have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? Do you want to push our dear Jiaoer to her death? Faced with the city lord's words, the great elder could only sigh helplessly. 10 years ago, when Yan Jiao returned to Silver City and heard that the Xiao family was dealing with the Jun family, she went into a frenzy. In front of Han Yanmeng and the Great Elder, she severed her own meridians, vowing to live and die together with the Jun family. Her life was barely snatched back from the hands of death by the old city lord. The Xiao family, thinking the matter was over, then made another move against the Jun family. She then begged the Great Elder to retract his order. He was forced to cancel his secret plan against the Jun family, but precisely because Yan Jiao had risked her life twice to save them, the Great Elder's dream of making her his daughter-in-law was shattered, leaving him utterly furious. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Yan Jiao was residing on a snowy, icy cliff. She held a letter in her hand, tears streaming down her face. It's really him. His injuries have healed so much. The heavens are truly watching over us. With those words, Yan Jiao suddenly knelt down, thanking the heavens for healing him. Please, oh heavens, grant him happiness. This humble girl is willing to trade 10 years, even 20 years of her life, for Wu Yi's safety. Her voice echoed in the snowy wind. Though you and I cannot live in the same place, I will forever be your Jiaoer. Meanwhile, at the Jun family's manor, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by Tang Yuan. Third young master, wake up! The sun is already high in the sky. Mo Ta woke up with a groan. So noisy. What are you doing? With those words, his jaw dropped and his eyes went wide with utter shock at the sight before him. Tang Yuan was dressed up as a woman with hideous makeup, striking a cringy pose and asking, Am I beautiful? Mo Ta immediately gagged. Don't you know that face of yours, caked in makeup, could scare someone to death? With that much powder on, are you trying to impersonate a ghost? After calming down for a moment, he asked seriously, Why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Tang Yuan stammered, Didn't you say you'd go with me to see Miss Sun? Mo Ta pretended not to remember. Miss Sun? Who's that? Isn't she the fiancée you lost in a bet? He got so flustered he lashed out, calling him a cow for constantly harping on about the same thing, claiming it was the only mistake he'd ever made. Let's not talk about this anymore. We don't look too bad right now, do we? Mo Ta gave a stiff smile. Indeed, he looked much more slender. Hearing this, Tang Yuan became excited. Since it was his first time meeting Miss Sun, making a good impression was paramount. After a while, the two finally arrived at Julu. Mo Ta spoke up, Fatty Tang, don't tell me you arranged to meet your fiancé here. I'm surprised. Weren't you the one who picked this location? Tang Yuan was confused. It wasn't me, but what's wrong with meeting at Julu? I think it's perfectly fine. Mo Ta gave a knowing smile. A woman who suggests meeting her fiancé at a place like Julu. It seems your future wife is no ordinary person. Tang Yuan didn't get it at all. I don't see the problem. If we don't meet at Julu, are we supposed to meet at a doctor's office? Now, that would be weird. Suddenly, something darted towards them. Xiao Bai appeared from nowhere and leaped into Mo Ta's arms. He picked the little creature up in surprise. Little guy, why are you here too? Could it be? The two of them, along with Xiao Bai, headed inside, with Tang Yuan eagerly looking for Miss Sunday. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Yi up ahead with a man. Mo Ta guessed it must be her big brother, escorting her here. Tang Yuan mentioned, I heard that for this meeting, Minister's son spent a fortune and pulled a lot of strings to book the entire Ju Lu. He frowned slightly. Besides Miss Dugu, there wasn't another woman in here. With this in mind, Mo Ta asked Tang Yuan if he had ever met his fiancée, Miss Sunday. He answered honestly, never. My fiancée is a sheltered lady from a noble family who never leaves her home. How could an ordinary person possibly meet her? Just then, Xiao Yi called out, Big brother Mo Ta, come over here. She moved closer to him. I knew you'd definitely come with the fatty, so I pestered Sister Sun and insisted on coming along with her. Feeling uncomfortable, Mo Ta changed the subject. Miss Dugu, it seems we are fated to meet. But where is this Sister Sun you mentioned? Xiao Yi, holding Xiao Bai, pouted. Are you still going to call me Miss Dugu? She said huffily. Sister Sun is right here. Tang Yuan and Mo Ta stared blankly at the other person, who, upon hearing this, slowly turned around. Xiao Mei greeted them cheerfully. You must be the third young master of the Jun family. And you, my future husband, Tang Yuan? Hearing her introduce herself as son Xiao Mei, he immediately went wide-eyed and his jaw dropped, unable to speak. Mo Ta fought to suppress a smirk. What a well-matched pair, truly a match made in heaven. He silently assessed her. This girl had her hair in a man's topknot and held a fist salute, carrying the distinct air of a martial general. At that moment, Tang Yuan collapsed in utter despair, much to the confusion of the other three. Xiao Mei spoke softly. It seems I have given my fiancée quite a scare. Please, have a seat. Third young master Jun, Xiao Yi explained. Sister Sun's appearance may not be outstanding, but she is incredibly kind-hearted. She's plain on the outside but brilliant on the inside, intelligent, decisive, and has a magnanimous personality, which is why we all adore her. Mo Ta replied politely, Not bad at all. He smiled to himself, thinking that this Miss Sun, whether in her actions or words, was indeed far superior to many of the vulgar common men out there. While pouring tea, Xiao Mei started a conversation. Third young master Jun, you seem very knowledgeable, quite unlike the rumors out there. Mo Ta asked in return, How am I different? She replied, To be honest, I didn't come here today for Tang Yuan. My marriage to Tang Yuan was arranged by our parents. As a woman, and a lonely one at that, I had long since accepted my fate. For the past 5 years, I have recorded everything Tang Yuan has done, including where he went each day, every word he spoke, and all of his motives. I know every single detail like the back of my hand. Mo Ta felt a slight worry in his heart. Oh no, this fat guy is in for a world of hurt. Xiao Mei honestly shared that Tang Yuan is not a good person, much less a gentleman. However, he is a genuine person, who speaks his mind. He smirked with interest. This assessment could be said to have hit the nail right on the head. She continued to confess. He doesn't hide his likes or dislikes, and I like people like that. So even though his reputation is bad, and he's as fat as a pig, I have no issue with that at all. This Sun Xiao Mei, this great young lady, could speak so boldly about her own appearance. And moreover, she wasn't secretive about her own marriage. There was nothing to hide, truly worthy of being called a heroine. Looking at Mo Ta, she thought to herself, I had heard of the third young master's great name before, and I also saw you, young master, help Tang Yuan and the Han family avoid embarrassment. This little lady is very grateful. With your intelligence, young master, you can probably guess the reason why this little lady came to meet you two today. Mo Ta seriously got straight to the point. Why did you have to meet me? She confidently replied, First, I wanted to see just how fat my future fiancé is, and second, which is the most important reason I came today, is to meet you. Third young master Jun. I have 2 best sisters, one who hates you to the bone. Then Xiao Mei glanced at Xiao Yi, making her freeze, and the other one has deep feelings of affection for you. Xiao Yi shyly glared at Xiao Mei in embarrassment. Mo Ta smirked. I wonder who this deeply affectionate sister of yours is to have such good taste. She immediately gave Xiao Mei a pitiful look, begging her not to reveal her identity. Xiao Mei said cryptically, That person is far away at the horizon, yet right before your eyes. Third young master Jun, you've even accepted the token. Are you playing dumb now? Mentioning the engagement token, the image of Xiao Yi finally came to Mo Ta's mind. Seeing her shy and embarrassed demeanor, he finally started to figure it out. Mo Ta couldn't believe his lifelong commitment was being decided by a little girl just like that, without any discussion. Xiao Mei noticed the situation was getting awkward, so she spoke up to ease the tension. Now I can finally understand why that other sister of mine hates you to the bone, a truly deep-seated hatred. As for the other sister who is so devoted to you, it's not entirely without reason. Mo Ta frowned. Miss Sun, your words are very confusing. I still don't understand what your purpose is in coming here today. Xiao Mei replied arrogantly. You don't understand? Good. If you actually understood, it would instead bring misfortune to the women of our family. I have one more thing I'm very curious about. Just how many people in this world can actually catch your eye? Mota was now genuinely provoked. What did you say? Xiao Mei didn't flinch. You should learn to restrain yourself. After all, now is not the time for you to be arrogant. Seeing this, he couldn't help but admire her. This girl is truly formidable, with a careful and meticulous mind, and a super strong sixth sense. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have been able to sense the arrogance I was hiding. Suddenly, Xiao Mei turned to encourage Xiao Yi. Your taste in men isn't bad, but it didn't stop there. Her expression changed, becoming cold and stern as she said, It's just a pity that. She got a little worried. A pity for what, sister son? Xiao Mei changed her tune again, smiling as she patted Xiao Yi's head. It's just a pity that you are still too young. That's what she said on the surface, but in her heart, she believed that a man like Mo Ta couldn't be held onto by any woman. I'm afraid she will have to suffer in the future. At the same time, Mo Ta was secretly admiring Xiao Mei. What a talent. If she and Tang Yuan were to become a couple, then he would gain a powerful ally. Xiao Mei then turned and gave Tang Yuan a kick. Stop playing dead. Get up and come home with me. My father wants to see you. He shot up and yelled, You dark-faced girls, stay away from me. Who wants to go to your house? I don't care who you love. Just don't come after me. Duang Nguyen's uncontrolled words successfully infuriated Xiao Mei, and she reached out to grab his hand forcefully. Then Xiao Mei just dragged Duang Nguyen away, no matter how much he struggled and cried for help. Soon, only Xiao Yi and Mo Ta were left sitting opposite each other, the atmosphere indescribably awkward. She complained silently, How could my dear older sister sell me out like that? Xiao Yi was still embarrassed because Xiao Mei had said things she shouldn't have in front of Mo Ta. On the other side, seeing her constantly fidgeting, he asked in confusion, Do you have a worm under your butt? Xiao Yi immediately snapped, You're the one with a worm under your butt. You hate me. Seeing this, Mo Ta just calmly and coldly replied with 2 words, So what? When she didn't speak, he prepared to leave. At this moment, Xiao Yi finally calmed down, her eyes filled with determination. She questioned him, You caused such a big problem for me, and now you plan to just leave? Mo Ta frowned in annoyance and asked what she meant by the problem. She explained, Look at Xiao Bai Bai. An 8th grade iron scale leopard cub has never existed before. Now it's living in my house. Isn't that a huge mess? For the past few days, the capital city has been in an uproar, and everyone is pressuring my father and me to find out what's going on. Mo Ta asked sternly. So what did your father say? Xiao Yi defiantly recounted her father's words. How the hell would I know what happened? If not, I'll give you a punch, and you can all go to hell and ask the 2 iron scale leopards yourselves. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your father is truly a genius. That idea was brilliant, she chimed in. I thought so too. As soon as my father said that, the whole crowd ran for the hills. Then suddenly, Xiao Yi became serious. Xiao Bai Bai is mine. No one can have any designs on it. It's also the witness to our relationship. Our family received an invitation from the Jun family yesterday. Mo Ta was a little surprised to hear her say this. Xiao Yi said sulkily, If we hadn't received this invitation, I wouldn't have known that you made such a huge bet with my father. What's this about 10,000 taels a jar? That's right. Did my father force you to make that bet? He didn't hide his arrogance at all. It was my idea. How could I, this young master with my unparalleled intelligence, be forced by someone else? Mo Ta stroked his chin, calculating. Once I win the auction, the Dugu clan will immediately owe me a debt unprecedented on this continent. However, when that time comes, what will General Dugu use to repay this debt? Xiao Yi worried. Are you confident? I don't understand why you'd agree to such an unfair bet with my father. He awkwardly scratched his face. Well, whether it's fair or not is really hard to say, Xiao Yi said resolutely. If not, I'll go see my father tomorrow. If he tries to give you a hard time, I'll just cry my eyes out. In any case, I can't let my father bully you. Mo Ta gently patted her head. Silly girl, don't worry. I won't be at a disadvantage. Xiao Yi blushed beet red and stammered. Are you leaving? I'm fine. Although she said that, in her heart, she was regretful. We finally got to meet after so long. Why didn't he ask me to stay? He was also a bit flustered at this moment. Turns out this little girl grew up to be so beautiful, not losing out to any beauty. Mo Ta just stared at her blankly. Xiao Yi spoke up in embarrassment. You fool! Didn't you say you had to go? Why aren't you leaving yet? Are you dazed? He scratched his nose and said frankly. Seeing this little girl's gorgeous face, I almost didn't want to leave. If you hadn't spoken up to snap me out of it, I nearly would have turned into a pervert. Xiao Yi put on an arrogant air, as if I'd be afraid of a pervert like you. If you have something to do, then hurry up and go. Suddenly, Mo Xie reached out and touched Xiao Yi's cheek, startling her. He quickly pulled his hand back and smiled charmingly. So beautiful. With that, Mo Xie leaned close to Xiao Yi's ear and whispered, "Well, I'm off then." She touched her face and watched his retreating figure. "I'll come see you tomorrow." Mo Xie waved back in agreement. As he walked, he wondered, "It wasn't anything special, so why am I in such a good mood?" Suddenly, Mo Xie jolted as he realized something was wrong. Crap, was I actually bewitched by that girl? The image of Xiao Yi's shy expression flashed in his mind. What a headache. This body is only 16 years old, I think. Seriously, puppy love is a bad idea. But isn't this a special kind of trial from the heavens? A while later, Mo Xie had returned to the June residence. The moment old Kong saw him from a distance, he rushed over. "You brat! You finally decided to come home. Today, this old man has comprehended a few new techniques," he said arrogantly, wanting to show off. "Brat, get over here and take a look." Mo Xie looked annoyed. "I'm busy. Don't bother me." He cursed inwardly that the old man had ruined his beautiful daydream. Old Kong was disappointed. What's with him? Just a moment ago, he came back with a blissful smile on his face. Why did he get so angry the second I spoke to him? Meanwhile, in several other noble households, a servant respectfully announced to his master that an invitation had arrived. The old man took the invitation, wondering, what invitation is this? Inside, the three large, bold words, Aristocrat Hall, were written. Looking closer, he saw several different seals. He trembled as he looked at it. Not only was there the private seal of the Jun family's Jun Wuyi and the seal of the Tang family, but above them was the seal of the Equality King's Manor, the only king with a different surname in the Tianxiang Empire. "This is bad. It says here that it will officially begin in 3 days. Quickly, inform everyone to prepare immediately and thoroughly." 3 days later, this invitation officially became a proof of status for the noble families in Tianxiang City, something 1,000 pieces of gold couldn't buy. Everyone stood in a massive line, just waiting for the moment the doors opened. People swarmed inside to look around, glancing about as they walked. "It's already early autumn, and yet they can still grow such extravagant potted flowers," someone exclaimed. The crowd behind them chimed in with flattery, as expected of the aristocrat hall. At that moment, the sound of a bamboo flute suddenly drifted from an unknown source. People whispered amongst themselves, "It's clearly just a normal auction, yet it feels both elegant and luxurious." I think regardless of today's auction results, just being here is a great reward in itself. At the front gate, guards and maids bowed respectfully to welcome the guests. Tang Yuan looked at the crowd and said, "Third young master, it's only the first day, and it's already this crowded. It seems spending the capital to renovate this place wasn't a waste after all. You're really clever." Mo Xie smiled smugly. "This is just the first day. Just you wait and see. The real show has yet to begin." Meanwhile, not too far away, at the Imperial Palace, a gentleman spoke up. To think that someone in Tianxiang City could come up with such a brilliant idea. Yi Guhan looked at the Go board where his opponent had just played a move and couldn't help but praise them. Shangguan Wushu said, "No matter how good that person's wine is, even if it's the rarest in the world, it can't possibly be worth 10,000 taels a jar. But this move can make the nobles in the capital city become competitive, not only selling for 10 or 20,000 per jar, but possibly even much more." Huai Yu disagreed. This decision seems simple, something anyone could think of, but upon careful consideration, it's not like that at all. He arrogantly scoffed. "Then please, listen carefully." He carefully analyzed that, to execute this plan, one must first understand human nature. The weaknesses of human nature, especially the psychology of the rich and powerful, as long as you can grasp and understand these weaknesses of the human heart, anyone can navigate the court with ease and advance without hindrance. Furthermore, those who enter today will absolutely not leave empty-handed. If they can get into a place like that, they certainly won't care about a few trivial taels of silver. Huai Yu emphasized, what they truly care about is face. Shang Wu now understood his point. Huai Yu continued. Regarding the invitations, you see, in the capital's merchant world, there are 3 great families. The most famous ones form a tripod of power, but on the invitation list, the names of the other 2 families were nowhere to be found, even though everyone knows they also have fortunes worth billions. Why didn't they get invited? Shang Wu guessed. The long-standing balance of power is being broken, which will lead to conflict. After hearing this, Huai Yu decisively confirmed, "That's right. They use the same tactic for other major industries, only inviting the most powerful representative from each sector. You could say these people are the best of the best. If only such talented people could be used by me." He trailed off, hesitating with a look of regret. Shang Wu assessed, although this person is formidable, he still needs to borrow the power of the 3 great families. He doesn't have the ability to stir up such a huge storm on his own. Huai Yu didn't argue. "But this is indeed a spectacular auction." He looked at him seriously. "Mr. Wen, are you interested in going with me to check it out?" Shang Wu looked at Huai Yu with a calculating gaze. Is your majesty tempted? He laughed with great interest. With something this interesting, how could I not be tempted? I also want to taste what could possibly be worth 10,000 taels of silver a jar. Shang Wu clasped his hands behind his back. If that is the case, then this old man shall accompany your majesty on this trip. Huai Yu said confidently. With you by my side, mister, this is foolproof, however. We need to find someone to get us inside, as we don't have an invitation. He schemed. I heard the three princes and Princess Ling Meng of Dingxia all have invitations. Does your majesty wish to go in with the princess? He gave an interested smile. It'll be a good opportunity to see just how fiercely my three sons are competing against each other. Returning to the estate of the Tang noble, a horse-drawn carriage was parked at the main gate. Wudi stepped out of the carriage and asked the attendant beside him, "Is this the place?" In response to Jun Wuhui's greeting, he replied, "The Jun family is starting a new business. How could I not come to offer my congratulations?" Wudi beamed. "How could I trouble my third younger brother to come and greet me personally? We're practically family." He replied politely. Throughout the entire capital, the only person who could make me, Wu Hui, come out to greet them personally is Dugu Xuan. How could I dare to delay? Wudi thought to himself. Big brother. Third brother has forgiven me. He called me Big Brother Dugu again. I'm so happy. I'm truly so happy. Just then, a group of people suddenly galloped into the capital on horseback. A loud voice announced, "The Murong clan has arrived." Rows of guards stood at attention. The people arriving and walking in were Tianjun and Yuer. Following them was the younger brother of the old clan head, Murong Fengyun, the number 2 figure in the family. The old man being supported was Murong Fengyu. Suddenly, an extremely jarring, mocking voice called out, "The Murong clan? Are they really all that great?" Xiao Han stepped forward, his voice full of contempt, his arrogant demeanor on full display. Tianjun was provoked and became furious. Who would dare to be so bold? Do they have a death wish? Xiao Han gritted his teeth. Things haven't been going smoothly for Silver Snow City lately. It was bad enough that this noble pavilion opened right across from the Precious Meat Pavilion. He had just managed to secure the mission to represent the Precious Meat Pavilion at the medical convention, only to be splashed with mud and dust by a carriage upon arrival. Tianjun continued to shout even louder. "You people in mourning clothes, are you looking to die?" he thought to himself. "I'm also having a terrible day, 100 things going wrong. I wanted to find Princess Ling Meng, but my own subordinate gave me the wrong information. It completely shattered all my hopes, and I was just looking for someone to vent on." Feng Yu, from behind, coughed a few times as a reminder. This junior was indeed rude. "This old man apologizes to you, sir. Judging by your attire, sir, you must be a hero of Silver Snow City. I wonder, what is your relationship with Sir Xiao Buyu?" Xiao Han replied, "I am an elder in Xiao Buyu's clan. Thank you for your concern," while inwardly assessing the man. This old man is truly cunning. First he apologizes, then he brings up elders, making it impossible for me to vent my anger. Feng Yu immediately bowed in gratitude. "In that case, we are not outsiders. Regarding what just happened, my Murong family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, sir. I hope you can forgive us, sir," he said with an extremely humble attitude. Xiao Han just snorted coldly, bluntly rejecting his goodwill. Suddenly, the sound of another carriage was heard. The surrounding crowd started whispering and pointing in one direction. It was the royal carriage. The princes have arrived. Inside that carriage was an unhappy Ling Meng. She didn't understand what her imperial father was thinking, stopping after just a short distance, leaving the 3 princes' carriages all lined up behind. Annoyed, she gently lifted the bamboo curtain. It was as if he intentionally wanted to stir up conflict among the 3 princes over who would arrive first and who would arrive last. As soon as she lifted the curtain, a very dangerous scene unfolded right before her eyes. 2 carriages were racing against each other. Ahead, one carriage was rushing forward at high speed, while another was running parallel to it, keeping pace. Those 2 parallel carriages were about to crash straight into another carriage up ahead, causing a stir among the surrounding people. That's the carriage of the Equality Prince's mansion. The carriages of the 3 princes and the Equality Prince's mansion are about to collide. At this moment, inside the auction house, Jun Wuyi called out to Mo Xie. He advised him, "To resolve this matter well, you'll need to use some hooligan tactics. You're the most suitable person for the job. Don't just stand there arrogantly. This is what they call it takes a villain to deal with a villain, and this is also your best quality." He pondered thoughtfully. What kind of talk is this? What does he mean I'm suitable for despicable hooligan tactics? And what's this about? It takes a villain to deal with a villain. How can I be called a villain? Suddenly, Xiao Han, Yan Meng, and Xue Tong walked over, interrupting his train of thought. Seeing Mo Xie, she puffed up her cheeks and showed a look of disgust. He wasn't too happy either. "This is troublesome. Why did I have to run into this person?" Yan Meng stepped forward to provoke him. "Hey, little June boy, hurry up and call me Little Auntie. Little Auntie will give you something good." Moshe was annoyed. I say, you little brat. You don't know anything, do you? You still reek of milk, yet you want to promote yourself to be someone else's elder. Move aside, I have matters to attend to. But she wasn't about to let him go that easily. Yan Meng spread her arms. You look like you're in a hurry. If you don't call me little auntie, I won't let you pass. Moshe sighed and gave in. Fine, I'm scared of you. He gently did as she asked, but intentionally mispronounced it, calling her hell. Innocent Yan Meng didn't understand. Seeing Mo Ta doing as he pleased, she smiled brightly. Be good and go now. If anything happens later, tell your little auntie right away. Little auntie will protect you. But before she could finish her sentence, he had already taken the opportunity to dash away. A stunned Yan Meng now molded over. He just called me little auntie. Something seems off about that. At this moment, Mo Ta had already quickly reached the outskirts of the city. The third prince was currently questioning Yang Mo. Isn't this our cousin Mo Mo? Why don't you know how to greet your older cousins when you see them? The older you get, the more ill-mannered you become. The frightened boy immediately bowed respectfully and stammered a greeting to him, but the third prince was cold. Third Highness? What Third Highness? The First Highness and Second Highness are over there too. Can't you say a single proper sentence? Your etiquette is a mess. Do you think you're above everyone else? Being intentionally picked on by him, Yang Mo could only well up with tears of grievance. Ling Meng spoke up to defuse the situation. Third brother, that's enough. Mo Mo is still young. Why are you scaring him? The third prince retorted, so he doesn't need etiquette just because he's young? We are descendants of the imperial clan, of the heavenly emperor's nobility. How can we be compared to ordinary children? I just want to teach him what politeness is. Mo Ta stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. Aren't these the three princely highnesses? Why are you loitering at the door instead of coming in? Does this not mean you're disrespecting my Jun family, the Tang family, and the Equality Prince's family? The third prince scowled in annoyance. Third young master Jun, this prince is teaching his own younger cousins. This matter has nothing to do with you. Mo Ta shot back at him. You're blocking the third manager of my aristocrat hall, and you dare say this has nothing to do with me? To put it simply, the business of my aristocrat hall is silver and gold, but on a grander scale, the aristocrat hall makes money. It will pay taxes to the national treasury. Your obstruction is causing the national treasury to lose revenue, preventing the state from collecting taxes. This affects the great matters of the nation's economy and the people's livelihood. Could it be that you intend to commit treason? The third prince yelled. Jun Mo Ta, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you accusing of treason? Mo Ta remained unfazed. What has our Tianxiang Empire ever done to wrong you? The people of the entire nation provide you with fine clothes and exquisite food, a life of riches and honor, and yet you want to rebel? Do you have any humanity left? He was rendered speechless by Mo Ta's words, seething with rage but having no argument to refute him. Mo Ta continued to provoke him. Is it not enough that you were born into the imperial clan as the third prince? Must you ascend to the supreme throne to be satisfied? Is it true that there is truly no family affection in the imperial clan? These words struck the third prince's sore spot, leaving him stunned. He immediately rushed to cover Mo Ta's mouth. Say no more. Do you want me dead? I know I was wrong. I will make it up to you later. Seeing his repentant attitude, Mo Ta felt a bit satisfied. He pushed the prince's hand away and put on a sad, disappointed expression. Then, Mo Ta suddenly changed his tune. It's a rare occasion for the three highnesses and Princess Ling Meng to personally grace our humble hall. The aristocrat hall is truly honored. Please, come inside. At this moment, the inside of the auction house was extremely crowded and bustling. The first prince stood observing and asked his attendant beside him, what do you think of the situation? Old Yan replied respectfully, this third young Master Jun is truly as mischievous as they come, perfectly matching the long-standing rumors. However, the way he handled today's matter can only be described as brilliant, truly hard to predict. If your highness thinks it's necessary, then you might want to observe him more carefully. The prince smirked. This kid really did surprise me. However, these kinds of roguish, rascally tactics are an absolute headache for others. As for observing him carefully, what do you all really think? The second prince and two others standing nearby had also witnessed the entire scene. Only De Thou was extremely bitter. He still hated Mosier for the previous humiliation and was determined to get revenge on him. Bak Van was calmer, thinking today's events were very strange. Huayu Weizhuang, who was behind Ling Meng, spoke up. Was that the legendary young master Jun Moshe? His current appearance is no different from a few years ago. What an interesting brat. Not only did she confirm it, but she also deliberately said it loudly for Mosier to hear. That's the scruffy and vulgar type. Interesting, you say? His ruffian-like appearance is disgusting. It makes one want to puke just looking at him. Mosier in turn welcomed the second prince and two other guests inside. But when it was De Thou's turn, he suddenly raised his hand and stopped him, a cunning smile on his face. Apologies, young Master Cheng. Each invitation card only allows for 3 people to enter. His Highness the Second Prince's party is already full. You can't enter. Perhaps you should go outside for some fresh air. We'll bring you some tea and pastries when we have time. Dethao angrily yelled right in Mosier's face. Why do I have to stand here? He replied, you are currently violating the rules of this hall. This young master is simply following the regulations. Naturally, I can't let you in. If anyone could just break the rules, how could this hall maintain its prestige? The man retorted, Jun Mo Shi, don't you think you're going too far? Mosier asked back with a disdainful look. So what if I'm bullying you? You want to bite me? Dethao's face turned beet red as he gritted his teeth and swore an oath. Then he angrily turned and left, muttering curses. Fine, I'll go. Ling Meng glanced at Moshe before also turning to leave. Watching her leave, Moshe thought to himself, Princess Ling Meng didn't bring any servant girls? Who are those 2 people in black robes? A moment later, Tang Yuan stood on the stage and began to speak. Greetings, everyone. I am the proprietor of the Noble Hall. My name is Tang Yuan. On behalf of Prince Dugu's manor, the Jun family, and the Tang family, I send my regards and warmly welcome all of you here today. The crowd below laughed upon hearing him speak. Tang Yuan fiddled with his hands and continued, The Noble Hall. What is nobility? So-called nobility are people of high class, people belonging to the upper echelons of society. Everyone knows, potatoes at the market are only 3 coins per caddy, but in a restaurant or brothel, even if you just slice it into 2,000 shreds, the price can go up to 20 taels of silver. Everyone in the audience burst out laughing. Ling Meng, embarrassed, blushed, and gritted her teeth, speechless. Tang Yuan's voice lowered as he asked again, Is this just about eating potatoes? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, No, this is about eating with style, eating with elegance, eating for status, eating for class, and even eating for the price tag. That is the true enjoyment of a genuine noble. Yang Mo turned to Moshe and teased, So being a noble means eating shredded potatoes? Moshe tilted his head and teased back, What's wrong? You seem to be in a good mood, little Miss Yang. The boy immediately frowned and scolded him. Don't call me little Miss Yang, Moshe continued. You coward. When others bully you, all you know is how to be a coward. You can't do anything else. How pathetic. Yang Mo said dejectedly, Big Brother June, what should I do now? Those 3 have been bullying me since we were kids. Big Brother June, please tell me. What should I do to gain the power to not be bullied by them? How can I avenge this humiliation? Moshe calmly replied, He's a prince, so just endure it. What can you do when you're not his equal? The boy lowered his gaze and continued, Why isn't my father the emperor? They are both sons of the emperor, so why is my father just a king, while my uncle is the emperor? He gently replied, How would I know? Maybe your father is just like you, bullied by others from childhood to adulthood. So when he grew up, he was even easier to bully, and of course, he couldn't become the emperor. Yang Mo clenched his fists with determination and said, I don't want to be bullied anymore, and I certainly don't want to be bullied when I grow up. If I become the emperor, will I not be bullied anymore? Wu Yi, sitting behind Mo Shi, coughed lightly. He thought to himself, weren't we just trying to comfort a child? How did the conversation turn to usurping the throne after just 2 or 3 sentences? On the stage, Tang Yuan was still rambling on. After hearing all that, the time has finally come. The auction for the fine wine will now officially begin. Everyone below immediately turned their gazes to the stage. The crowd began to murmur, a single cup to bury a lord, a single spear to wound an army. Song Lao San, the great heavenly profound expert, Song Lao San, is actually here selling wine? The aroma of the wine spread throughout the entire room. Everyone was stirred up, just based on the fragrance alone. It was truly worthy of its title as a heavenly grade fine wine. Glasses of the wine were brought out before everyone. Lao San took a glass and announced, the wine being auctioned today is precious because it has never before appeared on this continent. This is a supreme grade fine wine. Now, I invite all of you to have a glass to sample it, so you can see for yourselves what item you are bidding on. Huai Yu, sitting in the corner of the room, also caught the scent of the wine. He curiously reached for the glass on the table and then downed it in a single gulp. Huai Yu was thrilled by the flavor. His entire body began to tremble, and his face flushed red from intoxication. After tasting the wine in his glass, Meng Long smacked his lips in appreciation. It was truly worthy of being called a supreme grade fine wine. I wonder when they'll start the auction for this wine. This young master must acquire it. Wu Di shouted right in his face. Sit down before you speak! Where is your dignity? What are you shouting for? I've never seen anyone like you before. Can't you see who else is here? Do you have any of the grace of a nobleman at all? In his mind, he thought, he came here to see how Jun Moxie would be humiliated. 10,000 liang for a single jar of wine. What a joke. If he really can't handle it later, I'll just wash my hands of that little brat. Seeing Xiao Yi giggling beside him, Wu Di started teasing, "You're laughing so happily. How about tomorrow this old man finds someone to marry you off to?" She pouted and replied, "Father, you're just scared because you're about to lose, aren't you? It's 25 million liang. Even if we sold you, it wouldn't be enough." He continued, "What do you mean it's not enough? This old man has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If I don't have the money, I'll just use my daughter to pay the debt. Marrying you off to that brat to settle this debt would work out perfectly." Xiao Yi's face turned beet red. She was embarrassed but still retorted stubbornly, "I wouldn't want to," as if he's so great. On the other side, Wu Yi asked Moshe, "Nephew, aren't you going downstairs to watch?" He calmly replied, "I feel like something is off. It seems that person has also arrived. Not only did he come, but he also brought a guy whose strength is unfathomable. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best if I don't make an appearance." Wu Yi looked puzzled, waiting for Mo Xie to explain further. He continued, "Let's leave everything for today to Tang Yuan and Little Yang. The two of them will be enough. I will only show myself at a critical moment. With my current level of strength, I can't afford to be exposed right now." Up on the stage, Tang Yuan announced, "The fine wine auction will now officially begin. The starting price for each jar of fine wine is 10,000 liang. You may raise the bid by any amount, and there is no ceiling price. Because the quantity of this fine wine is limited, each table can purchase a maximum of 50 jars." Someone in the crowd spoke up. This wine was created by Old Man Song, who spent his entire life traveling across the continent to gather the most supreme ingredients. He then explained that from now on, there would be no more heaven-grade fine wine like this, so this first auction for it would also be the last. The entire hall began to buzz with whispers. It was really a one-time only event? Tang Yuan announced, "The auction will now officially begin. The first lot of this fine wine, 50 jars." Shen Feng was the first to raise his hand. Starting the bid, "I bid 1 million silver." Everyone murmured, "This is just the first bid. Why is he going so hard? At this rate, won't the prices be astronomical by the time it's our turn?" He loudly introduced himself. "I am Hai Shen Feng, the guildmaster of the Golden Sun Guild." Shen Feng paused for a moment, then continued, "From Heavenly Fragrant City. I, myself, love wine as much as my own life. This heaven-grade fine wine, I must obtain it at any cost. I don't believe 1 million silver is a large sum, but I hope everyone will give me some face. Hi, thank you all in advance." Mota was extremely smug. He had arranged for Hai Shen Feng to be here to set the stage. Naturally, Hai Shen Feng would lead the bidding, and this would also help him enter the ranks of the Empire's elite. Whispers echoed throughout the hall. They had long heard that the Golden Sun Guild of Heavenly Fragrant City had a new master, but no one expected him to be such a mysterious heaven-profound expert. It seems these 50 jars of wine must be his. Seeing no other bids, Shen Feng clasped his hands and said, "Thank you all for letting me have it." Suddenly, someone interrupted him. Shen Feng turned in confusion to look at the speaker, who said in an arrogant tone, "I bid 1,500,000 silver." A heaven-grade fine wine like this, and the very first lot too, naturally holds great significance. This young master is also a wine aficionado, so please forgive me. Guild Master Hai. Duran thought to himself, "The night before, my two masters returned heavily injured from their first mission, and the one responsible was this new guild master of the Golden Sun Guild. How could I possibly let him have his way?" Shen Feng replied, "So, young Master Li is also a wine lover. No matter, competition makes things lively. I'll just raise the price a bit more." He then raised the bid. 3 million silver. Duran smirked mockingly at him. Guildmaster Hai is truly generous. Since it's like that, this young master bids 3,000,001 copper coin. Shen Feng thought angrily. This brat from the Li family is outrageous. If he had raised the price properly, I wouldn't care, but he raised it by only 1 coin. He's courting death. Fine, then I, Shen Feng, will play this game to the end. Then he said, "Young Master Li certainly bids high, doesn't he? 3,000,001 copper coin. As for me, I wouldn't hesitate to spend a fortune to get what I want. 5 million. Duran raised an eyebrow and replied, "Didn't Guildmaster Hai just say that the highest bidder wins? Why are you getting angry? However, if you have a problem with it, I'll add a bit more this time, just to avoid angering you and offending you in the future." An idea sparked in Shen Feng's mind. He just needs to bid higher, and I'll immediately back out, letting him swallow the bitter pill of spending a mountain of money. He smirked smugly and said, "I bid 5 million. Duran deliberately paused to build suspense before continuing, "Crossed in 2 copper coins." Hearing this, Shen Feng's face turned black as thunder, and he gritted his teeth. Then, Shen Feng angrily yelled at him, "You brat! You've gone too far!" Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Let him have it." He looked around, confused, trying to find the source of the telepathic message. Where did that voice come from? The voice in his head repeated, "I said, let him have it. Do not bid again. This is an order. He turned his head, searching for the person speaking. Then, he saw Mota standing on the second floor, looking down at him. Mota thought to himself, with the willpower of a heaven-profound expert and his calm temperament, he still got provoked this easily by just a few words. If Hai Shenfeng were to continue raising the price, it's not certain Li Duran would follow. As for Li Duran, his scheme was clever, but his luck is just terrible for running into Hai Shenfeng, because the one backing Hai Shenfeng is me. Shen Feng tried to stifle his laughter until he was shaking, but he finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Then he said, I am merely the master of a small martial arts guild. How could I possibly dare to offend the Grand Preceptor's residence? Since young Master Li is so interested, and it's not as if these are the only 50 jars in existence, I shall let the young master have this one, Duran thought to himself. Seeing how provoked he was, I was sure he would bid up to 10 million silver next. Why did he suddenly back down at such a critical moment? Of course, he wants this wine, but is it worth it for Trum Fong to spend 5 million silver taels on a few jars? After some thought, Trum Fong continued, Young Master Li is truly a wine connoisseur. This one congratulates you on obtaining this wine. Li Donien frowned, wondering to himself, could it be that there's a master guiding him from behind? However, even if there is a master behind him, how could he change so suddenly? What method was used to convey the message? It's truly baffling. Then he spoke up, since it's like this, thank you, Guildmaster Hai, for your understanding. It seems this young master has shot himself in the foot. I originally intended to cause some trouble, but Guildmaster Hai saw through it so easily. Guildmaster Hai's wisdom leaves me in complete admiration. If there's another opportunity, I hope to seek your guidance. Thung Vu and Hoi Vu exchanged glances, their eyes meeting, and then they spoke in unison. Thung Vu said, able to pick things up and let them go so easily. This Li Donien is quite a talent. Your Majesty, aren't you going to consider him? Hai Vu replied, he is worth considering, but of course, the one truly worthy of my attention is the person directing Hai Trum Fong from behind the scenes. His intelligence is likely far superior to that of Li Donien. I even suspect that this person is the true organizer of this auction. So, we just need to keep an eye on Hai Trum Fong to catch this person. The other man then added, if that's the effective way, why don't I, this old man, just capture that brat Hai Trum Fong and interrogate him? Hoi Vu sighed. Hai Trum Fong is the disciple of the Yilan Supreme. The Yilan Supreme is someone we cannot afford to provoke. It's better not to antagonize them. As for finding this person, there are many other methods. Durang Nguyen then announced loudly, the second round of the auction begins. 50 jars of premium wine. Trum Fong stood up and said, I bid 1 million for these 50 jars of wine. Does anyone wish to raise the price? Seeing this, Mak Ta praised him inwardly. This Hai Trum Fong is really a professional. Lin Meng stepped forward and bid loudly, I'll pay 1,500,000. When everyone in the Great Hall saw her step out, their eyes lit up like car headlights. She stood arrogantly and gracefully in the middle of the hall as everyone's gaze scanned her over. Trum Fong immediately spoke up, since the princess has made a bid, I will not compete further. I will buy the next lot. The Hai family can still afford it after all. Durang Nguyen announced loudly, Princess Lin Meng bids 1,500,000 taels. Is there a higher price? 1,500,000 taels, going once. 1,500,000 taels, going twice. 1,500,000 taels, going 3 times, and sold. Finally, Durang Nguyen struck the gavel, ending the auction round. Mak Ta clicked his tongue, saying, this fatty really leaves me speechless, daring to make Princess Lin Meng place a bid. He then started the third auction round. The first prince spoke up first. This wine, this prince, find it quite agreeable. 600,000 taels for this lot. Durang Nguyen frowned, thinking, this guy bids only 100,000 more than the starting price, yet he has the audacity to say 600,000 taels. I'll take this lot. Isn't this a blatant warning to everyone, forbidding them from competing with him? Seeing him frown, the first prince said, does anyone else wish to bid? No problem. This is an auction. After all, the highest bidder wins. Rest assured, this prince, will definitely not mind. Duang Wayne fumed inwardly. You still say you don't mind? Do you have to spell it out that whoever bids against you will be butchered for you to call it minding? Trum Fong said to him, Your Highness the First Prince, you said the highest bidder wins. For this lot of wine, I will still bid 1 million, as before. The first prince immediately replied, Guildmaster Hai is truly full of spirit. In that case, this prince, will bid 1,500,000. Trum Fong thought to himself, that's acceptable. He is the first prince after all. If I continue to raise the price, it would seem too disrespectful. Vo Dint saw this situation and thought, 1,500,000. It's clearly become the fixed price. All 16 lots have been snatched up by the major families for 1,500,000 each. 900 jars of wine have already sold for over 30 million taels. That's even higher than what Kwon Mokta said before. The total compensation was 25 million taels, and there are still over 2,000 jars left. Does this mean he won't have to sell his daughter to pay the debt? After many more fierce bidding rounds, this grand auction was finally nearing its end. To summarize, out of 3,000 jars of wine, 2,700 had been auctioned off. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Hold on! The third prince has something to say!" At this moment, the third prince slowly walked up to the stage. His current appearance was very imposing. The third prince's hand, holding the gavel, gently tapped it down. He then announced to everyone, "Esteemed guests, please listen to me. Today, we are fortunate enough to taste this exquisite wine. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. However, I just recalled that in our Tianxiang Empire, there are only 300 jars of this fine wine left. And there is one person who is most deserving of tasting this heavenly grade wine, but he is not present here today. That person is His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tianxiang Empire. Since there are only 300 jars of fine wine left, I, this prince, propose that we offer all the remaining wine to our beloved Emperor." What does everyone think? Hearing this, everyone analyzed the situation in their minds. The prince's intention was to end this auction, not pay a single cent to the aristocrat hall, and simply seize the remaining wine to present to the emperor. Mojie was not pleased with the third prince's proposal. If you want to be filial to your father, you should buy the wine and gift it yourself. After all, hadn't you just obtained 50 jars? Now you're demanding others to make an offering. And yet he dared to say it as if it were perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, the third prince calmly asked, "I wonder what Great Manager Tang's opinion is on this matter." Tang Yuan quickly replied, "If the third prince wishes to offer wine to His Majesty, this humble one wouldn't dare to have an opinion. However, this humble one cannot conduct a losing business. Of these remaining 300 jars, 100 belong to me. If the third prince has the heart to buy them, you can pay for my 100 jars at the lowest price from today's auction. As for the other 200 jars, the third prince may handle them as he wishes. I have no objections whatsoever." Hearing this, the prince silently calculated, buy them at the lowest price? 100 jars would cost 3 million taels. This prince doesn't have that much money to squander. Behind this fatty is the entire Tang family. Forget it, he thought. 200 jars is not a small amount. After a moment of thought, the third prince spoke up. "That will do. Men, bring the remaining 200 jars to my royal carriage. This prince will present this grand gift to my imperial father, and of course, I will make it clear that this is a contribution from the aristocrat hall." Just then, Moshier couldn't help but speak up. "Third Highness, are you putting on a one-man show here? Tang Yuan is merely the great manager of the aristocrat hall. I, this young master, am the true owner of this place. Of these 300 jars of wine, 100 belong to me. You want them? Sure. However, you will buy them at the highest price from today's auction. Don't even think about touching them if you're short a single coin." Dugu Wudi, who had witnessed everything, remarked, "How come I never realized this little brat had so much courage?" Damn, those words were incredibly satisfying to hear. His daughter, hearing this, was displeased and reminded him, "Father, can't you speak more elegantly? I've always liked it when Brother Mosier acts like a rogue and a scoundrel. Just look, see how handsome he is like this." Her face darkened as she thought, "My father says one vulgar thing and it's unacceptable, but when that punk acts like a rogue and a scoundrel, he's considered handsome and dashing." Meanwhile, the third prince spoke up in annoyance. "What is the meaning of this, young Master June? Are you suggesting you're unwilling to gift even a single jar of wine to my imperial father?" Moshe stated bluntly, "I don't mean anything by it. However, I am open for business. This isn't a charity hall. When the fatty said his share of the wine couldn't be taken without money, you didn't dare do anything. Yet with the remaining portion, you think you can do as you please? My June family would rather die than submit, not even in 100 lifetimes. Today, Third Highness, you are insulting my entire June family in front of everyone, with hundreds of people here as witnesses. How could I possibly endure this?" Seeing the situation turning sour, the prince changed his tune. "If that's the case, I won't take your 100 jars. As for the remaining 100 jars, there shouldn't be a problem with me taking those, right?" At this, Moshe coldly replied, "That is no concern of the Third Highness. The remaining 100 jars are the share of Yang Mo, the heir of Prince Pingdeng. It has nothing to do with me." The infuriated third prince roared Yang Mo's name. He looked up to the private room above and ordered, "You, come out here for me!" Yang Mo, being called out, curiously asked, "What is it?" The prince then asked slyly, "I am taking your 100 jars of wine to offer to your imperial uncle. Do you agree or not?" The boy, a prince, hesitated, unsure of what to do. The two young masters didn't dare to complain either, so they tried to save face by bullying a child like Yang Mo. Then, the boy pursed his lips and let out a soft sound. Finally, Yang Mo said sorrowfully, "It is up to the Third Highness to decide." Down below, Huai Yu silently observed everything unfolding, then he couldn't help but comment, "Third brother has no self-respect." First brother and second brother paid no attention at all, just standing aside and mocking. Huai Yu's eyes held a hint of sadness. He was truly disappointed. Hearing him say that, Shang Wu turned his head. "However, the royal family has always been ruthless. Your Majesty need not take this matter to heart. To be a ruler is to be a lonely person. There is no need to be troubled like this over one or two worthless grandsons." Huai Yu frankly pointed out, "To make demands publicly in such a crowded place, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock to the world?" At this moment, he explained earnestly, "He hopes that your Majesty understands his filial piety, because as long as he can gain your favor, it will all be to secure his current position. Let the whole world mock him. As long as your Majesty does not, then it is fine. If this wine was brought into the palace and presented to you, and if you weren't present here today, you would also be pleased, wouldn't you?" He acknowledged it as a matter of course. "Yes, that is so. Mister, in your opinion, will these three sons of mine end up in a fratricidal struggle in the future?" Shang Wu hesitated, not knowing what to say. This. Seeing his hesitation, Huai Yu guessed, "You don't need to say it, I understand." Huai Yu helplessly put a hand to his forehead. "Mr. Wen, behind the noble hall and the Golden Sun Gang, there is clearly a mysterious and brilliant figure pulling the strings. If I'm not mistaken, that person is out there." After hearing this, Shang Wu asked in confusion, "Is he acting on behalf of their masters to fulfill an agreement?" He was then seen analyzing intently. Regardless of this person's intentions, he used several thousand jars of wine to completely turn the situation upside down. This person cannot be underestimated, and we must capture him no matter what. Meanwhile, Ling Meng, who was nearby, was deep in thought. She had heard her imperial father's words. "Isn't he trying to put me in a difficult position?" Just then, a figure approached her. Duran respectfully greeted her. "This humble one greets the princess." Seeing this, Ling Meng remarked, "So, it's young Master Li." He quickly said, "The other day, I went to the palace to seek an audience with you, princess, but I was unable to meet you. Today, I am fortunate enough to see you. The princess is even more beautiful than before, a true national beauty of unparalleled grace. It truly makes one envious." After hearing this, she replied politely, "Young Master Li, you are too kind. Is there a reason you were looking for me?" Duran answered directly, "I heard that the princess encountered some trouble before and was assisted by a mysterious sky-profound expert who uses throwing daggers. And afterwards, the princess kept 3 of the throwing daggers as treasures. I wonder if I might have the good fortune to see what those daggers look like?" Ling Meng was a bit surprised by his request. "I wonder why young Master Li is so eager to see those throwing daggers. I hope young Master Li can explain the reason, to avoid putting me in a difficult position." Duran no longer concealed it and spoke. "The princess may not know this, but the other day, I had to go out and was ambushed by a mysterious assassin. Fortunately, at a critical moment when my life was hanging by a thread, a sky-blue throwing dagger appeared out of thin air, saving my life. The grace of saving a life is like that of giving birth, so this humble one wishes to find news of my life-saving benefactor." I then recalled that the princess was also rescued by a mysterious expert, and that both of these seniors specialize in using throwing daggers. I wonder if they are the same person. After hearing this, she exclaimed, "So, that's how it is." Then, he took an item from his clothes. After the benefactor left, they only left behind this exquisite throwing dagger on the ground. I treat it as a treasure, keeping it close to me. Duran's face became pensive as he added, "I dare not part with it for even a minute." Lin Meng examined the flying dagger, assessing it. Although the form was the same, the materials and craftsmanship were different. "These 2 flying daggers are quite far apart, I can confirm that." He suddenly felt curious. Was it just that the shape was similar? I wonder what the difference is between the princess's flying daggers and mine. If we were to truly compare them, which one would be superior? After a moment of inspection, she confirmed, "That flying dagger of young Master Li has a bone-chillingly cold aura with a unique property. It's dozens of times more powerful than my 3 flying daggers." After speaking, Lin Meng thought to herself, "This must belong to the mysterious benefactor who saved my life. Only a peerless master like that could use such a supreme flying dagger, using it as a sharp weapon that is also exquisitely beautiful." At this moment, Dunyan cautiously suggested, "I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to see the princess's precious dagger." She hesitated slightly and blurted out, "About this." Seeing her reaction, he pressed on, "I really want to know if the 2 people who saved us are one and the same." In the end, Lin Meng agreed, even though this flying dagger was something she treasured. She carefully took out the tightly wrapped flying dagger, but hearing what young Master Li said, Lin Meng then unwrapped the leather cloth, I'll make an exception this one time. Soon, she took out an exquisitely carved flying dagger. Seeing it, Dunyan immediately exclaimed, "The two of them are indeed the same person. Heaven has eyes, I finally found you." Lin Meng looked up at him and said, "I never would have thought that young Master Li was also fortunate enough to be helped by our benefactor." Just then, Dunyan spoke up to take his leave. "Please take care, Princess. I will take my leave now. On another day, I will enter the inner palace to have an audience with you." Then, as he walked, he pondered, as expected, that damned culprit is related to Princess Lin Meng. Although Princess Lin Meng is the only woman who has ever moved his heart for the sake of revenge, sacrificing her is no big deal. Back at the court, everyone was leaving one by one. Now, Makta gave an order. "After this is done, have Dung Nguyen and Old Third Tongue come see me immediately." Makta stood there as Mr. Dung said, "I have other matters to arrange." Uncle Tom, the personnel arranged outside, should secretly contact and investigate all the great families. Whether there are results or not, they must withdraw immediately. Everyone should quickly bring the information they've gathered and consolidate it. After this, I believe our hall will have a good grasp on the great families of Tin Huang. With their powerful strength, basically everyone understands, especially the subordinate forces, who are perfectly clear. He knew your calculations well. I understand. I will be careful. Then, Makta thought to himself, right now, only a few of us know about this matter. Those three are not a problem, but as for old Wang, after a moment of thought, he instructed, "Dung Mak, I have a few words. When you return, give them to your father. Absolutely do not let anyone else see them." Dung Mak understood Makta's meaning and quickly replied, "All right." He suddenly remembered an important issue. "Oh right, there's also Hai Chum Fong, even though he is a heavenly realm expert." Meanwhile, Lin Meng sat in her private room thinking sorrowfully, "Father, elder brother, we are all of the same flesh and blood. These people were once the closest to me, but what happened?" Sadness enveloped Lin Meng's mind. "I really want to talk to Tiong Yi. I want to find a shoulder to lean on. Unfortunately, where can I find such a person?" Meanwhile, Dung Win cheerfully exclaimed, "What a huge profit. I, Dung Win, made 90 million taels today." Old Third assessed the situation from earlier. Selling heavenly grade fine wine to those nobles is basically a waste. Tung Gay, who was beside them, chimed in with praise. "Master's wine is truly a worldly masterpiece that is hard to find. How can it be measured with money?" Just then, Makta opened his mouth. "Fatty, your commission this time is also over 10 million taels of silver." He suddenly felt curious. "Do you have any plans?" He quickly answered, "Of course I do. Ever since I was a child, I've had a dream. When I have money, I'm going to go to Spirit Mist Lake, gather every girl known for selling her art and not her body in one room, have each of them strip naked, and then sing and dance for this old master." Everyone was completely stunned after hearing Dung Nguyen's words. She immediately criticized him. "Dung Nguyen, you are truly shameless." Makta, looking a bit helpless, raised his hand. "Enough. Fatty, don't be hasty. Let me tell you something about this auction." After hearing him speak, he was extremely confused. He then saw Makta remind him, "This auction was your idea, Dung Nguyen. Do you understand?" Dung Nguyen, still not understanding, asked again, "This auction was my idea?" He immediately confirmed, "That's right. This entire auction was your idea. No matter who asks, it was your idea, understand? As for the original intention, it was just to make money." He didn't ask any more questions and just said, "Understood. From now on, no matter who asks, this was my idea." I never thought my old brain was this sharp. Then, Mota patiently explained at length, "This place is called the Nobles' Hall, precisely because nobles are the ones with money. The reason some people were invited and others weren't is to stimulate consumption. In short, it's all for the money. You get it?" After listening, Tang Yuan replied, "I understand it all, third young master. I'll call you my brother, and I'll take the fall for you for any grievances." He gratefully walked over and patted his shoulder. "Thank you, Tang Yuan." Right then, a maidservant came in to announce, "Miss Dugu, Princess Lingmeng invites you downstairs." Xiao Yi received the news with annoyance. "Fine." Then, she awkwardly looked towards Mota. "Brother, you have to be careful with everything." Xiao Yi's face was stern. "Don't be a fool, you hear me?" As she went downstairs, he spoke up, "It's all right now. You all can go about your business." "Oh, right, Fatty, you can't take the wine anywhere else for the time being." Hearing this, Tang Yuan was shocked and shouted, "Why?" Mota then took out a list and calmly said, "Spread the word, spare no expense, and buy all the medicinal herbs I've listed here." He immediately read the names on the list: Heavenly Spirit Grass, 3-colored Ganoderma, 9-hued root. So many items. After buying all this, will my share still be there? He answered Tang Yuan's question. "As long as you can buy these herbs, you can have as much silver as you want." With the grand opening of the Nobles' Hall, we need to show people what a truly grand gesture looks like. He sounded a bit regretful. All right then. Third, young master, are we really only auctioning this wine once? It would be a real shame to never sell it again. Mota confirmed once again, absolutely not. If we sell too much of it, it will lose its value. Besides, this is an exquisite wine. It can make them throw away their silver just for a taste. Third uncle agreed with his opinion. That's right. What you said is very reasonable. After discussing everything, Mota gave his orders. You all head downstairs first. The acquisition of the medicinal herbs must begin immediately. Just then, Wu Yi voiced his concern. Mota, this operation is causing too much of a stir, I'm afraid, he said with confidence. I believe it can be done, third uncle. You've been lingering here for so long. Something interesting must have happened, right? He was very surprised that Mota had guessed it. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. A message came from the Jiangnan side. The production of the Mystic Beast crossbows is complete. Also, many masters have suddenly gone missing recently. It seems the second prince is planning to make a big move this time. Wu Yi recounted the information he had gathered. The Mystic Beast crossbows will soon be transported into the capital by the Zhao Trading Company. Not only has the second prince spent a huge sum to hire masters for the escort, but the Jiangnan First Sect and the Radiant Sword Hall will also likely dispatch their own people. The more Mota listened, the more excited he became. We must get our hands on this shipment of crossbows. The bigger the commotion they make, the more it benefits us hiding in the shadows. However, he was still worried. It's just that we know there are so many powerful groups escorting it. Trying to snatch the Mystic Beast crossbows from their hands will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He, however, didn't seem concerned about the issue. Just do it. We'll figure out a way. Third uncle, how much time will they need to reach the capital? Wu Yi provided the information. At least 10 days. Mota immediately spoke with confidence. 10 days is more than enough for us to prepare. Third uncle, please get me the most accurate intelligence on them so we can adapt as the situation unfolds. He suddenly became curious. That's not a problem. The only thing I want to know is how we should prepare our forces. At this moment, you revealed your plan. We can use 300 guards and also 3 Sky Xuan experts, your third uncle, Hai Chen Feng, and Song Lan Xin. You 3 will be our pillars. After hearing this, Wu Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Just the 3 of us, I'm afraid, won't be enough. Maybe we can ask Ying. Before he could finish, Moshe cut him off. Absolutely not. Yingbo cannot easily reveal his identity, and his temperament wouldn't accept this kind of sneaky business. This will be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Whether it's now or in the future, our Jun family can only rely on ourselves. Outside, Xiao Yi and Ling Meng were strolling together when the two of them suddenly noticed someone up high. At this moment, Xiao Mei was on an upper floor looking at the two of them. She immediately called out, urging them, hurry up and come here. Then, they entered the building together, and Xiao Mei came down from upstairs to greet the two. She quickly noticed, your expression isn't very good. Did something happen? Then, a troubled Ling Meng recounted, yes, something did happen. It's a shame older sister wasn't there just now. Otherwise, you could have helped me check someone out. After they sat down, Xiao Mei asked curiously, who is that person? She immediately replied, Li Yuran, the #1 disciple of the Li family's 3rd generation. His words and actions are very strange. Based on the information she knew, she said, I've also heard of Li Yuran. He's just like Jun Mo Xie. Incomprehensible. Ling Meng disagreed with what Xiao Mei said. How can those two be compared? She then asserted, both of them are not simple, but I feel that Jun Mo Xie is even more dangerous than Li Yuran. Xiao Yi, who was beside them, couldn't help but speak up. Big sis Xiao Mei, I don't understand. You said Big Brother Mo Xie is arrogant, but I really don't see it. Big Brother Mo Xie was so cool today, so handsome. Seeing Xiao Yi's reaction, she reminded her. Still calling him Big Brother Mo Xie, Xiao Yi, you shouldn't let a moment of impulse lead to a lifetime of regret, she immediately retorted. What's so bad about Big Brother Mo Xie? Are those other big brothers of Xiao Mei's also that good? Xiao Mei quickly tried to mediate. All right, Xiao Yi. Ling Meng, you're not in good spirits. You should probably return to the palace early and rest. Ling Meng refused. I don't want to go back. Her eyes suddenly changed. Big sis Ling Meng, if you don't want to return to the palace, then why don't we go find Jun Mo Xie? That guy has a lot of interesting things at his house. She thought this was not a bad idea. All right, I'll also go see what's so outstanding about this person. Then, Xiao Yi said shyly, that's because you've always been biased. How could you see how good he is? Anyway, my judgment is very good. Cut to a bustling street. After their chat, the 3 of them went for a stroll down the street. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from out of nowhere. Ling Meng's hair immediately fluttered in the wind. She felt something was strange. Something's not right. Seeing that they were being attacked, Xiao Mei shouted for everyone to be careful. Gu Han immediately appeared to block the people from the white-robed group. He stood there imposingly, blocking the enemies. They rushed towards Gu Han from the front. Die! A member of the white-robed group launched a vicious attack at him. Seeing the other assailants attacking Ling Meng, Gu Han shouted out, and one of them seized the opportunity and immediately threw a punch. The man took advantage of his lowered guard and threw a punch. Gu Han, caught by surprise, staggered backward. The pain made him unable to hold back a curse. A member of the white-clothed group bravely charged forward. Gu Han, on the ground, struggled to fend him off. Gu Han, seeing the dire situation, urged Ling Meng, "Run, quickly!" Seeing this, she burst into tears, crying out, "Uncle Jia!" Seeing how things were, Ling Meng immediately commanded, "Xiao Yi, quickly release Xiao Bai to go find reinforcements." Xiao Mei gritted her teeth at this sight. The enemy had a total of 5 great heavenly profound masters. Besides the 8th realm divine beast, it seemed no one could escape from here. Xiao Yi immediately agreed with her proposal. She then stared intently at Xiao Bai, saying, "It's all up to you now. Go quickly and tell her father to come save us." Next, Xiao Mei lightly cut her own arm with her sword. Then she reached over and tore off a small piece of cloth. Just like that, Xiao Mei soaked the cloth in the blood from her wound, and finally, she tied it to Xiao Bai's leg. Once done, Xiao Mei urged it, "Go, quickly." A member of the white-clothed group saw this and sneered, "Where do you think you're going, you little beast?" He raised his hand to stop the fleeing Xiao Bai, but the member of the white-clothed group not only failed to stop it, but also got his hands scratched. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Xiao Bai escaped. A member of the white-clothed group furiously yelled, "Old Gu Han, our original target was only Princess Ling Meng. If you're looking for death, then our Xuan sect will be happy to oblige." At this, Gu Han glared at them. "Who are you people? If you have the guts, stop hiding and state your names." The man sneered in response. "Our names? A mere meddler like you isn't worthy of knowing who we are. Go ask King Yama in the underworld." One of the white-clothed men reminded another. "Lao San, you go capture that girl. Leave old Gu Han to us." Lao San quickly agreed with his comrade's plan. He moved to grab Ling Meng, thinking, "Let's see where you can run now." Seeing the grim situation, he cursed under his breath. Then, Gu Han could no longer hold back and unleashed his full power. The pressure he unleashed was immense. Just like that, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The men in white were startled by this development. They all leaped into the air in unison. Then, they somersaulted and, gathering their power, flew straight forward. The target of the white-clothed men was Gu Han. They unleashed their techniques, intending to finish him off. He couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying backward. However, despite his numerous injuries, Gu Han managed to remain on his feet. He declared resolutely, "As long as I am here, none of you shall pass." After shouting, Gu Han gathered his energy, preparing to unleash another technique. He then focused and executed his move. One sword strike, heartbreak's end, solitude and silence, my only friends. A member of the white-clothed group was stunned by the sight. As Gu Han continued to solemnly perform his technique, to the ends of the earth, where is my love, a life of desolation, a sword of despair. He then poured all his power into the sword. The desolate sword technique was swiftly unleashed by Gu Han. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. One of the men immediately realized the situation. He's risking his life to protect that little girl. They could only watch as Ling Meng's group fled. A member of the white-clothed group said grimly, "Let's finish this guy first." The scene shifts to the magnificent Li residence. At this moment, Duran was solemnly gazing at a painting on the table. The painting depicted the beautiful visage of Ling Meng. His eyes were filled with sadness as he thought, they must have made their move by now. Ling Meng. Duran slammed his fist into the wall, venting his frustration. He reproached himself, "I'm sorry, my love. For my grand ambitions, I had no choice but to sacrifice you. Right now, I still need the backing of my sect." Meanwhile, at the noble's hall, Moshe was pushing Wu Yi outside for some sun. Suddenly, Xiao Bai appeared out of nowhere and leaped into his arms, startling him. At that same moment, back in the desert, Gu Han was locked in a tense battle. He pointed his sword at junior brother Jian Hong and yelled, but his opponent remained perfectly calm. Seeing his opponent's calm demeanor, he roared in anger once more. This time, the man finally showed a sign of annoyance. A few seconds later, Jian Hong took the initiative and charged forward to engage him. Their internal powers were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. A few seconds later, Gu Han retreated, and another of Jian Hong's junior brothers swiftly charged forward. A few moments later, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, and so, both of them retreated to dodge the shockwave of the explosion. Seeing that Gu Han could still stand firm, Jian Hong's fellow disciples were displeased and moved to surround him. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he muttered to himself, filled with worry, "It seems my life will end here today. I wonder if that girl, Ling Meng, has gotten far away. Just as he finished, Yuran's men shouted in unison, "Time to die!" Guhan knew he had no escape and gave a bitter smile. Xiu xiu. From now on, I'm afraid I can no longer protect my Ling Meng. Yuran's men charged forward in unison, determined to finish him off with no hope of survival. Back at the Ju clan hall, after learning that Xiao Yi was in trouble, Mo Ta loudly told Wu Yi, "I have to go check on them." Despite Wu Yi calling out to him, Mo Ta still got on his horse and rode off. Right now, Mo Ta's heart was burning with anxiety. "Little girl, you absolutely must be okay." With that thought, Mo Ta spurred his horse, galloping away like the wind. After a short distance, he noticed someone was following him. When he saw it was Wu Yi, Mo Ta called out in alarm, "Third uncle." He looked solemn. "Third uncle will absolutely not let the tragedy that happened to us back then happen to you again." Back at Guhan's location, the battle was still raging fiercely. Jian Hong's junior brother prepared to strike him with a palm attack. Fortunately, Guhan nimbly dodged in time. A second later, he suddenly coughed up blood because the man had stabbed him in the left chest with his sword. Taking advantage of the opening, Jian Hong's junior brother followed up with another palm strike and yelled, "Hand over your life!" As the palm strike landed, Guhan coughed up more blood. And then, he shot a hateful glare at his opponent. Immediately after, Guhan retaliated with a sword strike to the man's left chest. Injured, Jian Hong's junior brother was sent flying with a surprised look on his face. Adding to that, he said with amusement, "Let's go to hell together." Guhan stabbed him one more time amidst the cries of his fellow disciples. Wanting revenge, someone shouted, "I must kill him," but Jian Hong stopped them, shouting, "His Xuan Qi is depleted and his 5 internal organs are destroyed. He definitely won't survive. Hurry and catch that girl. Let's go." Finally, due to exhaustion, Guhan collapsed to the ground. With his body covered in bleeding wounds, he cried as he spoke his final words. "A love meant to be is only found in dreams. I would rather betray the world than betray you. Xiu xiu. I'm leaving now." Ling Meng was fleeing with Xiao Yi's group. She turned to look back and whispered, "I wonder about Uncle Jia." At this point, Ling Meng suddenly stopped and looked back with a worried expression. "How is he?" She stood still and saw that Guhan was lying motionless. And so, Ling Meng cried while calling out, "Uncle Jia!" At the same time, Jian Hong's men caught up to them. "Found you!" She wasn't worried about herself, but just stood there, stunned, calling out Uncle Jia 3 times. With no other choice, Xiao Yi and the others decided to charge forward and fight. However, one of Yuran's men sent the 2 of them flying with a single kick. Jian Hong glanced at them coldly. "I don't want to kill you. Don't force my hand." Xiao Yi was knocked to the ground, but was still concerned for Ling Meng's safety. The young lady cried as she asked, "Who are you people? Why do you want to harm me? Why did you want to kill my Uncle Jia?" The man replied coldly, "You don't need to know, because you no longer have the chance to live." Ling Meng threatened loudly, "I will kill all of you. I won't let you go even as a ghost." Hearing this, Jian Hong frowned in anger and slapped her right across the face. The man looked at her sitting on the ground and yelled, "You wretched woman, still spouting nonsense when you're about to die. Do you believe I'll kill you right now or not?" However, Jian Hong's junior brother stopped him. "This woman is related to times that person asterisk. Before times he times arrives, we can't kill her for now." Hearing that, the man stared intently at Ling Meng, then picked her up and ordered his men to take her away. Xiao Yi clutched her injured arm and shouted, "You villains, let the princess go!" Enraged, Yuran's men began to channel their power. Then he sent out a palm strike, sending him flying. A few seconds later, they took their man and left in a flash. Meanwhile, Mo Ta and Wu Yi were still flying over, and upon seeing Guhan from a distance, he called out uncertainly. When they got closer, they both cried out in shock upon seeing Guhan lying motionless. Immediately, Wu Yi jumped off his mount. He muttered in confusion as he checked Guhan's body, then hurriedly began to heal him. It wasn't long before Guhan regained consciousness, so he quickly asked what on earth had happened. Because his injuries were too severe, he closed his eyes again. Finally, Wu Yi turned and hesitantly told Mo Ta to come take a look and see if he could still be saved. He quickly came over to check the situation. Mo Ta used his healing technique on Guhan. He tried his best, but there was still no reaction. Mo Ta looked worried. His injuries are too severe. Next, Xiao Yi and Xiao Mei ran over screaming, "Brother Mo Ta, the princess has been kidnapped! Quick, go save the princess!" Upon hearing Ling Meng's name, Guhan's finger suddenly twitched. He struggled to open his eyes, despite the immense pain. Guhan tried to speak but couldn't get a single word out. So, Wu Yi asked him, "Do you want us to go save the princess?" Mo Ta quickly refused. "Are you kidding? With our strength, how could we possibly save her? You ended up in this state, let alone us." He even sighed dejectedly and said hesitantly, "This is all fate." However, Guhan still managed to force out 2 words, "Save her." before fainting again. Even though he didn't finish his sentence, they both knew what Guhan wanted to say. I beg you, save Ling Meng. He was using the last ounce of his life to make this desperate plea. Seeing Guhan faint again, Wu Yi hesitantly asked Mo Ta, is he dead? He answered frankly, not yet, but he's close. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ta began transferring spiritual power to him again, while Xiao Yi kept urging him to go save Ling Meng. Seeing him not respond, she grabbed his arm and yelled, in her current state, if this goes on any longer, there will be no way to save her. At this, Mo Ta got furious. What does this have to do with me? Even a heavenly Xuan expert was beaten to a pulp, and I'm just a mere commoner, and you actually want me to go? Aren't you just sending me to my death? Besides, Mo Ta was thinking to himself, the princess isn't you, little girl. This old master rushed over here for you. I didn't expect to get dragged into such a huge mess, she cried out in despair. Then what should we do? Those royal guards, why haven't they shown up yet? Hearing this, Wu Yi and Mo Ta suddenly became serious. They exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Immediately, he asked directly, Mo Ta, we can't just sit by and ignore Guhan's wish. Besides, she is the princess, after all. He refused adamantly, not going, not interested. But even as he said that, Mo Ta thought to himself, it seems like there's a major conspiracy afoot here. If I get involved and my identity is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this, Wu Yi became resolute. If you won't go, I will. Guhan's devotion to Ling Meng is just like your grandfather's when he bathed the capital in blood for your sake. How can we just sit by and ignore such devotion? And then, an image flashed in Mo Ta's mind. His grandfather, Junjian Tian, beating the war drums, mobilizing the army, and washing the capital in blood, all for him. And so, though still reluctant, he lowered his head and replied, fine, I'll go, but I'll go alone. Before leaving, Mo Ta instructed them, take Guhan back to the Jun family first. You must be careful, Wu Yi urged him. When it comes to battlefield rescue, I know just as much as you do. Now hurry up and go. Xiao Yi, a little worried about him, hesitantly advised, you rascal. You have to be careful. Mo Ta didn't answer, only glanced at her for a moment, then spurred his horse and left without a word of farewell. He urged his horse to gallop away as fast as possible, like an arrow shot from a bow. Behind him, Xiao Mei stepped forward to comfort Xiao Yi, assuring her that Mo Ta would be all right. Meanwhile, Shang Wu, who had been present from the start but chose not to intervene, told himself, even if the masked person shows up, it's all for His Majesty's plan. Mo Ta rode his horse for a long distance, and when he saw no one was around, he immediately vanished. He then used his spiritual sense to search for them, and in an instant, his powerful spiritual sense surged out from all four directions, blanketing the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, he located them and quickly rushed towards Duran's group. As he flew, Mo Ta carefully observed their movement techniques and cultivation levels. There was someone else also watching them, someone with a much higher cultivation level than the three masked men from before. He saw Shang Wu and immediately guessed that he was a member of the imperial family. Meanwhile, Shang Wu decided to stop and observe, thinking, even if a peak supreme venerable expert were here, they couldn't escape my notice in this open space. But after waiting for a moment, he found nothing. The only thing he could sense was that powerful aura gradually moving further away, yet he couldn't see a single thing. Shang Wu was astonished. How is this possible? Does such an expert truly exist in this world? It would be the opportunity of a lifetime to exchange blows with them. However, he didn't forget his main mission and quickly departed. On the other side, Duran's group was carrying a teammate and moving at a rapid pace. Jianhong's junior brother said nervously, Senior brother, fifth brother's condition is not good. We must treat his injuries quickly, or else I'm afraid. Jianhong was equally anxious. Fourth brother is in the same condition. It's all because of that wench, Ling Meng. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Just wait until we get the information about the immortal's footsteps. Flying peach from fourth brother. I will make that witch regret she was ever born. Hearing this, Jianhong's junior brother added loudly, but even if we get the results now, we still have to wait for Master to arrive before we can take action. This time, we brothers have been severely injured. If Master finds out, he will be absolutely furious. Speaking of Master, Jianhong felt a pang of guilt. I led 9 of our brothers out, and now only the 3 of us remain unharmed. This time, even if Father doesn't beat me to death, I'm afraid he'll beat me so badly I won't be able to leave my bed for half a year. The junior brother also grew worried. Master will arrive in 2 days at the latest. I can't even imagine the look on his face then. After speaking, they continued on their journey. Duran's group began moving noticeably faster. Mo Ta, following closely, recognized one of them as Lei Wu Ye, who had participated in the Mystic Pill competition. They are disciples of Li Wu Bi. That means Li Wu Bi himself will arrive in Tianxiang City within 2 days. After landing, he silently tailed the group without them noticing. Duran's party stopped in front of a very ordinary-looking tree. Jianhong pressed a spot on the tree trunk. It immediately rumbled and slowly sank into the ground, revealing a passage leading down to a secret chamber. Mo Ta was initially surprised by the existence of the underground passage, then brazenly slipped in and went down before Duran's group even entered. Inside the passage, lit only by two flickering oil lamps, Jianhong ordered the other two to treat their injured brothers while he went to interrogate Ling Meng. One of them reminded him worriedly, "Senior brother, I know you're angry, but please be careful with your methods." Seeing the glare, he quickly continued to explain, "I can tell that." In his heart, junior brother Duran is actually suffering a lot. At this point, Jianhong had thought it through and accepted it, as long as his junior brother Duren's reputation wasn't tarnished, and the girl's life was spared. Hearing Duren's name, I was startled. Could it be that Duren is also involved in this major event? Finally, Ling Meng awoke from her stupor, and immediately, she jerked her head up to look at them. Seeing this, Jianhong remarked, "You woke up at just the right time." As soon as she was conscious, Ling Meng started cursing. "You villain! Let me go! I have to see my Uncle Jia." He quickly stated his condition. "If you obediently tell me the identity of the master who gave you those flying daggers, I will let you go." The young lady replied loudly, "I've never even met that great senior, so how would I know their identity?" Jianhong approached and said seriously, "As far as we know, this great master has only acted once, and that was to save Her Highness, the princess. Yet the princess still insists she doesn't know." He kept pressing, "Ling Meng, do you take us for 3-year-olds? She gritted her teeth in anger. "Just for this suspicion, you killed my Uncle Jia?" Jianhong brazenly admitted it. If the princess continues to refuse to reveal that person's identity, he lifted Ling Meng's chin threateningly. "Don't even think about leaving this place alive tonight." Just then, I spoke mockingly. "So this is the kind of trash Lei Wu Bei teaches? The so-called cold-blooded supreme. What a joke." As soon as the words fell, a flying dagger shot out of thin air towards Jianhong, embedding itself in the cliff wall behind him while he was still stunned. He immediately unleashed his spiritual energy and shouted loudly, "You're already here, so why hide your face? This old man has been waiting for you for a long time." While Jianhong's companions were frantically looking around for the person, I sneered. "Just a few juniors like you are worthy of challenging this seat? You overestimate yourselves." Ling Meng seized the opportunity and pleaded loudly, "Senior, is that you? Please, take me to see my Uncle Jia. Please kill them and avenge my Uncle Jia." Immediately after, a gust of wind blew past, startling them. What is happening? Next, she suddenly floated into the air, much to their surprise, and was pulled away by an invisible force as if flying. And so, Jianhong gave chase, yelling, "Stop right there!" At the same time, Kang Wu, who was standing by a tree, thought to himself, "They disappeared somewhere around here." He was certain the sound had indeed come from this location. As he was thinking, a loud explosion from the exit startled Kang Wu. While Kang Wu was still confused about what was happening, he saw Ling Meng emerge from the dust and fly into his arms. Jianhong immediately misunderstood, thinking Kang Wu was the hidden person. "You bastard who hides his face, try to run again. This time, let's see where you can run." Kang Wu held the unconscious Ling Meng, thinking, "I've been framed. That damn person. My whereabouts have been exposed this time." However, they couldn't even see the shadow of the master behind this. Duren's group surrounded them. "Don't even think about escaping today." With that, Jianhong immediately executed a technique, wanting to attack him. Kang Wu coldly responded with his own powerful technique. Both threw a punch at the same time. The two streams of power collided in midair. They stared at each other, evenly matched with neither gaining an advantage. A moment later, they both stopped their attacks and jumped back simultaneously. Kang Wu spoke in confusion. "So you are a disciple of the cold-blooded Supreme. I wonder how our Tianshang Empire has offended the Supreme's faction. Your disciples have worked together to kidnap a royal princess. Has Supreme Lei forgotten the original Supreme Pact?" Jianhong's heart sank. How could he know about the Supreme Pact from back then? Under Kang Wu's intense gaze, he thought to himself, "Moreover, this person's strength is not to be trifled with." The more Jianhong thought about it, the more resentful he became. But, no matter how high this old man's profound skill is, the enmity for my junior brother must be avenged. After thinking it through, he shouted a challenge. "Old man, if you have the guts, leave your name. This blood feud between us must be settled sooner or later." These words immediately provoked Thurung Vu, causing him to unleash an attack. Kiem Hung didn't even have time to defend before he was sent flying backward with a single punch. Thung Vu glared and growled, "My name? A mere brat like you is not qualified to know it." A moment later, he turned his back and picked up Lin Meng. "Today, I'll spare you for Lei Vo Bi's sake. If you dare to offend me again, not even Lei Vo Bi's own family will be able to save you. Now, get lost." Without waiting for Kim Hong's reply, Thung Vu used his spiritual energy to soar into the sky, leaving a message behind. Relay this to that old Levo B. Regarding what happened today, tell him that I, surnamed Vun, will definitely seek him out for an explanation. Only after he was long gone did Kiem Hung's two companions dare to approach and call out, Senior brother, that damn old immortal, he cursed. He killed 4 of my junior brothers and still dares to be so arrogant. Then, they helped each other up and left, vowing, let's wait for Master to arrive. We'll see where that old bastard can run then. Meanwhile, I was leisurely riding my horse, thinking, let's get going. We can let those 2 dogs fight it out later. He smirked contemptuously. This young master doesn't have much time to waste playing games with you all. Then, I continued riding straight home, but for now, I should put on a little act. After riding for a while, he finally returned to the June residence, where Vo-E immediately grew anxious. He got straight to the point. Did you find the princess? I put on a reluctant expression and said, you all think too highly of me. I held my forehead and sighed. She was taken a long time ago. How could I possibly find her? I couldn't. Hearing this, Vo-E also let out a weary sigh. The uncle standing nearby finally spoke up. He's already in this condition. Pouring more profound energy into him is just a waste. Since the June family brat is back, this old man is no longer needed. I'm going back to my cultivation. Vo-E urgently told me to go check on Ko-Han. His condition is really not good. Without hesitation, I rushed to where he was lying. I used my spiritual energy to examine his condition, and Ko-Han coughed up a mouthful of blood. I put on a helpless expression. Besides, the price to save him. I'm afraid it will be immense. A moment later, he turned to the 2 women behind him and said, you 2 should go over there and get some rest. Vo-E agreed, persuading them, you 2 should go find Sister Than Han. We'll handle things here, so don't worry. Then he added, although Tio Da is your elder, he is still a man. With you 2 here, Makta won't be able to treat him. Hearing this, Tio Mi quickly led Tio Ni away, saying, all right, we'll be going then. Once they were gone, Vo-E returned to the main subject. Did you really not find the princess? If you couldn't find her, why did you even come back, you brat? I no longer hid the truth. It's enough that you already know. Why say it out loud? Our June family is in an unstable position right now. Regarding today's events, third uncle, you've really thought too much into it. After hearing this, Vo-E fell into deep thought. I have considered everything you've said. However, the descendants of the June family possess the pride and resolve of our clan. That year, before your grandfather passed away, he relayed the ancestral teachings of the June family. I asked in surprise, what teachings? He then solemnly recited, with a bird below the waist, one must be a man, head held high to the heavens, feet planted firmly on the earth. I emotionlessly repeated, with a bird below the waist, one must be a man, head held high to the heavens, feet planted firmly on the earth. I clenched my fist, a fine ancestral teaching, a true man, a man of character and strength, standing tall between heaven and earth. Afterwards, I crossed my arms and smirked. Seems this ancestor of ours was quite the man, even on his deathbed. Vo-E seemed to agree. No matter what, one must always be true to their conscience. Only with a clear conscience can a man truly stand tall. Makta, do you understand my choice? I replied that I understood. First, one must be true to their own heart, and only then can they act according to their will. Just then, a loud voice interrupted their conversation with a report. Reporting, a servant announced. Great General Dugu, Grand Minister Sun, and Princess Lin Meng are all here to visit. Vo-E quickly gave the order to let them in. In the next moment, someone rushed in impatiently. It was Lin Meng, running in while calling out, Uncle June! Uncle June! She rushed to Vo-E and asked, Uncle June, where is my other uncle? Where is he? Vo-E's face fell. My brother's life is not in immediate danger, he replied, but his condition is extremely unstable. The accompanying imperial physician quickly came forward to make a diagnosis. Mr. Jia's internal and external injuries were all fatal, and the amount of blood lost had exceeded more than half of his total blood volume. Then, Physician Lao concluded with, I hope the princess can restrain her grief. It is best to start preparing for his funeral. Lin Meng froze instantly. What? He was saying Uncle Jia couldn't be saved. She quickly asked again, I don't believe it. Imperial Physician Lao, you are the head of the 3 great divine physicians. Please think of a way. But the answer was no more optimistic. Your Highness, besides the excessive blood loss, Mr. Jia's internal and external injuries are extremely severe. With wounds like these, even if a deity descended, there would be no hope. Lin Meng was finally jolted back to reality by these words. She tearfully called out Uncle Jia 3 times. Seeing this, Imperial Physician Lao didn't know what to say. The physician, also heartbroken, suggested to Physician Lao that they let them have a final moment together. Then both of them moved outside, sighing in sorrow. She was still on her knees, clutching her head and sobbing bitterly. Uncle Jia. Just then, Tumai returned and knelt on one knee before her. She looked at her seriously. Makta can save Mr. Jia. Upon hearing those words, both of them snapped their heads to look at him. Makta was closing his eyes, composing himself. Excessive blood loss? A blood transfusion will do. Internal and external injuries? Medicine supplemented with spiritual energy can fix that. The main problem is the ribs. 15 of them are broken. Just the pain of setting the bones would be enough to take his life. That means there's no anesthetic in this world. If there was. Wait a minute. He suddenly raised his hand for a clap upon thinking of anesthesia, but something felt strange. The sensation wasn't quite right. It turned out he had accidentally slapped Lin Mong. She held her cheek, tears welling up. Makta was horrified. Oh heavens, what are you doing here? In an instant, he calmed down, coming up on me like a ghost. Can't you make a little noise? Lin Mong, filled with hope, stammered, Please, Makta, save him. Hearing this, Makta couldn't help but be surprised. How did she know? In the next second, he slowly turned his head to glare behind him. Tunga and Tumai were so scared by Makta's stare that they froze stiff. A second later, he refused. How can I save him? Even the 3 great national physicians have no solution. What ability could a good-for-nothing playboy like me possibly have to save him? Your Highness, you must be begging the wrong person. Hearing this, Lin Mong immediately bowed and knelt, surprising Makta. Under his astonished gaze, she clasped her hands and pleaded, Jun Makta, I kowtow to you. I beg you, please save Uncle Jia. Seeing this, he fell into deep thought. The princess of a nation was willing to go this far for him. At this moment, Tu Engge stepped between them. You scoundrel! What are you still hesitating for? The princess is already on her knees begging you. What more do you want? She said aggressively. Don't tell me you want the 2 of us to kneel for you as well. Completely ignoring Tuenge, Makta spoke frankly to Lin Mong. Your Highness, I actually do want to save him, but you also know the current situation of my Jun family. Right now, I am only under suspicion, at most. But if I really save him, a person whom even the 3 great divine national physicians couldn't treat, then the suspicion becomes fact. Hearing Makta's words, Lin Mong bit her lip tightly. She also understood the problem. Immediately after, Lin Mong stood up and turned around. She raised her voice and swore an oath. With the heavens above and the earth below, I, Duong Lin Mong, make this vow here today. She vowed that if Makta could save him, she would immediately return to the palace and beg her royal father to decree a marriage between them. Even as a concubine or a servant, I will be loyal to Makta for my entire life. If I break this oath, may my entire family, young and old, not die a peaceful death. And may I, Lin Mong, suffer 1,000 cuts and 10,000 calamities, unable to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. Finishing her words, she took out a knife and cut her palm, using her fresh blood to draw a red circle in front of her. This was the most sacred, and also the most vicious, oath on the Xuanhuan continent. With heaven and earth as my witness, the gods and spirits as my judge, in the name of my ancestors, with my blood as my soul, I establish this oath. Princess Lin Meng kowtowed once in the center of the blood circle. With the oath established, it could not be changed in this life or the next. Xiao Yi watched this scene in astonishment. After everything was done, Lin Meng stood up and turned around. Jun Moye? Now, can you believe me? Lin Meng analyzed inwardly. Jun Moye has had his eyes on me for several years now, but I rejected him. His lack of trust is clearly just a roundabout way of making a demand of me. Her eyes welled up with tears. But how could I just stand by and watch Uncle Yi leave this world? I can't do it. Moy frowned at Lin Meng. This princess, but for her uncle? And so, the 3 of them just stood there, silently looking at each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Seeing the 2 of them staring intently at each other, with tears that seemed to convey affection, Xiao Yi grew angry. She cursed inwardly. Brother Moy, what is the meaning of this? You just make an oath out of nowhere without saying a word. Are you trying to steal him from me? Absolutely not. In this matter, even sisters can't negotiate. So what if you're a princess? Does that make you so great? Seeing Lin Meng so resolute, he had no choice but to sigh and agree to save Gu Han. Hearing this, Xiao Yi, on the verge of tears, cursed Moye for being a scoundrel. But before a few seconds passed, he immediately cut in. But I do not accept her oath. You and I are not a match. Besides, talking about marriage like this is just too absurd. In his heart, Moye wasn't pleased either. I haven't even mentally prepared for any of this. Just because she's beautiful, does that make her better than the little maid? No matter what kind of woman she is, they're all the same with a bag over their head. At this moment, Lin Meng retorted, The blood oath has been made. Even if you don't accept it, it can no longer be changed. I only hope that the truth of this matter will never be known to my Uncle Ye. After hearing this, Moy had to concede. I can only guarantee that I will do my best. Gu Han's injuries are truly too severe. Even if I give it my all, I cannot guarantee a complete recovery. To avoid some trouble, you should still announce to the public that Gu Han has already succumbed to his severe injuries. From now on, if you want to visit him, you must ask for permission first. You have no objections, do you? Lin Meng reluctantly agreed, but Xiao Yi was still throwing a tantrum in a corner. She was at her wit's end. Silly Mei Mei, Jie isn't trying to compete with you. Is it worth it, for a guy like him? Xiao Yi finally spoke up. Really? But just now, you. Lin Meng soothed her. Of course, it's true. I'll wait until after you're married, then I will ask Father Emperor to decree our marriage. It's just a promise, after all. As long as it fulfills the oath, that's enough. What's wrong with that? These words truly made Xiao Yi seriously reconsider. A moment later, she blushed and looked at Lin Meng. Jie is older than Mei Mei. You should go first. Moye watched the two of them discuss animatedly, completely helpless. The character for 8 hasn't even been written yet. What are these two women talking about? He silently walked to the bedside and told Xiao Yi to have third uncle immediately send people to the Kui clan hall and bring back several elders. She immediately straightened up and agreed. Only Lin Meng and Moy were left in the room. She quietly wondered why being near him gave her such a strangely familiar feeling. Lin Meng raised a hand to her chin, deep in thought. Where have I met him before? The more she thought, the more puzzled she became, as the words intimate and safe appeared in her mind. Suddenly, Lin Meng looked to the side and remembered Xiao Yi was still standing there. She struck up a conversation with her. Oh right, Xiao Yi, why did you all come to the June residence anyway? She paused, trying to recall the reason. After you were captured, Little Bai Bai led third Uncle June and June Moye there. Afterwards, we returned to the June residence first, while third young Master June went alone to scout for news about you. Hearing this, Ling Meng was even more surprised. What? Jun Mo Ta went alone to find information about me? Then she suddenly remembered the mysterious flying dagger expert who held her before leaving this cave. She hesitantly reconsidered. The feeling of being in his arms was very similar to the feeling she just had beside Jun Mo Ta. Ling Meng shook her head, dismissing the thought that had just emerged. No way. How could that be possible? She furrowed her brows, thinking back. During the last assassination attempt, Jun Mo Ta was also at the scene, and then he suddenly vanished. Could it really be him? Ling Meng looked at the strong figure before her. He was actually quite handsome. Time passed, and before long, Dugu Xiao Yi finished her task and returned. Ling Meng immediately asked, I heard that third young Master Jun once made a precious dagger for you, the Hong Shu Tianxiang first dagger that you were showing off last time. Can you let your big sister take a look? She replied rather unenthusiastically. Last time I wanted to show you, you didn't even care to look. But in the end, Xiao Yi still agreed. Now you want to see it? Fine, I'll let you have a look. Hearing the two of them chatting cheerfully, Mo Ta's heart pounded in his chest. He flared up in anger. Dugu Xiao Yi! I gave you that dagger to cut people with. You've tied it to your arm. It takes a while just to draw it. You're using it as an arm guard. She had stubbornly argued back. This is a keepsake you gave me. How could I bear to use it? And you're still scolding me for it. In the end, Xiao Yi still handed it to Ling Meng. Examining the item in her hand, she silently nodded to herself. Indeed. Ling Meng quickly realized that this dagger and the flying dagger that had struck her were clearly crafted by the same person. Her gaze softened. The details on this dagger were so exquisite, one could tell at a glance that it was specially crafted for a woman. Ling Meng pondered. He was truly very good to her. Just then, Xiao Yi asked curiously, Sister Meng, have you seen enough? It's just a dagger. What's so strange about it? She sighed softly to herself. If that person really is him, then all that time Jun Mo Ta was pestering me and acting like a rogue was perhaps just an act to conceal his true identity.